Chapter 1 starting today. Become a witch. Rue, it's time to get up. Rue, wake up quickly, or mommy will turn you into a little cat that meows. On the morning of February 17th, 2778, in the witch era, Rue slowly opened his eyes to the lively and cheerful tone of his mother Yao. What came into view was a pure white ceiling, and at that moment, he heard the calm voice of his other mother, Rue Chui, beside him. Are you awake? At that instant, Rue was completely awake, abruptly sitting up in bed and looking to the side. The second mother in this family, Rue Chui, stood in front of his wardrobe, casting magic. One by one, the clothes from his wardrobe floated out, being tossed into a large metal barrel. Seeing this scene, Rue was stunned. Compared to his mother Yao's lively and cheerful girl-like voice, Mother Rue Chui's tone was more steady and calm. The clothes I left for you, we'll burn the rest today. After saying this, Rue Chui smiled slightly at him. You haven't forgotten what day it is today, right? Rue realized. What day is it today? Today is the day he will enter the Witch Academy and become a witch. Today is the day he will completely bid farewell to his male life and start a brand new life. I remember. Good, then get up and wash up. Once we're done, we'll head to the academy. Get up. Half an hour, wash up, eat breakfast. Then the three of them stood in the backyard filled with flowers and plants. Yao stood behind her son, gently holding him in front of her with both hands. Beside them, Rue Chui conjured a bright red flame in her hand and tossed it into the metal barrel. Inside that barrel were all his clothes, some toys, and many other items he had used. These represented all the things from his past 16 years of male life, now bathing in flames. Watching the fire burn without any smoke rising, the raging flames made Rue's thoughts slowly drift back to his past. He was originally a college student living in Huaxiao on Earth. A goddess from another world had her forces set up on Earth, plotting to send him to her world by crashing a large red truck into him, intending to reincarnate him as the hero she spoke of. She would then fabricate his death on Earth as a tragic car accident. However, just as he was being coaxed by the goddess to reincarnate into another world, an unexpected event occurred. Another goddess suddenly appeared and accused the first goddess of stealing her predetermined candidate. She used extremely malicious murder methods to cause his premature death. The discovered goddess hurriedly tried to send him off for reincarnation, but due to the interference of the other goddess, he was sent into an unknown world amidst the chaos, where the cycle of that world regarded him as a wrongfully dead soul and guided him to reincarnate. Yet due to the intervention of another unknown entity, the originally normal reincarnation process was interrupted. He was reborn as a baby cultivated through the best human genes of the Witch Empire, and later was adopted by two witch mothers, Yao and Rue Chui. As he grew up, he learned why the two witches had adopted him. It wasn't that the two of them couldn't bear children, but the probability of witches getting pregnant was extremely low, absurdly low. The two mothers tried for 40 years without success, so they chose to adopt a child first and then continue trying. However, 16 years passed, and he was going to become a witch, yet the two mothers still hadn't conceived. Adopted children, at the age of 16, could choose whether to undergo the transformation ceremony to become a true witch or to give up the path of becoming a witch and live as an ordinary imperial citizen for life. His choice, of course, was to become a witch. First of all, if he chose to give up becoming a witch after turning 18, he would have to move out of this home and become self-sufficient. Because the two mothers would definitely adopt a second child. Only a witch could inherit the legacy of the two mothers. After moving out, aside from regular visits and monthly living expenses, the two mothers would no longer take care of him. After completing college education, he would have to enter the Imperial Army and serve for 20 years before he could retire. And the borders of the Witch Empire were always troubled by external invaders and enemy countries. Surviving 20 years of service wasn't difficult. But what if something unexpected happened? If he were assigned to the border area, the outcome could be dire. On the other hand, becoming a witch would allow him to continue living a happy and peaceful life under the careful care of his two mothers. He could learn magic, have an extremely long lifespan, and become an important member of his mother's prestigious witch family in the Empire. It's important to note that his mother was the current head of the Star family, who had worked for 80 years. The significance of being the only daughter born through natural pregnancy was completely different from the other daughters who were transformed. The cost of becoming a witch was merely turning into a girl. Moreover, retaining the memories of his past life, he felt that becoming a girl really wasn't much of a cost. So he chose to become a witch. Today is the important day of his enrollment in the Young Witch Academy on this planet, marking the beginning of his journey to become a true witch. Burning all the clothes and most items used during his male life represented a complete farewell to his past life, welcoming a new life. This proposal was suggested by his mother, Rui Chui. She was like the father figure in this family compared to gentle whispers. She was more strict and serious, perhaps due to her past military career. Mom Xingyao was the embodiment of gentleness and tolerance in this family, providing him with meticulous care and concern. This point became even more fervent when he decided to become a witch, often making him feel somewhat overwhelmed and embarrassed. Once the flames in the barrel extinguished, leaving only a pile of ashes, Rui Chui cleaned up the barrel and the ashes, while Mom Xing Yao took out the gift she had prepared for her child. Remember, open it only after the transformation ceremony is over. You must wear everything this is specially chosen by Mommy. It will definitely suit you best. Oh, right, don't forget to take a picture for Mommy after you put it on. After Mommy finishes her work, it'll come to accompany you tomorrow. She placed a red gift box in the child's hands, hugged him tightly, patted the back of his head, and softly reassured, "Don't be nervous, the transformation ceremony doesn't hurt. It's very easy. If you don't believe me, ask Chui Chui. She's also a transformed witch." Xingrui looked at Rui Chui, who nodded slightly with a faint smile on her face. "It's just a matter of taking a nap. When you open your eyes again, the ceremony will be over." Xingrui nodded vigorously. "It's okay. I'm not nervous. I'm really looking forward to what it'll be like after becoming a witch." This was the truth. He hoped that after becoming a witch, he would have the potential to be a tall and beautiful lady. At the very least, he wanted to be as tall as his mother, Rui Chui. Rui will definitely become a very beautiful and cute witch. Well then, let's set off. Thus, under Xing Yao's watchful gaze, Rui Chui took Xing Rui and set off towards the Young Witch Academy. Chapter 2, I don't want to become a witch. Is this the Young Witch Academy? Xing Rui curiously examined the entrance of the Young Witch Academy. It felt no different from an ordinary high school or university, very simple and plain. The Young Witch Academy. Rui's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. It was clear that she must have had some wonderful memories during her time at the Young Witch Academy. However, Xingrui did not ask her Mother Ruiqui about her experiences at the Young Witch Academy back in the day, that he had learned that to enter the Young Witch Academy, a parent must stay with the child for at least 6 months, although he was not clear on why the 6-month requirement was necessary. But it would surely remind his mother of her 2 witch mothers, who were his grandmothers. They had long since sacrificed their lives in the war, defending the empire's borders. After a brief moment of reminiscing, Ruiqui continued the conversation. You will study for a year at the Young Witch Academy, and based on your academic performance, you will be admitted to the qualifying imperial universities. Then, you will spend between 20 to 100 years in a witch university. When you graduate depends on yourself. If you wish, you can even. I absolutely do not want to become a witch. Never. Ruiqui's words were cut off by the angry shout of a boy nearby. Xingrui and Ruiqui turned their gazes, simultaneously point one with blue hair and the other with green hair. The 2 witch mothers were trying to calm their son, who was crying and shouting. If you don't become a witch, you'll have to move out. Isn't it good to live with your mothers? Just being a girl. Do you want to? The blue-haired witch's somewhat urgent words were interrupted by her son's loud cries. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to become a girl. Wang Jinjia, would rather die than become a witch. The blue-haired witch, whose words were interrupted, looked quite troubled, her face showing urgency and anxiety, indicating her inner unrest and helplessness. No, you must become a witch today, no matter what. There's no choice. You must. At this moment, the green-haired witch could no longer tolerate her child's noise and unreasonable behavior, directly using magical ropes to tightly bind him and seal his mouth. Then, dragging her squirming child, she strode into the academy. Xingrui then looked at the other hesitant witch parents and their children at the academy entrance. Without exception, all the families still lingering at the entrance had children showing varying degrees of resistance. What surprised Xingrui the most was that there were actually girls who did not want to become witches. He looked at a girl who was quietly sobbing and wiping her tears, along with her 2 silent parents who looked helpless and troubled. He curiously asked his mother, "Mother, I thought only boys would resist becoming witches. Do girls resist too? Rueikyui's answer was simple, rebellion phase. Xing seemed to understand something, and his mother continued to explain, the vast majority of children, regardless of gender, are willing to become witches. Years of being influenced by two, which mothers at home have made the children yearn for and be curious about the power of witches that a long lifespan. No need to move out and live alone, being able to live happily with family. Choosing to refuse to become a witch and moving out to be independent is extremely rare. Rueikyui glanced at the hesitant witch parents at the entrance and softly said, as for what you see here. Each family has different educational methods. They don't not want to become witches. They simply do not want to obey their parents' arrangements and want to resist. Rueikyui patted Xingrue's head. Let's go, we're entering the academy. Xingrue withdrew his gaze, holding the gift box with one hand, and entered the Young Witch Academy with Rueikyui. Following the sign by the roadside, they arrived in front of a tall building at the Young Witch Academy. Hello, are you the enrolling students and parents? At a makeshift guidance desk, a free witch spoke to the two of them. Rueikyui nodded yes. Okay, please go up to the 3rd floor, turn right, and queue in the hall. After the transformation is complete, please take your child directly to the academy dormitory to settle in. Thank you to your welcome. Rueikyui took Xingrue straight to the 3rd floor, and upon entering the hall, Xingrue saw many witch parents and their children. They were both boys and girls. Xingrue also noticed that not all the parents and children in the hall were human, but he saw a very conspicuous witch with a human upper body and a shrimp tail, waiting in line with a huge red shrimp kept in a giant fish tank. Seeing this scene, Xingrue was stunned. Noticing Xingrue's unreserved shock, the red-haired witch with a shrimp tail turned around, smiled friendly at Xingrue, and waved. Xingrue blankly withdrew his gaze, took a number for the queue, and sat down in the hall to wait. Very surprised? Rueikyui asked with a smile. Yes, it's my first time seeing such a tale. Xingrue knew that the transformation of witches was not limited to humans. Most life forms in the universe could transform into humans, not to mention shrimp, even grass carp, black fish, octopuses, and even paramecia could become witches. You'll see even more embarrassing things in the future. Embarrassing? Xingrue was puzzled. Shouldn't it be more peculiar? What does embarrassing have to do with it? Rueikyui muttered, when I was serving in the army, I met a witch with a sea snake tail who couldn't move. She could only coil her tail like a spring and bounce, or crawl on the ground like a caterpillar. Xingrue, he thought of a certain embarrassing mermaid. Are there even more embarrassing ones? Yes. Rueikyui immediately introduced Xingrue to a winged angel, which who couldn't fly and could only flail around on the ground. There was also a dragon, which would cough and choke when she breathed fire, her dragon roar sounding like a pigeon cooing. Xingrue fell silent. That it was too embarrassing. Just thinking about it felt too embarrassing. All right, let's get back to business. Rueikyui said seriously, when your number is called and you enter the corresponding transformation room, you will see a coffin. A coffin. Don't get excited. Rueikyui reassured. It's the quirky preference of a certain research which all the equipment she designed, including vehicles and spaceships, are all rectangular. They are widely ridiculed by other witches as coffins. No one wants to lie in one. Xingrue was taken aback first. There was the embarrassing mermaid, and now a researcher with a preference for coffins? Are there also 2 witches in the Witch Empire's generals who are only 1.2 meters tall and are sisters? Anyway, once you enter the transformation room, you just lie down in your clothes as if you're taking a nap, and when you wake up, the transformation will be complete. Rueikyui was seriously explaining to her soon-to-be daughter. When you wake up, you will have 15 minutes to get used to your new girl body. There are no cameras in the transformation room, so no one will know what you do. You should know what I mean. You could do anything you want. Xingrue's mouth twitched. Can this be said? Anyway, get familiar with your body for 15 minutes, then put on the gift your mother gave you and wait for me in the transformation room. Then we will go to the academy dormitory together and arrange for you to settle in. Xingrue nodded, indicating that he remembered everything. An hour later, the announcement in the hall finally called Xingrue's number. Please, the 133rd student, follow the instructions to enter transformation room number 88. The announcement was repeated 3 times. Xingrue took a deep breath, stood up, and walked into the corridor leading to the transformation room under the gaze of Ruei and several other witches who were watching. Chapter 3. Becoming a Witch from Now on 88. 88. 88. This is the place. After walking for a few minutes, Xing Rui finally arrived at the door of Transformation Room 88. She pushed the door open, stepped inside, and closed the door behind her, which then locked automatically. A broadcast echoed in the room. Student 133, please lie down directly in the container at the center of the room. There is no need to remove your clothes or shoes. Please place the clothing prepared by your guardians on the table beside you, and do not bring them into the container unless you want to move into the dormitory naked after the transformation. The broadcast repeated twice. Xing Rui placed the gift box on the table, where there was a stool underneath and a full-length mirror beside it. She looked at herself in the mirror. Gazing in her own eyes, she softly said goodbye. Then she turned around and laid down in the black coffin. As the container slowly closed and the buzzing sound began to fill her ears, accompanied by the beeping of the machinery, a strong sense of drowsiness gradually enveloped her, leading her into a deep slumber. She was walking down a pitch-black corridor. She felt lost, aimlessly wandering through the passage. Gradually, she sensed her body becoming lighter, and her speed increasing, as if she were flying. Maybe I become a superhero, a body of steel? But the dark corridors seemed endless. No matter how fast she flew, she couldn't see an end, only an abyss of darkness. How long is this corridor? When will it end? Confusion brewed in her heart. Suddenly, she felt her light body drop heavily, and the inertia from her rapid flight caused her to crash to the ground. What happened? What was that just now? As she puzzled over this, a golden light suddenly pierced through the darkness ahead. She lifted her head and looked into the darkness, where a tall and majestic figure emerged from the blinding golden light. But for some reason, a different thought flickered in her mind. No, that's not golden light. That's darkness. That's deep, unfathomable darkness. In the next moment, the golden radiance engulfed that towering figure and obscured her vision. The buzzing of the equipment, the rapid, rhythmic beeping, and her heavy body. Did the transformation end? After waking up, Xing Rui wanted to sit up, but her body felt so heavy, she didn't want to move. Student 133. Please note that the transformation has ended. The transformation has ended. The transformation has ended. A heavy body and drowsiness are normal phenomena. Please make an effort to overcome this and leave the container. It's over. The transformation. So, I'm a witch now, right? I'm a girl now. Xing Rui struggled to overcome her body's heaviness, sat up from the container, and clung to its edge, using her hands to push herself up. She managed to stand, relying on the edge of the container for support, and stumbled out of it, then leaned on the table, standing in front of the full-length mirror. She lifted her head and looked into the mirror. A girl with wine-red long hair and bright crimson eyes stared back at her. Some of her long hair fell down, covering her fair skin. She examined her slightly youthful figure, which was already taking shape, her delicate and cute face flushed. Is this me? Standing barefoot in front of the mirror for a long time, she suddenly realized she was naked as a breeze swept over her delicate body. So, she overcame the heaviness in her body and opened the gift box on the table, taking out one piece of clothing after another prepared by her mother, Xing Yao. A white long-sleeve shirt, a black long-sleeve women's blazer, a red pleated skirt with dark stripes dividing it into sections, a pair of black stockings, and a pair of black round-toed shoes. Finally, there was a pure white tank top and a pair of pure white cotton panties. Xing Rui took a deep breath and, following her mother's instructions on how to dress, put on the white tank top. As she struggled to fasten the buttons behind her after several attempts, she finally managed to secure them. Next came the panties and then the other pieces of clothing. After putting on the stockings and the little shoes, Xing Rui stood in front of the mirror again, looking at her refreshed self in the clothes. So beautiful, so cute. Moreover, the combination of her hair color and eye color reminded her of a demon from a certain online game in her past life. Except for her chest. It was almost a one-to-one replica. Lowering her head, she could barely see the tips of her toes. She was very curious. How did her mother know her measurements and size? All the underwear and clothing fit her perfectly, especially the upper undergarments. The wide band around her chest and the two straps crossing over her shoulders, along with the soft fabric in front, provided a gentle sense of wrapping. Not too tight, not too loose, just right. This feeling inexplicably made her feel safe and comfortable. and those long black stockings extending to the mid-thigh area wrapped around her legs. A sensation she had never experienced before, but felt strangely comfortable. The fabrics of the shirt and skirt were so delicate and soft, giving her a feeling far more comfortable than any men's clothing she had worn before. Girls' clothes feel so comfortable, Xing Rui couldn't help but think. She tried to lift her right hand and tuck the long hair beside her cheek behind her ear. Making this feminine gesture made her face flush slightly. She noticed that there were no hair ties or accessories in the gift box prepared by her mother, but there was a comb. Perhaps her mother preferred her with long hair? Looking at the comb in her hand, Xing Rui tried to comb her hair. I can't, not at all. Sitting on the stool, Xing Rui looked helpless. She couldn't comb her hair. Maybe she should wait for her mother to come. For the next while, Xing Rui sat on the stool, staring at herself in the mirror, completely forgetting what her mother had mentioned earlier about exploring and familiarizing herself with her body within these 15 minutes. When Xing Rui heard the sound of the door opening, she turned her head to see her mother entering the room. Before she could speak, Rui Chui said first, when sitting down in a short skirt, "You need to place the skirt underneath you. Be careful not to catch a chill by sitting directly on the stool with just your panties." Oh. Xing Rui immediately stood up, using her hands to smooth the hem of her short skirt before sitting down. Rui Chui walked behind her daughter, took the comb from her hands, and smiled brightly. This was the second time her mother had shown such a radiant and happy smile. The first time was when she heard her decision to become a witch. "So beautiful," Rui Chui exclaimed. "Your mother's taste in choosing clothes is definitely better than mine. You inherited your mother's hair color and my eye color. Haha. And you've developed well. Remember to wear proper sports bras when exercising in the future." Xing Rui's face flushed as she softly replied, watching her mother quickly comb her hair. Then her mother patted her back. "All right, let's go. We can't stay in the transformation room for too long." Xing Rui placed the comb back in the gift box, closed it, and hugged it to her chest, walking out of the transformation room with her mother. Next, it was time to move into the academy dormitory. From now on, she would be a witch. So can I start learning magic by myself? Suddenly, I'm filled with anticipation for my future life. Chapter 4. Is this what you call a college dorm? Welcome to the academy, little Xing Rui. I am the dormitory administrator of the Young Witch Academy. You can call me Sister Qiushi. Before entering the dormitory building, the witch sister named Qiushi gently patted Xing Rui's little head. Her smile was radiant, warm, and friendly. Xing Rui felt a bit shy, but Qiushi also noticed the weariness hidden beneath the girl's shy expression. It was the fatigue from just completing her transformation, as her body and soul had not fully integrated yet. After some time, once the fusion of spirit and body was complete, such troubles would naturally disappear. "All right, dear little girl, you can come to Sister anytime if you or your mom have any questions, okay?" After finishing her interaction with Xing Rui, Qiushi turned to the smiling Ruikui beside her. "Sister Ruikui, do you have any requirements for the dormitory for you and Sister Xing Rui?" "Ruikui, the lighting should be good, and I don't want a dormitory on the highest floor." "Okay then, this one." Qiushi took out a set of 3 keys, one of which had a cute little animal sticker on it for differentiation. "Room 405 on the 4th floor has the best lighting. If you don't like it, feel free to come to me for a room change. I wish you and your daughter a pleasant time in your future academy life." "Thank you." Ruikui took the keys and walked towards the dormitory building with her daughter. Before they had gone far, Xing Rui heard a commotion. Turning her head, she saw a little girl with blue hair, crying like a little flower cat, her eyes red and puffy. She was mumbling something, but it was too far to hear clearly. Xing Rui blinked. Blue hair? Looking at her parent, who also had blue hair and an expressionless face, she felt a sense of familiarity. "Oh, is this blue-haired little girl the one who was making a fuss at the entrance of the academy earlier?" From a tall boy who looked about 7 to 1, 8 meters, she had transformed into a little girl only 4 meters tall. This transformation is truly magical. "Do you like that crying little girl? Why are you staring at her like that?" Her mother Ruikui's voice came softly from behind. Xing Rui quickly turned around and shook her head. No. Ruikui patted her daughter's little head and didn't say anything further. A few minutes later, they arrived at the door of room 405. Although she felt heavy and fatigued along the way, Her curiosity about everything around her kept her looking around. As they approached, Xingrui thought the dormitory building looked no different from the dormitory in her previous high school. She wondered if the room she would be staying in would just be a double room like in high school. Are you tired? Ruikui asked. Xingrui nodded. Indeed, feeling a bit tired. Wanted to find a comfortable place to lie down. However, she wasn't sleepy, so she could skip sleeping for now. Then let us hold on a bit longer and tidy up the room before resting. Ruikui took the keys and opened the dormitory door. After following her mother inside, Xingrui was stunned. She quickly took a few steps forward, and her vision opened up. High school dormitory? College dormitory? This is a 2-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and an independent bathroom, fully furnished and decorated. Xingrui stood in the living room, her face filled with disbelief. Xingrui? Her mother's call came from one of the bedrooms. Coming. Xingrui hurried into the bedroom and began to organize the daily necessities her mother had brought. She also saw more clothes that her mother Xingyao had prepared for her. All kinds of dresses, short skirts, long skirts, and half-length skirts. Shirts, long sleeves, short sleeves, tank tops, jackets, and outerwear. Long pants, shorts, hot pants. Black and white knee-high stockings, tights, and short socks. The same black round-toed leather shoes she wore, black and white canvas shoes, pure white sneakers, various short and long boots. And a variety of colored and styled underwear. Some single pieces, some sets. There were so many clothes covering all her seasonal needs for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Xingrui looked at the clothes in front of her and asked Mother, "Did you prepare all of these?" Ruikui folded the clothes and put them in the wardrobe or hung them on hangers inside the closet. On the day you promised to become a witch, Yao Yao used prophetic magic to predict your future height and measurements. She prepared these clothes for you for many years, many of which were added gradually. Every time she went shopping, she would buy suitable and liked items for you. Ruikui sighed lightly, her expression a bit resentful. Sigh, but there are just too many clothes. How much did she buy? Come on, let us hurry up and finish so you can rest well. While tidying up the numerous clothes, Ruikui also taught her daughter how to organize her belongings. She did not want her daughter to be messy in her lifestyle. No matter externally or internally, everything should be neat and tidy. Her mother also told her that once she learned all the living magic, it wouldn't be so troublesome anymore. Or in the future, finding someone to customize a magical being specifically for managing clothes would also be a good choice. After organizing all the clothes, Xingrui unexpectedly felt that her bodily fatigue seemed to lighten a bit. Moreover, she felt a bit hungry and wanted to eat something. Seeing her daughter standing in front of the wardrobe, rubbing her belly with a puzzled expression, Ruikui immediately understood and began to advise. Moving around can speed up your adaptation to your new body, so I suggest you insist on at least 2 hours of exercise every day starting today. In less than 3 days, you will finish the adaptation period of your body. While speaking, Ruikui flipped her hand, and a square food container appeared in her hand. Once the adaptation period ends, I suggest maintaining physical exercise and gradually increasing the intensity, as this will benefit your future. She handed the food container to her daughter, gently patting her head. Go eat. This is what I prepared for you. Xingrui took the container, curious to see what kind of food her mother had prepared. Shrimp braised with winter melon, eggplant stir-fried with green beans, stir-fried beef tenderloin, and a white marinated chicken leg. The translucent rice was mixed with tiny golden corn kernels, a combination of coarse grains and rice. What a nice meal. It looks quite light without any big fish or meat. Is it a bit bland? Xingrui blinked. No problem. Mother, I really like it. They're all my favorite dishes. As long as you like it. Ruikui smiled. Since you just completed your transformation, your diet will be relatively light from now on. Remember, don't secretly eat raw, cold, spicy, or overly greasy foods, unless you want to be bettered on the first day of your period. Period? Xingrui wondered. It seemed that Xingyao hadn't mentioned anything about a period. Is it the same period she was thinking of? If so, she didn't expect her first one to come in a week. It indeed should be avoided to eat raw, cold, spicy, or greasy foods. Ruikui continued. Your body has just completed its transformation, and the magical properties have not yet manifested. The witch genes have not awakened. Right now, you're just an ordinary girl. Once your magic awakens and your period ends, You won't have to pay that much attention to these matters anymore. You can eat whatever you want. All right. Ruikui suddenly remembered something and took out a silver metallic sphere from her personal space, handing it to her daughter. Your smart brain, I almost forgot. Thank you, mother. Xingrue raised her head, revealing a sweet smile, and thanked her mother in a soft voice. She went to the living room to eat and shared her joy of becoming a witch with her close friends online. Chapter 5, The Physiological Period of the Transformed Witch. I will always love Alicia. Really? Is it really true? Are you really a witch now? The most amazing cat. Really? Just finished. I'm in the dormitory, eating. I will always love Alicia. Seriously, 0. Oh, the most amazing cat. Why would I lie to you? I'm bored. I will always love Alicia. Seriously, 0. The most amazing cat. Really, I have no reason to lie. While eating, I was chatting with my most loyal reader and best online friend through my smart brain, noticing that the other party hadn't replied for a long time. Xingrue felt a bit strange. Still don't believe it? Do I have to take a selfie and send it to prove it? Oh, that's right. Xingrue suddenly remembered that Xing Yao's mom said she needed to take a photo of her after the transformation ritual. Xingrue immediately adjusted the smart brain to a suitable angle. She smiled at the camera and made a yed gesture, took a picture, and sent it to Xing Yao's mom. The moment the photo was sent, a reply from Xing Yao's mom appeared immediately. The best mom. So cute. Mom will go to see my baby tomorrow. Can't wait to meet you. The best mom. Mua kisses my good baby. The most amazing cat. Mua, the most amazing cat. Looking forward to seeing mom tomorrow. Sending an embrace emoji. Xingrue was also looking forward to her mom's arrival tomorrow. At this moment, Rue Chui had finished packing her daughter's clothes and daily necessities and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing her daughter sitting properly with her legs together, with her skirt laid beneath her, she nodded in satisfaction. She thought her daughter had just transformed and might still have some habits to change. For example, sitting with legs apart or not sitting properly. It seems that it is unnecessary for her to remind her again. Don't just focus on the smart brain while eating. Your food is getting cold. I know already, Xingrue replied with a cute tone, focusing her attention on the food in front of her. Just then, her best friend's reply came through. I will always love Alicia. You became a witch, that's great. You have no excuse not to update and leave us hanging for the next year. Starting today, no, tomorrow. You must update 8,000 words every day. Finish the story of the previous civilization volume as quickly as possible. Shighui. What do you mean there will be no excuse not to update for the next year? ISNT, she going to school? ISNT, she going to learn magic? Who told you that becoming a witch means you can update all day without going to school? The most amazing cat, but I still have to go to school, and I have to learn magic. I will always love Alicia. Didn't you just become a witch? The most amazing cat. Yeah, I will always love Alicia. Didn't your moms tell you about what you have to go through after becoming a witch? The most amazing cat. 00. What do I have to go through after becoming a witch? Xingrue's face was full of confusion and doubt. What to go through? Physiological period? ISNT that supposed to pass after a few days? ISNT at just normal school and learning magic after that? I will always love Alicia. Oh, so you didn't know? I'm really looking forward to your reaction in a week. By then, you better not be bedridden for months. Xingrue felt bewildered. Bedridden for months? What does that mean? Could it be that the physiological period could last for several months, torturing herself nonstop? The most amazing cat. Explain in detail. Where are you? Hurry up and tell me. I will always love Alicia. I don't know. The most amazing cat. Liar. I will always love Alicia. Quality answer. I don't know. The most amazing cat. If you don't tell me, then I want to update. However, it was useless. Her best friend ignored her directly, and no matter what message she sent afterward, there was no reply. Xingrue could only angrily vent her frustrations into the leftover food in her lunchbox, quickly finishing her meal. I'll ask my mom later. She is also a transformed witch. She must know. After finishing her meal, Xingrue put away the smart brain projection screen and was about to go to the kitchen to wash her lunchbox when Rue Chui reminded her. Use hot water, not cold water. Okay, the dormitory has hot water facilities. You can take a shower, and there's even a bathtub for bathing. After washing the lunchbox with hot water, Xingrue sat next to her mother in the living room and asked, Mom, can you tell me about the physiological period of witches? Sure. I was just about to tell you about this. Rui Chui had her daughter move closer and began to explain in detail about the physiological period of transformed witches. First of all, after just completing the transformation, a witch will have her first physiological period a week later. Just like all women getting their period, seeing blood is normal. No need to panic. The first menstrual period of a transformed witch is the same. However, after the first menstrual period, the physiological period of a transformed, which is completely different from that of ordinary women. First is the timing. The menstrual period of ordinary women is usually once a month. However, the physiological period of a transformed, which occurs once a week. Oh, once a week. Xing Rui's face turned pale, her whole body exuding a sense of despair, as if petrified, her body stiffening and unable to move. Don't worry, it's not as exaggerated as you think. Rui Chui continued to explain. The physiological period of a transformed, which is accompanied by the growth of her magical power, which is what Rui Chui mentioned earlier. The awakening of the witch gene. Once the witch gene is fully awakened, the physiological period will end. Compared to naturally born witches, transformed witches have to grow the total amount of magical power that naturally born witches accumulate over 16 years within 6 to 12 months. The growth of magical power occurs once a week, and each sudden increase in magical power puts a certain pressure on the body. This manifests as random symptoms such as weakness in the limbs, abdominal pain, headaches, dizziness, tinnitus, intense drowsiness, decreased immunity, and loss of appetite. Once a week for 6 to 12 months. The longer the duration, the stronger the potential of the transformed witch. This is also the reason why witch parents need to stay with their daughters in the Young Witch Academy for half a year or even a year. During the next 6 months or year, parents personally take care of their children, and it also helps to cultivate a stable parent-child relationship. Moreover, during this period, the regular menstrual cycle, which is consistent with ordinary women, will also come as usual. This means that every month there will be a week where both the magical growth and the menstrual cycle will occur simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Xing Rui had already despaired and lay on her mother's lap, starting to lament. She could already imagine the painful days she would endure for the next 6 months or even a year. Can't handle it? Rui Chui asked playfully. What if I tell you that during this menstrual period, you still have to attend classes and study, and there will be monthly exams, midterms, and finals, as well as the college entrance examination? Xing Rui didn't respond. She was already numb. Rui Chui gently comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. Just this year. Once this year is over, the next will be all good days. Xing Rui muttered pitifully. Does it really have to be like this for the next year? Of course. Do you know why I emphasize diet, exercise, and not touching cold water? Rui Chui helped her daughter up and made her sit up straight, saying, this is all for your own good. Doing these things can alleviate the pain when your period comes. All right, stop looking so downcast. Next, I will tell you about the things to pay attention to during your period. When you have your own daughter in the future, it will be your turn to teach her this knowledge. Chapter 6. The better the body, the less the pain. However, there is much less knowledge to grasp about the menstrual period than Xing Rui had anticipated. After the transformation is completed, before the first surge of magical power and menstruation, many of the things to pay attention to are those that her mother has already mentioned. Foods to avoid include cold, spicy, greasy, and raw items. Attention to temperature is also important. Keep warm and avoid drinking cold or cool water. Instead, drink more hot water. The planet where they live, although its climate has been adjusted and optimized by the Imperial Meteorological Staff, has become more habitable. From January to April each year, while it is a warm spring, extreme drops in temperature can still occur. Recently, the weather forecast has indicated that a cold wave is approaching their city. The arrival of the cold wave is set for tomorrow. Tomorrow, Xing Rui will have to start wearing more clothes. As for clothing combinations, Rui Chui directly entrusted that to Mama Yao, as her fashion sense is much better than her own. Next, there's the increase in the total amount of magical power. Under normal circumstances, the menstrual period for the vast majority of transformed witches lasts 6 to 8 months. Only those with exceptional talent will have a menstrual period that lasts more than 8 months, even up to a full year. Thus, Xing Rui became curious. Since the duration of the menstrual period is related to talent, how would her talent affect her own menstrual period? Speaking of which, it seems she has never heard her mother or mama mention her capabilities. Talent. Undoubtedly, your talent is definitely at the top tier. Xing Rui's little face froze. Your menstrual period, don't think too much about it. It will definitely last a whole year. Her mother's smile seemed to Xing Rui like a sentence from hell at that moment. You should remember that your mother is an extremely rare, naturally born witch, and she comes from the imperial first-class witch family, the Star family, right? Your mother is actually the most talented witch from the Star family in hundreds of years. Back then, she eloped with me from the imperial capital Star, where the family was located, and since then, she has been working hard with the goal of getting pregnant and giving birth to a daughter. Otherwise, she would have long since been promoted to Nightmare Witch, rather than the current cruel LV2. Xing Rui's expression could only be described as sorrowful at this moment. Could it be? But this was not the end. Rui Chui's expression suddenly became proud. Her delicate hand rested on the valley between her full, perky breasts, and your mother, Rui Chui, was the one who had the highest total magical power in the empire back then, with a menstrual period lasting the longest, 1 year and 25 days. And for the next 20 years, no one will surpass this record. After I entered the military, it only took me 30 years to reach the cruel, which LV3 rank. At this moment, Xing Rui was already in despair, not wanting to say a word. She even overlooked one question. Since her mother only took 30 years to go from a newly transformed little witch to a powerful cruel witch LV3, why has her mother still not advanced beyond cruel LV3 after almost 60 years? However, at this moment, her mind was filled with one thought. With her mother and mama having such high talent, her own talent must be excellent. So good that her menstrual period might last a year or even longer. Well, as I said, don't be so pessimistic, be optimistic. Rui Chui hugged her heartbroken daughter. I assure you, the menstrual period is definitely not as terrifying as you think. Just keep a calm mind and pay attention to the things I remind you of. Xing Rui's response became weak, but she still insisted on asking a question. Is there any magic that can alleviate the pain during the menstrual period? Although her mother repeatedly emphasized that it wasn't that terrifying, magic is so versatile. There should be some pain relief or pain-blocking magic, right? Mother Rui Chui pondered for a few seconds and shook her head. I don't know. Wasn't her mother's situation different back then than hers? It was different. Rui Chui said gently. I went through my menstrual period all by myself. After all, at that time, both of my mothers were still on the front lines at the borders. How could they have time to take care of me? After hearing this, Xing Rui fell silent and hugged Rui Chui's waist tightly, burying her face in her mother's abdomen. Her mother must have had a hard time back then. Rui Chui's expression softened. It's okay. It's all in the past. My job is special. I can't just quit. So starting tomorrow, your mama will take care of you. I will come to see you often. Rui Chui also hugged her daughter and gently patted her back. Okay, go rest now. Sleep or browse the smart brain. Find something to do. After a moment of warmth with her mother, Xing Rui returned to her dormitory bedroom, which would belong to her for the next year. Besides a bed, a wardrobe, and a table and chair, there was also a large black beanbag sofa in the bedroom. Lying down on the beanbag sofa, her small feet wrapped in black stockings slipped out of her cotton slippers, resting on the soft black sofa. After adjusting to a comfortable position, Xing Rui projected the smart brain screen and began searching for the information she needed. The first thing she searched for was the menstrual period of transformed witches. Her mother had endured her menstrual period without family companionship, relying solely on her own strength. Xing Rui thought that perhaps there were many key points about the menstrual period that her mother really didn't know back then. Moreover, in her early years, she was unaware of the existence of such a menstrual period and had never searched for related information online. Now, it was certainly time to search thoroughly. The menstrual period of transformed witches. Found it. The top search results featured a popular science entry. In her past life, this was called Baidu Baiki. Now, it is called Witch Encyclopedia, and it is an official scientific entry from the Empire. Clicking into the entry and reading it carefully, she found that most of the information was consistent with what her mother had said. Dietary restrictions, attention to warmth, and so on. The healthier the body, the milder the pain during the menstrual period, and it can even be reduced to an extremely mild level. But Xing Rui also found some points that her mother hadn't mentioned. If severe, unbearable pain occurs during the menstrual period, there are specific spells that can soothe and alleviate the pain. Just thinking about how her mother didn't enjoy the convenience brought by such magic back then and had to endure it alone, that feeling must have been unbearable. A hint of sadness flashed across Xing Rui's cute little face. But she quickly recovered. Just as her mother said, everything is in the past, and there is no need to dwell on the pain she suffered back then. Additionally, the Witch Encyclopedia mentioned that for newly transformed witches, the upper limit of their total magical power will not change within 1 to 2 years. During the menstrual period, the total magical power often surpasses the limit. At this point, new transformed witches need to compress their magical power, reducing the total amount while increasing the quality, until the menstrual period is over and the total magical power stabilizes completely. The common timeline for reaching the upper limit of total magical power and needing to start compressing it is about 6 months. Compressing magical power. My mother said I have high talent, so I must go through a year or even longer. So I have half a year to continuously compress magical power to make room, right? Xing Rui roughly understood why the longer the menstrual period lasts, the better the talent. The longer the menstrual period lasts, the higher the magical quality of the little witches. Others need to use 100 magic power to unleash the power of magic, while I only need to use 80, 60, or even less, and the power remains the same. Moreover, when both sides use the same amount of magic power to cast spells, the power and effect will be stronger than the opponent's. I just don't know how long my physiological period will last. Sigh, a year. I hope that, as my mother and the Witch Encyclopedia said, the healthier the body, the less pain I will endure. Chapter 7. I have so much money to spend, isn't it better to get it for free? This was Xing Rui's first night outside her cozy little home. Changing into a soft, white princess-style nightgown, she moved the lazy sofa to the window in her room. Sitting on the sofa, she hugged her knees and stared blankly at the starry sky. It was beautiful. The Witch Empire, as a vast interstellar empire, made Xing Rui fantasize about one day becoming a traveler among the stars, wandering through the cosmos and appreciating the magnificent sights of the universe. But for now, she just hoped that her first period in magical power growth would come a little easier. Knock, 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 the notification sound for her smart brain echoed. Xing Rui opened the projection to see who had sent her a message. Charlotte, has the witch transformation ended? The most amazing cat. The most amazing cat. How did you know? She had only told her online best friend about the end of the witch transformation. Why did others know? Charlotte, Alicia told me. Charlotte, has your magical power characteristic awakened? The most amazing cat. Magical power characteristic? Is this something she, a newly transformed little witch, could do? The most amazing cat. Can you awaken magical power characteristics on the first day of transformation? Charlotte, yes. How much is the fusion of your spirit and body now? If it's over 60, you can do it. Xing Rui was completely stunned. What? What does fusion of spirit and body even mean? Where did the 60 come from? What is she talking about? The most amazing cat. I don't understand what you're saying. Charlotte, it seems you're not on Witch Star anymore. Charlotte, forget it. Let's not talk about that. I'm here to urge you to update. Charlotte, now that you're a witch, it's time to update the novels for Honkai Impact. Mind End, StarCraft, and Warhammer 40k, right? Xing Rui fell silent. Witch Star was the capital planet of the Witch Empire, where her mother Xing Yao's family, the Star family, was located. But why was she being urged to update again? After being reborn in this world, Xing Rui had written several serialized novels online out of interest. In her previous life, she wrote stories about the Honkai Impact series, warm and healing tales, as well as the plots for Mind End and StarCraft. She also shared some of her notes on Warhammer 40k novels online. Among them, the novels for Warhammer 40k, StarCraft, and Mind End received little attention, while the storyline novels for Honkai Impact attracted a substantial readership. It was under such circumstances that she gained a loyal audience for her Honkai story novels. Of course, with her energy, it was impossible to maintain updates for 4 series for long. Thus, delays and hiatuses became routine. This user named Charlotte was one of the rare readers who followed all 4 series. The most amazing cat. I don't have the energy to write that much. I still have to go to school. Charlotte. Tisk. The most amazing cat. I can barely keep up with Honkai. The other three are beyond my capability. Charlotte. Then send me your address. The most amazing cat. Finally can't hold back. Wants to meet her offline. Seemingly anticipating Xing Rui's reaction, Charlotte immediately sent another message. Charlotte. I'm not interested in you. A little witch who hasn't even grown up yet. Charlotte. Just send me your address, and I'll send you something. Charlotte. You can use the equipment I'll send you to write. Charlotte. 4 novels, 4,000 words each per day is easy and simple. It can all be done in an hour. Charlotte. Image. JPG. Why did it feel even more suspicious? She even had a reason ready. The image Charlotte sent displayed a full-cover helmet device. Silver-white, with many LED indicators, it looked very advanced and sci-fi. Xing Rui uploaded the image online for a reverse search. Upon seeing the results, her mouth dropped open in surprise. A thought conversion device could read the wearer's thoughts and convert them into text. The converted text could even be styled differently, especially under the novel category, which had several different types. She even saw options for healing and depressing themes. The store also mentioned that wearing the device to output text could reach a maximum of 600,000 words per hour. The price for such a device wasn't too high, only around 2,000 to 3,000. Even Xing Rui could afford to buy one with the money she earned from her serialized novels. How come she never knew about such a great thing before? Xing Rui continued browsing and found even more advanced options. There were devices that could directly convert imagined scenes into virtual ones, which could then be used to create virtual reality games. There were also many types of supporting devices designed to help users create virtual reality games. The entire set for making games could cost over $1 million. Thinking about this, Xing Rui felt she should definitely buy one. Writing novels in her spare time was her hobby, and spending a little money to make it more comfortable and efficient was reasonable. But her rational side warned her not to casually reveal her real address and identity online. The most amazing cat. Thank you for your kindness, but I can buy one myself. The most amazing cat. I just didn't know such a device existed before. Charlotte. Don't buy it. Use the one I'm sending you. It's top-notch and works better. Charlotte. Speed. I have so much money to spend. And you don't want it for free? The most amazing cat. Then just send me the money directly, right? Charlotte suddenly fell silent. Xing Rui snorted. If she wanted to give her something, it would be better to just send her money to buy it herself. Now that she mentioned it, she went silent. Surely she had ulterior motives and wanted her detailed address. This reminded her of the annual incidents of great witches threatening little witches within the empire. She had to be cautious. There were all kinds of people online. However, she still needed to buy the device. Xing Rui quickly placed an order for a conversion device, filling in the academy address for delivery. Looking at the time, it was about time to sleep. Early to bed and early to rise makes one healthy. But Xing Rui didn't plan to sleep alone. Instead, she slipped on her slippers and headed to her mother Ruikiwi's bedroom. Upon entering, she found her mother sitting at the head of the bed, looking at her smart brain, with several projection screens divided and her expression serious. It seemed she was handling work matters. Hearing her daughter's footsteps, Ruikiwi quickly closed her projection screen and looked at her, asking, "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" "No, I just want to sleep with you." Xing Rui blinked. Today was the day. She was afraid there wouldn't be another chance to sleep with her mother. Puffed. Ruikiwi couldn't help but chuckle. "Really? Shigui nodded vigorously. "Then come here." Ruikiwi shifted over to make space for Xing Rui, who quickly climbed onto the bed and snuggled under the covers. Cuddling against her mother's graceful figure, Xing Rui softly asked, "What were you just looking at?" Handling some work matters, Ruikiwi gently hugged her daughter as they lay down on the bed. "All right, sleep now. Go to bed early. Your Yao Yao mother will be here tomorrow." After saying that, a gentle good night kiss landed on Xing Rui's forehead. Xing Rui nuzzled her head into her mother's embrace, unable to stop her thoughts from wandering. So, is this the benefit of being a girl? When she was younger and still a boy, she never received such treatment. Leaning against her mother's chest, Xing Rui's breathing gradually steadied, and the last thought that flashed through her mind as she fell asleep was, how warm and comfortable. Chapter 8. Mommy Xingyao, who loves to hug, perhaps it was the comfort of sleeping nestled in her mother's arms that greatly enhanced her sleep as a daughter. After a night without dreams, when Xingrui woke up, she felt completely relaxed and energized. In the past, when she woke up in the morning, she would have to sit on the bed for a while, feeling dazed and confused before fully waking up. But now there was none of that. She opened her eyes, yawned, stretched her arms straight in the warm blanket, and straightened her legs, like a little cat just waking up. After stretching, Xingrui sat up from her bed. Her mother was no longer by her side, and the bed next to her didn't feel as warm and comfortable as it had during her sleep last night, indicating that her mother must have been up for a while. What time was it? It seemed that there was no sun today, and the room appeared a bit chilly. She gently rubbed the jade bracelet she wore while sleeping with her small hand, and the projection screen of her smart brain unfolded in front of her. Depending on personal preferences, the smart brain could change into any decorative item to carry around. Her smart brain was this white-green jade bracelet on her wrist. When she opened the projection screen and looked at the time, Xingrui was stunned. Time, 11:45 a.m. Xingrui's expression was blank. She had slept from 10 p.m. the previous night until nearly noon the next day. She had slept for almost 14 hours. And this was not because she woke up in between and went back to sleep, but rather a continuous 14 hours from lying down to waking up. However, since her mother hadn't called her to get up, it must mean this was a normal occurrence, right? Sleeping for 14 hours should be normal, right? She got out of bed, but didn't rush to change clothes. She didn't know what to wear today, as her understanding of female attire was limited to her two mothers and the lewd images from her past life. She certainly couldn't base her outfits on the lewd images from her past life, could she? After simply tidying up her slightly messy long hair from sleeping, she walked out of her bedroom into the living room and saw a familiar figure. "Baby, are you awake?" Mommy Xingyao was sitting on the small sofa in the living room, holding a book, and was smiling at her. "You really can sleep, huh? 14 hours. Suddenly, Mommy Xingyao flashed and appeared next to Xingrui, hugging her tightly. "Let Mommy hug you. My little baby is so cute." Mommy, being suddenly hugged by her mother, was no big deal. Xingrui remained very quiet. "But Mommy, why do you have to act like such a lovesick person? Is there really a mother who acts like this towards her daughter? Or is this actually her mother's true nature that she had hidden for 16 years? The lively Mommy expressed her love for her newborn daughter in various ways, including but not limited to hugs, head pats, cheek kisses, rubbing faces, striking some strange and embarrassing poses, and checking her body, among other things. In short, after being thoroughly examined by her mother in various ways and positions in a very short time, Xingrui sat on the sofa with her face as red as a ripe apple, feeling at a loss. Did this mean she was completely understood by her mother? In terms of her body? Mommy Xingyao, on the other hand, was browsing through the data obtained from the examination of her daughter's body. Xingyao was well aware that she was not a transformed witch. As a witch born naturally from her mother, she had no knowledge about the physiological periods of transformed witches. Therefore, she was quite confused about what her daughter needed to pay attention to or do after becoming a witch. Her partner was also quite special. When she became a witch back then, she had no family to care for her and had to rely entirely on herself to get through. For the newly transformed little witches, there was certainly a lack of crucial knowledge in terms of parenting essentials. Thus, besides resigning from her job and preparing to accompany her daughter full-time for the coming year, she also specifically contacted her mother, the current head of the Fanching family, with whom she had communicated for a long time. Her mother had personally raised 38 daughters, all of whom were transformed witches. During the physiological periods of these 38 older sisters, she had accompanied and cared for them as parents to ensure they smoothly passed through their physiological periods. Therefore, her mother was definitely the most knowledgeable one when it came to the physiological periods of witches, and consulting her was certainly the right choice. After seeking advice from her mother, she felt very confident. She believed she could give her daughter the best care, ensuring she safely and happily went through her physiological period. Just now, she had used the methods her mother taught her to check her daughter's integration of spirit and body. There weren't many methods to check, only 3. The first method was to examine her daughter's bodily instincts and physiological responses when facing various situations. the more sensitive and clear these instincts and responses were, the higher the integration level. The second method involved lightly stimulating the soul level to check if corresponding body parts showed any feedback. The more obvious the feedback, the higher the integration level. The first two methods were the safest, but judging the level of integration required very fine observation skills from the witch. Of course, there was also a third method that did not require observational skills. That was to directly infuse magic power into the new little witch's body. The faster and more magic power absorbed, the higher the integration level. This method could also activate the little witch's first increase in total magic power. However, the cost was that doing so could potentially cause the little witch's physiological period to become chaotic and disordered, and as the total magic power increased, the physical pain would also double. Xingyao used the first method, as she was not skilled in soul magic. The conditions for learning and studying soul magic were too harsh, and it had no connection to the star magic she excelled in. Moreover, she was confident in her observational skills. Not bad, not bad. Xingyao gently awakened her daughter from her dazed emotions, slowly saying, "Congratulations, your integration of spirit and body is quite high. Mommy conservatively estimates it to be over 80. So today, Mommy can help you awaken your magical characteristics." How does that sound? Excited? After awakening her magical characteristics, she could start learning magic and contract with stars. Xingyao came to her daughter's side, hugged her tightly, and excitedly rubbed her cheek against her daughter's delicate, smooth, and rosy face. Xingrui didn't speak. She was truly a bit overwhelmed by the overly enthusiastic and affectionate mommy Xingyao. After the excitement calmed down, Xingrui quietly asked, "But I don't have any magic power yet, right? Can I still learn magic without magic power?" "Of course you can." Mommy Xingyao was only slightly taller than Xingrui now, and the two looked more like sisters than mother and daughter. Holding her, Mommy Xingyao flashed and appeared on the lazy sofa by the living room's floor-to-ceiling window. It was only then that Xingrui noticed it was actually snowing heavily outside the window. Everything outside was covered with a thick layer of pure white snow, draping the entire academy in a snowy veil. "It's snowing? The cold wave forecasted has reached us today, but for the sake of your health, let us endure it. We can go out to play in the snow when we have the chance later, okay?" Seeing her daughter's hopeful expression, Xingyao reminded her that it was better not to go outside to ensure her daughter smoothly passed through her physiological period. The dormitory had constant temperature magic, always maintaining a pleasant 26 degrees. Today's cold wave had caused the outside temperature to drop below zero. With such a huge temperature difference between indoors and outdoors, it was better for the newly transformed little witch not to go outside. "Come on, Mommy will guide you to awaken your magical characteristics. As long as your magical trait is none, today Mommy can help you resonate and contract the first star. Are you excited? Happy? How about giving Mommy's face a kiss to show your joy and gratitude?" Looking at Mommy's eager expression, it's as if she could directly write the words "hurry" and "kiss Mommy" on her face. Xingrui cooperatively gave a kiss on Mommy Xingyao's fair face. Then, in the next moment, she was embraced by the excited Mommy and started rubbing her face against her. Xingrui smiled helplessly. Mommy Xingyao really loves to hug her and rub her face against hers. However, this feeling isn't bad at all. Chapter 9. Magic Trait None. 40 minutes later. "Mom, what's wrong, Rui, darling? Do I really have to do this so formally for awakening my magic trait and resonating with my star?" Her mother is preparing to awaken her magic trait and resonate with her first star. She is very happy. She can finally touch the most interesting thing in this world, magic. However, the result is that her mother pulls her back to the bedroom and starts choosing clothes for her from the overflowing wardrobe. Choosing clothes, styling her long hair, and making a hairstyle. Now, Xingrui is wearing the outfit her mother prepared for her after she became a witch yesterday. A white shirt, a black suit jacket, and a red plaid skirt. The long black stockings have been replaced with black pantyhose, and she has even tied a red tie with black and white stripes around her neck. As for her hairstyle, it is neatly arranged, with her burgundy long hair cascading down her back. At the ends of her long hair, her mother has used some magic to create a few strands that resemble turbo duck spirals. The overall hairstyle is similar to the Hershers of Reason from Honkai Impact 3rd, except her spiral ends are smaller, shorter, and more numerous. Let's say 6 turbo ducks in burgundy. Additionally, her mother has deliberately left a strand of long hair on each side of her forehead, letting it fall down her chest with a bit of natural spiral curl. If that's the case, I should be an 8 turbo duck. All right, all done. After finally styling her daughter's perfect hairstyle, Xingyao immediately pulls Xingrui to stand up and adjust the angle of the smart brain for a photo. With a bright smile, she takes a picture with her daughter and sends it to Ruikui. Then, Xingyao answers her daughter's question. Of course, it has to be a bit formal, but not for the awakening of your magic. It's for resonating with your star. Xingyao takes her daughter's hand and leads her to the living room, where they sit together on the lazy sofa. She explains, the process of resonating with a star is two-way. You find a star that suits you, resonate with it, and then make a contract. During this process, the star will resonate with you and then form a contract. Xingyao emphasizes, in this process, you can see what the star looks like, and the star can also see what you look like. If you don't dress up nicely and look messy, the star might dislike you, they might even reject you. It feels like choosing a wife. Xingyao continues her explanation. The power of the star will turn into blessings that feed back into your body or magic or even your mental strength and soul. Moreover, your growth will also bring positive feedback to the star. Therefore, the first star that witches learn star magic with is the most important. The first star is destined to be the one that accompanies you the longest and provides the strongest blessings and feedback. So, you must choose carefully. Xingyao grabs her daughter's hands, intertwining their fingers. Next, we will awaken your magic trait. The awakening of the magic trait is about slightly activating the dormant witch gene, allowing the gene to produce a tiny bit of magic that belongs to you. This activation is extremely subtle. The total amount of magic produced is negligible, so it won't affect your physiological cycle. There's one thing. Seeing that her daughter doesn't seem to want to ask, Xingyao doesn't provide an explanation. That is the fusion degree of spirit and body. The reason the awakening of the magic trait requires a high fusion degree of spirit and body is that the soul is also a key factor in expressing the magic trait differently. There are 3 possibilities for a newborn little witch's magic trait. First, it can be inherited from either of the 2 mothers. In this case, it means the genes of the 2 witch mothers are very dominant. So dominant that the magic must ignore the little witch's soul and produce specific traits based on the witch genes. Furthermore, the little witch's soul will also undergo some changes based on the dominant witch genes to stabilize this dominance. The most representative example is the royal family of the witch empire. The witch genes of the royal family are extremely strong, and all witches in the bloodline inherit the exceptionally powerful special trait of the witch emperor, royal authority. Second, the little witch's soul and witch genes reach a wonderful balance. And under this still unexplained balance, neither the little witch's soul nor the witch genes will reveal their magic traits. In this case, the magic trait of a newborn little witch is referred to as none. Third, if the little witch's soul is very dominant, but the witch genes are not strong enough, the magic trait of the newborn little witch will be dominated by her soul. However, this situation only occurs when both mother's witch genes are not strong enough, or both of their magic traits are none. In this state, the magic trait of the newborn little, which has a high probability of being completely different from both mothers. It could be similar, opposite, or completely unrelated. Xingyao now hopes that her daughter can awaken the nun magic trait. The nun magic trait does not represent weakness or mediocrity. Rather, it signifies versatility and inclusiveness. Witches with the nun magic trait can learn any attribute or type of magic without any rejection. Witches with the nun magic trait are universal beings. They can learn and use any attribute and any type of magic, and their magic can transform into any attribute at any time. Witches with the nun trait are the most popular among the numerous research positions in the empire. Thus, Xingyao hopes her daughter awakens the nun magic trait. This trait is the best for learning star magic. She remembers an elder sister in the star family whose magic trait is annihilation. This trait is very special, allowing her to use any magic with an annihilation effect. Anything that becomes a target of her magic will be directly annihilated into fundamental particles, possessing extremely exaggerated lethality. But it is also this magic trait that prevents her from using any healing or protective magic. A glass cannon, that's what she is. As a member of the Star family, she naturally has to learn star magic, and that elder sister is no exception. However, up until now, this elder sister has not successfully resonated or contracted with any star. Because the stars are afraid. They do not want to resonate and contract with a witch who can annihilate them. So, Rue, darling, you mustn't awaken a magic trait that cannot resonate with stars. Before starting to awaken her daughter's magic trait, Xingyao silently prays to the stars. Although it's daytime, and she cannot see the brilliant stars in the night sky, it doesn't stop her from praying to the stars in the universe. Then, Xingyao officially begins to awaken her daughter's magic trait. Her subtle magic seeps into her daughter's body, slightly stimulating her witch genes. For Xingrui, it feels like holding her mother's hands, closing her eyes, and a tiny warm current surging from her heart, but it disappears in an instant. In its place is her mother's ecstatic expression. She hugs her daughter tightly again. Great! Rue, darling, your magic trait is none. The most suitable trait for learning star magic. Mom will definitely help you choose the strongest and most suitable star resonance contract today. Chapter 10 Help me, great star. Magical characteristic, none. At first, Xingrui felt a bit confused. The magical characteristic none meant that she had no magical characteristic at all. Without a magical characteristic, wasn't she just an ordinary witch without any traits? However, Xingyao had anticipated her daughter's overthinking and immediately began to explain the knowledge about magical characteristics to Xingrui. Once she understood that none did not represent mediocrity, Xingrui felt relieved. So this is what none means. It is universal, all-encompassing, and simply has no inclination. If that's the case, then it's quite good. It means she can learn any magic she's interested in without any reservations. And there won't be any conflicts between her magical characteristic and what she wants to learn. However, to be honest, she felt that what she had just experienced was more like a test rather than an awakening of magical characteristics. It was more like stimulating her witch genes to produce a faint magical power to determine her magical characteristic. Perhaps the witch who named it thought awakening sounded better, more powerful, and cooler? All right, the magical characteristic has been confirmed. So let Mom guide you to resonate and contract with your first star. But before that, we need to properly educate Rue about our starry families, star magic, and history. Next up is a little educational segment from Mama Xingyao. The Starry family is a top-tier witch family in the Witch Empire. Being top-tier means that this witch family is one of the strongest in the Witch Empire. It also signifies that this witch family has made tremendous sacrifices and contributions to the prosperity of the empire. The Starry family is the family that contributed countless achievements for the previous witch empress during the expansion of territories. This is related to the magic learned and inherited by the Starry family. Star magic, a special magic that resonates with the stars in the universe to gain blessings and enhancements. Under the leadership of the previous witch empress during the period of territorial expansion, the Witch Empire was feared by surrounding civilizations and was referred to as a natural disaster due to its powerful strength and terrifying war capabilities. At that time, the Empire was the enemy of most civilizations in the Milky Way. The former Empress looked down on the situation and led her army to conquer and eliminate many hostile civilizations. During that time, the Starry family played a crucial role, protecting the home and defending the family. While the former Empress was fighting outside, the homeland was attacked, making it difficult to provide immediate support. But the existence of the Starry family allowed the former Empress to fight bravely on the front lines without any worries. The stars resonated with the witches of the Starry family, connecting the stars' perceptions with the witches' consciousness. This is one of the blessings given to the contractors by the stars, allowing witches to perceive the environment of the stars and the state of the stars themselves. It enables witches to have a deeper understanding and knowledge of the power given by the stars, becoming more skilled in controlling it. This perception led many witches from the Starry family to form contracts with the stars and the surrounding star systems of the Empire's border territories, creating a massive perception barrier. All fleets and creatures that appeared near the contracted stars could not escape the witches' perception. Because of this, The Star Witches left behind in the main camp were subject to assassination attacks from all forces that hated the Empire. Even though the witches of the family were strong enough, they faced numerous and diverse assassination attacks from various civilizations. By the time the former Empress completed her great achievements in territorial expansion, the Starry family had fallen from thousands of prosperous family members to a plight of fewer than 100 members. Furthermore, after the war ended, hostile civilizations continued to carry out high-frequency assassination and suicide attacks against the Starry family. In the end, the Starry family had no choice but to migrate to the capital of the Empire, which Star, to live under the protection of the royal family. This is also the reason why Xingyao's mother, the current head of the Starry family, has been continuously adopting children and raising them to become witches. Mama Xingyao is the first witch child born through natural pregnancy in the family. She's also the 39th daughter of the family head. After the history education, it's time for the education on star magic. In fact, there are only 3 types of star magic. The first magic is to imprint one's spirit and soul as a magical record, and then transform it into a special wave that spreads out. This wave cannot be captured or identified by any existing instruments or magic, but can be recognized and captured by the stars of the universe. The second magic is the contract magic with the stars. By using the first magic to spread the wave that imprints one's spiritual and soul characteristics, if a star likes you, it will resonate in response. The response will contain specific information from the resonating star, and with this information as a target, one can use contract magic to achieve a resonance contract with the star. After the contract is completed, the witch resonating with the star will receive the star's blessing. This blessing could be a strengthening of certain aspects of the body, multiple aspects, or overall enhancement. It could be enhancements in magical power, mental strength, or soul aspects. It might also be a special passive ability that amplifies attributes like luck, fortune, and destiny. The third magic is the most commonly used magic by the Star Witches. Its name is, help me, Great Star? Xing Rui twitched the corners of her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Is this really the name of the magic? Yes, what do you think? Isn't the name of this magic very straightforward and simple? Mama Xingyao mischievously winked her right eye and said mysteriously, when encountering an opponent or enemy one cannot defeat, all you need to do is shout to the star you're contracted with, help me, Great Star. No star can ignore the plea of a cute girl, especially for little witches like you who have just been born and have a magical characteristic of none. Mom, please don't say that. Really, don't say it. At this moment, Xing Rui's heart could no longer hold back. Why does your description make the stars sound like some kind of perverted big sisters who specifically watch over newly born little witches like her? Now, let's resonate and contract with your first star. Xing Rui calmed her strange emotions and asked herself what she should do. It's very simple. Just cooperate with Mom. Xingyao released her hand, gathered magical power at the tip of her index finger, and began to draw the first resonance magic circle of star magic in the air. Next, Mom will use magic to imprint your spirit and soul characteristics into the magic circle and spread it out. Just wait a moment, and a star will respond to you. Then, Mom will guide you step by step to draw the contract magic circle and make the contract. The outer layer of the magic circle drawn by Xingyao was very complex, and the number of lines and patterns made Xing Rui feel a bit overwhelmed. She couldn't help but worry if this was really a magic she could learn. It looked so complicated, let alone drawing it. Even memorizing it seemed very difficult. However, the inner layer of the magic circle was surprisingly simple. It was a kind of ornate script different from any language in Xing Rui's memory. Mom, what is this writing? It's the language of the stars. Xingyao shook her head, and you'll learn it when you enter university. The language of the stars is a very important subject in witch astrology, and even if you don't choose to take this subject, it's still a required course for all witches. Just like the math you studied in school before, it's a compulsory subject. At this moment, Xingyao suddenly remembered something and said to her daughter with a mischievous smile, that's right. After entering university, math is still a required course. If you want to learn magic well, math is very important. Xing Rui remained expressionless and could only say it was to be expected. Even if she has crossed over to another world, math is still a compulsory subject in university. Chapter 11. Gem Dragon meet fried rice moments later. After completing the drawing of the magic array, Xing Yao gently tapped the center of the array with her slender finger. The next second, the magic array vanished without a trace. After finishing all this, Xing Yao immediately embraced her daughter, gently saying, "All right, now we just need to wait until evening. The spread of the wave is very fast, but to cover our galaxy, it will take at least half a day. As for now, let's eat." Xing Yao took out a lunchbox from her storage space and handed it to Xing Rui, along with chopsticks and a spoon. Xing Rui blinked, and suddenly, her stomach let out a deafening growl, as if expressing strong dissatisfaction and anger at her realization of hunger only now. The loud growl did not stop, but continued to echo. Just then, Xing Yao handed her a cup of warm water. Now, she was feeling both hungry and thirsty. Xing Rui admired herself for waking up after a 14-hour sleep, and instead of going to the bathroom, washing up, and then drinking water and eating, she first awakened her magical properties and listened to her mother explain the history of the star family and star magic. I need to go to the bathroom first," Xing Rui said, blushing, and quickly ran out of the living room towards the bathroom. 10 minutes later, she returned to the living room, picked up the lunchbox on the table, and began to enjoy her lunch amidst the roaring sounds from her stomach. At the moment she opened the lunchbox, Xing Yao suddenly appeared in front of her with a flash. Squinting her eyes and smiling as she explained, "This is the meal I got from the cafeteria. Just make do with it for now. Someone from the academy will come to deliver fresh ingredients in the afternoon. In the afternoon, let me show you our awesome cooking skills." "Great. I'm really looking forward to my mom's cooking." Xing Rui smiled, expressing her anticipation. In this family, all 3 members could cook, and each had a different cooking style. Her mother, Rui Chui, was best at making cold dishes and stir-frying on high heat. Xing Yao was most skilled at making soups and various broths. As for her, due to her past life experiences, she was quite versatile, proficient in stir-frying, boiling, and stewing. However, her skills were at a chicken feed level compared to her mother and mom's areas of expertise. Therefore, she mostly provided ingredient combinations for Chinese cuisine, which her 2 mothers would replicate with similar ingredients. Thus, Xing Rui was very curious about the food in the cafeteria of the Young Witch Academy. How delicious could the cafeteria food be? As she lifted the lid of the lunchbox, what Xing Rui saw was not the 3 dishes and a soup she had imagined, or 2 dishes and a soup, or 3 dishes without soup. Instead, it was a box of fried rice in a dazzling combination of red, blue, and gold. Fried rice? Why is there blue in the fried rice? She could understand the red and gold, but why blue? Is it blueberry? Seeing her daughter's confusion, Xing Yao kindly explained from the side. "Those colors are the meat of the gem dragon." "Gem dragon?" Xing Rui was puzzled. "Is it a precious beast? A rainbow dragon?" The gem dragon is a rare ingredient, whose primary effect is to enhance the physical quality of witches, especially in terms of boosting immunity. Although the physical quality of new witches improves during their physiological period as their magical power increases, there are too many bacteria and viruses in the universe that can easily breach the fragile immunity of young witches in the early stages. The meat of the gem dragon not only enhances the physical quality of young witches, but also significantly boosts their immunity. Xing Yao patted Xing Rui's little head and said, "You can think of the gem dragon's meat as a vaccine. Eating it will help enhance your immunity." "That's amazing." Xing Rui immediately scooped a spoonful of fried rice into her mouth. The dragon meat looked crystal clear, like a gem, but its texture was like tender beef, while its flavor resembled chicken. The texture of beef and the taste of chicken made the dragon meat quite peculiar. But strange as it was, the flavor was genuinely fantastic. The fried rice was very refreshing and not greasy. Just one bite made Xing Rui completely fall in love with this dish. She didn't even check her smart brain, focusing entirely on enjoying the fried rice in front of her. She was also curious about whether the deliciousness of the fried rice came from the chef's superior skills or from the gem dragon's meat. Xing Yao also supplemented a small piece of knowledge that she had just forgotten to mention. The breeding difficulty of the gem dragon is not high. One could even say it is very easy to raise. Therefore, there is large-scale breeding of gem dragons on any habitable planet within the Empire. However, the gem dragon's fertility rate is very low, which leads to a limited annual output despite the large-scale breeding within the Empire. Thus, under the orders of the Witch Empress, all gem dragon production is prioritized for the Young Witch Academy within the Empire. In the coming year, Xing Rui would frequently enjoy gem dragon meat. Moreover, there are many rare ingredients similar to gem dragon meat. This year would become the best year for Xing Rui's dining experience. As for university, that would all depend on herself. As for why, originally, Xing Yao was prepared to explain, but just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Xing Yao stood up to open the door, and Xing Rui curiously tilted her body to peek at the dormitory door at the end of the hallway. Is it her mother? When Xing Yao opened the door, she saw a strange witch. This unfamiliar witch was cloaked in a large black robe, giving Xing Rui the bizarre feeling of someone wearing a sleeve blanket. However, this witch revealed her face. Like all witches, she had a delicate and beautiful appearance, carrying the unique charm of a mature woman with short azure hair, a rare hair color similar to cyan. She smiled at Xing Yao and said, "Good afternoon, Miss Xing Yao. I am Li Dia, a teacher at the Young Witch Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you." Saying this, she took out an artifact resembling Marvel's space cube and handed it to Xing Yao, saying, "Your daughter, Xing Rui, has been assigned to my class. This space cube contains the fresh ingredients you ordered from the academy, as well as the textbooks prepared for Xing Rui, allowing her to preview and familiarize herself in advance. Wish you and Xing Rui have a pleasant experience at the academy." Xing Yao took the space cube from the witch named Li Dia, who would be Xing Rui's homeroom teacher for the coming year, and smiled. "Thank you, Teacher Li. I will ensure she studies well. Please take care." After closing the door, Xing Yao returned to the dining table and placed the square crystal that resembled the Marvel space cube on the table. She grinned at her daughter. "Fresh ingredients have arrived. I can make you something delicious this afternoon." Okay. Xing Rui also heard that the square crystal contained textbooks for her future classes. "I'm really curious. What will the Young Witch Academy teach? Will there be magic?" Chapter 12. The Golden Torch in the Dark, I Don't Understand. Xing Rui flipped through the required reading books sent by her homeroom teacher, Li Dia, with a confused expression. "No magic." Xing Rui looked at her mother, hoping that Xing Yao could provide her with an answer. "No, there isn't." Xing Yao shook her head, and Xing Rui glanced again at the textbooks on her desk. History, mathematics, moral education, law, for subjects, but no magic. Isn't she a witch? Why would a witch not learn magic at school and instead study these 4 subjects? Mathematics is understandable. Her mother said that mathematics is an absolute must even in university. Many magical practices require a solid foundation in mathematics to master. History, well, that makes sense. She herself has only a vague understanding of the history of the Witch Empire. After coming to this world, she hasn't really learned much about the history of the Witch Empire, and it's likely that many little witches are in the same boat. But why moral education and law? Especially law, a subject that should appear in university. Why is it taught in the Young Witches Academy? Why? Because it's unnecessary. Xing Yao smiled at her daughter, saying that she could teach her magic, including stellar magic, elemental magic, and mental magic. Xing Rui pursed her red lips. To be honest, knowing that she wouldn't be able to learn magic at the academy for the next year made her a bit disappointed. Even though her mother could teach her magic, it still couldn't completely make up for her current disappointment. "All right, my little Rui, don't feel down about such a small matter." Xing Yao hugged her beloved daughter, and Xing Rui embraced her mother, burying her face in her mother's chest to express her little inner frustration. After that, Xing Yao explained to her beloved daughter why the Young Witches Academy doesn't teach magic. It's not that they can't or don't want to teach it, but rather that it's unnecessary. The new little witches will only stay at the Young Witches Academy for a year, while the fastest graduating witches in university will spend at least 20 years there. Some witches, in pursuit of magic, can stay for hundreds of years or even a lifetime. Therefore, there is no need to feel sad about not having access to magic for this 1 year. Moreover, regardless of their identity, status, or strength, the parents of little witches will, to some extent, teach their daughters some magic during this year. The Young Witches Academy has its reasons for doing so. Research conducted by the first witch in the history of the Witch Empire, who recognized the importance of education and dedicated her life to studying educational policies. Known as the Teaching Witch, indicates that after transformation, the psychological age of new little witches tends to decrease to varying degrees, which is strongly correlated with their transformed physique. Additionally, New little witches are born with hopes and expectations for the world of witches. The following year is the best time to educate and cultivate the new little witches to develop good and excellent values and morals. Whether in the Young Witches Academy or in university, there's a saying that constantly reminds witches, powerful strength can only be used for the right purposes under the guidance of good and superior morals. Throughout the history of the empire, all recorded cases of which crimes involved individuals with distorted values and corrupt moral character. Xing Rui found this explanation convincing. There were similar cautionary sayings in her previous life. Power has no inherent good or evil. It is the wielder of power who does. Moreover, Xing Rui had indeed noticed changes within herself. After becoming a witch, many of her behaviors had become more feminine, and for some reason, she often felt an impulse to dive into her mother's warm and gentle embrace, wanting to stay there and not leave. However, Xing Rui managed to control herself with her relatively good self-discipline, but her mother frequently offered her hugs. As for the decline in psychological age, well, she didn't feel any decrease at all. Xing Rui thought that her current figure and height should be fairly in line with the normal level of a 16-year-old beautiful girl. Now, her physique had begun to reveal the superior genes of her two mothers, especially her chest. At just 16 years old, she was already a C-cup. Although she was only 1.55 meters tall, her mother was only 1.65 meters, and her other mother, Rui Chui, was 1.85 meters tall, taller than many men from her previous life. Averaging out her future self, she should be around 1.7 meters, right? Then, my little Rui, you can look at your books in your room for now. Mommy will go prepare dinner, and later tonight, I'll help you contract with the stars. Hee. Our daughter is really popular. Just a little while ago, several hundred stars responded, wanting to resonate and contract with you. But there's no rush. Tonight, Mommy will help you find the strongest star. After soothing her daughter's emotions, Xing Yao kissed her beloved daughter's face. Our daughter must contract with the best and strongest star. With that, Xing Yao let her go, vanished with a flash to the kitchen, retrieved the ingredients she had ordered for dinner from the spatial cube, and began preparing the meal. Xing Rui, on the other hand, thought about reading a novel as she flipped through the textbook in her hands. After enjoying the delicious soup dish prepared by her mother with care, it wasn't long before it was deep into the night. In the dormitory's living room, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Xing Yao held her daughter, Xing Rui, as they sat on the large, lazy sofa. Tonight, there were no clouds in the sky, and the stunning night sky, sprinkled with countless shining stars, unfolded before them. Xing Yao had already selected two very special stars. The first star was a brilliant golden star. Its surface was constantly ablaze with scorching golden flames. Beneath the golden flames that enveloped the entire planet, molten lava, equally radiant as gold, flowed on the surface. The flames, burning like a torch, transformed into a striking golden light that illuminated the entire galaxy. Indeed, the entire galaxy. Xing Yao had discovered this by accident. This golden star was incredibly far away from their planet. Yet, at this moment, mother and daughter were able to see it shining brightly among the stars with the naked eye. Out of curiosity, before this moment, Xing Yao had conducted various observations and even contacted friends on the outskirts of the galaxy for observation. She then realized that the star's light could be clearly observed even at the edge of the galaxy. Hence, it was described as a torch, and it was, in the absolute darkness, the only burning torch. Xing Rui felt a strong sense of déjà vu from her mother's specific description, but she couldn't remember why. The reason Xing Yao chose this star was certainly not just because of its torch-like brilliance. It was strong, very, very strong. It was the strongest star that Xing Yao had seen in many years. This perfectly matched the criteria for selecting the first resonant contract star for her daughter. Powerful, extremely powerful. A powerful star, once contracted, could bring great blessings to her daughter, and her daughter could borrow the star's immense strength through the magic of the contract. Moreover, her daughter's growth would also make this star even stronger. A stronger star would mean that her daughter's blessings and borrowed powers would also be greater. Chapter 13. Numbers or XP? That is the question. And what about the second star? Mom. The first star gave her a strong sense of déjà vu, for some reason. but she couldn't quite recall what this feeling corresponded to. However, since Mom said it was strong, very strong, it must be the best choice. But Xing Rui still wanted to hear about the second star that her mother had selected. The second star, Xing Yao's expression was somewhat strange. To be honest, it wasn't as strong as the first golden star, but it was persistent. Persistent? Yes. Xing Yao's mother nodded and pointed out the location of that second star in the night sky. It was a pink star hanging high on the right side of her view. The light emitted by the pink star was not as brilliant and dazzling as the first golden star, but it was very attractive. After all, it was the first time Xing Rui had seen a star that emitted pink light. Ever since she resonated with me, she had been sending messages every few minutes asking about your situation and why you hadn't come to make a contract with her yet. Huh? Wait a minute, Mom. Did you say she? In the language of the Witch Empire, the words for male he, female she, and it, or they are all different. This is why Xing Rui could sense the different way her mother referred to the stars. Yes, she. She calls herself a colorful pink fairy. And her favorite thing is to make contracts with cute and beautiful girls, providing them with meticulous help and care. Xing Rui's expression instantly became extremely exciting. Xing Yao's mother felt puzzled by her daughter's suddenly strange expression. What's wrong? Mom, could you repeat what you just said about her? Of course. Xing Yao recounted what the pink star had called herself, and then remarked, It's strange. This is the first time I've heard a star refer to itself as a fairy and she. Usually, they use it for the stars. They don't have a sense of gender. She hui compositive self. She probably understood what that star was about now. Hey, look, she's messaging me again. Do you want to hear it? Xing Yao hugged her daughter, touching her forehead to her daughter's forehead. The next second, a familiar girl's voice echoed in Xing Rui's mind. Hey, hey, hey. 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey, hey. 1, 2, 3. No response at all. Just leaving a cute girl hanging. That's so heartless. Hey, hey, hey. Are you still there? Hey, hey, hey. So sad. Does that mean I'm making the cute girls dislike me? Alicia. It must be Alicia. While Xing Rui was excited, she also felt confused. Why does Alicia exist in this world? Why did Alicia become a star? If Alicia is here, then do other heroes from Honkai 3 exist in this universe too? In the form of stars? Since Honkai 3 is here, then what about Star Rail or Genshin? How about resonating and making a contract with a star god? For example, a guardian or wisdom. Joy wouldn't be unacceptable either. How about resonating and making a contract with foreshadows? Preferably Ishtar or Rona, one being a lazy and playful girl, and the other a tsundere cute doll-faced girl. Seeing her daughter gradually becoming excited, Xing Yao uncertainly asked, Do you really like the second star? Huh? Xing Rui was taken aback, then immediately nodded without hesitation. Yes. I like it. I like it very much. However, Mom doesn't seem to recommend her. Why is that? Xing Rui could certainly sense her mother's helplessness in her words. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Yao replied, It's mainly about power. Stars like this lively one are extremely rare. Many stars might not even say a word for hundreds of years after making a contract. Having such a lively star as a companion is also a very good choice. However, there's still that question. Compared to the first star, her power is far inferior. Xing Yao's mother had a conflicted expression. In the end, she left the choice to her daughter. You decide, my dear Rui. Do you want to resonate and make a contract with a very powerful star? Or with that lively and cute star? Xing Yao suddenly seemed to remember something and emphasized, By the way, although that lively star's power is weak compared to the first star, in fact, her power is still much stronger than other stars that respond to you. She is the second strongest. So if you choose the second star, that's fine too after all. It's not that the second star is too weak, but rather that the first star's power is just too strong, exceeding common sense. Xing Yao just wanted to emphasize that her reason for not choosing the second star was not because the other was weak, but because when she looked at the first star, all she saw were 2 words. Numbers, so she left the choice to her daughter to decide. Mom. Xing Rui tilted her head slightly. Can I have them both? Xing Rui found it strange. Why did she have to choose one? Couldn't she just make contracts with 2 stars consecutively? No, absolutely not. Xing Yao immediately interrupted her daughter's outrageous idea. Resonating and making a contract with a star. After receiving its blessing, Your body and soul need time to adapt to the blessings it gives you. Most importantly, if you make contracts with 2 stars in a row, and if the 2 parties don't get along, it might lead to a big fight using you as a medium. Xing Yao seriously warned, "Remember, daughter, it is us who want to contract with the stars to become stronger, not the stars. In the history of the star family, there have been witches with your kind of thinking, and without exception, they ended up becoming permanently disabled in body and nearly obliterated in consciousness due to the conflicts between 2 stars. You must not do that. Do you understand?" Xing Yao nervously nodded. "I see. Then, Mom, I choose the first star." Xing Rui also had her own plans in mind. Alicia likes her so much and wants to make a contract with her. But the first star is so much about the numbers so strong. It would be a pity to miss out. So, she would first contract with that golden star, and when she could contract with the second star, she would contract with Alicia then. By the way, Mom, after I contract with the first star, can I always keep in touch with the second star? She likes me so much. If I can keep in touch, then when I'm able to contract with the second star, I can immediately make a contract with her, right? Xing Yao thought for a moment and hesitantly said, "It's possible, but I'm afraid the power of the first star is too strong, and you will need a long time to adapt. If during this time she is unwilling to wait, she might give up on contracting with you. Let's give it a try, Mom." Xing Rui said firmly, "If possible, please let me communicate with her." Seeing her daughter so determined, Xing Yao nodded in agreement. "All right. So do you want to communicate first or contract first?" "Let's communicate first." Xing Rui was ready. Let them begin. Chapter 14, Ga. I don't want to go to Warhammer 40K. Are you ready? Xing Rui nodded, actively pressing her forehead against her mother's, and softly said, "Let's begin, Mom." "All right. Mom won't eavesdrop on your conversation, so feel free to communicate boldly." With that, Xing Yao became a relay for communication, connecting to the pink star that called itself the Pink Fairy. The first thing Xing Rui said was straightforward, getting right to the point without pretense. "Nice to meet you, Sister Elysia." Whether it was due to a delay or being suddenly called by her true name, Elysia did not reply immediately. "Oh my, it turns out I know such a cute little one. Hello, my name is Elysia. I am a girl as vibrant and colorful as flying flowers. Can you tell me your name, lovely girl?" Indeed, it was truly Elysia. "My name is Xing Rui." Xing Rui, is it the flower in the starry sky? This name must contain your mother's expectations for you, hoping you'll grow into a flower blooming among the brilliant stars. What a wonderful name. I really like your name. Do you like mine? Isaiah. Do you like it? Elysia's cheerful tone made Xing Rui feel very comfortable. I like it. I like it the most. Oh my, such a straightforward affection. It makes me shy. Too. Xing Rui could even imagine Elysia blushing on the other end of the line. Okay, well then, Sister Xing Rui, since we both like each other so much, let's sign a contract and become magical girls. I will give you my all as a blessing, making you the most beautiful and lovely girl in the world. Faced with Elysia's offer of all, Xing Rui's heart fluttered, but she still held back and replied helplessly, "I'm sorry. I can't sign a contract with you." Xing Rui could sense the shock and surprise in Elysia's tone. "Why not? Sister Xing Rui, we clearly like each other. Isn't signing a contract a natural thing?" "I'm sorry, Elysia. The reason I can't sign a contract with you is because..." Xing Rui explained about the existence of the golden star that radiated light throughout the galaxy, as well as the importance of the first star in the contract as a star witch, revealing everything without reservation to Elysia. Just as Elysia had said earlier, she was willing to give her all as a blessing. Xing Rui also unreservedly shared all her thoughts and the existence of that golden star with Elysia. After understanding the reason, Elysia, out of curiosity, extended her perception and quickly captured the striking golden light. Using the golden light, she swiftly located that star. Just as Elysia, curious, wanted to test it out, a cold and indifferent deep voice rang in her ear. "What? Are you unconvinced?" In the next moment, Elysia's probing touch was directly shattered, and at that moment, she felt very clearly the unfathomable darkness hidden beneath the brilliant golden light of the other party. That power and darkness were absolutely beyond her reach. After personally feeling the gap between them, Elysia's tone became somewhat bitter. "So that's how it is. No wonder Sister Xing Rui is unwilling to give her first to someone else. Turns out she's a firm strength party. In Alicia's tone, besides bitterness, there was also a hint of slight disappointment and sadness. Xing Rui immediately comforted her. I can give you my second. Xing Rui explained the rules of the contract and her situation in detail, mentioning that she was just a little witch. It might take a long time to adapt to such a powerful star, so she wanted to ask. But before Xing Rui could finish, Alicia abruptly interrupted. It's okay. I said, it's okay, I forgive you, Sister Xing Rui. Then I'll accept your second. Promise me, your second must belong to me. And you can't be fickle and sign a contract with other stars. Before that, I will wait for you, always, until you can sign that contract with me. But don't make me wait too long, okay? Remember to chat with me more. It's really boring being alone in this lonely starry sky. The problem was thus resolved. Xing Rui was sure that Alicia must have tested the power of that golden star and realized the huge gap between herself and it. Coupled with her unreserved honesty and sincerity, she gained Alicia's understanding and forgiveness, making her willing to wait for her. So, after lifting her head from her mother's embrace, Xing Rui didn't immediately sign a contract with that golden star. Instead, she asked her mother if there was a way to chat with the pink star anytime and anywhere. Such a small matter was naturally not difficult for the formidable Xing Yao. After inscribing a complex and profound magic circle on the back of Xing Rui's right hand, Xing Rui was able to establish a chat link with Alicia, and it was a link without delay. There was no time restriction either. They could chat day or night. After confirming that the communication link was stable, Xing Yao began preparing for her daughter's contract with the Golden Star. From here on, she could not act on her behalf, as the contract magic had to be used by the individual. Therefore, Xing Yao held her daughter's hand, simply outputting magical power, gathering it at her daughter's fingertips, allowing Xing Rui to slowly draw the contract magic according to her guidance. As it was Xing Rui's first attempt at drawing the magic circle, she was not very skilled. Even with her mother's guidance, she failed many times. After numerous failures and efforts, with encouragement from her mother and sister Alicia, Xing Rui finally completed the drawing of the complete contract magic circle after 3 hours. Finally successful, Xing Rui let out a long breath and immediately leaned into her mother's embrace. I did it. It was so hard. This contract magic circle is so difficult to draw. I have to practice more in the future. I can't take several hours to draw a circle every time I contract with a star. Come on, my little Xing Rui. Keep going. Let's finish it in one go. Xing Yao encouraged. Once you start, you must keep going. You can't stop now. Doing it all at once is the best. Xing Rui nodded and raised her slightly sore arm again, starting to write the star language that represented her spirit and soul characteristics on the magic circle. This part of the language was much simpler compared to the complex and profound magic circle before. After 3 failures, Xing Rui completed the writing. In the next moment, as the other party of the contract, the Golden Star also wrote down its representative language on the magic circle. When Xing Rui saw the language written by the Golden Star, she was stunned. Rather than being a language, it was more like a symbol she was all too familiar with, the emblem of a soaring double-headed eagle. At that moment, the strong sense of DJ Vu Xing Rui had previously was suddenly completed. The golden light in the darkness, like a torch. The soaring double-headed eagle emblem. Warhammer 40K. So this golden star is. The contract magic circle was established. A torrent of golden power surged into Xing Rui's body from the channel of the contract like a flood. This was its blessing. The blessing from the Emperor of mankind. The frail little which immediately fainted under the torrent of this overwhelming power. Before losing consciousness, the last thought that flashed through Xing Rui's mind was, having signed a contract with the Emperor, does that mean? No, I don't want to go to Warhammer 40K. Chapter 15. Burning away all human enemies. When Xing Rui woke up from her coma, it was already the next morning. After waking up, Xing Rui curled up and quietly leaned against her mother Xing Yao's embrace. At first, she instinctively stretched her petite body like a little cat. This action caught Xing Yao's attention, and she reached out to press her hand against her daughter's forehead, checking her temperature. The fever has gone down. That's great. Hui. How does your body feel? Is there any discomfort? Her mother's concern puzzled Xing Rui. No, Mom. A fever? Did I have a fever after passing out last night? Right? Did I faint after the contract with the Golden Star? What happened afterward? Xing Yao gently patted her daughter's head. Get up first, Rui. The situation is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you slowly once you're up. Xing Rui grew increasingly curious. What exactly happened after she fainted following her contract with the Emperor? After getting up and changing into a loose home-style princess nightgown, she washed her face and brushed her teeth. Her mother also used a special essential oil to care for her hair, claiming it prevented split ends and dryness, and had nurturing properties. Next came breakfast. It was quite simple. Steamed buns, corn porridge, and a plate of pickled radish. The filling in the buns was made from gemstone dragon meat. It seemed that for a long time to come, most of the meat she would eat would be gemstone dragon meat. However, the taste and texture of this meat were quite good. Eating it every day shouldn't be too monotonous. After breakfast, her mother began to recount what happened last night. After completing the contract with the Golden Star, Xing Rui was overwhelmed by the powerful blessing it bestowed, causing her to faint. Upon fainting, her body temperature rose, which worried her mother as it seemed like a fever. As for the blessing, it manifested as burning golden flames. After the blessing, power entered her body. Xing Yao checked and confirmed that her daughter's physical quality and strength had not changed. Therefore, it could be inferred that the enhancement from the golden flames was likely related to her spirit or soul. The fever might have been a rejection reaction caused by the foreign power strengthening her spirit or soul, but fortunately, it wasn't very severe. Next, Xing Yao taught her daughter a special mental magic. This magic allowed her to introspect her own mental sea. Every witch's spiritual consciousness is like an ocean. Through this mental magic, she could observe her mental sea and confirm whether the golden flames had strengthened her spiritual power. This mental magic was simple and did not require a magic circle. Xing Rui succeeded on her first attempt and saw her mental sea. It was just an ordinary small lake, without any gold or flames. This proved that the enhancement brought by the golden flames was related to her soul. This left Xing Yao somewhat troubled. The only soul magic she had learned was a detection spell to check whether any foreign substances had infiltrated her own soul. As for other soul magics, she was completely clueless. Rui Chui was the same. None of their family specialized in soul magic. But just as Xing Yao was feeling troubled, a ball of golden flame suddenly appeared in Xing Rui's hand. Xing Yao was stunned, while Xing Rui seemed to have found a new toy and began to play with it. The flame in her hand started to take on various shapes under her control, transforming into ropes that she juggled. It became a yo-yo, and she played a few tricks with it. It morphed into a small handgun, shooting out bullets that burned with golden flames. It even transformed into a chainsaw sword, roaring and vibrating at her command. Xing Yao stared blankly at the golden flame as it danced in her daughter's hands. Shaking her head vigorously, she exclaimed, Rui, what is this? It's a blessing. Xing Rui blinked and replied, the Emperor's blessing, and he left me the method to use the flames. This is a flame specifically for attacking souls, especially effective against heretics, aberrations, and chaos. Xing Yao was bewildered. What do you mean by heretics, aberrations, and chaos? Enemies of humanity. Xing Hui nodded confidently. Yes. The Emperor said that any enemy of humanity can be classified into these three categories. Then, her daughter shocked her again. By the way, Mom, I can contract a second star now. The Emperor said so. Xing Yao instinctively swallowed hard. Rui, you call that golden star? The Emperor? Yes. That's how it refers to itself. Xing Yao's heart raced. Why did she feel that her daughter had contracted an extraordinary star? The title Emperor. Could it be a star formed by the combined essences of all the deceased witch emperors throughout the history of the Witch Empire? The magical properties of royalty also manifested in gold. If this were true, then the golden star could indeed explain its immense power. A star formed by the will and souls of all the witch emperors would possess terrifyingly strong power, radiating golden light that illuminates the galaxy under the royalty trait. As for aberrations, heretics, and chaos, they likely referred to all the enemies of the Witch Empire. After all, in the vast galaxy, only the Witch Empire consisted of humans. All others were humanoid beings or simply non-human, non-carbon-based life forms. To her surprise, her daughter had contracted such a remarkable star. Xing Yao felt a wave of anxiety, unsure whether this was a good or bad thing. Mom? Mom? Xing Rui's calls brought Xing Yao back to reality from her worries. She smiled at her daughter's concerned gaze and gently stroked her soft cheek. Mama's fine, just thinking about some things. But are you sure you can really contract a second star? Yes. Xing Rui nodded firmly. The Emperor said it's okay. It has no hostility toward that pink star and allows me to contract it if I want. Is it still in contact with you? Is it communicating with you? Xing Yao was curious. Did the Emperor just tell her daughter this? No, it was mentioned in the information it left in my mind beforehand. It also said that contracting the second star now would be very beneficial for me. In fact, the Emperor left another message, but Xing Rui didn't want to share it. The Emperor said that it was too weak and urged her to become stronger quickly, even setting a goal for herself, to fully master all the powers granted by the Emperor's blessing within a year. The reward would be a blessing of strength for the next stage. For Xing Rui, as long as she didn't have to go to Warhammer 40K, everything else was negotiable. Seeing her mother in a daze, Xing Rui asked, "So, Mom, is it okay to contract the second star during the day?" "Yes." Xing Yao nodded. There are no time restrictions on contracting stars. It's mostly done at night to see the star's light and position. Xing Yao continued to guide her daughter in drawing the contract magic circle. She didn't think her daughter would completely remember the contract magic circle from last night. It had taken her a good half a month to memorize it completely, and she had practiced for a full 6 months to draw it without mistakes and succeed on the first try. Soon, the contract magic circle was completed, but at the first second of its operation, her mother gasped in surprise. It rejected it? How could it reject it? Xing Yao's expression suddenly turned frantic. What's going on? Didn't we agree on this? Why did it suddenly reject it? Could it be that my daughter was deceived? It wasn't uncommon for stars to deceive. There had been witches in the history of the Xing family who had been tricked by stars, but overall, it was still very rare. Looking at the contract array that dissipated due to the other's rejection, Xing Yao felt very sad. She was about to comfort her daughter not to be upset while stroking her daughter's head when Xing Rui suddenly looked up and said, "Let's do it tonight, Mom." The pink star said she was preparing a gift and wasn't ready yet. She would wait until the gift was ready before making the contract with her. Xing Yao had a strange expression. Why were the stars her daughter contracted with getting weirder? One was a golden star that seemed to be a fusion of the will and souls of all the deceased witch emperors throughout history. The other was a lively and cute one that called itself a fairy and specifically prepared gifts for its contractors, refusing to contract until the gift was ready. Suddenly, Xing Yao became curious. In the future, would the third star her daughter contracted also be as special as these two? Chapter 16. The socially awkward lowly and the controlling mother. The contract with Alicia has to wait until night. I must say, Xing Rui has indeed been stirred with a strong curiosity. A gift. What kind of gift is it? This leads to the fact that with about 6 hours until night, Xing Rui can't concentrate on the textbook in front of her at all. Her mind is filled with the gift Alicia is preparing. What could it be? What kind of gift could take Alicia an entire afternoon to prepare? I really want to know. Being kept in suspense like this is so uncomfortable. Xing Rui shakes her head, realizing that she won't be able to focus on her work or reading this afternoon. But perhaps she can do something else. For example, write a novel. However, when she thinks about writing a novel, she recalls the thought conversion device she ordered. A glance at her smart brain shows that it's great. There are still 7 days until shipment, and surprisingly, the shipping location is not her planet, but the imperial capital, Witch Star. How wonderful! Even if she takes the express train from Witch Star to her planet, it will take a week. The earliest she can get the device is in half a month. So should she continue typing and writing novels the traditional way? Forget it. Let's just relax. Curling up her legs and relaxing her whole body against the lazy sofa, she feels this isn't too bad at all. A long, comfortable afternoon nap, and she'll wake up just in time for dinner. However, someone has a different idea. Rui, darling. Her mother's voice calls from the living room. Xing Rui reluctantly moves her body and lazily calls back, "What is it, Mom?" "A guest has come. Hurry out and meet your cute little classmate." Xing Rui blinks. Classmate? In the end, she gets up, tidies her nightgown, and gives her long hair a simple brush. She walks slowly out of her room, curious about the cute little classmate her mother mentioned. Upon entering the living room, Xingrui's gaze immediately locks onto the so-called cute little classmate her mother mentioned. Because she is indeed very small. She might only be 2 meters tall, about the height of a panda. The slight rise on her chest is hardly comparable to Xingrui, who has already reached a C-cup size. The other girl's features are delicate and cute, with naturally curly light golden hair and a pair of ocean blue, clear eyes. Plus, she is wearing a pure white princess-style nightgown, similar to what Xingrui has. What a cute foreign loli. At this moment, the loli's face is filled with nervousness, her small hands anxiously intertwining, constantly fiddling with her fingers or palms. When she meets Xingrui's gaze, her face stiffens, and after 3 seconds, she turns in terror and hugs her mother, not daring to maintain eye contact with Xingrui. Xingrui suddenly feels a bit awkward. This loli seems to be quite timid. She also remembers what her mother mentioned yesterday about the phenomenon of a decrease in psychological age after becoming a witch. This little loli is probably the most typical example of that. All right, no bun pie. Don't be so shy. No bun pie's mother gently strokes her daughter's little head, caressing her soft, light, golden hair. Don't be nervous. Face it bravely. Do you remember the promise with mommy? Come on, don't be afraid. Encouraged by her mother's gentle words, No Bun Pie shakily releases her hold on her mother and slowly turns around. Xingrui can even see the little loli's legs trembling beneath her nightgown. Social anxiety? Can a decrease in psychological age also lead to social anxiety? Facing this socially anxious, cute loli, Xingrui shows her gentle smile. Hello, No Bun Pie. My name is Xingrui. I'm very happy to meet you. You. Hello. I.E.M. Knob. No Bun Pie's voice trembles, getting quieter and quieter. Suddenly, before she finishes her greeting, her eyes close, and she collapses softly toward Xingrui. Xingrui hurriedly catches the falling No Bun Pie, holding the little loli with a bewildered expression. Did she faint from fright? For a moment, Xingrui feels both amused and helpless inside. How severe is this social anxiety that she can faint just from a greeting? Sigh, this child. No Bun Pie's mother helplessly covers her forehead. Is your child socially anxious? This situation is too severe. Xingyao's mother asks in confusion, and No Bun Pie's mother nods, then shakes her head. To be precise, it's reality-based social anxiety. Her social anxiety only applies to the real world. Online, she is not like this at all. Xingrui hands the unconscious No Bun Pie back to her mother, sighing. I was hoping to use the opportunity of the Young Witch Academy to help her interact with other little witches of the same age. Even if she can't overcome it, it would at least alleviate it a little. As No Bun Pie's mother shakes her head and sighs, she looks at Xingrui with a smile and asks, Sister Xingrui, could you give me your smart brain social account? I took her through 12 dormitories this morning and met 12 little witches. You're the only one she could speak to. I believe this is also a kind of fate. Can we be friends online? Facing the mother's request, Xingrui doesn't think too much and directly agrees, giving her smart brain social account. Thank you. This mother leaves with her daughter, who suffers from severe real-world social anxiety. Xingyao walks behind her daughter, leans down, and softly asks, Do you like her? The warmth of her mother's breath brushes against Xingrui's ear, making her feel a ticklish sensation. Turning around, she smiles and says, She is a very cute little witch. I believe anyone who meets her will like her. But severe social anxiety, Mom, do you think can be cured? It can be cured. Xingyao smiles and pats her daughter's head. I've witnessed a witch with severe social anxiety transform from severe to mild. From social anxiety to mild social anxiety? Does that mean? Xingrui tilts her head slightly. From social phobia to social terror? Exactly. Rui, you're so smart. Xingyao happily messes up her daughter's neatly styled hair with her hand, then reminds her with a hint of seriousness when making friends with that child. Be mindful of boundaries and distance. Xingrui's expression turns to confusion. Xingyao smiles without speaking, seemingly wanting her daughter to understand it herself rather than directly pointing it out. However, Xingrui is very clever. She quickly understands the meaning her mother wants to convey. Ayandra, I understand. I will keep my distance. Xingyao feels relieved and uses magic to tidy her daughter's hairstyle again. As long as you understand, I really don't want my daughter to fall in love with other little witches so early. She hasn't spent a few years with me, yet before being taken away by another witch. That pain would be too much. If possible, she really wants to live with her daughter for a lifetime. But she knows that this is impossible. Her daughter's potential is stronger than her own, even more than Ruiqi's. She can't keep her daughter bound to her side forever. So all she can do is delay her daughter from falling in love and cherish the time she has with her while she is still around. All right, tonight we'll have gemstone dragon meat. What flavor do you want? Can we have braised? Sure, braised, and let us add steamed and boiled dishes. It's settled. Chapter 17, How Did I Pass Out Again After Enjoying a Lovely Dinner? The mother and daughter sat once more on the lazy sofa in the living room, preparing for the second contract with the Pink Star. Xingyao felt a bit nervous. Originally, for the second contract, she, as the mother, needed to help her daughter with a checkup, telling her to what extent her power had merged with the stars before proceeding. However, the blessing her daughter received was a strengthening of the soul, which was precisely the area Xingyao was least skilled in. Therefore, during the second contract, Xingyao kept a close watch on her daughter's physical condition and mental state, ready to sever the contract array at any moment. Are you ready? The contract array had been drawn, and this time, Xingrui finished it in just 1 hour. It wasn't that she had completely memorized the entire array. Rather, her hands had become very steady, no longer shaking suddenly and causing failure in the drawing. Noticing this, Xingyao thought to herself that her daughter's integration of spirit and body had improved again, and she could completely control her own body now. Sigh. With such a high degree of integration, her talent must be considerable. If she goes to university, she will definitely become a genius, which, drawing attention. Even if her daughter wants to remain pure and not date too early, other witches might not think the same way. Sigh, it's really troubling. I'm ready. Let's begin, Mom. Her daughter's call shook Xingyao out her thoughts. Okay, then Mom will start. Xingyao began to fill in the array with the star language that represented her daughter's mental and soul characteristics. The moment she finished writing, the symbol representing the pink star immediately appeared on the array, the imprint of true self. Subsequently, the array activated, and the contract was established. In the next moment, a familiar scene unfolded. A torrent of powerful energy surged into Xingrui's body. No, how could this happen again? Once again, under the influx of overwhelming power, Xingrui fainted. Her daughter's sudden fainting shocked Xingyao, but after checking, her expression became a bit strange. Her daughter's physical strength had not changed. Could it be that this blessing's power was again primarily spiritual or soulful? Xingyao was bewildered. Yes, right? No, but yes, right? She had contracted a total of 9 elemental stars, using the power of these elemental stars to make her elemental magic extraordinarily powerful. And during those contracts, there were always enhancements to her physical body, increasing her resistance and adaptability to a single element, or enhancing her physical quality and strength. But for her daughter, to contract 2 stars in succession without any improvement in physical quality or strength was simply unheard of. At this moment, Xingyao's intuition told her that her daughter would definitely become an extremely unique star witch in the future. After fainting, Xingrui's spiritual consciousness arrived in a very unique space. A spectacular garden full of colorful flowers and plants. Along the path in the garden, she saw a swing swaying in the center area and a pink-haired girl sitting on it, gently rocking, waiting for something. Xingrui felt quite helpless. Contracting with the Emperor made her faint. Contracting with Alicia made her faint again. This was too embarrassing. No wonder the Emperor said she was too weak. She really needed to work hard to become stronger. But soon, a look of resentment appeared on Xingrui's face. Wait, isn't it normal for her to be weak? She had only been a witch for 2 days. Isn't it very normal for her to be weak? Sigh, it's really hard for her. Collecting her thoughts, Xingrui continued to walk toward the center of the garden, not wanting to keep Alicia waiting too long. Soon, as Xingrui entered the center of the garden, Alicia opened her bright eyes and looked at the graceful girl. Hi, welcome to the garden I prepared for you. How do you like it? Do you like them? Xingrui approached and Alicia patted the empty space beside her, indicating for Xingrui to sit down. Accepting Alicia's invitation, Xingrui sat down next to her. Now that I look at you up close, you're even cuter than when I first saw you. Complimenting her, Alicia extended her hand and gently poked Xingrui's cheek with her finger, enviously saying, "How enviable. Such good skin, why don't I have it?" Xingrui felt a bit shy, blinked her eyes, and quietly asked, "Really? Really? If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself and compare." Alicia took Xingrui's hand and indicated for her to touch her own cheek. Xingrui's hand felt stiff for a long time, but under Alicia's guidance, she gently touched it and applied a little pressure. So soft, so bouncy, smooth and delicate. "Do you like it?" Xingrui's face turned red, and she remained silent. Having just become a witch for 2 days, with a high degree of integration between spirit and body, her personality, thoughts, and habits were already no different from an ordinary girl. But faced with Alicia's aggressive flirty nature and various intimate interactions, she simply couldn't cope. Seeing Xingrui so shy, Alicia's smile became even brighter, knowing that if she continued to tease and provoke Xingrui, it might make her shy away from this space. Alicia decided to stop, clapping her hands together. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about something happy instead." Alicia cheerfully redirected the topic. "For example, let's take a look at the gift I prepared for you. Hee. I spent a lot of time and effort on this gift. However, I believe you will definitely like it." Alicia conjured a pink and white gift box and placed it in Xingrui's hands. Under Alicia's expectant gaze, Xingrui untied the colorful ribbon binding the gift box and opened the lid. The moment the lid opened, 13 streams of light in different colors flew out from the box. The 13 heroic spirits of the fire moth, each representing a different imprint, surrounded Xingrui. Imprints? 13 heroes? Xingrui smiled. She seemed to understand what was meant by giving her everything as a blessing at the very beginning. The 13 heroes of the fire moth, including Alicia herself. All of their powers. This indeed matched what she had said about everything. Xingrui's smile became gentle as she gently touched the true self imprint that represented Alicia. Once touched, the imprint transformed into a pink stream of light and entered Xingrui's body. Next, led by the true self imprint, the remaining 12 imprints entered Xingrui's body one after another. Seeing that Xingrui successfully received the gift she had given, which could also be said to be a blessing, Alicia leaned closer to her, their cheeks almost touching. "Do you like the gift I prepared for you?" "I do." Xingrui nodded, completely captivated by the imprints, her shyness fading away, not even noticing Alicia's sudden proximity. She asked earnestly, "How do I use these powers?" "It's simple." Alicia clapped her hands. "Activate one of the imprints in your mind, and the power of the imprint will activate Xingrui, and you will be able to wield the powers of the heroes. As for what it will look like after activation, you'll just have to try it for yourself. Now it's time for the girls' tea party. Feel free to ask anything you want. I will share everything I know with you. So, is there anything Starry wants to ask?" Chapter 18. I am willing to stay by your side forever. The once shy Xingrui, after a brief moment of contemplation, asked her first question. "This world has not collapsed, nor are there any Herschers, and certainly no finality cocoon. Alicia, why did you appear in this world?" This was Xingrui's greatest inner confusion. Why Alicia would appear in a world without the finality cocoon, without collapse, and without Herschers. Of course, the same question could be asked about the Emperor. Why did he appear in this world? He appeared in the form of a golden star and could resonate with the magic of the Starry Witch and form a contract. However, Alicia probably did not understand the reason for the Emperor's appearance, and she naturally would not ask about it. I don't know. Xingrui was a bit surprised. What? Even Alicia herself doesn't know? I really don't know. Alicia gently rocked the cradle swing they were sitting in, recalling her experiences of appearing in this world. From Alicia's perspective, she, along with the other 12 heroes, worked together to defeat the erosion Herschers, completely formatted the entire past paradise. After witnessing May complete her transformation, she suddenly appeared in this world without any warning, in the form of a star. In the following days, she found it very boring, extremely boring. Suddenly transformed into a planet, she realized she could not leave the galaxy she was in, and could only orbit alone along her path. She had also tried to generate thrusters on the planet's surface to push herself out of the galaxy, but it failed. However, in her boredom, she soon discovered that there were actually quite a few stars around her that had their own consciousness. Unfortunately, all these conscious stars were, without exception, tight-lipped. After the initial greetings, no matter what topic Alicia brought up, the others ignored her as if they hadn't heard. In this boredom and solitude, Alicia waited for 16 years. She guilistinid, somevatin transit. 16 years. That meant when she crossed over into this world, Alicia also came to this world. So what about the Emperor? 16 years ago, drawn by some unknown existence, the Emperor noticed this world and projected his will and power into it. Xing Rui thought of a possibility. Perhaps the two stars she had currently contracted also arrived in this world the moment she crossed over 16 years ago. And she certainly wouldn't just contract one star. So, is there a possibility that all the stars she would contract in her life had already come to this world 16 years ago? This thought sent a chill down her spine. The idea of a future that seemed to have been predetermined made Xing Rui feel uneasy. What's wrong? Shighui, you look very uneasy. I thought of some possibilities. Xing Rui tightly pressed her lips together, her expression quite anxious. She shared her conjectures with Alicia about herself, about Alicia, about the future. However, after hearing Xing Rui's speculations, Alicia immediately asked in return, "Are you very scared?" "No, I'm not scared." Xing Rui shook her head. "I'm just feeling unsettled. This feeling that all fates have been arranged by someone is very unsettling." But Xing Rui took a deep breath and suppressed her unease. "Thinking about these things right now is still too far away for me. I'm just a little witch, a girl who has just become a witch for 2 days. Thinking about the future is still too distant for me." Xing Rui smiled, realizing that instead of worrying about those things, it was better to focus on the present. Moreover, Xing Rui looked at Alicia, her smile becoming even brighter. "With you here, and the Emperor here, isn't that enough?" Although Xing Rui felt uneasy about the future, upon reflection, she realized it was unnecessary. The Emperor felt he was too weak and had set goals for himself to become stronger. The power and blessings he gave himself came in stages. And Alicia, she had transformed all the powers of the 13 heroes into seals to give to Xing Rui, allowing her to activate the seals and harness the powers of the heroes. In the future, as she grew, learned magic, and contracted stars, she would only become stronger. Why should she worry so much now? Furthermore, she had 2 loving mothers by her side, and behind her mother Xingyao was a vast family of stars. To some extent, the royal family of the Witch Empire could also support the star family. So what was she really anxious about? With her thoughts finally clear, Xing Rui's smile became even more natural. Alicia observed the change in Xing Rui's mindset. "It seems I don't need to guide you anymore. I'm glad you can see it clearly. So, is there anything else you want to ask?" Xing Rui thought carefully for a few seconds. "After the contract, what I need to do to allow you to move freely." Xing Rui was very concerned about Alicia's earlier mention of her 16 years of loneliness without anyone to chat with. She wondered if there was any way she could help Alicia break free from being a star and unable to move freely. Perhaps her current powers were insufficient, but her mother could help her. "Wow, you care about me so much? I'm so touched. I didn't expect you to care about me this much. It really makes me so happy." Alicia was very moved, not expecting Xing Rui to be so concerned about her. The first 2 questions were actually about her. "Don't worry. Once the contract is established, I can project my spirit and consciousness to your side through the contract channel. Then I can observe and understand this brand new world beside you. How about that? Are you happy? Having such a beautiful girl accompany you forever. Does it make your heart flutter?" Xing Rui's cheeks flushed once again. "Does it make my heart flutter? Of course it does." Before becoming a witch, her sexual orientation was quite normal. After becoming a witch, due to the uniqueness of her race, her sexual orientation remained unaffected, and she still liked girls naturally. Moreover, in the storyline of the game from her past life, Alicia's performance and personality had made her decisively join the love faction, and she had even fantasized about being close to Alicia as a beautiful girl. Now that she had truly become a beautiful girl, how could she miss this moment with Alicia, who was making such a declaration? Thus, Xing Rui mustered her courage and looked directly into Alicia's gentle, smiling eyes. "I am willing." Alicia's response, which was not quite on point, drew out her tone playfully, with a hint of amusement in her smile. "Willing for what?" "I am willing to stay by your side forever, Alicia. Will you?" Xing Rui extended her right hand, her face flushed with embarrassment. Alicia extended her left hand, placing it on Xing Rui's outstretched right hand. "I am willing, Xing Rui." "She is willing. She is willing." She agreed, while Xing Rui was still excited by Alicia's response. Alicia tightly grasped Xing Rui's right hand and helped her rise from the cradle swing. "Let's go. I'll take you to a place. A place that you will absolutely love and never forget." Chapter 19. The Arrival of Relatives and the Growth of Magicum. "Good morning, Mom." "Good morning, Rui baby." Waking up from her mother's warm embrace, Xing Rui stretched her limbs and body in the cozy blanket. To Xing Yao, this adorable action looked like a little kitten just waking up, so well-behaved and cute. "Do you want to sleep a little longer?" Xing Yao gently asked. If her daughter wanted to take another nap, she would be more than happy to provide her with a warm and comfortable embrace for a little longer. Then, let's sleep a bit more." Originally not very sleepy, Xing Rui felt a bit reluctant to leave her mother's soft and warm arms and decided to take another short nap. Xing Yao happily wrapped her daughter back in her arms, watching her peaceful and lovely sleeping face, feeling happier and finding her even cuter with each glance. An hour later, auf der Tenop, Xing Rui chose to get up despite her mother's somewhat reluctant expression. Sitting in front of the vanity mirror, her mother Xing Yao styled her hair into 2 ponytails. Golden hair accessories, embedded with purple gemstones and secured with 2 black ribbons, held up her high ponytails on both sides of her head. "Do you like it?" "I like it." Xing Rui's soft voice made Xing Yao smile even brighter. "Did you learn how to make ponytails?" "I learned." "That's great. Let's have breakfast today." The breakfast prepared by her mother was quite lavish, consisting of meat buns, sauerkraut wontons, pickles, and 4 slices of fried black pepper sausages. While enjoying the rich breakfast, which was mostly meat, Xing Rui recalled her gains from last night. After completing the contract with Alicia and promising an eternal companionship, Alicia took her to a romantic place reflecting a sky full of stars. There, Alicia taught her how to activate the power of the heroic spirits within the seals and conducted practical training. The message left by the Emperor was indeed correct. The contract with Alicia had significantly enhanced her power, allowing her to successfully transform from lowly chicken feed to first-class chicken feed. The power of the heroic spirits relied on her mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the more powerful the heroic spirit's power she could project from seals. Although the contract with Alicia had strengthened her mental strength, the heroic spirit power she could project was still quite limited. Future training of her mental strength was also an extremely important part of her plan to become stronger. After finishing breakfast, Xing Rui returned to her bedroom, curled up on a beanbag chair, and took out her smart brain, asking, "Sister Alicia, can you try using this smart brain?" Having already projected her mental avatar through the contract channel, Alicia steadily caught Xing Rui's smart brain. Although it was a mental projection, Alicia's powerful mental strength made her projection indistinguishable from a normal person. Seeing Alicia successfully activate the smart brain's projection screen, Xing Rui smiled and said, "It's good if it works. If you don't mind, you can use my account." The use of the smart brain had no strict limitations, as it was a smart product available to all humans in the Empire. The new smart brain she ordered would arrive in the afternoon, and once it did, Alicia could start using the new device. Before going to bed last night, Xing Rui had used a bit of her savings to purchase a smart brain of the same model as hers, specifically for Alicia to use. Since smart brains were relatively private products, it was better for each person to have one. Sharing one could work for a short time, but over a longer period, it wouldn't be ideal. "Okay, thank you, Xing Rui. Don't worry, I won't pry into a girl's privacy and sensitive feelings." Xing Rui smiled in response. "It's fine, I trust you, Sister Alicia." In the following time, Xing Rui nestled in the beanbag chair, flipping through the textbooks distributed by the Academy. Alicia floated in the air of the room, using the smart brain and exploring the vast network world of the Witch Empire with great curiosity. Alicia also concealed her own existence. The reason was simple. Alicia could sense Xingrue's mother's feelings for her daughter. Through their conversations, she learned that Xingyao didn't want her daughter to start dating too early. She believed that her sudden appearance next to Xingrue, combined with their relationship, would likely cause the mother to have an overly strong reaction. Therefore, she decided to temporarily avoid appearing until a suitable opportunity arose in the future. In the afternoon, it was unclear if it was a coincidence. Xingrue had been wondering how to explain to her mother that she bought another new smart brain. Just then, her mother mentioned she would be going to the academy that afternoon to arrange the ingredients for the next 2 weeks and to meet with the teachers there. She planned to learn about her daughter's future academic course arrangements in advance. It might take some time, and dinner might not be ready in time, so when she returned, she would bring her daughter food from the academy's cafeteria. This was a good opportunity for Xingrue. When her mother left in the afternoon, she successfully received the new smart brain delivered by express and handed it to Alicia for use. She no longer needed to think about how to explain the purpose of this new smart brain to her mother. That night, before going to bed, Xingrue remembered something. The smart brain account she had given to Nuo Yunbei's mother had not received any friend requests from strangers until now. Nuo Yunbei had severe social anxiety, but it seemed not to be the case online. If she wasn't socially anxious online, shouldn't she have added her as a friend by now? Why hadn't she seen anything until now? However, soon, Xingrue grew too lazy to care about this issue. Whether they could be in the same class in the future was still uncertain. Perhaps after this meeting, they might never meet again. Putting this matter behind her, Xingrue fell asleep in her mother's comforting embrace. In the following days, Xingrue lived a very regular life. Besides 3 meals a day, she spent her other time reading the textbooks provided by the academy, not expecting to remember all the content, but at least leaving an impression. During this time, Alicia found something that made her very happy: writing novels. She accidentally discovered the collapse series of novels that Xingrue was serializing online. Upon seeing that Xingrue wrote it from the perspective of the previous civilization and had many readers, she borrowed Xingrue's account and began to reset the novel Xingrue had written. The reason for the reset was that she felt Xingrue's novels had missed too many beautiful moments of the previous civilization and the heroic spirits. She wanted to fill in the content that Xingrue had missed. Xingrue couldn't help but murmur, "Missed too many beautiful moments of the previous civilization and the heroic spirits? Write them out and then destroy them bit by bit, or cut people off, right?" Regarding this, Xingrue had no objections. Alicia understood the previous civilization better than she did, and she was happy to help write stories about the previous civilization and the heroic spirits. She also invited Alicia into her reader group, allowing her to communicate with the readers. After that, nothing particularly concerning happened to Xingrue. Time flew by. On the morning of the 7th day since Xingrue became a little witch, she woke up feeling dizzy, weak in her limbs, and with a bit of stomach pain. Then, with her mother's support, she saw a bright red stain on the sheet that almost occupied a third of its area. Falling into silence, she couldn't help but think in her mind, "Is the amount of blood from my first period a bit too much?" Chapter 20. The little witches with abnormal magic growth. I feel so uncomfortable. It's really hard to bear. My head is spinning. Although it's not particularly dizzy, it's enough to make me feel nauseous and unable to concentrate on anything. I don't even want to look at my smart brain. My limbs feel weak. It's not that I can't walk at all, but I don't even want to make the simple movements needed to use my smart brain. I have no appetite. A sumptuous breakfast is right in front of me, but I can't eat a single bite. I forced myself to drink a bowl of millet porridge, and I almost threw up. I thought about just sleeping through the day to get past it, but the dizziness made it hard to fall asleep. I could only endure it, watching the time pass second by second, which was truly torturous. This state is already quite good. I can just prescribe her some special medicine. After taking the medicine and sleeping for a bit, her symptoms would basically subside. The doctor in the academy's medical room, a witch named Cecilina, took out a box of officially certified medication from her storage space. She took out 2 strips of 12 capsules and handed them to the worried Xingyao beside her. She also patted Xingrue's little head and sighed. "It's not easy. This year's little witches seem to be very unlucky. She's the best among the 9 little witches I've seen so far." Seeing Cecilina's troubled expression, Xingyao couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" The phenomenon of magic explosion In previous years, it was rare to see even one, but this year there are actually 36 at once. If it were just one or two, the Academy could handle it, but 36 has exceeded the Academy's emergency capacity. They've all been transferred to the hospital now, and I don't know how many will survive. Cecilina sighed repeatedly. Xingyao was puzzled. Magic explosion? What is that? Cecilina looked surprised and asked the confused Xingyao. Are you a natural witch? Yes. Well, I didn't expect to meet a parent of a natural witch, Cecilina remarked, as it was her first time meeting a parent of a natural witch. She then began to explain what the phenomenon of magic explosion is. The magic explosion phenomenon only occurs in new students, and it is a dangerous phenomenon that happens to transforming little witches. This phenomenon causes new little witches to suddenly release all the magic they have accumulated over the next 3 months or 6 months during their first menstrual period. At this time, the little witches' bodies are still very weak. They have not undergone the gradual strengthening and immersion of magic. This explosion can directly take their lives. Little witches experiencing magic explosions can be said to be in a life and death situation. Even if they survive, recovering will require struggling through long-term aftereffects. Cecilina shook her head, and Xingyao, shocked, covered her mouth and slowly asked then, "Is there any way to help them survive?" "There is, but it's difficult," Cecilina said, her tone filled with bitterness. Most little witches die on the way to the hospital, and a small number who receive timely help, even if they survive, will still suffer from the aftereffects I just mentioned. The medication needed to treat the aftereffects is very expensive, and most witch families can hardly afford it. Cecilina looked at the shocked Xingrui and comforted her. "Don't be too scared. The magic explosion phenomenon will only appear during the first menstrual period. If the first one comes normally, the subsequent growth of magic will be stable and normal." Xingyao silently mourned for those classmates who had yet to truly embark on the path of being a witch and were facing the threat of death. Sigh. This year is indeed different from previous years. Cecilina collected her diagnostic medical tools while muttering, "I heard that other academies are the same as us, even those on other planets. I wonder what the Emperor will do about it." After packing up, Cecilina suddenly remembered to remind them before she left, "By the way, the special medicine is 2 capsules at a time, 3 times a day, to be taken after meals. It's still early. Let her eat something light and take the medicine." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Cecilina." "You're welcome. It's my duty." After the doctor left, Xingyao immediately brought over a bowl of millet porridge and a vegetarian bun filled with cabbage and mushrooms that she had prepared the day before, placing it in front of her listless daughter. "Eat a little, take your medicine, and then sleep for a bit, and you'll be fine." Xingrui tried hard to suppress her nausea, forcing herself to eat the bun and drink half a bowl of porridge. After taking the medicine, she nestled against her mother, waiting for the special medicine to take effect. While Xingyao stroked her daughter's head, she opened her smart brain and played the variety show Extreme Challenge, which her daughter loved to watch. The show features well-known witches participating in various extreme challenges. The fun lies in the witches trying to outsmart each other, making each other look foolish, or showcasing their grace and charm as they tackle the challenges. This is currently a highly rated variety show in the Empire, and it has aired 25 episodes without any drop in popularity. Alicia did not interrupt the interaction between the mother and daughter, but acted as an outsider, focusing on typing her novel, occasionally glancing at the affectionate mother-daughter duo with a mysterious smile. The special medicine prescribed by Dr. Cecilina was indeed effective. Half an hour later, Xingrui felt that her dizziness and nausea had completely disappeared. The weakness in her limbs had also eased. If the previous feeling of weakness was like the emptiness and fatigue after playing 13 matches with Alicia, just wanted to curl up in her mother's arms and sleep, now it felt like lying in bed while Alicia urged her to move a bit instead of just lying there. If I need to move, at least I can still move a bit. After a cup of warm brown sugar water, the abdominal pain caused by her first period was also relieved by the warm flow. She felt that she was completely better. The first period isn't so scary after all. Is this it? This is the first period? Then won't the following days be even easier? Of course. The most important thing is that she finally has magic. A total magic growth of 155 points. That's pretty good. Rui, your talent is indeed much stronger than mine and Chui Chui's. after her daughter temporarily shook off the pain from her period. Xingyao conducted a test for her daughter's total magic growth. The first magic growth reached a 3-digit value of 155. Official data from last year showed that the average total magic growth for all little witches in the empire was 107. Her mother, Cui, had a first total magic growth value of 127. Now, her daughter's first total magic growth surpassed her mother's by 28 points. What a huge improvement. Mom, can I learn magic now? Not yet. Seeing her daughter's anxious expression, Xingyao comforted her. Although you have magic now, your body has not yet undergone the gradual strengthening and immersion of magic. 1 month. At least wait another month. And after completing 3 more magic growths, how about I teach you magic? Okay. Although she couldn't learn magic right away, at least this time she had a definite date. So during this time, in addition to her regular studies, she would also focus on training the emperor's power. She wanted to master the power given by the emperor as soon as possible and then enter the next stage. She was very curious and excited about what kind of power the emperor would grant her in the next stage. At this moment, the notification sound from her smart brain interrupted Xingrue's thoughts. Opening the projection screen of the smart brain, a user with the ID name Glorious Knight added themselves as a friend. In the remarks section, they wrote a self-introduction. Hello, Sister Light Saint, I am Noyenbei Terra, your loyal guardian knight. Xingrue. How did she become the Light Saint? What kind of strange self-title is Loyal Guardian Knight? Chapter 21, it's elemental, not aid element. Although it was unclear why Noyenbai took nearly a week to add her as friend. Since the other party had already sent the request, she had no reason to refuse. After agreeing to the friend request, Noyenbai's message came through instantly, as if she had been staring at the screen. Noyenbai Terra, good afternoon, Saint's sister. The most amazing cat. Good afternoon, Noyenbai, why do you call me Saint? Noyenbai Terra, because you have a golden glow about you, filled with a sense of sanctity, so you are the Saint of Light. Xingrue was stunned. Golden glow? She instinctively glanced at her hands. Golden glow? Where? Is there? Ailey. What's wrong, Xingrue? Do I have a golden glow? This strange question made Elysia tilt her head slightly. No, you don't. This left Xingrue even more puzzled. If neither Elysia nor her mother could see it, why could Noyenbai see it? Could it be that Noyenbai had some special talent that allowed her to see the power of the Emperor within her body? At this moment, Xingrue noticed the word Terra after Noyenbai's name. Mommy, what is it, my dear? Hearing her daughter's call, Xingyao immediately appeared from the kitchen, holding a short wand, seemingly preparing lunch. Is there a witch family called Terra in the Empire? Terra? Xingyao pondered, trying hard to recall any memories related to Terra, and finally shook her head. Apologizing, I'm sorry, my dear, I haven't heard of any witch family named Terra, at least not in the capital star, nor in our AI Cohen star. What's wrong, my dear? Is there something wrong with the surname Terra? Xingrue shook her head. It's nothing, Mommy, just curious about Noyenbai who visited our dorm a few days ago. Her surname is Terra. Oh, I see. Xingyao smiled gently. If my dear is very concerned, I can ask your mother Ruikui to help you find out. Her job is quite special. Maybe she will have some contacts. Xingrue tilted her head. Mommy, so what exactly is your mother's job? You've never told me. Xingrue had always been curious. Ever since she was adopted and now becoming a witch, she still didn't know what her mother Ruikui's job was. She only knew that her salary was high enough to allow her mother to spend lavishly without feeling distressed. But she often disappeared for several days at a time. Once, she was gone for half a month before returning. However, this time, Xingyao still kept his secret, shaking her head and telling her it was not the right time, and that Xingrue would know later. This kind of answer was not the first time, and Xingrue turned away from matter. At this moment, Noyenbai sent a new message. Noyenbai Terra, does Saint Sister know about the illusory arena? The most amazing cat. I do. Do you play the illusory arena too? The illusory arena is the most popular virtual battle platform in the Witch Empire. With just a smart brain device, one can enter the illusory arena and battle with other users online. The battle modes in the illusory arena are divided into 2 types. One is self-set battles, and the other is reality simulation battles. Self-set battles mean that users design and construct characters, powers, weapons, and much more by themselves before battling. Since it is user-designed, even ordinary people, as long as their imagination is rich enough, can showcase their skills. Reality simulation battles require combatants to use only magic, weapons, and equipment that exist in reality for combat. They can either select magic and equipment directly from the database or input their own magic and equipment for use in this mode. Xingrui was also a frequent visitor to the illusory arena. She often participated in self-set battle modes and replicated the abilities and equipment of characters from her past life as anime, movies, and games. She was most famous in this mode for using the Doomslayer skin, achieving 28 consecutive wins in the ladder ranking, and defeating a user who had a 25-game winning streak. She also used Tom's characteristics from Tom and Jerry to take down the top player of that season. Noenbai must be playing self-set battles too, right? Thinking of her more than 20 self-set skins in the illusory arena, bringing a teammate to the ladder should be no problem. Noenbai Teira, then can Saint Sister come play with me? I just play reality simulation battles. Is that okay? Xingrui was stunned. This wasn't T right, was it? Reality simulation battles? She and T touched that mode before. The most amazing cat. I haven't T played that mode. Noenbai Teira. It's okay. I can help Saint Sister rank up. A knight's duty is to protect. I will never let Saint Sister suffer even the slightest harm. So, can Saint Sister come? Even through the screen? Xingrui could feel the eager anticipation contained in Noenbai's message. The most amazing cat. Sure, right now. Noenbai Teira. Great. I'll log on immediately. Just send me a message when you're ready. After sending the message, Xingrui saw an additional line of text under Noenbai Teira's name. Currently playing the illusory arena. All right. After sending the message, she logged on at lightning speed. Xingrui smiled helplessly and looked at Elysia, informing her that she was going to meet a cute little loli in the illusory arena. Elysia immediately stopped writing her novel and entered the illusory arena with Xingrui. To enter the illusory arena, one only needs to put on an all-covering helmet, which allows them to enter the virtual world online. Xingrui returned to her room, slipped in her bed wearing a nightgown, while Elysia changed her outfit mid-air. She donned a pink and white camisole nightgown with ruffled edges, and her hairstyle transformed into a side ponytail with a charming wifey vibe. When Xingrui saw Elysia's new look, her face turned slightly red, especially when the latter also crawled into bed to share the blanket with her. Xingrui took a deep breath, inhaling the faint fragrance of a young girl lingering in the air. She instinctively squeezed her legs together and rubbed them, then immediately reacted. What was she doing? What had she just done? At this moment, turning her head, Xingrui looked at Elysia lying beside her, who had already closed her eyes and put on her helmet. Entering the illusory arena, Xingrui stared at Elysia's exposed, delicate collarbone and tranquil face. Staring. After a while, Xingrui suddenly snapped back to reality. What was she doing? Why was she staring at Elysia? Xingrui shook her head repeatedly, throwing all the chaotic thoughts out of her mind, put on her all-covering helmet, and lay on the bed, facing Elysia. Closing her eyes, Xingrui softly recited, "Illusory Arena, activate." After waiting for 5 seconds, when she opened her eyes again, Xingrui found herself in a sci-fi-styled hall. This was her preparation hall, a private space that every user of the illusory arena has. Just after landing, Xingrui received an entry request from Elysia. Elysia's username in the illusory arena was very straightforward, Pink Fairy. Just as always, it was her style. Accepted. A flash of light passed by, and Elysia appeared beside Xingrui, using the same appearance as in reality within the illusory arena. However, Elysia was momentarily taken aback when she saw Xingrui's appearance. Wow, Xingrui, is this your appearance in the virtual world? It's really very special. Xingrui opened her personal information panel and looked at the current alias she was using. Titus, sorry, I forgot to change my alias. But it's just the right time to change my appearance. The previous one can't be used anymore. The first character she had created in the illusory arena was a burly, rugged male character. Now that she had become a witch, the previous appearance naturally had to be discarded. As for what appearance to use, Xingrui began to ponder. Corruption? A color-swapped Elysia? No. Game character? Anime character? Hey, I've got it. Moments later, Xingrue's brand new virtual appearance was revealed. The character design of the female magician's job change in DNF, the Elemental Master's Third Awakening. Chapter 22 Achievements and the Knight's Oath of Nuanbai. How is it? Sister Ailey, does this look okay? In terms of clothing, Xingrue has also tried her best to achieve similarity, especially that ultra-short skirt with a red base and black lace trim, paired with white thigh-high stockings, which is the most eye-catching feature of the entire outfit. This combination of thigh-high stockings and a short skirt was commonly used by female mage players for warm and stylish outfits back in the game. She slowly turned around in front of Xia as a showcase. Xia clapped her hands and praised, "Very beautiful. It has a touch of cuteness along with a hint of coolness and dignity. This outfit really suits you now." "Thank you." Xingrue smiled brightly, feeling good after receiving praise and recognition. However, before accepting Nuanbai's invitation to the arena, she had one more thing to do. That was to test whether the power of the Yingjue imprint could be used in the illusory arena. She had heard that using certain special mental-type magic in the illusory arena would be recognized by the arena as a special skill possessed by the user, and then recorded into the arena system. Following the method Xia taught her, and practicing multiple times in that mental space, she activated the combing imprint. The combing imprint was successfully activated, and a system window popped up in front of Xingrue. Detected an unknown magic that can be recorded. Would you like to record it? As expected, Xingrue clicked confirm, and then a naming window popped up where she entered combing as the name. Next, she activated the remaining 12 imprints in sequence, recording the power of all the imprints into the illusory arena. However, when she reached the 12th imprint, an achievement prompt suddenly appeared. Congratulations on achieving achievement. Innovative Magic Master. Innovative Magic Master. Successfully recorded 12 innovative magic spells not documented in the Empire's magic database. Number of achievement holders, 3 in that instant. Xingrue broke into a cold sweat. After clicking confirm, a second prompt window popped up. Would you like to publicly announce your user ID to the entire server? Without any hesitation, Xingrue clicked no. How could this be made public? It's impossible. The illusory arena announced last year that the number of users has surpassed 2 billion, and only 3 people have achieved this accomplishment among them. She would be crazy to publicly share her ID. After clicking no, the server announcement was immediately released. Congratulations to user anonymous user for obtaining achievement. Innovative Magic Master. Congratulations to user anonymous user for obtaining achievement. Innovative Magic Master. Congratulations to user anonymous user for obtaining achievement. Innovative Magic Master. Xia also noticed this sudden server-wide announcement and smiled lightly at Xingrue's slightly stiff face. "Oh dear, it seems you've become a big star." "I'd rather not," Xingrue said, somewhat distressed. "All achievements in the illusory arena are hidden. You can't see what achievements there are, nor do you know the conditions for obtaining them. It's quite normal for achievements to pop up while playing, but she didn't expect to achieve something like this. With only 3 holders, she was the 4th. Although her ID was hidden, the staff behind the illusory arena could definitely directly query her ID and the real identity information of registered users. Moreover, some top-notch hackers could also hack into the arena's database and obtain the data at any cost. She hoped that obtaining this achievement wouldn't lead some ill-intentioned people to come looking for her in real life. All right, don't show such a distressed expression. Smile, and always keep a sense of hope and optimism towards life. A cute girl will look less attractive if she always worries. Xia gently pressed her white index finger against Xingrue's mouth corner, lightly drawing a smile for her. "Come on, smile." Xingrue smiled naturally, and Xia put her hand behind her back, beaming. "See, doesn't that look much cuter?" Xingrue softly responded. Suddenly, Xia transformed into a chibi version of a little angel in a burst of pink light. This image was that of the armed puppet, Fairy Ailey. From Honkai Impact 3, floating beside Xingrue, the transformed Xia spoke in a childish, babyish tone. "All right, let us go meet that cute little friend now." Xingrue reached out her hand and gently touched Fairy Ailey's cheek. So soft, so tender. "Oh dear, don't just touch a girl's cheek like that. It's quite rude." Fairy Ailey held Xingrue's outstretched hand, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Why did Sister Ailey turn into this? Because today S-Star is you. Xingrue. Fairy Ailey smiled knowingly. I can't overshadow you, the saintess today. I'm also very curious about how that knight plans to protect you. Xingrue smiled helplessly. Sister Ailey really thinks things through. Of course. I'm the all-powerful fairy. Xingrue didn't say much more and sent a message to Nuanbai, indicating that she was ready. Nuanbai replied instantly, and a party invitation was sent immediately. After agreeing, they entered the 2v2 ranked match without any pause. The entire process was extremely smooth. By the time Xingrue reacted, she had already appeared in the preparation room for the 2v2 battle. In front of her stood a strange girl. The girl was dressed in a pure, white, tight-fitting combat suit, tall and voluptuous, especially notable for her chest size. D, definitely D or even E. Since she wasn't very familiar with cup sizes, she could only estimate based on her own. If bigger by one size, it's D. If smaller, it's B+. She was quite tall, probably around 1.7 or 1.75 meters, certainly taller than Xingrue. Nuanbai? Xingrue asked in confusion. Yes, it's me. Nuanbai smiled naturally, showing none of the social anxiety she exhibited in real life. However, what happened next took Xingrue by surprise. Nuanbai suddenly knelt on one knee facing Xingrue, holding her small hand with one hand. She quickly bowed her head and gently kissed the back of her hand. My saintess, as your guardian knight, I vow to protect you. I won't let anyone harm you. I will defend your sacred and brilliant light, allowing it to shine upon all things in the world. Burning evil, judging sins, upholding justice. I am your strongest shield, and also your sharpest spear. This series of vows was powerful, serious, and determined. Nuanbai Terra kissed Xingrue's hand again, then stood up, looking down at Xingrue, whose embarrassment level was slightly off the charts. Then she revealed a bright and radiant smile. At this moment, Xingrue was so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground with her toes. Nearby, Fairy Ailey burst into laughter. Compared to Xingrue's overwhelming embarrassment, Fairy Ailey found this girl very cute and special. It reminded her of Grace Hugh, especially when she often recited some cringe-worthy and overly dramatic lines in front of Cosmo. Only then did Nuanbai notice Fairy Ailey's presence and curiously asked, Saintess, is this also a fairy protecting you? What a lovely and lively fairy lady. Xingrue remained silent. She didn't want to respond to Nua Yunbei's words. It was too embarrassing. Meanwhile, the Fairy Ailey happily replied, Oh, thank you for your praise, Knight Mississippi. My name is Ailey, a pink fairy designated by His Holiness to protect the Holy Maiden. I'm very glad to meet you. No, Ailey, how come you're so good at making conversation? Please, stop talking. At this rate, she might just wear through her shoe soles with her toes. Meanwhile, in the reality dormitory, Hui, Zviachiarchi, are you feeling better? Do you want to eat something? Xing Yao, unable to find her beloved daughter in the living room, went to the bedroom. Seeing her daughter lying on the bed with a virtual reality device on her head, Xing Yao let out a slight sigh. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, Would you rather play in the illusory arena than spend time with your mom? But then she thought, since her daughter just gained magical power today, maybe she was experiencing the joy of wielding magic in the reality simulation mode of the illusory arena. With that in mind, Xing Yao's mood brightened, and she became cheerful again, pondering what kind of magic she should teach her daughter first. Should it be life magic, elemental magic, or perhaps the auxiliary mental magic? Chapter 23, Gold and Cyberpsychosis. Just then, the preparation time came to an end. The two of them, along with the Fairy Aerie, arrived at the arena for the match through the Network World S teleportation. The arena was a massive circular area with a diameter of 200 meters, ensuring that most participants could unleash their full potential. Their opponents were two flamboyantly dressed young girls, both wearing a small badge on their chests. The badge featured a unique design, a woman wearing a crown and holding a scepter, sitting majestically on a throne. Having just teleported in, the two groups stood face to face in the center of the arena. The girl in the crimson long dress glanced at Xingrue and Nuanbai, sneering. Old and new? Quite an interesting combination. It was clear that this red-dressed girl looked down on her and Nwoanbai. In response to the red-dressed girl's mockery, Nwoanbai calmly glanced at her, shook her head, and said, "Too weak." The red-dressed girl raised an eyebrow. "Oh, quite confident, aren't we? Let us see how long you can last under my hand. I hope your strength matches your mouth." "Heh, a knight will never fall before a saint. You'll find out soon enough." Nwoanbai's words startled the red-dressed girl, who burst into laughter. "Ha ha, a knight? A saint? Are you a delusional shut-in who reads too many novels? Ugh, I can already imagine your disgusting appearance under that virtual facade. Gross." You, Nwoanbai, who had maintained a calm demeanor since their meeting, finally showed some fluctuation on her face. While Nwoanbai and the red-dressed girl exchanged barbs and trash talk, the red-dressed girl's teammate approached Xingrui. "Shall we introduce ourselves?" The girl in a pale, pink JK uniform, draped in a deep blue starry robe that enveloped her entire body, asked curiously, "Is it necessary?" "Of course." The JK girl's tone was lively. "This is the first time I've seen opponents without badges at this rank. At the master rank, most participants are witches from the Imperial University S teams. People like you, who don't wear badges, usually hover around silver. Very few can reach gold. You should know that almost everyone playing in this mode is a witch." Xingrui had long anticipated this. She had guessed that most players who enjoyed realistic combat modes were likely witches. Therefore, her reaction was calm, which made the JK girl even more curious. However, she soon smiled and said, "Never mind, it's not important to dwell on this. Let us see our true skills in battle." The JK girl looked at her teammate, who was still engrossed in trash, talking with Nwoanbai. "Hey, Roran, are you going to fight or not? Why waste time talking? Let us see who's better in battle." "Okay, let us see who's better." The red-dressed girl Roran gave a disdainful glance at the nearly furious Nwoanbai and turned away. Xingrui also pulled Nwoanbai away toward the designated area, asking along the way, "What rank are you in this mode?" "Saint Sister, Diamond rank." Xingrui still found it hard to accept Nwoanbai's way of addressing her. One moment she was called Saint Lady, the next Saint Sister. So awkward. So, in the online world, Nwoanbai saw herself as a knight? But why a guardian knight? Was it a change that happened after their first meeting, or had she always been this way since she was little? "Can you tell me why you call me Saint Sister?" Nwoanbai hesitated for a moment, then looked firmly at Xingrui. "Because Saint Sister is light." This answer was as good as not answering at all. Xingrui realized that getting a socially anxious girl deeply immersed in her role to answer her question seriously was very difficult. The disguise online couldn't completely erase her social anxiety. Delving too deeply into her true self beneath the facade would likely provoke strong resistance from Nwoanbai. So, let it be natural for now. All right, since you call me Saint and Sister, then listen well. From now on, call me Xingrui or Ruiri, Xiaorui, Xiaoxing. You can pick any one of those. But don't call me Saint anymore, understood? Nwoanbai hesitated, and Xingrui became more direct. "If you keep calling me Saint, I'll log off." I understand." Nwoanbai hurriedly said, "I got it, Xingrui." "Sister." "Very good." Xingrui nodded, reaching out to gently pat the head of Nwoanbai, who was quite a bit taller than her. "Now let us go beat up those two who look down on us." Nwoanbai's bright blue eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. I want to let them touch Sister Xingrui." Xingrui just smiled. She had no intention of being a mere decoration. As both sides made their final preparations, the fairy Airy, who had been quietly observing, walked up to Xingrui. Airy spoke with a hint of playfulness. "Your first battle with witches. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. Don't worry, Airy. I'm confident we'll win." "Then which hero's power do you plan to use this time?" Let me guess, you'll use Eden's imprint gold this time. You'll perform a piece for our opponents. How about it?" "Sure." Xingrui began to activate the imprint gold. As the power activated, golden musical notes and light gathered around her, and in an instant, her outfit, which belonged to the source of knowledge, Elementalist class, transformed into Eden's splendid attire from Honkai Impact 3. Her hair color changed from the Demon World's bright red to Eden's wine red. Her eye color also turned into a brilliant golden hue. In her hands appeared the elegant dual pistols used in Eden's battles. The significant change in Xingrui naturally drew Nwoanbai's attention. She stared at her sister Xingrui, who now exuded an aura of nobility and elegance, momentarily mesmerized. However, the system's countdown quickly snapped her back to reality, and she swiftly took out her combat gear, a humanoid battle mech about 4 meters tall. Its design resembled the Wraith mech from Warhammer 40k, but it appeared more slender and agile. A mech? That was not unexpected. Xingrui was only slightly surprised when she saw the mech. She had anticipated it after seeing Nuowenbai's tight-fitting battle suit. The countdown for the battle began its final countdown. At the moment the countdown ended, the mech operated by Nuowenbai charged forward instantly. Meanwhile, the red-dressed girl Rorin wasted no time, transforming into a streak of crimson light, flying directly towards the mech piloted by Nuowenbai. Then, using the 2 katanas in her hands, she engaged in close combat with the mech. Visually, the slender girl confronting the massive humanoid mech created a strong visual impact. But Xingrui merely cast a calm glance and leisurely walked forward. Oh, transformation magic? You look like 2 different people. The JK girl, who had just spoken with Xingrui, sat sideways on a heavily glitched, cyberpunk-style broom and approached her. Then let us try this. The JK girl raised her hand, conjuring a blue fireball full of cyber vibes. But before she could throw her hand, a gunshot sounding like music rang out, and a blue cyber fireball exploded directly in the hands of the JK girl. The shockwave from the exploding fireball startled her. She looked in surprise at Xingrui, who was raising her gun, and her initial astonishment quickly turned into excitement. How interesting. Let me see how many you can knock down. Instantly, dozens of cyber blue fireballs of various sizes surged around the JK girl. Let's try this. The cyber blue fireballs rained down on Xingrui, but Xingrui remained calm. Raising her gun and shooting, her figure danced gracefully amidst the falling fireballs. Her skirt and long hair swirled and floated with her movements. This beautiful posture, combined with the smile that never left Xingrui's face, left the JK girl momentarily entranced. But in that brief moment, Xingrui's twin guns suddenly transformed into a golden harp as tall as a person, and with a gentle strum of her delicate hand, a golden melody played from the harp, directly hitting the JK girl suspended in midair and knocking her to the ground, causing her to fall off her broom. Closing the harp, she aimed the transformed twin guns forward, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. Is this all you can do? Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. In the distance, the JK girl who had fallen to the ground suddenly sprang up. Her voice had shifted from a sweet girl S-tone to a sharp, piercing cyber-mechanical sound. When Xingrui saw the other S state clearly, she frowned slightly. At this moment, the JK girl S body was fully revealed to have mechanical structures. Her skin was cracked, with cyber blue flames burning in the gaps, transforming her into a burning cyber cyborg. I take back my previous underestimation of you. The broom in the JK girl's hand transformed into a 3-section staff, and her mechanical voice was as jarring as noise in a harmonious melody. Let us begin the next round. Woman, ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. A term involuntarily came to Xingrui's mind to describe the person before her, cyber psychopath. Chapter 24, Save Me. Save me. Save me. While Xingrui and the cyber-psychotic JK were locked in battle, Nguyen Bei and the girl in the red dress, Luo Lin, were also engaged in a fight. After a period of confrontation, Luo Lin was shocked to find that her opponent seemed to be subtly overpowering her. But the mecha her opponent was using was merely a set of planetary defense equipment, codenamed SID, designed for the self-use of the defense team, and was even meant for ordinary people. How could such a mecha withstand her attacks? Although she was only a LV2 intermediate, which, with her mastery of level 3 magic rune enhancement spells and her master level finely crafted katana replicated from reality, her close combat ability was enough to rival that of LV1 difficult witch. Yet now, she couldn't even cut through a mecha meant for ordinary people. Why? Why is this happening? Luo Lin was confused, but continued to look for opportunities to attack and suppress. Moreover, aside from the strangely strong mecha, the pilot's ability was also beyond her expectations. During the battle, she recalled something. Not every ordinary person in a reality simulation battle was bound to the silver rank. Some exceptionally talented ordinary people could break through their limits through constant fighting elevating themselves to the gold or even diamond ranks in reality simulation battles. And there was an example of such a person in the Imperial Witch Academy on her home planet. But her opponent wasn't even proficient in mecha. Could it be that another genius had emerged somewhere in the Empire? In that moment, Nguyen Bei suddenly seized the opportunity of Luo Lin's momentary distraction, and the mecha's magnetic energy dagger shot out instantly. Luo Lin, hastily blocking, was met with a chilling electric shock from the magnetic energy carried by the dagger the instant her katana made contact. Under the enhancement of her magic runes, this magnetic energy electric shock, which could have turned an ordinary person to ashes, did not claim her life. However, Nguyen Bei's subsequent attacks became even fiercer and faster. Luo Lin found it increasingly difficult to hold on. She desperately used her dual blades to block and dissipate the force, not wanting to die. She didn't want to die, nor did she want to lose. No matter what, she absolutely would not admit defeat. Even if she knew she couldn't win against her opponent right now, she would continue to fight. This was her struggle. As long as she could still struggle, as long as she could continue to fight, there was still hope. Wen Yan, come help me. Wen Yan, can you hear me? Wen Yan, hurry and save me. Where are you? Luo Lin wasn't foolish. This was a 2v2 battle, and 2 against 1 was common. Since she was already struggling to defend herself, she should call her teammate to join in the fight. However, after calling for a long time, her teammate remained silent. Just as Luo Lin was about to angrily scold her useless teammate, a gunshot suddenly rang out. A golden long rainbow shot straight through Luo Lin's chest. The next second, the mecha operated by Nguyen Bei grabbed Luo Lin's head. With a squelching sound, the mecha's large hand pierced in and crushed her. Her lifeless body fell to the ground. Then, the duel ended, and the combination of Nguyen Bei and Xing Rue won this ranked match in the ladder. Nguyen Bei looked at the slowly approaching Xing Rue, her expression somewhat dazed. It's over? While she was fighting, Sister Xing Rue not only took down another opponent, but also rushed to support her at the end. Nguyen Bei glanced towards the battlefield in the distance, where the cyber-psychotic girl had fallen, her body scattered into a pile of mechanical parts. Her head had split in half, looking as though it had been directly smashed apart. Sorry, Sister Xing Rue. Xing Rue smiled and asked, what's wrong? Why are you apologizing? Nguyen Bei knelt on one knee in front of Xing Rue in her mecha, saying, as a knight, I not only couldn't quickly defeat the opponent, but also let you. All right, Nguyen Bei. Xing Rue shook her head helplessly. Who told you that being a saintess means being high and mighty, always protected by others? Well, at least in my opinion, if a saintess can't tear the demon king apart, she can't be considered a saintess. Nguyen Bei was greatly shocked, staring at Xing Rue blankly, then lowered her head, lost in thought. She didn't know what to think. At that moment, Xing Rue received a message from her mother that it was almost time to prepare for lunch. So she said, sorry, I have to log off now. Nguyen Bei raised her head, looking puzzled. It's time for lunch. My mom is calling me. You should also prepare for lunch. Xing Rue waved her hand at Nguyen Bei. If you want to play the ladder again in the afternoon, you can message me. See you in the afternoon. Xing Rue and the fairy Ailey logged off together. Nguyen Bei stood still for a while, also receiving a message from her mother about lunch. With a heavy sense of confusion, she logged off. After logging off and waking up in her room, Nguyen Bei transformed back into that petite, soft, doll-like little witch in reality. She held her favorite night doll and slowly walked to the kitchen door. Mom, she called softly. Nguyen Bei's mother turned around from the stove, revealing a gentle smile at her daughter. You're up? Just wait a bit longer. We can eat soon. Today, Mom made your favorite cumin meat slices and apple chicken curry rice. Mom, Nguyen Bei lowered her head. Sister Xing Rue said that if you can tear the demon king apart, you can be a saintess. Her mother froze, her actions pausing for a moment. This. Her smile became a bit awkward. So, Mom, if Sister Xing Rue can already tear the demon king apart, then what can knights do? Her mother felt a mix of emotions. Her daughter was willing to communicate with her. This was the first time in a month. But she was also busy preparing lunch, unable to stop her movements. Her daughter was asking such strange questions, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Sweetheart, wait a moment, okay? Mom is cooking, and after I'm done, I'll explain it to you, all right? Nguyen Bay lowered her head, remaining silent, and silently turned to leave. Her mother felt a bit bitter inside and also regretted. If she had known, she wouldn't have messaged her daughter so early. If she had sent the message after finishing the meal, how could there be this current chaos? At that moment, a faint burnt smell wafted in. It turned out the apple chicken curry she was simmering had dried out, causing it to burn. Her mother could only emit a faint wail while quickly trying to salvage the remaining curry. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Xing Rui, who was also waiting for her mom to finish the last steps of lunch, was chatting with Ailey about Nguyen Bay's performance in the virtual arena. I feel like Nguyen Bay doesn't really seem like a social phobic. Xing Rui recalled her recent interaction with Nguyen Bay. In my memory, social phobia is characterized by fear of communicating with others, not wanting to interact, and so on. Even online, she has very little exposure to social-related content. So rather than social phobia, it seems more like she simply fears strangers. After gaining strength in the virtual world, she has become noticeably more confident, calling me both saintess and sister. Moreover, her virtual image is tall, voluptuous, and has a confident, bright smile, even able to say some extremely embarrassing things. It feels like she's playing a night image in the online world that she admires, loves, and wants to become. After saying a lot, Xing Rui looked at Ailey Xia, who was flipping through the smart brain beside her, seemingly searching for something. Ailey, what do you think? Me? Ailey Xia smiled slightly and turned the screen of the smart brain toward Xing Rui. Xing Rui, your fighting posture is really fiery. It was just uploaded a few minutes ago, and it already has 200,000 views. Xing Rui took a closer look. The entire battle process she just had with that cyber-psychotic girl was recorded by Ailey Xia and uploaded online. Now the video had garnered 200,000 views and 3,000 comments in just a few minutes. Moreover, the other party was not an ordinary witch. Ailey Xia scrolled through a few comments below the video, and Xing Rui looked at them, raising her delicate eyebrows. Pippi Huang Gugu, I remember this cyber-psychotic. She is a reserve member of the Royal Team 3 at the Capital Star Empire, Witch Academy's Imperial competition. It is said that she has a chance to be promoted to a formal member of Team 3 this year. Yolanda Lazy, Big Shot is amazing. She actually beat up a reserve member of the Royal Team 3. Not even touching the hem of her clothes. Her fighting posture is so beautiful. Caxiali C. The Big Shot didn't wear a badge. Could it be that an ordinary person is beating up a witch? Then this reserve member is too weak. Hurry up and change her. Xing Rui looked at the comments and sighed deeply. Ailey, please don't post such videos in the future. I'm afraid of real-life consequences. The other party is still a reserve member of Team 3. It would be hard for me if they come looking for me. Ailey Xia tilted her head, but Xing Rui, your identity is not ordinary either. Ailey Xia began to enumerate the differences in Xing Rui's identity. A descendant of the first-class witch family in the Empire, the Fangxing family. The granddaughter of the current head of the Fangxing family, who is the most favored daughter. And, standing behind the Fangxing family, always supporting them, is the Imperial Royal family. Xing Rui tilted her head. Ailey, how do you know all this? Of course, it's from the internet. Ailey Xia smiled slightly, gently poking Xing Rui's soft little face with her finger. The touch was really nice. You are now a lady from a family that others can't even aspire to. So, have a bit of confidence in yourself. Chapter 25. First day of school and the first day of my period, I managed to get through it smoothly with the special medicine prescribed by Dr. Cecilina. The next day, I still had some lingering symptoms, but after finishing the remaining dose of the special medicine, I got through it without issue. By the third day, the symptoms of increased magical energy had completely subsided. Today was supposed to be the official start classes, but we suddenly received notice that it had been postponed for 2 days. Xing Rui speculated that the adjustment of the school start date might be related to the sudden outbreak of magical explosions that occurred this year. On that day, Xing Rui saw an official announcement from the Empire on the intelligence network. All the junior witch academies within the Empire, including the junior witch academy in the capital of the Witch Star, suddenly reported a large number of new little witches experiencing magical explosions. According to statistics, the total number of little witches affected by magical explosions reached 300,000, with fewer than 1,000 successfully treated. Because this happened so suddenly, and such explosions had never occurred in the history of the empire, 99 of the little witches either died on the way to the hospital, or died due to hospitals being overwhelmed with little witches without enough medical resources, or parents who had no experience in dealing with such situations watched helplessly as their daughters died. Currently, the Witch Empress has announced the establishment of a special investigation team to investigate the bizarre magical explosion phenomenon this year. They have also allocated funds for long-term compensation for all affected families and immediately summoned Empire officials to discuss countermeasures. Xing Rui felt shocked upon seeing these statistics. Mama Xingyao said that there were 493 new little witches enrolled in their academy this year. The number of little witches experiencing magical explosions was 55, which was significantly more than what Dr. Cecilina had mentioned. This academy has been established for 100 years, with a number of graduated little witches reaching hundreds of thousands. However, there had never been any reports of magical explosions in the academy's history. Looking at the fact that all official forces within the empire have been mobilized by the Witch Empress to thoroughly investigate the cause of this outbreak, and that officials have been urgently summoned, it is clear how serious the nature of this situation is. Furthermore, the official reports on subsequent events have not yet been released, and discussions on the internet are all centered around speculations regarding the possible reasons for this magical explosion incident. Some netizens are continuously sharing updates on the official handling of various related events. After setting up alerts for relevant topics, Xing Rui continued with her daily life. Her daily routine was fulfilling. After breakfast, she read and studied. After lunch, she participated in ladder-ranking matches in the illusory arena with Nanubii. After dinner, she practiced her control over the Emperor's power, along with simple physical exercises. Then, she went to bed. During this time, as she spent time with Nanubii and ranked in the ladder, their relationship grew quite close. Nanubii gradually opened up to Xing Rui, although they never discussed topics related to reality. In the ladder ranking matches of their simulated battles, they achieved a 12-game winning streak, and the system notified them that they were about to participate in a promotion match. If they defeated 2 opponents at the master rank, they would be promoted to the master tier. If they lost, their winning streak would end, and they would remain in the diamond rank. However, they probably wouldn't have time to play this promotion match in the short term because the academy had started. Today was the first day of school. Xing Rui changed into the outfit her mother had given her: a white shirt, a black vest, a red plaid skirt, black knee-high socks, and a pair of round-toed shoes. For her hairstyle, Xing Rui chose 2 high ponytails. She had learned to tie her own ponytails, and she could do simple hairstyles by herself. In terms of climate, the cold wave that had swept through their city had dissipated, and the city had returned to a warm and pleasant spring climate. However, to be safe, her mother had placed a few warm jackets in her personal storage space for her to change into at any time. There was also a magic runestone that could create a thermal barrier when activated without needing to input magical energy. After making thorough preparations, Mama Xingyao took Xing Rui to the classroom building where classes were held. Mama Xingyao just dropped her daughter off at the entrance of the building, bidding her farewell and encouraging her to enjoy her time at the academy before leaving. Xing Rui then looked at the little witch classmates around her, who were also being dropped off by their witch mothers. It was unclear whether it was a mutual understanding among the parents or a rule of the academy. But all the witch parents left after dropping their daughters off at the building entrance, without anyone choosing to take their daughters directly to the classroom door. It was quite strange. Just as Xing Rui was about to look for her classroom, someone suddenly hugged her waist from the side. It was quite forceful. Xing Rui turned her head to see a petite figure with light golden hair. Noonyo? The little lowly witch hugging Xing Rui looked up, her timid blue eyes meeting hers. Xing Rui. Sister, Nanubii called out shyly. Xing Rui instinctively raised her hand to stroke Nanubii's soft golden hair. Looking in the direction where Nanubii had come from, she indeed saw Nanubii's mother watching them with a somewhat awkward expression. The mother clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, and her smile was filled with apology and helplessness. This made Xing Rui even more curious. After all, why did the parents just drop their daughters off at the building and leave? For little witches like Nanubii, what would happen if they were left alone and something went wrong? Nanubiai's mother turned back several times with a reluctant expression before finally leaving. Xingrui looked back at Nanubiai, who was still hugging her waist tightly, and gently asked, "Nuonyuo, do you remember which class you're in?" 10. 13. Nanubiai's voice was very small, but Xingrui caught it. At this moment, Alicia suddenly whispered in Xingrui's ear, "Xingrui, your classroom building is very interesting." "Interesting? Ali, did you discover something?" Of course. I'm an all-powerful fairy. But it's a secret. You'll find out when you experience it yourself. It's interesting, but very simple. Recently, Alicia had taken to appearing in the form of the fairy Ali, both in reality and in the illusory arena, seemingly enjoying it. "You're keeping me in suspense." This only made Xingrui more curious. Perhaps it was some kind of initiation trial for the first day of school, and the parents were aware of the content of the trial. Thinking about it this way made sense. No wonder the parents only dropped their children off at the building instead of taking them to the classroom. "Let's go, Nuonyuo, stop hugging me." Seeing that Nanubiai did not respond, Xingrui decided to change her approach. "Nuonyuo, aren't you a knight? Knights must be brave. Hugging me like this doesn't seem like what a knight should do." Recently, aside from the afternoon ladder ranking matches with Nanubiai in the illusory arena, her mother had also been bringing her to visit the dormitory every day. This allowed Xingrui and Alicia to understand Nanubiai's situation. She wasn't socially anxious, she was just timid. She was afraid of interacting with strangers. But if it was someone she was familiar with, she had no problem communicating and interacting. She just tended to be shy and timid. Xingrui's encouragement was quite effective. Nanubiai gradually loosened her grip around Xingrui's waist, clutching her cute knight doll tightly with one hand, while her other hand grasped 3 of Xingrui's fingers tightly. Her hands weren't big enough to grasp Xingrui's palm, so she could only hold her fingers. Great! This is what it means to be a brave knight. The term knight holds a special meaning for her, and it is also a key phrase that Xingrui often uses to encourage and inspire her. With her left hand, she turned to hold Nanubiai's small hand, leading her toward the staircase of the teaching building. Today, Nanubiai's outfit was similar to Xingrui's, a white shirt, a black blazer, and a red skirt. But there was a difference in the lower half. She wore long white stockings and a pair of black and white canvas shoes. Her light golden long hair was fluffy and smooth, draped down her back, adorned with a large blue bow that swayed cutely with her steps. Facing the fairy Ali's interactions, she felt a bit scared and did not respond. But she would still observe the fairy Ali with curious eyes. Yes, Nanubiai could see fairy Ali. Alicia said she liked interacting with cute girls, and since Nanubiai would be Xingrui's classmate for a year, their relationship might become closer in the future, so she didn't mind revealing her presence in front of Nanubiai. Most importantly, it was really fun to tease such a shy and timid little girl. Xingrui didn't pay attention to the interaction between Alicia and Nanubiai. She believed that Ali was much better than her at handling relationships with beautiful girls and Lolis. For now, they should go to the classroom to check in. Nanubiai's class was Class 13, which was perfect. She was also a student in Class 13, and they were assigned to the same class. Class 13's classroom was on the 4th floor of the teaching building, specifically room 4013, so they had to walk up to the 4th floor. Xingrui found it strange that the technology and magic of the Witch Empire were so advanced, with various teleportation devices for military and civilian use. The application of spatial magic teleportation arrays was also deeply integrated into the lives of the Empire's citizens. Why not just set up a teleportation array into the teaching building? Why do they have to climb the stairs? As Xingrui led Nanubiai up 5 flights of stairs, she found the floor's sign changed to 10, and she fell silent. Finally, amidst Alicia's laughter, Xingrui was left speechless, wondering why going to class at the start of the semester felt like solving a puzzle. Am I playing some kind of open-world reality game? Chapter 26. The tentacle binding of the deep sea, which the puzzle set up by the school, was quite simple and boring. Going up 1 floor equated to going up 2 floors, and going down 1 floor equated to going down 3 floors. Once she figured out the addition and subtraction involved in going up and down, she directly went down to the initial 1st floor. She first went up continuously from 1 to 3, then from 3 to 5, and from 5 to 7. After stopping at the 7th floor, she went down 1 floor and successfully arrived at the 4th floor of the teaching building. Looking out from the corridor on the fourth floor, she saw many little witches wandering around with confused expressions both above and below. They seemed completely unaware of what was happening. Xingrui found it uninteresting. What was the point of such a puzzle? Was it meant to be quirky? Upon smoothly entering classroom 4013, she found only one witch teacher inside. The teacher was entirely wrapped in a tightly fitted robe. Only her delicate, fair face and hands wearing black gloves protruded from beneath the robe. It could be said that other than her head, no other part of her body was exposed, all shrouded in black. She also wore a large, pointed witch hat. "Good morning, students," the witch teacher smiled and welcomed the two little witches entering the classroom. "Please feel free to choose any seat." "Hello, teacher." Xingrui politely greeted her future homeroom teacher. Nuo Yunbei glanced up quickly, then immediately lowered her head and shifted her gaze, hiding behind Xingrui. Hearing Xingrui's greeting, the witch teacher's smile became even brighter. She liked polite little witches. She rewarded both little witches with a sweet candy each. In the following time, other little witches gradually entered the classroom. The one that caught Xingrui's attention the most was a blue-haired loli who entered with a face full of disgust and irritation. They were old acquaintances. This was the third time she had seen her. As soon as the blue-haired loli entered the classroom, her first words were a harsh attack directed at the little witch nearest to her, who was curiously sizing her up, using terms like freak, neither male nor female, and monster. She launched a personal attack. The little witch, being insulted, had never experienced such things and didn't know how to retort. She just stood there dazed, helplessly being berated. Finally, she cried out. The crying little witch only seemed to bolster the blue-haired loli's momentum. At this moment, the witch teacher took action. Thick tentacles emerging from the shadows quickly bound the blue-haired loli tightly and sealed her mouth, dragging her into the shadows. A few minutes later, the blue-haired loli was thrown out of the shadows with a loud thud. Covered in an unknown, translucent, white, viscous liquid, she glared fiercely at the calm witch teacher. The witch teacher simply said, "Song Wei, please take your seat. Also, stay after school this afternoon. I need to have a detailed talk with your mother," and immediately apologized to Wendy, or "I have the right to expel you on the spot." In an instant, the blue-haired loli, named Song Wei, had an exceptionally ugly expression. She stiffened her face and quickly said sorry to the still sobbing little witch Wendy before hastily taking a seat in the back row. As she settled down, the surrounding little witches all distanced themselves from her, creating a no-go zone around her. Xingrui frowned and directly placed this blue-haired loli on her blacklist for the upcoming year at the academy. It was an unspoken rule among all witches to ignore the gender and race before becoming a witch. Those who used gender to attack other witches were said to become isolated by others in the university, and some stricter teachers would not treat them kindly or even refuse them entry into their classes. The witch teacher did not directly expel Song Wei from the classroom, which showed that her temperament and character were quite good. A few minutes later, the witch teacher pulled out a roster to begin taking attendance. There were a total of 60 students in the class, a few more than the number of students in her previous high school class. After attendance, the witch teacher began to introduce herself. Her name was Li Dia, and she was a deep-sea witch. Deep-sea witches are a major category of witches, encompassing all witches transformed from deep-sea creatures and those studying deep-sea magic. Whether she was transformed from a deep-sea creature or a witch studying deep-sea magic, Teacher Li Dia did not disclose. After a brief self-introduction, she began the day's lesson. The first lesson taught by Teacher Li Dia was on moral philosophy. The witch's classroom was similar to that of her previous life, but not entirely the same. Each class lasted half an hour, followed by a 30-minute break before the next class. It was said that this arrangement was because the new little witches were quite lively and active. If the class time exceeded half an hour, their learning efficiency would significantly decrease. The first class started at 8 a.m. There were a total of 3 classes: moral philosophy, history, and law. Nothing unexpected happened during the 3 morning classes. The little witch Song Wei, who had been reprimanded by the teacher, was very well behaved, but neither during class nor during breaks did any little witch interact with her. After the morning classes ended, the little witches' mothers arrived at the teaching building on time to pick up their daughters. Some witch parents, lacking culinary skills, took their daughters to the cafeteria for lunch. The academy cafeteria had professional chefs and nutritionists designing meals for the little witches, making a great place for witch parents who were not good at cooking. It was open 24 hours a day, with meals available at any time. Others, like Xing Ruwei and Nuo Yunbei, returned to the dormitory for lunch. Today's lunch was prepared by Xing Ruwei's mother and Nuo Yunbei's mother together. Xing Ruwei finally learned the name of Nuo Yunbei's mother, Carolina Davis Terra. Everyone generally referred to her as Carolina or Davis. Upon hearing Nuo Yunbei's mother's name, Xing Ruwei couldn't help but lose her composure. Carolina Davis? You are the leader of the Human Protectors? Carolina Davis was a character from the game StarCraft II, who established the Human Protectors and sought to return the Empire to Minsk while exterminating all alien threats. Wait, Nuo Yunbei, Nova. Xing Ruwei suddenly realized. In StarCraft II, Nova's real name is Nova Voss Terra, and in the Chinese dubbing, when Nova Voss is pronounced, it sounds extremely similar to Nuo Yunbei Terra. Nova became General Davis's daughter? What a bizarre and outrageous combination. This was all Xing Ruwei's inner monologue. After lunch, it was time for a nap. In reality, Nuo Yunbei was very clingy to Xing Ruwei and wanted to sleep together during nap time. Carolina looked at the scene with a satisfied expression, seemingly happy for her daughter taking her first step in socializing. After the nap ended, it was time for the afternoon classes. There was only one subject in the afternoon, mathematics. The same half-hour class followed by a half-hour break system was in place. The 3 afternoon classes were all mathematics, highlighting the subject's importance in the witch education system. For Xing Ruwei, it felt like she was relearning middle school mathematics. But what surprised her the most was Nuo Yunbei. Her calculation speed was even faster than Xing Ruwei's, and she didn't need to draft the calculation process. She could do it all mentally. An unexpected math genius? Xing Ruwei couldn't help but think. At 4:30 p.m., the classes ended. Xing Yao's mother and Carolina continued to prepare lunch together. However, after lunch, Carolina took her daughter back to their dormitory to rest. Xing Ruwei stayed in her room to hone the power bestowed by the Emperor. During these days of training, she could clearly feel that the size and quality of the golden flame were continuously improving. She estimated that if she persisted, she could achieve the goals set by the Emperor in less than a year or even in half a year. Just then, Alicia suddenly poked her cheek. Xing Ruwei turned to look, and Alicia mysteriously said to her, come here, don't make a sound, be quiet. What's wrong? Quiet, come on. Alicia pulled Xing Ruwei to the door of the bedroom, then signaled for silence and pointed to the living room. She whispered, listen quietly. Listen? To what? Just as Xing Ruwei was puzzled, her mother's voice came from the living room. Sui, both me and Ruwei miss you. When are you coming back? Is that a conversation between mom and mother? The voice of her mother, Sui, came through, and she was chuckling. I'm afraid. It won't be possible for a short time. Why? Xing Yao's mother was confused, her voice rising a few pitches, but quickly lowered, seemingly afraid of disturbing her daughter, who was honing her soul power in the bedroom. Did you not promise me that Ruwei could come on the first day of her period? But you didn't come, you stood us up. And now you're saying it won't be possible for a short time? What's going on? Mother, Sui sighed. I was forcibly conscripted. Forcibly conscripted? Xing Ruwei suddenly realized that this conversation between her mom and mother might be an opportunity to learn about her mother's work. So, Xing Ruwei focused intently, carefully listening to the conversation between her mom and mother, eager to glimpse the mysterious work of her mother, Sui. Chapter 27. The Forced Summons of the Witch Empress. Forced summons? What is going on? Xing Yao's tone was somewhat anxious. Haven't you retired already? It's been over a decade. How can you be summoned again? Ruiqi's tone was also helpless. This isn't an ordinary forced summons. It's a compulsory order issued by the Empress. Ruiqi smiled slightly, reassuring her. This time it's not about going to battle, but about capturing infiltrators. The recent surge of magical energy across the country has made the Empress very angry. The Empress's order demands that all retired war witches from various planets report to their respective military offices immediately. After reporting, the summoned witches will form teams of 3 and use equipment provided by the Imperial Research Institute to conduct a comprehensive search for the whereabouts of the Dark Elves within the planet. Dark Elves? Xingyao almost couldn't control her voice, hurriedly covering her mouth to listen carefully to the situation in her daughter's bedroom. After confirming that her momentary outburst didn't disturb her daughter, Xingyao continued to ask in a lowered voice, "Is the information confirmed? Those vile creatures have resurfaced? Wait, is this information something you can tell me?" Ruiqi nodded. "No problem, I've asked, but don't spread it around, just keep it to yourself. As for those dark elves, I'm not sure. More details about the mission haven't been released yet, so the specifics are still unclear." Ruiqi looked at her wife suspiciously. "But what are you doing sneaking around like this? I'm afraid it might affect Rui's training." Xingyao's face immediately broke into a proud and happy smile. But Ruiqi was quite surprised. "Training? Are you sure? Isnt learning magic, something that happens after the fourth surge of magical energy? Did you teach her already?" "No." Xingyao waved her hand. "It's Rui's contracted star. She contracted an incredibly powerful star." Xingyao excitedly told Ruiqi about the powerful abilities of that golden star and its possible connections to the royal family, involving the backgrounds of all the past witch empresses. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping Xingray listened to her mother's speculations about the golden star, her expression somewhat subtle. It felt oddly fitting the process was completely wrong, but the result was half right. At least the answer about the empress was indeed correct. "All right, there's also a pink star, which is very powerful too. Our Rui is the only witch in the fading star family to contract 2 stars in so many years. The most important thing is that star is particularly lively and chatty. I've noticed that many times Rui seems to be in a daze or talking to the air. She must be communicating with that star." Xing Rui and Alexia exchanged glances. How did Mom guess that again? The process was all wrong, but the outcome was completely right. Listening to Xingyao excitedly recounting the 2 stars contracted by her daughter, Ruiqi couldn't help but smile. When Xingyao finished speaking, Ruiqi smiled and said 2 words. "So good. I want to let our Rui suffer. I'll take good care of her." Saying this, Xingyao raised her hands, flexing her muscles, and said seriously, "I've learned from my mother and am now a master at raising children. Trust me. Also, I'm thinking of taking you and our daughter back to the family after Rui graduates from the Young Witch Academy. Let Grandma meet her extraordinarily gifted granddaughter and let her see how outstanding you are." Chui. Ruiqi smiled. Okay, I'll go along with you." Just when Xingrui thought her mom would continue along this topic and introduce her recent experiences to Grandma, unexpectedly, Mom immediately changed the subject. She began talking about the Empress's 4 summons. Xingyao was worried that this 4 summons would last a long time, causing Ruiqi to miss the opportunity to spend time with their daughter this year. Once their daughter entered university, the time they could spend together would be far less than it is now. That depends on what the Empress thinks. Ruiqi's tone was filled with helplessness. The 4 summons was issued by the Empress, and if the Empress doesn't in the summons, or if my team doesn't receive a disbandment order, I must continue to carry out my mission. But don't worry too much. Maybe I can find time to come back. You know, the Dark Elves have disappeared from the galaxy for 100 years, and I really don't understand why the Empress suddenly suspects the Dark Elves are behind this recent surge of magical energy." Ruiqi chuckled lightly. "Relax a bit. I will definitely visit you and our daughter when I have the chance. Don't worry too much. I'm a ruthless level 3 witch, a high-level combat force of the Empire. Even if I encounter Dark Elves on this planet, I want to be completely defenseless." Xingyao looked worried. "You really can't predict how the world changes. The work you were doing before was very dangerous, and I said we would accompany Rui together after you got free. But now you haven't even gotten free and have been pulled into a new dangerous job. Hey, don't say that." Ruiqi's perspective was somewhat different. "I was still troubled about how to get out of that contract, and then the Empress's 4 summons solved that problem for me. Isn't that great? Don't look at the tasks I have to do after being summoned as dangerous. The Dark Elves haven't appeared in the galaxy for 100 years, and our planet is a core star area of the Empire. How could we really be that unlucky to encounter them? Once the summons is lifted, I'll be truly free." When Ruiqi said this, her tone lifted with a hint of joy and relief. But the worried expression on Xingyao's face didn't fade, and she complained, "Are you really setting a flag for yourself like that? No way. I'm just speaking the truth. Ruiqi, come gatir." Okay, right away. The call of other witches came from Ruikui's side, and she quickly stood up. All right, the mission is here. I'll contact you later when I have time. During the mission, I might not be allowed to reply to messages, but I will report my safety regularly. I'm off. Yao Yao. Take care of yourself and our daughter. The call ended. Xing Yao watched Ruikui's bright, beaming smile at the screen, and no matter what Ruikui said, her heart couldn't help but feel worried. Thus, after a few minutes of silence, Xing Yao immediately dialed another number. After a brief ringing, the call connected. A steady, mature voice rang in Xing Yao's ear. Yao Yao, why did you suddenly think of calling your mother? Did you encounter problems while taking care of our granddaughter? The eavesdropping Xing Rui was startled. Yay! This was the first time she heard her grandmother's voice. No wonder she raised 39 daughters. The calmness and maturity in her voice were completely unmatched by Mom. Mother, what is going on with the Dark Elves? Haven't the Dark Elves been exterminated by the Empire, with all their remaining branches driven out of the galaxy? How have they resurfaced? The first question Xing Yao asked made her mother fall silent. After a long time, her mother maintained a calm tone. Where did you hear this from? Chui Chui has been forcibly summoned. After a while, her mother let out a sigh. The complex emotions contained in that sigh were something Xing Rui could almost visualize her grandmother face-palming and sighing. Thank goodness this news is to be announced later. Otherwise, your partner would definitely be charged with leaking military secrets. Forget it, let us just not tell anyone else this news. Okay? No, it's good that you didn't say it. In any case, the news about the Dark Elves was confirmed through special channels by His Majesty. The recent large-scale magical outburst incident involving little witches across the country was orchestrated by the Dark Elves, with the aim of stifling the new generation of little witches. In short, no matter which planet it is, things won't be very stable domestically for a while. Move back with your daughter. I also want to meet my granddaughter. I won't. Grandma. Xing Rui couldn't help but chuckle inside. Her mother's sudden rejection was so vivid. Even Alicia flew out to take a picture of the stubborn expression on Xing Rui's mother's face when she suddenly said no. Wow, a mom with such an expression is really cute. You child, when Sui comes home, I'll move back. Xing Yao was very firm in her stance, and Grandma, unable to persuade her, had to give up. Well, can I at least meet my granddaughter now? Are you not even letting your mother see her granddaughter? Chapter 28. Young Grandma, upon hearing that Grandma wanted to see her and that Mom agreed, Xing Yao quickly returned to the lazy sofa in her bedroom, pretending to practice while holding a ball of golden flame. The next moment, Mom called for her to come to the living room, saying Grandma wanted to see her. Xing Yao happily agreed, quickly ran out of her room in her cotton slippers, and arrived beside Mom, excitedly saying, Mom, is it really Grandma? I've never met Grandma before. This was not just Xing Rui pretending. She was genuinely curious about what kind of witch Grandma was. Only hearing her voice without seeing her in person made her quite curious, and she had been eavesdropping several times, thinking about going out to take a look. Now, she finally got to see her. In the projection screen, Grandma's originally calm and delicate face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile upon seeing Xing Rui. Are you Rui's granddaughter, Grandma? Xing Rui curiously observed Grandma on the projection screen. This witch grandmother looked almost identical to her mother. Considering the witch's long lifespan and the ability to remain youthful as long as she wished, it was normal for Grandma to appear as a charming young girl. After all, she was blood-related. Mom and Grandma looked almost the same, except Grandma's hair color was more vibrant than Mom's. The details of their faces were nearly identical. At that moment, Grandma was wearing an off-shoulder long-sleeve top, with her hands tucked inside the sleeves, only the tips of her fingers visible, adorned with light pink starry nail art. She held a steaming drink in her hands, smiling brightly as she examined her granddaughter. Her bright red hair was casually tied up, cascading over her right shoulder, and she had the same deep blue eyes as her mother, but her eyes seemed to reflect a galaxy of stars, dazzling and shining. Yellow sun and moon earrings dangled from her earlobes. Is this Grandma? If you told me this was her sister, I would believe it. Grandma is so beautiful. Xing Rui sincerely praised, just like Mom, so young and pretty. She looks more like my sister than my grandma. Xing Yao playfully knocked her daughter's little head. What do you mean she looks like your sister? If she is your sister, then what am I? Oh, how wonderful. I love your honest compliments. Grandma was overjoyed by her granddaughter's praise and didn't mind the little issue at all. Come closer, Rui. Let me take a good look at you. Xing Rui leaned closer to the screen as Grandma examined her carefully, occasionally nodding and making sounds. What a beautiful child, perfectly inheriting your and Rui Chui's looks and bloodline. I heard you have contracted 2 stars continuously? Yes, Grandma. After sitting obediently beside Mom, Xing Rui nodded and answered Grandma's questions. However, there weren't many questions. Grandma directly avoided or ignored Xing Rui's 16 years of life before this. This was also the attitude of most adult witches. The past was the past, and the present was the present. It was better to focus on the present and future rather than dwell on the past. Impressive. Your mother took a whole year to fully digest the blessings from her first star contract, but you are much stronger than her. Xing Yao pouted in grievance. But since the praise was directed at her daughter, she couldn't really take it out on her. So she just shot a glare at her mother for bringing up the topic. Rui, do you want to come back with your moms? Capital Star is much more prosperous than the Love Coin Star where you live, and I want to see you in person, okay? Xing Rui blinked, firmly standing by her mother's side. I listen to Mom. Grandma. TSK. Xing Yao proudly puffed out her chest, causing her ample bosom to shake. All right, Mother. Don't try to sway my daughter. I'm telling you, Rui is firmly on my side, and you won't be able to turn her against me no matter what methods you use. Now, do you have anything else to say? If not, I will hang up. Hey, don't rush. There's one more thing. Grandma rolled her eyes, wondering why her daughter was in such a hurry. Did she really dislike seeing herself talk to her granddaughter? Does Rui play in the illusion arena? Xing Rui nodded slightly. Oh, that sounds interesting. Xing Yao shot another glare at her mother, questioning why it mattered if her daughter played in the illusion arena. Did her precious Rui need Grandma's permission to play there? Xing Rui looked at her mother, very curious about what had happened between Mom and Grandma. Was it because of Mom's elopement after marrying that she always had such a confrontational attitude toward Grandma? It felt like Mom's attitude toward Grandma was always in a strange state, sometimes warm and familial, and other times confrontational as if they were enemies. It's really hard to grasp. You, child. But just as Grandma was about to say something, she revealed a playful smile to Xing Rui, who remained calm in response. Knowing is knowing. It's just that I killed 2 reserve members of the Imperial Royal Team. What's there to worry about? They aren't even official members, so there's nothing to be proud of. However, Grandma seemed to have no intention of continuing that topic. Instead, she gently clapped her hands and smiled. All right, let's consider my meddling. Well, let's end it here for today. Seeing you through the screen from thousands of miles away is certainly not as good as seeing you in person. So I'll wait for you in Capital Star. I'm really looking forward to the day I meet you, my dear Rui. After the call ended, Xing Rui curiously asked, is there a big conflict between Mom and Grandma? There are conflicts, but not major ones, Xing Yao answered without hesitation. What do you think of Grandma? She seems much younger than I imagined. Xing Rui honestly expressed her view. I thought Grandma would be a very mature, older sister witch, but unexpectedly, she looks as young as Mom. Plus, her outfit is even more youthful and stylish. I even saw her nails. That's true. Xing Yao agreed with her daughter's viewpoint. Anyway, we will definitely go back someday. Let Grandma meet you and let you see other family members. If I remember correctly, there are 3 new little witches in the family this year, all secondborns. So you don't have to worry about not having peers to interact with when we get to the family. All right, go back to what you were doing. By the way, did the teacher assign any homework today? Xing Rui smiled and replied, I've already finished. The homework the teacher assigned was very simple. That's great. Xing Yao hugged her daughter and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Now, continue to practice the powers granted to you by the Emperor. Xing Rui returned to her room, but began to multitask, practicing the powers bestowed upon her by the Emperor while searching for information about the Dark Elves online. What kind of race were the Dark Elves that made the Witch Emperor so vigilant? What kind of race caused the Witch Empire to eradicate them completely? What kind of powers did they possess that could cause magical explosions among little witches in the National Academy? However, Xing Rui thought of these questions and naturally, Alicia had already considered them. Alicia directly sent Xing Rui the relevant information link she had prepared for their meeting with Grandma. Thank you, Alicia. You're welcome, Xing Rui. Because I'm also quite curious. Anyway, you definitely want to see it too, right? Xing smiled in response and clicked on the link to see what this dark elf was all about. Chapter 29. The Witch's Life Magic This Dark Elf. Such a strong sense of DJVU. After reading the history and past of the Dark Elves in full, Xing pondered for a moment. It felt like a hybrid of Marvel's Dark Elves and Warhammer's Spirit Race. This was Xing evaluation. Moreover, after carefully reading about the Dark Elves' history and racial characteristics, she always felt that the phenomenon of magical power explosion didn't seem to be something the Dark Elves could orchestrate. A race that had been reduced to scattered branches, having fled beyond the galaxy and lost most of its technology and culture. How could they secretly return a century later to specifically target the new generation of young witches in the Empire, stifling the new witches of the Witch Empire? How is that possible? If it were her, she might send infiltration teams to secretly enter the planet for reconnaissance, and after confirming the situation, devise a detailed strategic plan, and then launch an invasion for revenge. It wouldn't be aimed at the new generation of young witches. The lifespan of witches is incredibly long. Even if you killed all the young witches of this generation, how long would it take for this generation to have a substantial impact on the Empire's strength? And is it really possible? So now that she thought about it carefully, Xing speculated that the Dark Elves were probably just an excuse. The real culprit behind this incident was likely someone else, and the Dark Elves were just being used as scapegoats. Thinking this way, perhaps her mother's safety was greatly enhanced. In any case, they definitely wouldn't encounter the Dark Elves. Xing also pushed this matter to the back of her mind. It had nothing to do with her. She was just a weak little witch who couldn't even tie a chicken. Being honest in her studies, going to school, and practicing was her most important task at the moment. So after completing her training that night, Xing snuggled into her mother's bed and enjoyed a peaceful sleep. In the following days, Xing life was very regular. From Monday to Friday, she attended classes during the day, exercised after dinner, and honed her control over imperial power. On Saturdays, she went shopping with her mother in the nearby commercial area, enjoying delicious food and drinks. After dinner, she still exercised, honing her control over imperial power. On Sundays, she completed her weekend homework in the morning and battled in the illusion arena with Nua Yunbei in the afternoon. They deliberately lost their matches to advance to the master rank and then stayed in the diamond rank to have fun, enjoying every game. Moreover, starting from a second increase in magical power, Xing physical reactions began to diminish. There was no dizziness, no fatigue in her limbs, and none of the other mentioned side effects. She only felt a bit drowsy that day and wanted to sleep a little longer. Xing could only marvel at her mother's prowess, emphasizing that physical exercise and improving physical fitness were indeed effective. She could now completely declare that she had freed herself from the physical side effects caused by the increase in magical power. Additionally, there was good news for Xing. After the third increase in magical power, she introduced her mother's fairy, Eli, to her. Mother Xingyao happily accepted the existence of the fairy Eli, and there were no problems in communication. She regarded Eli as a member of the family, of course, in the position of a parent. This was because Mother Xingyao felt the maturity and steadiness behind the cute appearance and playful personality of the fairy Eli. Having an additional third-party parent who could watch over her daughter without suddenly interrupting their mother-daughter interaction was quite nice. Soon, it was time for Xing fourth increase in magical power. Coincidentally, this day was Saturday. Thus, Xingyao decisively canceled the arrangement to go shopping with her daughter today. She decided to teach her daughter real magic today. Before teaching her daughter magic, Xingyao first tested her daughter's magical power. The first increase was 155. The second increase was 300. The third increase was 129. The fourth increase was 498. Now, Xing total magical power was 1082. Each increase in magical power was random. And after the last increase, the total magical power would stop at an integer. It could be 5,000, 8,000, or 10,000. In short, it would definitely be an integer. There was still a long way to go until half a year, so Xing didn't need to worry too much about whether her total magical power was high or low. Mom, what magic are we learning today? Since it was a day to learn magic, Eli was also curious about the magic learning of this world. However, She wouldn't actively interrupt or disrupt the time the mother and daughter spent together. Instead, she would observe silently, enjoying the warm moment in front of her. Of course, it's life magic. This was what Xingyao decided after much thought. Life magic is the type of magic that all witches use the most and are most skilled at throughout their lives. For example, every morning, when you wake up and sit in front of the vanity mirror using beauty technique, two transparent hands made of magical power will appear to apply various skincare products for you and even do your makeup beautifully. Hair care technique, as the name suggests, cares for your hair, keeping it as smooth as chocolate, shiny, and completely free from dryness and split ends. Hairstyle technique has many classifications: ponytails, high ponytails, side ponytails, long hair draped over the shoulders, natural curls. No matter what style, this magic can achieve it. Before this, Mother Xingyao had used hairstyle technique many times to change her daughter's hairstyle, and of course, she had also taught her hands-on. Dust gathering technique can gather all the dust within a certain range using magical power for a period. Stain removal technique can eliminate stubborn stains such as scale, dirt, and grease. Clothing technique, similar to the earlier beauty technique, also uses magical power to create two hands to help you get dressed. Lazy wardrobe organising technique, as the name suggests, can help lazy people organize their wardrobes after being released. It was also mentioned by the mother on the first day, a spell that can quickly store a large amount of clothing neatly in the wardrobe at once. However, it wasn't used back then because Mother Ruikui was a diligent witch who believed that her own organized wardrobe was the most aesthetically pleasing and practical. So she had never learned this magic since childhood. One could only say that Mother was indeed a witch born into a military family. Her personal habits were much more diligent and serious. There are many types of life magic, and Mother Xingyao also stated that it wasn't necessary to learn all life magic. She only needed to choose the ones she was interested in and needed to learn. And then, she handed her daughter a thick dictionary. Xingrui tilted her head, and her mother held back a laugh. This was a magic code that recorded all the life magic in the Empire's database. You could choose the life magic you were interested in from it, and her mother would teach her. Is there someone who can help me? Eli's voice suddenly interrupted, and Xingyao and Xingrui turned to look at the fairy Eli beside them. Puffed. Eli, what's wrong with you? Puff. Ha ha. Your hair. Your hair is how. Ha ha. Xingrui took a look and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mother Xingyao also couldn't help but chuckle when she saw the fairy Eli's current awkward appearance. At this moment, the fairy Eli's pink hair was growing wildly. Floating in the air, her hair had already reached the ground and was intertwined, and the hair that continued to grow was about to stack up several centimeters high. Watching Xingrui laugh uncontrollably, the fairy Eli pouted and looked at her with an annoyed expression. Mother Xingyao then stepped in and stopped the ongoing hair growth technique on the fairy Eli. This magic is just like its name, hair growth. Using magic to cut the overly long hair of the fairy Eli, and then using hairstyle technique to restore it to its previous state. Only then did the fairy Eli let out a sigh of relief, and then she jumped onto the still laughing Xingrui and started to play around with her. Still laughing, no laughing. Meanwhile, Mama Xingyao picked up a strand of Eli's pink hair from the ground. Oh, so much magic power. How much magic power did Eli use to cast hair growth? However, Mama Xingyao quickly tied up the hair on the ground with magic and waited until the two had played enough before speaking. Eli, you should keep this hair. Huh? The fairy Eli looked a bit confused at the bundled hair that Xingyao handed over. Hair infused with abundant magic power is also an important material for some special magical items or weapons. Eli, if you need it in the future, you can use it. If not, you can also put it up for auction online. Purely natural and infused with abundant magic power. Pink hair is also an extremely rare magical material within the Empire. The fairy Eli took her hair with a curious expression. Xingyao, what can hair as a material be used for? A lot. Xingyao chose a more common use as an example. For instance, hair planting. Hair planting? Both the fairy Eli and Xingrui were surprised by this answer. Xingyao nodded. That's right. Natural pink hair after planting can allow the subsequently grown hair, as well as hair stimulated by magic, to all be pink. And girls with naturally pink hair are extremely rare. It may take years to see one. and after transforming into a witch, they're likely to lose their original hair color. Therefore, pink hair has always been an extremely scarce and rare natural hair color in the hair planting industry. Xingrui blinked at Ailey and asked, "Want to sell it?" "Not selling." The fairy Ailey immediately rejected, laughing. "I'll keep it to make magical items or weapons for you in the future." Xingrui's expression became very strange. Just thinking about possibly fighting with a weapon made from Ailey's hair in the future felt so weird. It felt like she was some kind of hair fetishist. I hope the magical weapons that might be used in the future will be a bit more normal. Chapter 30. In class, the smart brain got caught Maru spicy. Learning life magic turned out to be much simpler than Xingrui had anticipated. Just like when her mother taught her to draw the magic circle for the contract magic in the star constellation spell. She used her magic power to outline the magic circle, and once activated, the magic would automatically take effect. As for why drawing the magic circle this way would have the corresponding effect, that was something she would learn after entering university. For a little witch like Xingrui, learning these things was still too early. The magic circles for life magic were very simple. If the complexity of the contract magic circle for the star constellation was 100, then the complexity of the several life magic spells she learned today was only about 0. 0-1 or 0-0-2. On the first day of learning magic, Xingrui learned dressing spell, hair care spell, beauty spell, and a skincare spell. They were all very simple. And after repeatedly drawing the 4 life magic circles 2 to 3 times, she completely remembered them and could draw them skillfully. After becoming a witch, her memory had greatly improved, making it so easy to memorize such magic circles. However, her mother mentioned that once she became proficient in controlling her magic power and had a preliminary grasp of using her mental strength, she would no longer need to use her hands as the output from magic power to draw the magic circles. Instead, she could directly use her mental strength to guide her magic power to outline and activate the magic circles. At a very high level of proficiency, she could instantly complete the drawing and activation of the magic circles, making it look just like casting instant magic. Then, Xingrui used her mental strength to outline and activate the magic circle on the spot. After becoming familiar with the process a few times, she reduced the entire process to just 1 second. "Is that right, Mom?" After successfully and skillfully achieving what her mother had described, Xingrui looked at her mother, Xingyao, who was now in a daze. Mom? Mom?" As Xingrui called out to her repeatedly, Xingyao came back to her senses and looked at her daughter with a complex expression. The first magic she learned was also a life magic. Memorizing a life magic completely was very simple. Witches had strong memories, and under normal circumstances, they could remember it completely after 3 to 5 repeated drawings. However, using mental strength to outline the magic circle and controlling the time to just 1 second was something that many witches who had been in university for several years might not be able to achieve. Cultivating and mastering mental strength was not as simple as it sounded. But at that moment, Xingyao suddenly remembered. The 2 stars her daughter had contracted, the Emperor's Star, strengthened her daughter's soul power, while the contract with Xiao Ailey enhanced her daughter's mental power. Given this, it was reasonable for her daughter to be able to do this. While Xingyao was pondering, Xingrui witnessed her mother's expression shift from being stunned to deep in thought, and finally to one of understanding, nodding her head. "That's great, Rui. My dear," Xingyao smiled and praised her daughter. "You have successfully done something that many witches are unable to achieve even after years of university. Keep it up." Xingyao gently patted her daughter's head, looking very happy. However, Xingrui felt that something was off. According to past experiences, if she had done something impressive, her mother would have already pounced on her excitedly and started rubbing her face. But today, she only patted her head. Was it because Ailey was present? However, Xingrui didn't dwell on this matter too much. Because of her rapid learning speed, Xingyao decided to teach her a few more life magic spells. Once she mastered all the life magic spells she wanted to learn this week, she would teach her elemental magic. This made Xingrui even more motivated. Elemental magic was much more fun than life magic. Who doesn't like to play with fireballs? In her view, elemental magic was much more interesting than life magic. Xingrue was very much looking forward to the elemental magic lessons a week later. In fact, during this time, she was a bit distracted in class. History, ethics, law, and math. None of these subjects were as interesting as elemental magic. Unable to contain herself, Xingrue committed her first offense of classroom discipline since her rebirth in this world. During class, she secretly looked at the smart brain, searching for knowledge about elemental magic, trying to understand it in advance. Today was the first day of secretly looking at the smart brain during history class. Immersed in the sea of knowledge about elemental magic, Xingrue felt as if she had returned to her middle school classroom in her previous life. The teacher was lecturing at the front, and herself, relying on the invulnerable defensive fortress built from textbooks and workbooks, she pressed her phone tightly against the wall of the fortress. From time to time, she glanced at the novel on her phone, which was in night mode. The thrill of sneaking a peek was something Xingrue hadn't experienced in a long time. But Xingrue, what was the cost? As she immersed herself in secretly looking at the smart brain, Xingrue suddenly felt someone poking her with a finger. She turned her head and saw her shy classmate, Niyunbai, gently poking her arm with her finger, seemingly trying to remind her of something. Xingrue blinked. After spending a long time together, they had developed a high level of tacit understanding. Just a blink could convey their thoughts to each other. However, Niyunbai looked at her, then shyly lowered her head, continuing to poke her arm. Just as Xingrue was wondering what was going on, a witch's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Elemental magic. Xingrue, you really are a keen learner, already starting to self-study elemental magic. Xingrue's body instantly stiffened. Cold sweat began to seep from her back, and her heart started to race. She slowly turned her head, and her homeroom teacher, Ms. Dia, was smiling at her. All the little witches in the classroom were also staring at her. Ms. Ms. Dia smiled and placed her gloved hand, adorned with black lace, on Xingrue's little head, patting and rubbing it as if testing the texture. In the next second, it felt like those fingers would crush her head. Xingrue felt her heart, which was racing violently, was about to leap out of her chest. Put away the smart brain and pay attention in class, okay? Xingrue quickly retracted the projection screen of the smart brain. I'm sorry, Ms. Li, I was wrong. Xingrue had a serious attitude as she quickly admitted her mistake. Ms. Dia nodded appreciatively, saying that good children are those who are willing to admit their mistakes. It's okay. The teacher won't hold it against you for using the smart brain in class. However, this can't happen again. You still need to pay attention in class. Xingrue nodded vigorously, her expression a mix of embarrassment and shame. In her previous life, the teacher would have snatched her phone and smashed it on the ground, maybe even stomped on it, then sent her outside to stand and called her parents, ensuring she would behave obediently. But just when Xingrue thought she had escaped a calamity, Ms. Dia's voice echoed softly in her ear. Stay after school this afternoon. I need to have a good talk with your mother about your studies in elemental magic. Xingrue's expression stiffened again. Maru spicy. Inside, Ms. Dia couldn't help but snort softly. Although this child had a good attitude toward admitting her mistakes, and she was usually a very serious and obedient little witch, she could indeed overlook this instance of her using the smart brain in class. However, she never said she wouldn't pursue the matter of her secretly learning elemental magic. It has only been a month, and she has already started to secretly learn elemental magic. She feels it's necessary to have a serious talk with her parents. After class, during the break, Xingrue lay helplessly on her desk. It's really frustrating. The outcome of calling her parents is already determined, and there's nothing she can do to reverse it. Sigh, why did she sneak a peek at the smart brain during class? What is the difference between this and sneaking a look at her phone to read novels in her previous life? Little star. At this moment, a small mermaid with a red fishtail leaned close to Xingrue, resting on a flying ice block. The fish fins on either side of her head wiggled slightly, and her large black eyes were filled with curiosity. She was very small, and her voice was sweet and cute, making one want to pinch her chubby little face. Little star, have you started learning elemental magic? That's amazing. My mom doesn't teach me elemental magic. She says I'll learn it myself when I go to college. Xingrue pressed her lips together, unsure how her mom would react to this. She really wasn't sure. She was about to get her parents involved. The The little mermaid, which tilted her head, her tail slapping the ice ball beneath her a few times. Is it really that scary to call parents? She couldn't quite understand. She had been kept behind by her teacher before and called her parents, but Teacher Lydia was very gentle. It wasn't scary at all. Why does it seem like calling parents is such a terrifying thing for little Star right now? This puzzled her. Mainly, I don't know how my mom would view this situation, which makes me a bit anxious. The little mermaid, which still didn't quite understand, shaking her head. But little Star's mom is very gentle, and Teacher Lydia is also very gentle. Could it be that little Star's mom appears gentle on the surface but gets angry easily at home, teaming up with Uncle Trident to treat you like a tennis ball? Xingrui looked at the little mermaid, which with a strange expression. Hi, she. What do you mean by teaming up with Uncle Trident to treat you like a tennis ball? Can a witch's language be arranged like this? The little mermaid witch. Hi, she looked innocent, using her little hands to crawl closer to Xingrui to share her interesting stories. It's just that my mom and Uncle Trident treat me like a tennis ball. Whenever I make a mistake, my mom pulls out Uncle Trident, and with her tail, they both treat me like a tennis ball. But I think it's quite fun. Haishi smiled brightly, saying, my mom hits me with her tail, Uncle Trident pats me, and I fly in the air. It's really fun. So I often make mistakes on purpose to let my mom and Uncle Trident play like that with me. After saying this, Haishi innocently asked, so little Star, when your mom gets angry, does she also team up with Uncle Trident to make you fly back and forth in midair? Xingrui fell silent. No, her mom would never treat her like a tennis ball. Haishi, what's wrong? Little Star, it must be hard living with your mom. Little Star didn't quite understand what you meant. Suddenly, Haishi's mermaid tail began to excitedly swing back and forth, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xingrui. So, does Little Star want to join? Then I'll invite Little Star next time, and we can all be treated like tennis balls by our moms and Uncle Trident together. Xingrui, absolutely not. Chapter 31. The curious little witches after school in the afternoon. Xingrui and Niyunbai stayed in the classroom together, waiting for their two mothers to come and pick them up. Originally, only Xingrui needed to stay, but Niyunbai was too scared to leave the classroom alone. More accurately, she was afraid to be more than 3 meters away from Xingrui. So, Xingrui and Niyunbai stayed together. Teacher Lydia also came to the two little witches and looked at Niyunbai with curiosity. Niyunbai, why are you still here too? As their homeroom teacher, Lydia's gentleness was recognized by all the little witches except Songwei. Additionally, due to their long-term interaction and the fact that Lydia often gave Niyunbai delicious candies to bridge the teacher-student distance, Niyunbai was not particularly afraid of Lydia. However, she still didn't dare to speak up, only hiding behind Xingrui when they encountered each other and accepting the little candies given by Lydia. Teacher, Niyunbai is quite shy. She usually walks with me. Lydia remembered that wherever Xingrui was, this lovely girl with golden hair would always be by her side. Thus, the look and smile Lydia directed at the two little witches became somewhat playful. It's not good to be in a relationship while being a little witch, especially while still in the Little Witch Academy. No, teacher, we're just good friends, not. Xingrui's cheeks flushed slightly, but before she could finish explaining, she was interrupted by Teacher Lydia. I know. I'm just reminding you. You only study at the Little Witch Academy for a year. It's uncertain whether you can enter the same university in the future. So, it's fine to be friends, but don't get into a relationship, okay? Got it, teacher. Xingrui nodded, indicating that she understood. Niyunbai, beside her, seemed to have taken it in as well, nodding slightly. That's good. Now, let's talk about something else. Lydia took out 2 candies and handed them to Xingrui and Niyunbai. Xingrui didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she put the candy away, while Niyunbai immediately unwrapped hers and popped it in her mouth. Does your mom know that you're learning elemental magic? She knows. Xingrui nodded. My mom told me she would teach me after a week, but I just couldn't help it, so I looked at it during class. Lydia frowned slightly. You mean, your mom willingly wants to teach you elemental magic? Yes. Don't you know that the Little Witch Academy is opposed to little witches learning elemental magic within a year? I know. Teacher Lydia fell silent, looking at Xingrui, her meaning clear. If you know, why are you still doing it? Xingrui calmly replied. My mom thinks I can learn elemental magic now, so she decided to teach me. I've been learning practical magic recently, And since I'm genuinely curious about elemental magic, my mom decided to teach me after confirming my situation. Lydia pondered for a moment. So you're saying your mom chose to teach you only after confirming your situation? In other words, she believes you can fully control the magic you learn? Yes. Xingrui paused and looked at Lydia. Teacher, I understand why the Academy is opposed to little witches learning magic. It's because the Academy worries that little witches won't be able to control elemental magic well, which could lead to accidentally harming themselves or their classmates. Or they worry that some little witches might bully others after mastering magic. But I'm very sure that I can fully control the elemental magic I learn, and I can guarantee that I won't use any elemental magic within the Academy. Xingrui, it's not that I can just believe you because you say you can guarantee it. She reached out and gently patted Xingrui's head. I've been teaching at this academy for 40 years. I've seen too many young little witches similar to you make promises in front of me or other teachers, saying they would be able to control elemental magic. Or they would make promises not to use it at school after learning it. At that time, both the teachers and I unconditionally trusted them. But invariably, they all failed to keep the promises they made. It's not that they were untrustworthy, but rather that the lively and active nature of little witches means that they often forget what they said just moments after saying it. Lydia's expression softened. So, I will have a good talk with your mom to ensure she doesn't teach you any elemental magic to guarantee your safety and that of your classmates. Xingrui felt there was no need to continue discussing. The teacher's years of teaching experience far exceeded her own understanding. It seemed that there were quite a few little witches who made promises like hers, but it was likely that the vast majority of them got into trouble just days after making those promises. Therefore, rather than trusting yet another little witch who made a promise in front of her, it would be wiser to choose a more cautious approach. Directly communicating with the little witch's parents to prevent them from teaching the magic would eliminate the risk from the source. However, Xingrui thought there might still be a chance. If she didn't learn elemental magic and only understood its theoretical aspects to satisfy her curiosity, that should be fine, right? Xingrui shared her thoughts with Lydia, but Lydia still shook her head in rejection. No, Xingrui, I don't recommend that. From the first Little Witch Academy to the present, which has spread across various planets in the Empire, the Academy has a history of several hundred years established under the previous emperor. The current rules and regulations of the Little Witch Academy are based on countless problems and the bloody lessons learned over hundreds of years. You say you only want to understand the theoretical knowledge of elemental magic, but you have magical power. Possessing magical power and understanding the theoretical knowledge of elemental magic. Over time, you may find it hard to suppress your curiosity and try it out. Similar incidents have occurred more than once at the Little Witch Academy. This is the reason why the Academy prohibits little witches from coming into contact with magic. The little witch's intense curiosity often drives them to find various ways to bypass the rules to satisfy their curiosity, leading to disasters. You should have noticed, right? The facilities in the Academy's teaching building, the cafeteria, and the gymnasium do not have any equipment or buildings related to magic. Within the entire Academy, aside from a large constant temperature magical barrier that is activated when needed and the constant temperature magic array in the dormitories, there are no other magical items present. This is also a sacrifice made to avoid the curiosity about magic knowledge that little witches might have. So, Xingrui, bear with it. It's just a year. After a year, when you enter university, you can choose to study any magic you want or research any magic you wish. No one will hinder your choices. The lifespan of a witch is very long. It's just a year. So bear with it, okay? Xingrui nodded dejectedly. I understand, teacher. I promise you. Good child. I hope you can truly keep your promise. Lydia said, now have another candy. Teacher Lydia actually rarely gave candies to the little witches. Therefore, being given a candy by Teacher Lydia in their class proved that this little witch was an excellent student in her eyes. In addition, Teacher Lydia's candies are indeed very sweet and delicious. Therefore, every little witch wants to become an excellent student, to receive candies and gain the teacher's recognition. This is Xingrui's first time to get 2 candies from Teacher Lydia in a short period, and she is also the first little witch in the class to achieve this. However, Xingrui is not happy. She wonders if, after the conversation with the teacher, her mother will still secretly teach her elemental magic. Maybe she won't. The teacher has already made it clear, and if she continues to teach secretly. Teacher, I have a question. Go ahead, Xing Rui. Xing Rui organized her thoughts and asked, since the Little Witch Academy prohibits little witches from accessing magic-related knowledge, why not just impose an outright ban? For example, prohibit parents from teaching us magic. And the academy also forbids students from accessing magic-related knowledge and from carrying or using smart brains at school. Well, Xing Rui. Teacher Lydia smiled and interrupted Xing Rui's thoughts. Although the Little Witch Academy prohibits little witches from accessing magical knowledge, it does not aim to completely stifle their curiosity and desire for magic. Xing Rui was confused. She suddenly found it hard to understand the academy's approach. All right, Xing Rui, let's end our chat here for now. Teacher Lydia looked at the parents, Xing Yao and Carolina, who had just entered the classroom. The teacher looks forward to having such opportunities to chat with you in the future. Chapter 32, everyone said to move forward. Alicia, who had been silently observing since the afternoon after school, rushed into Xing Rui's bedroom as soon as they returned to the dormitory, leaving the living room for the mother and daughter to be alone. After a few seconds of mutual silence, Xing Yao raised her hand and flicked her daughter's forehead with a snap of her fingers, her tone filled with helplessness. You little fool. Ugh. Xing Rui covered her forehead where she was flicked, letting out a whimper like a bullied little animal. Are you happy now? Ugh. I'm sorry, Mom. I was wrong. Xing Rui always admitted her mistakes. If she hadn't been secretly looking at the smart brain during class, this incident wouldn't have happened. If that were the case, she wouldn't have shown off her knowledge of elemental magic at the academy, and no one would have known that she had learned magic. Now, both she and her mother had been lectured by Teacher Lydia, and Xing Rui didn't want to hide her studies from her teacher anymore. Mom probably didn't have much mood left to continue teaching her elemental magic either. So, do you still want to learn, my dear? Elemental magic? Huh? Xing Rui looked at her mother in surprise, obviously not expecting her to ask this. Shouldn't she just tell me that she wouldn't teach me magic anymore and wouldn't let me get involved with magic-related matters? What, Mom? You're my daughter, Xing Yao said with a gentle smile, pressing down on her daughter's head and rubbing it vigorously. Mom believes in you. The teacher is unwilling to believe in you because she has gone through too much she can't trust. But Mom believes in you. I believe you can control magic well and won't use it in the academy. So, my dear, do you want to learn? Xing Yao blinked. If you want to learn, we'll still stick to the original plan. Mom will secretly teach you. Xing Rui's expression became conflicted. But in the end, she shook her head and said, No, Mom. Thank you for believing in me, but I promised the teacher and I don't want to go back on my promise. Besides, the teacher makes sense. I think at this stage, I really should listen to her advice. Then, Xing Rui smiled again. It's okay, Mom. It's just a year. The teacher is right. After this year, when I enter university, I can learn whatever I want. Xing Yao looked at her daughter, hugged her tightly, and began to rub her cheek. After a while, satisfied, Xing Yao let go of her daughter and turned to enter the kitchen. All right, Mom is going to cook. After dinner, I'll go exercise. Okay. Back in her bedroom, Xing Rui used clothing transformation to change into home clothes, a warm-tone long-sleeve shirt, and a skirt. After changing, Alicia, floating in mid-air behind her, curiously asked Xing Rui, Why do you want to learn magic so much? Xing Rui turned around and looked at Alicia, who was sitting in mid-air, as if on a transparent sofa. Curious? She wasn't quite sure herself. Maybe it's because of my... Xing Rui suddenly paused, glancing at the bedroom door. Alicia understood and cast a pink soundproof barrier around the room, which then faded to become completely transparent. It's probably related to my previous life. Although Xing Rui had never mentioned her past life to Alicia, she knew about the existence of collapse in this world and the stories of the previous civilization and heroes. Alicia had realized this a long time ago, but since Xing Rui had never brought it up, Alicia also never initiated the topic. My sense of time still subconsciously revolves around ordinary people from my previous life. If I want to do something, I need to do it immediately. Otherwise, I might miss it and never have the chance again. That's how I feel now. Xing Rui's expression was slightly melancholic. When it comes to learning magic, I always want to learn as quickly as possible. The sooner, the better. Ugh, maybe it's also influenced by the novels I read before. I feel that as long as I learn magic early, I can get ahead of others and become stronger than them. Xing Rui laid down on her bed. while Alicia turned around to look at her from above. To put it simply, it's still because I haven't adapted to the life of a witch. After all, who told me I'm a reincarnated person? Xing Rui could roughly understand the reason for her urgent desire to learn magic these days. She ultimately found it harder to adapt to the life of a witch than other little witches, because she had nearly 30 more years of ordinary life experience than them. These secrets, she didn't dare tell her mother. She could only keep them bottled up inside, never revealing them to anyone. But now, with Alicia, she unconsciously began to confide in her about the hidden secrets of her past. In fact, many of her past memories had become unclear. Although her memory had improved after becoming a witch, allowing her to remember things easily, she realized that she was gradually forgetting her previous life. Long ago, she could still remember how she looked in her past life. But now, all that remained in her mind was a vague image of a male figure whose face she couldn't recall. Perhaps a year later, she would even forget whether her previous self was male or female. Maybe by then, she would be able to fully adapt to the life of a witch. Then let us try to adapt. Alicia extended her hands gently, cradling Xing Rui's cheeks. Your life at the Little Witch Academy has only just begun a month ago. Let go of the past obsessions. Cast aside the burdens you carry, just as you said. Become a witch, a brand new life, a new self. Alicia's delicate hands caressed Xing Rui's face. For those little witches, life at the Little Witch Academy was about shaping their correct worldview and understanding. So for you, isn't it the same? In a year at the Little Witch Academy, let go of everything from the past, move towards your new self, and become a witch. What is past is already gone, and we cannot let it hinder our steps forward, can we? Alicia suddenly descended closer to Xing Rui, cradling her face. Their faces only a slight distance apart. She said, so, keep moving forward, Xing Rui. Let go of the heavy past, shed the constraints on yourself, and embrace your own new life. After saying this, she hugged Xing Rui tightly and whispered softly in her ear, tonight, I'll be waiting for you in our secret garden. You must come. In the next moment, the soundproof barrier that enveloped the room dissipated and Alicia vanished from the room. At the same time, her mother's voice called out, Rui, dinner is ready. Xing Rui lay dazed on her bed, and upon not receiving a response, Xing Yao walked to the doorway, puzzled, and asked with concern, Rui, are you okay? It's time to eat. Huh, I'm fine. Xing Rui hurriedly got up from the bed and explained to her mother, who looked confused, that she had just been daydreaming. But her flushed cheeks made her mother suspicious. At that moment, Xing Yao also noticed that the fairy Alicia was not in the room. Where did Alicia go? Sister Ali has temporarily gone back to the stars, saying she has important matters to attend to. Xing Yao felt a bit disappointed. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just going to let her taste the authentic Kevin beef noodles that I finally replicated today. It looks like I'll have to wait until next time. On the other hand, Xing Rui was stunned. Kevin beef noodles? Right, Kevin beef noodles. Xing Yao smiled with her eyes squinted, saying they were made by a chef named Kevin, and they were the best beef noodles she had ever eaten. I tried to replicate them based on her description. Xing Rui scratched the back of her head. Kevin, beef noodles. Kevin the Ancestor's noodles? But Kevin the Ancestor's noodles should either be cold noodles or instant noodles, right? Did Kevin the Ancestor really make steaming hot beef noodles? Good night, Mom. Good night, Rui, baby. After adjusting her position slightly to snuggle comfortably in her mother's embrace, Xing Rui quickly fell into a deep sleep. Once she was completely asleep, her spiritual consciousness arrived in the secret space she shared with Alexia. This secret space was a lake under a dazzling starry sky. The amber surface reflected the stars above, making it seem as if one was in a universe filled with brilliant stars. Alexia referred to this space as the Sea of Stars from the past. This was not the first time Xing Rui had come here. She often arrived at this place in her spiritual consciousness after falling asleep at night, battling with Alexia to hone her control over the power of the heroic imprint. At this moment, the imprint representing her true self activated automatically in Xing Rui's hand. Pink flowing light wrapped around her delicate body, and as the radiance faded, her outfit transformed into one identical to Alexia's original ruler attire. Although it wasn't her first time transforming into this outfit, each transformation brought her the same joy of feeling like a fish swimming through the starry sky. Hi, You came really early. At this moment, Alexia, also in her original ruler form, caught up from behind Xingrui, holding her right hand and pulling her to wander together in this ocean of stars. So, what are we going to do today? Xingrui was very curious. Alexia had come back here early to prepare, and she wondered what kind of surprise she would bring. Alexia gently squeezed her right hand. Pink starlight gathered from her hand, forming a magnificent golden staff, which she placed in Xingrui's hand. Today, we're going to learn magic. How about it? Are you excited? This is a secret magic that belongs solely to Alexia and is never shared. Chapter 33. Hang on for 100 years. No changes allowed. In the past Star Sea, a battle based on magic is underway. Hey, not bad. Xingrui, how about trying this move? Elysia flew into the sky, and a huge pink-white manta ray broke through the perfect mirror surface of the star sea beneath it. Countless starlights accompanied the manta ray as it surged from below the mirror surface, suddenly leaping high at the moment it approached Xingrui, bringing with it towering waves and starlight. Rushing towards the center where Xingrui stood. Facing Elysia's encircling attack, Xingrui calmly waved her golden staff, which was identical to Elysia's. Two massive, translucent whales, shining with brilliant starlight, emerged from the void with long, resonant whale calls. The whales swam freely in midair, waving their enormous tails, transforming the towering waves into gentle currents surrounding them. The brilliant starlight that fell or flew by was swallowed by the flowing water, continuing to move within it. At that moment, it seemed as if the azure currents were dotted with radiant pink stars, circling around Xingrui. Oh my, Xingrui is getting more powerful. Then, let us make this move the finale of this battle. Seeing her attack easily neutralized, Elysia thought that today's combat training was about to conclude. At that moment, the stars above shattered. Like a mirror starting to break from the top, the starry sky above the past star sea began to crack from the highest point. The shattering stars transformed into dense streams of light, trailing slender tails as they fell toward Xingrui. At this moment, the falling stars in the past star sea resembled a magnificent scene captured by photographers, tracing graceful silver semicircular arcs across the night sky as the Earth rotated. However, at this moment in the past star sea, those silver lines were straight, descending from the horizon, like a curtain closing to set the stage for the next act, marking a period at this moment in the theater. Yet, faced with such an attack, Xingrui let out a somewhat disgruntled cry of grievance. Elysia, why are you doing this again? Boo! It's always like this. Every time the past star sea has to rely on me to fix it. It's too much. Angry. Elysia named this move curtain call. The cost of using it was that every time it was cast, the brilliant starry sky of the past star sea had to be rebuilt. And every time, she was the one responsible for that. This was also the reason why Xingrui would always let out a cry of grievance whenever Elysia unleashed this move. But even so, Xingrui did not give up, but instead prepared seriously to face this move. At that moment, 13 heroic seals appeared, including the true self seal representing Elysia. The 13 seals circled around and then flowed into Xingrui's body like streams of light. In the next moment, the void behind Xingrui shattered, and a gigantic pink girl emerged from the broken void. The girl stretched out her hands, and at that moment, the control of the past star sea directly changed hands. The sky began to fall. The earth began to rise. Wow, how can it still be like this? Clearly, Elysia did not expect Xingrui to counter her curtain call like this. The rising earth and the falling sky collided at an extremely fast speed just before the stars fell, as the pink girl pressed down with her raised hand. In the next second, the star sea shattered. The stars went silent. The falling stars vanished without a trace, and the brilliant galaxy and star sea were completely gone. At this moment, the once magnificent past star sea was left with endless darkness. Just then, a flame suddenly ignited from within the darkness. Xingrui's voice echoed from the shadows. Curtain call has ended, and it's time for another opening to begin. As soon as she finished speaking, everything in the past star sea began to rapidly reshape around the flame. In no time, the past star sea returned to the moment just before the curtain call, as if nothing had happened. After doing all this, Xingrui extinguished the flame in her hand with a sigh, then turned to Elysia. who was smiling and swimming around her like a fish with her hands behind her back. Elysia, that's bad. Did you like the moment of curtain call? The stars fell like comets, their tails forming lines that wove together to close the stage for the curtain call moment. What a spectacular and beautiful moment. Xingrui wrapped her arms around her staff, under the wide skirt that resembled a fishtail, keeping pace with Elysia as they swam together through the space of the past star sea. But I'm the one who reshapes the stars every time. Xingrui poked Elysia's arm with her finger, venting her small dissatisfaction. Elysia chuckled as she took Xingrui's small hand. Well, that's your training. You have become very proficient in controlling the powers of the heroes. Haven to you? You have completely mastered the past star sea. And in the future, when you encounter an unbeatable opponent, you can pull them into here, take advantage of the terrain, and use magic freely. Isn't that good? This is also a small trick of the true self-seal's power. Most of the magic that Xingrui learned from Elysia this past year is not applicable to the real world. However, by entering the stance of the origin ruler before using it and pulling the opponent into the past star sea, those magics become unrestricted and can be used freely. Xingrui smiled. So, does this mean I have completely mastered all of Elysia's powers? Of course. Elysia reached out and patted Xingrui on the head. Xingrui is really super amazing. In just 1 year, she completely mastered all my powers and those of all the heroes. Let me think. If we rate power according to the witch's standards, Xingrui's current strength is. Elysia pretended to count on her fingers, showing a thoughtful expression. Then she suddenly winked at Xingrui, happily saying, Cruel, witch level 3. How about that? Are you happy? That's cruel, witch level 3. Just one more level up. And you can advance to the nightmare class. Xingrui is really amazing. It's just too great listening to Elysia's praise. Xingrui felt a bit dazed. Cruel, witch level 3? She had no idea how strong she really was. She had promised teacher Lydia not to touch any magic-related knowledge during her remaining time at the Young Witch Academy. After teaching her all the life magic, her mother started teaching her astrology like attending a hobby class. This past year at the academy was peaceful and warm. She met a close friend, Haishi, a little mermaid, which was initially cute and naive, often saying astonishing things. Her relationship with Nuanbai improved a lot, and they became good friends who could share their innermost thoughts. The happy and joyful life at the Young Witch Academy had come to an end in the blink of an eye. Sometimes she thought that 1 year was still too short. Could it be 2 years, 3 years, or even 6 years? Watching Xingrui gradually lost in memories, Elysia did not disturb her until she came back to her senses and continued to ask, So, are you ready for the graduation and entrance exams of the Young Witch Academy? Yes, I'm ready. For this question, Xingrui could give a very confident and firm answer. She was ready and would definitely achieve excellent results in the exams. As for achieving full marks, she isn't very confident except in mathematics. The math curriculum at the Young Witch Academy covers topics from middle school to high school. The little witches have strong learning abilities and quick thinking, and their calculation skills are only getting better. She is confident she can score full marks in math, but for history, law, and moral education, her chances of getting full marks are not as high. What about the entrance examination? Elysia continued to ask. Besides the graduation exam, there is also an entrance examination specifically designed for students preparing to enter university. It won't be counted towards the graduation exam score, but it will serve as an important reference for university admissions for little witches. Well, I'm ready for that too. So, have you thought about which university you want to attend? Do you need me to recommend some options? Elysia has learned a lot about this world and the situation in the Witch Empire through the internet over the past year. Sure. Xingrui followed Elysia's movements, and the two seemed to be fish cuddling together in a sea of stars. Elysia recommended 3 academies. The first one is naturally the Imperial Witch Academy in the capital star, which is the largest and best witch academy in the Empire, a goal that countless witches dream of entering. The second one is the Tiberia Academy, also located in the capital star. As a specialized academy, all students at Tiberia are dedicated to cosmic exploration, the unknown, and the mysterious star regions. And you can see the figures of witches who graduated from this academy. The third one is called the Terra Witch Academy, which is on par with the Imperial Witch Academy. Its main goal is to surpass the Imperial Witch Academy and take its place, although this goal has never been achieved in 1,000 years. Besides the Imperial Witch Academy, Xingrui also included the other 2 academies recommended by Alicia in her list of backup options. After all, the admission scores for the Imperial Witch Academy are really high and stringent, so if she doesn't get in, she has alternative choices. So, Xingrui is about to graduate and enter a higher academy for further studies. I have prepared a gift for you. Alicia summoned her huge and beautiful manta ray, and the 2 girls sat on its back. Alicia raised her hand and slowly swept it across the left side of the horizon. With Alicia's hand, the starry sky began to change dramatically. It was no longer the unchanging starry sea of the past life. Instead, the celestial scenes of reality were reflected in the sky of the past starry sea. Wow, Xingrui exclaimed, seeing a night sky she had never seen before, filled with countless beautiful celestial phenomena. All right, this is the graduation gift I prepared for you. Do you like it? I love it. As a star witch, influenced by her mother Xingyao, who is also a star witch, Xingrui loves to observe and appreciate various starry skies. Now, seeing a beautiful starry sky and star she has never seen before, Xingrui hugged Alicia's arm, leaned against her chest, and curiously asked, Alicia, where did you observe this from? From my true form. Alicia gently tapped Xingrui's nose with her finger. Don't forget, my true form, that star, is still in the universe. The scenes here are the starry sights around me. It took me a long, long time to reflect them in. Xingrui looked up at the starry sky, gradually entranced. She leaned against Alicia and softly said, Alicia, I will definitely find a way to help you escape the current situation with the stars. When the time comes, I will personally build 10,000 planetary engines for the surface of your star, allowing you to travel freely among the stars. Alicia smiled slightly, extending her hand to reveal her pinky finger. Xingrui also extended her hand, hooking her pinky with Alicia's, making a promise under Alicia's gentle voice. Pinky swear 100 years. No changing. Whoever changes will be a little cat. Chapter 34 Graduation Picnic Start. All right, everyone quiet down. Next, I will distribute the history exam papers. Please maintain silence and focus on answering. The graduation exam at the Young Witch Academy is far from the formal and rigorous nature of the entrance and college entrance exams in my past life. It feels more like a regular monthly test, where the teacher hands out the papers and the students answer them. When time's up, the papers are collected, and then it's over. With the support of witch teachers and the dual enhancement of magic and technology, any little witch attempting to cheat will be caught immediately. Additionally, all subjects can be submitted early. As long as you feel you've finished and have no questions, you can hand in your paper. After getting the graduation exam paper, Xingrui first glanced over the entire set of questions. They didn't seem too difficult. In reality, they weren't very hard at all. With the witch's powerful, nearly photographic memory, answering the history exam felt like she was copying from a book. All the questions had direct answers in the textbooks they had studied in the past. As long as she remembered, she could score full marks. However, she encountered a challenge on the last question. The question provided a reference about the current witch empress, briefly introducing her life and achievements, and then asked for an evaluation of the witch empress's life. When Xingrui saw this question, her expression reflected a classic meme from her past life. Old man, subway phone. JPG, who came up with this question, asking her, a little witch, to evaluate the current witch empress? Is this for real? Is this something she can actually evaluate? If she gives her opinion, will she really not be approached by the administrative department later? After a few minutes of struggle, Xingrui had no idea how to answer. In the end, she chose the safest way to evaluate. Awesome, that's it. No matter what the witch empress did, she was just amazing and powerful. Her understanding of the witch empress was limited to her leading the expansion war, the extermination of dark elves, and the thunderous wrath caused by the little witch's magic explosion incident a year ago. Based on the reference content given in the exam paper, emphasizing how amazing she was would suffice. If she didn't know how to evaluate, then just praising her would be right. After confirming for 30 seconds that this line of thought was fine, Xingrui began to answer. After all, this last question was only worth 5 points. As long as she wrote something, even a little, she could still get at least 1 point. After the history exam, the next subject was ethics. In the afternoon, there would be back-to-back exams in mathematics and law. Once finished, the graduation exam at the Young Witch Academy would be over, and the results could be checked on the Academy's official website through the Smart Brain the next day. Just as Xing Rui said, the subjects for the graduation exam were completely not an issue for her. Especially in mathematics, she was very confident she could score full marks. The day passed quickly. That night, although the graduation exam was over, the little witches had not yet fully entered a state of wild fun, because the next day, there was an even more important admission exam to prepare for. The little witches wanting to play had to obediently get ready for the admission exam under the pressure of their parents. However, for a well-behaved little witch like Xing Rui, her parents naturally wouldn't specifically restrict her from preparing for the admission exam. So, Xing Rui agreed with Nuo Yunbei and Hai Shi to meet on the rooftop of the dormitory building at dusk. There was no specific plan. They just agreed to meet and watch the sunset together, then enjoy the beautiful night sky while chatting. The first to arrive at the rooftop was naturally Xing Rui. After a year, Xing Rui's height had increased by 10 centimeters, reaching 165 meters, and her bust size had also expanded to a D cup, with her backside becoming even firmer than a year ago. Her mother often reminded her about entering college, worrying about whether some bad witches would steal her precious heart. She also said that once she entered college, with her figure and looks, she would definitely become one of the most eye-catching witches in the academy. By then, suitors might circle around the Young Witch Academy several times, so she had to be careful of those bad girls. Xing Rui wasn't worried at all. She felt that in the coming years, even a decade after entering the academy, she wouldn't be dating. After spending a year with Aili Xia, which could compare to her allure, she couldn't possibly marry Aili Xia off to someone else. Being the first to reach the rooftop, Xing Rui used dust gathering technique to sweep the dust on the rooftop floor into the corners, then used stain removal spell to clean the stubborn stains on the tiles. Finally, she laid out a super large blanket that was enough for the 3 little witches to roll around on. Once the blanket was set, Xing Rui placed a magic rune stone inscribed with constant temperature barrier in the center. After activating the rune stone with magic, she began to take out various snacks and drinks. The snacks included those prepared by Xing Yao's mother in advance, as well as some purchased from the Academy supermarket. After everything was set up, Xing Rui quietly waited for her 2 close friends to arrive. Soon, the second to arrive at the rooftop was Nuo Yunbei. Nuo Yunbei Terra, after a year, had grown 10 centimeters, now matching Xing Rui's height at 165 meters. Even so, she still looked like a lowly. Over the past year at the Young Witch Academy, becoming close friends with Xing Rui and Hai Shi, she had slowly begun to step out of the timid and shy self she was when she first became a witch. Just as Aili Xia had said a year ago, the year at the Young Witch Academy was transformative for little witches' worldviews and perceptions. If Xing Rui had changed, how could the other little witches not? No Yunbei, who had gradually overcome her shyness, had transformed into a little witch who often appeared indifferent, silent, and aloof in others' eyes. However, in front of her familiar friends and family, she had become more cheerful and could communicate normally with her friends, although she still spoke a bit less. Both Xing Rui and Aili Xia believed that Nuo Yunbei would continue to improve and might even become a social butterfly in the future. Sister Xing Rui. As Nuo Yunbei stepped onto the rooftop and saw Xing Rui ready, she quickly walked over and jumped into Xing Rui's embrace. Nuo Yunbei. Xing Rui was like a gentle and patient sister, just like her mother, beautiful and with a soft chest. She loved to occasionally dive into her embrace, burying her face in her chest to feel the warmth and softness that brought her comfort and attachment. Sitting on the blanket, Xing Rui firmly held Nuo Yunbei, who had jumped into her arms. As Nuo Yunbei buried her face in her chest, a blush appeared on Xing Rui's face. But her tone remained gentle as she said, "Good evening, no. Good evening, Sister Xing Rui." Nuo Yunbei lifted her head to greet her, then stood up to take out the desserts and snacks her mother, Carolina, and she had bought from her storage space. Looking at the increasingly abundant array of food and drinks on the blanket, Xing Rui expressed some concern. is so much, can we finish it? Well, there's Sister Haishi. In Nua Yunbei's eyes, Haishi, the mermaid witch, was a true big eater. So she believed that no matter how much food and drink they brought out this time, Haishi could finish it all. Xingrui smiled gently, thinking that Haishi's stomach was not a bottomless pit. She couldn't eat that much. Nua Yunbei hesitated for a few seconds, but decided to put everything out. They could eat it next time. Nua Yunbei's response was concise. If they couldn't finish it this time, then they would eat it next time. Xingrui's smile was filled with helplessness. Next time? It was uncertain whether all three of them could gather again. Ha ha ha, I'm here. Woohoo. Taking off. Suddenly, a burst of excited laughter came from the stairway of the rooftop. A mermaid girl with a red tail, about the same length as Xingrui, wearing only a bikini top, slid out along a blue waterway extending from the stairway and flew out at the end of the waterway, heading straight for the two of them. Then with a thud, she landed face first on the tiled floor outside the blanket. Fortunately, the rooftop's tiled floor had been carefully cleaned by Xingrui. Otherwise, Haishi would definitely have a face full of dust now. Haishi, this little witch transformed from the mermaid race, was the only type of witch among many classifications that retained her original appearance after transformation. Before becoming a witch, the mermaid tribe looked just like this. And after becoming a witch, they still looked the same. As the only close friend of Xingrui in this young witch academy, Haishi was the one who had changed the most among the three. A year ago, when they first met, Haishi was a tiny mermaid witch who needed to lie on an ice ball all the time to avoid overheating and burning herself. She was only about 1 meter tall. She wasn't good at thinking because too much thought would fry her brain. A year later, Haishi had grown to the same height as Xingrui, reaching 165 meters, and her figure leaned more toward that of a young girl. Her chest size was lower compared to Xingrui, only a B cup. However, according to Haishi herself, mermaid witches could grow up to 2.5 meters, with the largest recorded chest size being G. So in a sense, even now, Haishi could still be considered petite among mermaid witches. The most important thing was that she no longer had to worry about frying her brain from thinking. Ouch! It hurts. Why is this talent so hard to master? Did I miscalculate? After getting up from the floor, Haishi first rubbed her nose, which had hurt from hitting the ground, and noticed that the floor was very clean. Then, like a golden beetle, she slowly burrowed onto the blanket spread on the ground. Hey, I'm here. I'm not late, right? I was watching the time all the way up, successfully burrowing into the blanket. Haishi said as she used her talent to manipulate the invisible water flow to lift her body, then transformed it into a hammock. Lying on the hammock, her arms dangled outside, allowing her to reach most of the snacks laid out on the blanket. No, you and Nono arrived one after the other. Xingrui replied with a smile, gently clapping her hands together. Then I declare, the graduation picnic officially begins. Chapter 35. If I can't get into college, I'll have to go back and inherit the family fortune graduation picnic. This gathering event was proposed by Xingrui, and naturally, she also named the event. The activity was very simple. The three of them gathered together, eating snacks, drinking beverages, and chatting. After announcing the start, Haishi slowly reacted and laid out the ocean snacks prepared by her mother on the blanket. Thus, a pile of oddly shaped sea creatures appeared on the blanket. Don't be fooled by their strange shapes. After being cooked by Haishi's mother, they tasted quite good. For example, after taking out these ocean snacks, the first thing Nua Yunbei focused on was a box of sauce tentacles. Yes, tentacles, not squid arms. This box of snacks, resembling squid arms, was made from a deep-sea creature called the tentacle monster, found on an ocean planet named Selna within the Empire. A single tentacle monster can have over 100 tentacles at once. These tentacles are extremely tough and are completely dominant creatures in the deep sea. However, after Selna was incorporated into the Empire during the Expansion War, the enslaved merfolk on this planet joined the Empire, and after the first batch of mermaid witches was born, the tentacle monster became a specialty food only produced in Selna. Haishi's family was originally from Selna, and her mother was quite a famous deep-sea hunter there. Tentacle monsters were the most common snacks in their family. Nua Yunbei pinched a tentacle between her fingers and popped it in her mouth, savoring it like chewing gum. The fun of this snack lies in the fact that the tentacles marinated in sauce, become more flavorful the more you chew, with the sauce flavor intensifying. Xing Rui handed Yunbei a piece of paper to wipe her hands and the sauce on her mouth, reminding her, don't eat too much, or you won't be able to sleep tonight. Yunbei nodded vigorously, indicating she understood. This was the downside of the tentacle snack. Because the tentacles are very chewy, even after cooking, they are still hard to bite through in one go, requiring continuous chewing. Moreover, once swallowed, the digestion of these tentacles is quite slow in most witches' stomachs. Thus, if you eat too much, your stomach will feel uncomfortable. Xing Rui was not in a hurry. She had her eyes on another snack that Hai-Shi brought out, shellfish meat. This snack, made from shellfish found in the shallow waters of Selna, is marinated and dried. Xing Rui really liked this salty snack. However, Hai-Shi's target was different. The snacks she took out were all specialties from Selna, which she was already tired of. Therefore, she first aimed for two things: the various sweet little cakes made by Nua Yunbei's mother, Mrs. Carolina, and the various Chinese pastries made by Xing Rui's mother, Mama Xing Yao, such as different kinds of cakes, pastries, and the recently recreated snowskin mooncakes. Delicious. Nua's mom's little cakes are so good. Rui's mom's pastries are also so good. Wow, I wish I could eat these every day. Eating until I'm stuffed, until I throw up, that would be so happy. Since childhood, Hai-Shi's meals and snacks have mainly been seafood. Even after coming to the Young Witch Academy, she was under her mother's strict supervision and rarely had food outside of Selna. It was until a week ago, when her magical power growth stopped, that her mother relaxed her control over snacks a bit. So now, she wanted to eat to her heart's content. If you eat too much of delicious food every day, it won't taste as good anymore. You'll get tired of it. Xing Rui lightly laughed and reminded Hai-Shi, who was too busy stuffing her mouth with food to respond clearly. The three of them didn't engage in much conversation. They quietly enjoyed their snacks, watching the distant sunset and the beautiful fiery clouds. Finally, after being full, Hai-Shi, with her slightly bulging belly, lazily lay on the hammock formed by the flowing water, resembling a dried salted fish. Xing Rui looked at Hai-Shi, who had nearly cleared 2/3 of the food brought by her and Nua Yunbei, and fell into silence. I suddenly understand why you say Hai-Shi is a big eater, nodded and softly said, Hai-Shi, the big foodie. Alala being a foodie is great. It's embarrassing not to be a foodie burp, ha being a foodie mermaid, which outside of Selna is burp haha, but that is very embarrassing. Hai-Shi said slowly while letting out small burps. She squinted her eyes, watching the sun that had completely set in the distance. Now, the sky near the ground was still basking in the sun's afterglow, while the upper half of the sky had dimmed into night, and the brilliant stars gradually began to shine. Hey, by the way, how did your exams go? Hai-Shi turned over, lying on her side in the hammock, looking at the two and shaking her head. I feel like I messed up in math. I couldn't solve the last few big problems. I just wrote a solution at the end. Xing Rui smiled and nodded in agreement. It was indeed quite difficult. This was the truth. If the difficulty of history, law, and moral education exams was a 1, then the difficulty of the math exam was a 10. The earlier multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions were relatively manageable, but the last few big problems were indeed quite challenging. Of course, this was only relative to Hai-Shi, who was not good at calculations. Not every witch has a talent for math. Moreover, as she understood, mermaid witches have their own unique magical talents, and even if they enter university without studying any elemental magic, they can still possess strong combat abilities. Therefore, math scores were not that important for Hai-Shi. I'm doing well. Nua Yunbei spoke briefly, which was her usual style this past year. She showed a calm smile, scoring full marks in math and above 90 in other subjects. This was the confidence of a math genius. Nua Yunbei, with her strong math talent, had already completed her exam, while Xing Rui was just finishing up the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections, along with one big question. Nua Yunbei confidently turned her paper early, and her scratch paper was even blank. Oh, that's great. I really envy you academic achievers. Hai-Shi looked at Nua Yunbei, who was much smaller than her, filled with envy, thinking even for the other 3 subjects. She was sure she could score over 90. It's okay. Hai-Shi, don't worry too much. Xing Rui comforted her. I've seen online that graduation exam results don't represent everything. The most important thing is the entrance exam. Hey, Xing Rui, you know so much. Do you know what will be tested on in the entrance exam? Among the three, Xing Rui knew the most. And whenever Nuo Yunbei and Hai she encountered something they didn't know, they would think of Xing Rui first. This whole year, Hai she had never heard what would be on the entrance exam. Xing Rui picked up a snow-skin mooncake, took a small bite, shook her head. I don't know. It said that every academy and every session has different content for the entrance exam. The content from the last session is completely not useful as a reference. Then that is totally doomed. Hai she pouted, oh no. If I can't get into college, I'll have to go home and inherit the family fortune and become a tentacle monster hunter. Xing Rui and Nuo Yunbei. What family fortune? Xing Rui instinctively asked. Hai she said with a sad face, it's about the family business. My mom and mother run a globally scaled tentacle monster breeding industry in Selnai. If I can't get into college and have to go back, I'll have to deal with tentacle monsters every day. So you're actually a rich second generation. This was something Xing Rui and Nuo Yunbei had never considered. They always thought the marine specialties that Hai Shi presented were normal, something that mermaid witches all had. Looking back now, the price of these specialties must not be cheap. I really don't want to go back and deal with those seafood things. Hai Shi continued to lament, feeling down. After spending time in the world outside Selnai, she really did not want to go back. So what are your goals and dreams, Hai Shi? Xing Rui was very curious. Since Hai Shi didn't want to return to inherit the family business, she must have clear goals and dreams, right? Yes. Hai Shi's eyes sparkled. My goal is simple, to taste all the delicious specialties from every planet within the Empire's borders. Hai Shi's tone became more excited. Her mother said that the capital star gathers all the culinary specialties from every corner of the Empire. As long as you go to the capital star, you can taste the specialties from any planet in the Empire. So, I want to get into a university in the capital star. Hai Shi raised her arms. Her tail also perked up and shouted, I want to go to the capital star. I want to get into a university in the capital star. Which university do you want to go to? Nuo Yunbei asked curiously, and Hai Shi immediately stated her goal word by word. Of course. Tai, La, Mo, Nu, Shua, Fu. When she said the last word, she deliberately elongated the tone, looking very grand. At this moment, Hai Shi's little belly, which had just puffed up from overeating, had digested and returned to flatness. She turned over and lay on the water hammock, using both hands to stuff food in her mouth while asking, what about you guys? Tell me your goals. Which university do you want to go to? How about we all apply to the same school? We can still be together in college. Just like you, Nuo Yunbei replied calmly, but with a faint smile. Really? Woo, that's great. I can go to the same college as Nuo. Someone can help me with my math homework. Nuo Yunbei's previously slightly raised lips immediately drooped, revealing an unhappy expression, and she rolled her eyes at Hai Shi. Xing Rui laughed happily on the side, realizing that Hai Shi wanted to attend the same school as Nuo because someone could help her with math homework. Hui hui, hui 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 hui. Hai Shi looked at Xing Rui and stretched out her arms. One hand pointed at the ice-skin mooncake that was very close to Xing Rui, but just out of reach. Xing Rui handed half a box of ice-skin mooncakes to Hai Shi. Hai Shi picked one up and directly tossed it into her mouth, chewing heartily. What about you? Rui, quickly tell me which university you want to go to? Xing Rui thought for a moment and smiled. My goal is the Imperial Witch Academy. Nuo Yunbei's hands holding the cup of water trembled slightly, and she looked up at Xing Rui's serious face, surprised but also feeling a bit lost and lonely. But I probably can't get in. Xing Rui suddenly laughed, shaking her head self-deprecatingly. The academic requirements for the Imperial Witch Academy are too high. I estimate I probably won't make it. So, my main goal is still the Tai La Witch Academy, with the Starry Witch Academy as a backup. Xing Rui patted Nuo Yunbei's little head, saying it's okay. Our goals are all for the academies in the capital star. As long as we are both in the capital star and keep in touch, we can meet whenever we want, right? Xing Rui smiled gently. Didn't we agree? We would be friends for a lifetime. So no matter which academy we are in, we will always be the best of friends. Chapter 36 are dreams, that's right. I will always be the best friend. Hai Shi raised her arm once again, lifting her tail high. I want to send you tentacles every day. I want you to eat tentacles every day. This one is delicious too. Haishi held up a snowskin mooncake. I love this snack. It's so cold and refreshing. Rue, can you send me this dessert every day? It's so good. Rue smiled with squinted eyes. Sure, if you like it, I'll send it to you every day. What about Nono? Do you like this new snack? Noenbai nodded gently. I like it. I like everything that Sister Rue makes. Saying this, Noenbai leaned over to one side, resting against Rue, her eyes slightly squinting, as if she was enjoying the moment very much. By the way, does Haishi have any dreams? Rue asked the question that Haishi had not answered earlier. Dreams? Haishi was puzzled, rolling over to lie on the water hammock. Her head tilted back at nearly a 90 angle, looking at the two. Isn't it just to taste the food specialties of every planet in the Empire? That's a goal. Silly Haishi. Noenbai retorted. Haishi scratched the back of her head, suddenly flipping back over and lying on the water hammock again, asking, what is a dream? You can simply understand it as a future goal. It's not a goal for the next few years, but a goal for a very distant future. Decades, or even centuries ahead. Haishi frowned her bright blue brows. Thinking hard for a moment, shook her head. I don't know. I've never thought about it. She swayed her tail, occasionally patting the blanket on the ground. I don't have such distant goals, should I? Then what about after tasting the food of every planet in the Empire? Rue asked in a different way. After achieving this goal, what does Haishi want to do? I don't know. Haishi answered boldly. Hey, never thought about it. Rue understood that Haishi was a girl focused on the present, rather than planning for a distant future. She was more focused on immediate or near-term goals. Hey, don't just ask me. Haishi noticed that only Rue and Nono were asking her. So she immediately turned to Nono and asked, Nono, quickly tell me, what is your dream? Hurry up, it's always you guys asking me questions. I want to ask you. Haishi's eagerness made her tail sway up and down at an extremely fast pace. As the one being questioned, Noenbai responded without hesitation. My dream. I want to become a knight. A knight? Haishi tilted her head. Are you talking about those knights in armor, wielding cold weapons and charging on horseback? Or those knights who throw down their gloves and say they want a duel? Noenbai rolled her eyes again, correcting her. It's a mechanical knight. Mechanical knight? What is that? Haishi didn't understand. So she looked at Rue, hoping that the most knowledgeable one among the three could provide her with an answer. Mechanical knights are a witch profession. As Noenbai's second-best friend, Rue certainly knew Nono's dream and what a mechanical knight was. Who is the best friend? Of course, it's her mother. Who else did you think? Don't worry, there are no bull-headed warriors. This world has no such thing. A special profession born from the Imperial military. It is also a product of the combination of science and magic by the Imperial military. To put it simply, it allows witches to pilot specially designed humanoid battle mechs. Piloting such special battle mechs requires the witch to have a strong ability to control magic, as well as calculation skills and multi-threaded operation abilities. Because during battles, one must finally control their magic output, perform a lot of rapid calculations based on the data detected by the mech, and be able to respond to the ever-changing battlefield environment at any time. Rue paused, took a sip of her hot drink, and added, during the expansion wars led by the Witch Empress, mechanical knights were the core combat force protecting the Empire's territory. It is precisely because of the existence of mechanical knights that the Empire was able to repeatedly win against stronger foes and defend its territory during the expansion wars. Haishi elongated her tone. It sounds so complicated, it really suits Nono's profession. After hearing the complete explanation, Noenbai slightly raised her smooth, white chin, showing a proud expression. What about Rue? I don't have a dream. Nono wants to become a mechanical knight. What is Rue's dream? Me? Rue smiled, not immediately answering. Noenbai also lifted her head, looking at Rue beside her, gazing at her profile. Her heart was both curious and expectant. My dream? I think you might be a bit disappointed when you hear it. Disappointed? No. That's impossible. No matter what your dream is, it can't possibly be worse than my dream of being a salted fish with no dreams, right? Haishi felt that no matter what Rue's dream was, it must be better than her own salted fish life. She even knew that not having a dream made her just a salted fish. It's very simple. My dream is just to live. Noyenbai was puzzled, and Haishi was astonished. Just to live? Haishi didn't understand. What does it mean to just live? The literal meaning. Xingrui smiled. Just to live, as long as I'm alive, that is my greatest dream. As long as I'm still alive, then I can do whatever I want. In my view, any goal and dream has a prerequisite, which is to be alive. Only by being alive can I accomplish my goals and dreams. So my dream is just to live. No way. Haishi suddenly shouted. No, no, no. This dream won't do. It's too much of cop-out. Haishi pouted. Change it. You can't say this dream. Who doesn't want to live this dream doesn't count? Say another one. Xingrui was momentarily speechless, but still agreed to Haishi's request. Okay, then I'll change it. However, this new dream, Xingrui also didn't take a moment to think before blurted out. I want to find a star. Find a star? Haishi was confused again. What do you want to find a star for? Xingrui pointed to herself. My mother is a star witch. You should know that, right? Noyenbai nodded. Haishi followed suit and complained. Yes, star witch. I remember she seems to be a member of the Bright Star family. Bad Rirue. Obviously, you are also a member of a big family, the family S young lady. You're much better than I am at not getting into college and having to go back to inherit the family fortune. Xingrui was speechless. Is that the point? Sister Xingrui, why do you want to find a star? Noyenbai was even more curious about why Xingrui wanted to find that star. Because she is the star that signed a contract with me. Xingrui said slowly. She's a very lively and cute star. Before signing the contract with me, she had been lonely and bored for a long time. After signing the contract with me, she finally found a friend to relieve her boredom. So, I want to help her. She has helped me a lot, and I also want to help her. Xingrui looked up at the starry sky. My dream is to find her existence among the brilliant stars above my head, and then help her gain freedom. Haishi had a frown on her face, scratching her head. It was obvious she couldn't understand Xingrui's dream. Especially, Ruiri, you want to help a star gain freedom. But why does a star need to gain freedom? Aren't stars already free? Hanging in the sky, unrestrained, they can do whatever they want without anyone caring. Haishi didn't understand, and Xingrui didn't explain. This part was like mathematics to Haishi. She couldn't comprehend it and found it hard to understand. At least, that's how it was for her right now. Nuo Yunbei seemed to realize something and asked, has Sister Xingrui thought about how to help the star gain freedom? She could probably guess who the star Xingrui was referring to. It's probably Sister Alicia. I don't know. You don't know? You don't consider this a dream? Haishi was shocked. Just because you don't know, that's why it's a dream. If you knew exactly what to do, it wouldn't be called a dream, it would be called a goal. Haishi rubbed the back of her head and decisively gave up on thinking. If she couldn't understand it, then there was no need to think about it. She felt like her brain would overheat and overload if she kept thinking. Hey, I got it. Xingrui suddenly thought of an idea. Let me cast a magic spell for you. Magic? Haishi scratched her cheek. Ruiri, did you secretly learn magic? Didn't the academy prohibit us from learning magic? You really learn it secretly? It's not the kind of magic you think in detail. I can't say. It's my secret. Come on, let's look at the starry sky together. Xingrui asked Nuo and Haishi to look up at the sky. She stretched out her hand and gently rotated her palm towards the sky. At that moment, the stars in the sky began to rotate along with Xingrui's turning palm, and the rotating stars left behind perfect silver-white arcs like shooting stars. In an instant, the starry sky above them was enveloped in circles of silver-white. Wow, is this also magic? Haishi was astonished. What kind of magic is this? Is this magic? The scene before her exceeded her understanding of magic. Although Nuo Yunbei wasn't as shocked as Haishi to say it out loud, she was equally astonished. Her mouth agape for a long time without closing. Then, Xingrui rotated her palm again, and the lines began to contract. When the starry sky returned to its original state, a unique and even more brilliant and magnificent starry scene appeared before them. Haishi was so shocked that she couldn't speak anymore. Nuo Yunbei, on the other hand, closed her open mouth, leaned against Xingrui, smiled, and quietly watched the magnificent starry sky that kept changing above them. However, the three little witches didn't notice that there was another hidden participant at their gathering. Their teacher, Lydia, had come uninvited to this graduation picnic hosted by the three little witches while concealing her form and presence. looking up at the constantly changing, magnificent starry sky above her. There is a small octopus with multiple big eyes, also gazing at the starry sky, its numerous pupils sparkling with longing and desire. Lydia's smile was radiant as she softly remarked, "How beautiful. Hee magic? This isn't called magic, classmate Xingrue." She glanced at Xingrue, who was holding up her hand with a bright smile. "One incredible little witch. May the deep sea bless you, and wish you a safe journey." Chapter 37 Writing Exam. Actually an intra-survey questionnaire the day after the graduation exam. Today is the day of the much more valued entrance exam by the witch parents. Compared to the uniformity of the graduation exam, the entrance exam seems much more relaxed and casual. Parents and their daughters arrive at the teaching building area of the academy, where they can choose to go to the area for the entrance exam first or to the consultation area of the academy. In the consultation area, most academic institutions within the empire send a representative to introduce their admission processes. Young witches and their parents can consult these representatives directly sent by the institutions to learn more detailed information. After all, each year, the admission requirements and plans of the institutions, as well as the grade requirements, change. Directly communicating with the institution's representatives allows them to obtain important information. The mother and daughter duo arrived at the teaching building area quite early, which is unusual for them. At 6 a.m., many parents and young witches are still sleeping in their warm beds. This time is also a bit early for Xingrue, so after arriving at the teaching building area, she keeps yawning. "Xingrue, wake up. If you keep yawning, you're going to fall asleep right here," the fairy Ailey reminded her. Xingrue rubbed her eyes and weakly replied, I know, but I'm really sleepy." Xingyao patted her daughter's head and said, "Let us take a nap after lunch. For now, let us go take the entrance exam and then head to the consultation area." Xingyao brought her daughter over early to finish the entrance exam as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when all the little witches arrive later, they will have to wait in line for who knows how long. There were some witch parents who shared the same thought as Xingyao, but it seems there was only one. Upon entering the designated entrance exam area, they happened to see a mother and daughter walking out of the exam area. The mother's daughter was so sleepy that she had fallen asleep on her mother's shoulder. When the two mothers made eye contact, they nodded to greet each other. After entering the entrance exam area, the staff in charge of the exam explained the content of this entrance exam to Xingyao and Xingrue. The first item was the measurement of total magical power. The measurement of total magical power does not occur every year, but this year was included, indicating that the universities suddenly began to pay attention to the total magical power of new students. The second item was a comprehensive physical examination. Yes, to check whether the little witches are healthy. Upon hearing this, Xingyao was a bit confused. Why are the first two items both tests? Is this year not about exams, but rather testing? The third item was a physical fitness test. Through various exercises, they would assess the little witch's physical fitness, stamina, and flexibility. Xingyao couldn't help but ask, why are all the items tests this year? Is there no exam-related content? The witch explaining looked at the manual in her hand, shrugged, and replied, not entirely. The fourth item is an actual exam where the little witches need to complete a questionnaire with no time limit. Xingyao's expression was somewhat subtle. Out of the four items, 3 were tests. This year it should be called an entrance testing instead of an entrance exam. During the entrance exam, parents can observe. The first item, the measurement of total magical power, had simple requirements. Just follow the device operator's instructions. The testing equipment used was more professional, not the portable device that Xingyao had used before. In front of them was a coffin-shaped device, which made Xingrue recall the coffin that had turned her into a witch a year ago. It seems these devices were created by the same witch. There was no need to take off clothes or shoes. Just lie down in the device and quietly wait for 5 minutes. When Xingrue got up, she saw the device operator with a puzzled expression and her total magical power value displayed. 1056975. Surprisingly, it even had 2 decimal places. This device provided very precise measurements. Instead, the operator gasped in surprise after thinking for a moment, wow, it's not a whole number. Mom, is your daughter still in the phase of increasing her total magical power? The equipment staff was quite shocked, their gaze darting between the number and Xingrue. Xingyao smiled and nodded, her tone filled with pride. Yes, my daughter had another increase in her total magical power the day before yesterday. Her future is limitless. The witch exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen a graduate little witch still in the phase of increasing her total magical power. Truly eye-opening. All right, the value has been recorded. Ma'am, you can take your daughter to the next exam. Thank you. The second item was a full-body examination. Similar to the first item, they just needed to lie in a coffin for 5 minutes, after which they would receive detailed data on their bodies. The amount of detailed data was several times more than what one would get from a comprehensive physical examination in the past life. And the numerous unfamiliar terms made Xingrui decisively stop trying to decipher the data. She couldn't understand it. This data was clearly only comprehensible to professionals. The third item was the physical fitness test. Running, jumping, pull-ups, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, lateral jumps, as well as shot put, three-point shots from a standstill, and soccer shots from a standstill. The most outrageous part was when the testing which asked if she could do one-handed push-ups and bar spins. Can you dance? Both formal dance and street dance are fine. Can you sing? You need to be able to hit high notes. At this question, Xingrui looked shocked. Do I look like I could do one-handed push-ups and spin on a bar? Dance? Sing? Why not just ask if I can rap and play basketball? Should I attend school for 2.5 years before taking the entrance exam? In any case, exhausted from the intense physical testing, Xingrui finally completed this increasingly bizarre test. However, judging by the regretful expression of the testing, which as she shook her head before she left, Xingrui's physical fitness test results were probably not very good. Maybe an A or a B. Overcoming her fatigue, Xingrui proceeded to the fourth exam. Upon seeing the questionnaire placed in front of her, she let out a helpless sigh. So tired. After high-intensity exercise, I have to write a questionnaire. It felt a lot like being called back to class halfway through gym class by the teacher to take an exam for the rest of the period in the next class. However, upon seeing the first question on the questionnaire, Xingrui froze. Question 1. Have you ever played Unreal Arena? If so, please briefly explain your favorite mode in Unreal Arena and why you like it. Xingrui, what is this? Why is there even a question about Unreal Arena on this questionnaire? 6 months ago, she and Yunbai had not logged into Unreal Arena again. It had become too boring. Everyone they encountered at the diamond rank would immediately retreat, refusing to play with them. They didn't want to rank up to the master level, so over time, combined with Yunbai becoming more outgoing and no longer obsessed with the internet, they naturally stopped playing Unreal Arena. Xingrui didn't rush to answer. Instead, looking at the second question. Question 2. Do you like dyeing your hair? Have you ever thought about dyeing it? Please briefly describe your favorite hair color and hairstyle, and whether you have plans to dye your hair in the future. No. Seriously, is this questionnaire for real? Who designed these questions? Is this questionnaire even legitimate? Question 3. Do you have any favorite anime manga? If there are related clubs in the academy, would you join them? Please list at least 5 anime manga that you like or have watched. Xingrui. She felt like she wasn't filling out an entrance exam paper, but rather a questionnaire related to hobbies and interests. Would she next see a question asking what game she likes? Question 4. Do you have any favorite games? Please list at least 5 video games you like along with their game genres. Xingrui no longer knew how to answer this questionnaire. She covered her face, gently rubbed it, and began to doubt her life. When Xingyao's mother saw her daughter's reaction, she curiously asked the witch in charge of distributing the papers for a copy of the questionnaire. Upon seeing the questions, she also fell into a state of existential doubt. What is all this? After a brief moment of respite, Xingrui continued to force herself to look at the subsequent questions. The questions were all very normal, but in the context of this questionnaire, they seemed abnormal and ridiculous. When Xingrui saw the last 2 questions, she was stunned. Question 17. Have you read the serialized novel Collapse? If so, please briefly explain how the Empire should respond to the collapse disaster and the Herschers if it breaks out within the Empire. Question 18. If you were a member of the Moths to a flame faction, please describe whether you have a way to reverse the outcome of the previous civilization's destruction. Xingrui looked at the fairy Ailey next to her, who was also examining the questionnaire. She was just as surprised as she was. Ailey Jia. Xingrui communicated with fairy Ailey through her mental powers. Xingrui, I have no idea why either. Fairy Ailey clearly did not expect to see 2 questions related to collapse on an entrance exam paper. After enduring the torment of the previous questions, Xing Rui felt that the appearance of these two questions wasn't too strange. I really didn't expect that there are fans of collapse in the question-setting group as well. Hee, it shows that the stories of the Herschers are so captivating, no matter what era they are in. Fairy Ailey smiled slightly. Xing Rui nodded in agreement. Over the past year, Fairy Ailey had been maintaining the updates of the collapse novel of the previous civilization. And after the writer of the novel was replaced by Ailey Xia herself, the novel's popularity had been rising every day. Now, Ailey Xia had reached a critical plot point. That is, the girl named Ailey Xia chose to disappear, allowing the next generation of civilization to give rise to Herschers who would fight for human civilization, which was a possibility. She believed that if Ailey Xia had finished writing this critical plot point before the entrance exam, the two questions appearing here would not be about how to deal with the collapse disaster and the Herschers, and how to reverse the outcome of the previous civilization. Chapter 38. At the Imperial Academy. I'm here to criticize you today. Although the questions on the exam paper were increasingly outrageous and far beyond what ordinary people could expect, Xing Rui still managed to complete this so-called entrance exam paper, which was in fact an alternative hobby questionnaire. She quickly left the entrance exam area with her mother and headed straight for the consultation area. This astonishing paper successfully made all the fatigue Xing Rui felt from the physical fitness test disappear. Upon arriving at the consultation area, the mother and daughter made their way to the consultation desk of the Imperial Witch Academy. Xing Rui had discussed university options with her mother long ago. The universities recommended by her mother were highly consistent with those suggested by Ailey Xia. The common point was that both were universities located in the capital, Witch Star. The Imperial Witch Academy, the Terra Witch Academy, and another university, the Celestial Witch Academy, which was different from Ailey Xia's recommendation. The Celestial Witch Academy specializes in the study of stars, and the astrology she had been learning as a hobby for the past year was the main subject at the Celestial Witch Academy. Moreover, as a Celestial Witch, many of the subjects and majors within the Celestial Witch Academy were highly compatible with Xing Rui. Perhaps the Celestial Witch Academy was not the best school in the Empire, but it was definitely one of the most suitable colleges for Xing Rui. They first arrived at the recruitment consultation desk of the Imperial Witch Academy, inquiring about this year's admission score requirements. The score requirements. The witch sister at the Imperial Witch Academy leaned on her chin with one hand while playing with a small water ball with the other. Speaking lazily, the graduation exam score requirement is full marks in mathematics, with scores of 99 or above in the other three subjects. For the entrance exam, a total magic power of over 10,000 is required, and physical fitness assessment must be rated S, with physical fitness testing also at S. After a pause, the witch sister continued, I'm not clear on the specific evaluation criteria, but it said that if the written exam is answered well, it could lead to an exception for admission. If one belongs to a special race and is not good at mathematics, the graduation exam score requirement can be lowered at discretion. Xing Yao's mother looked very grim, while Xing Rui let out a soft sigh. It's hopeless. She was confident about getting full marks in mathematics. However, the requirement of 99 or above in the other three subjects was almost equivalent to requiring full marks in all three subjects. As for the content of the entrance exam, she only had the total magic power, which met the requirement, but she felt that the chances of getting an S in physical and fitness assessments were somewhat low, especially in physical fitness. As for the questionnaire, Xing Rui did not believe that the interest questionnaire would allow her to gain admission to the Imperial Witch Academy. Therefore, she tugged at her mother's arm, saying, Mom, let us go. Let us check out the Terra Witch Academy. Are you going to the Terra Witch Academy? The witch sister behind the consultation desk of the Imperial Witch Academy suddenly asked. Before the mother and daughter could respond, she continued, if you give up on the Terra Witch Academy, the graduation exam score can be lowered to 97. The total magic power requirement is over 8,000, and physical fitness and fitness assessments need to be A or above. Just then, both Xing Yao and Xing Rui's smart brains received news from the young Witch Academy. Xing Rui's scores for the first three items of the entrance exam had come out. The total magic power was noted as a value, with 2 decimal places from when it was tested. However, to their surprise, Xing Rui's physical assessment did not even reach an A. It was only a B. The physical fitness assessment was even more dismal, with a pitiful C. Xing Yao's expression darkened even further, while Xing Rui felt dazed and struggled to comprehend. How could it be? A B and a C? She hadn't fallen ill at all this past year, not even a common cold, and she thought her physical assessment would at least get an A. But it turned out to be only a B. And regarding the physical fitness assessment, although she couldn't perform the absurd tasks required by the witch teachers like one-finger push-ups or bar rotations, how could she only get a C? Not even a B? Was her physical fitness this week? Taking a deep breath, Xing Yao honestly felt puzzled by her daughter's health assessment and fitness test scores, even feeling an impulse to ask the academy why they had given such grades. But she controlled herself, and, facing the witch from the Imperial Witch Academy who offered to lower the requirements, she shook her head. Sorry, we're no longer interested. After saying that, she turned and took Xing Rui to the consultation desk of the Starry Witch Academy. Behind them, the witch was still trying to retain them. Hey, wait, it can still be lowered. How about 95? That's already very low. The total magic power requirement is over 5,000. The two had already walked far away. Xing Yao sighed, and Xing Rui also sighed lightly, unable to help but murmur, the score requirements of the Imperial Academy are so high. It's okay, my dear Rui. Xing Yao comforted, patting her head. It's fine if we don't go to the Imperial Academy. Let us check out the Starry Academy. Yeah, it's okay, Mom. At worst, I can go to the Celestial Witch Academy or the Tiberia Academy. Tiberia? Xing Yao repeated, and the fairy Alicia took the opportunity to interject, that's the one I recommended. I think Tiberia Academy is also very suitable for Xing Rui, so I suggested it to her. Oh, that school. Xing Yao remembered which school Alicia had mentioned. Yes, Tiberia Academy is indeed very suitable and can be considered as an alternative. Alicia has great insight. I had to even notice this school, Xing Yao praised, and they arrived at the consultation desk set up by the Starry Witch Academy. Then, the witch sister standing behind the consultation desk from the Starry Witch Academy very familiarly handed over a bag of bread and asked, Have you eaten? You came so early. If you haven't had breakfast, I have bread here to fill your stomach. Xing Rui was taken aback for a moment. Was she this enthusiastic? But she still shook her head politely. Thank you, we've already had breakfast. This sister, could you tell us about the admission score requirements of the Starry Academy? The witch sister smiled brightly. My name is Janice Thorne, and you can call me Sister Janice. By the way, I saw you just came from the Imperial Academy, right? Their score requirements are really high. Aren't they? Xing Rui questioned, wondering if there was something wrong. Sister Janice, aren't you supposed to introduce the admission score requirements of the Starry Academy? Why are you asking about the scores of the Imperial Academy? Xing Yao's mother seemed to realize something and showed a sad expression, saying, It's too high. The graduation exam requires full marks in mathematics and 99 or above in the other subjects. You see, my daughter's scores came out today, full marks in mathematics, and 98 in the other 3 subjects. Xing Yao took out her daughter's scores, and Xing Rui was confused. Did her scores come out? When did they come out? How come I didn't know? Mom, when did you check the scores? Xing Rui quickly logged into the Academy's official website to check her scores. And it was indeed as her mother had said, full marks in mathematics and 98 in the other 3 subjects. At this moment, Xing Yao was still pouring out her grievances. ISN 1099 equivalent to requiring full marks. I looked at the exam paper. The lowest score for the multiple choice questions is 2 points. What is the difference between their requirement of 99 and full marks? And that physical check and fitness assessment, requiring an S. Is that something an ordinary young witch can achieve? Do they really understand the physical condition of newly graduated young witches? Xing Rui stared blankly at her heartbroken mother at that moment. At this time, the fairy Ali whispered in Xing Rui's ear, Don't make a sound, just watch the show. What was about to unfold was a good drama. What kind of drama? Xing Rui didn't understand. The conversation between Sister Janice and Mama Xing Yao was still ongoing. Calm down, sister. Calm down. That damn academy is always so underhanded. They love to watch you leave sadly. The more miserable you look, the happier they are. Just a bunch of dogs raised by the privileged of the school. There's no need to be upset because of a bunch of barking dogs. Xing Rui was dumbfounded. her mouth agape, looking at Janice Thorne, who spoke with such fragrant words, in shock. Your daughter's graduation exam results are quite excellent. In short, coming to our Terra Academy is definitely the right choice. However, may I take a look at your daughter's total magical power? Sure. Mama Xingyao showcased her daughter's magical power evaluation. When Janice saw it, she gasped, "It's not an integer. How can it be over 10,000 and still not an integer? Mom, your daughter has unlimited potential. Really unlimited potential. You must come to our Terra Academy. Don't even think about going to that Imperial Academy. You'll end up in a mess there. As for the grievances you suffered there, I will help you get them back." After saying that, she took a deep breath, suddenly pulled out a loudspeaker, and directly yelled towards the direction of the Imperial Witch Academy's consultation desk. "Noble scum of the Imperial Academy, I'm standing right here today. I curse you bunch of single-page household registration losers. Xingrui, Imperial Witch Academy witches." Mama Xingyao and Fairy Ailey quickly and tacitly covered Xingrue's ears. Even so, Xingrui could still vaguely hear Sister Janice's continuous and unceasing fragrant words. In fact, as Janice shouted, she stood right on the consultation desk, continuing her tirade. "Are you seeking death? Stupid terra idiots," with her relentless output, cursing their ancestors and even their pets and toilets. The witches of the Imperial Witch Academy naturally fell into a state of furious rage. They were about to confront Janice Thorne. In response, Janice Thorne delivered a barrage of mocking and provocative remarks. As a result, one of the witches from the Imperial Witch Academy couldn't hold back and attacked. A massive red fireball, filled with overwhelming heat, shot towards them. Seeing the opponent move, Janice Thorne suddenly smiled and vanished in an instant, punching out, and the red fireball was instantly shattered. She appeared right in front of the attacking Imperial Academy, which, beaming. "So you've attacked, huh? This is self-defense. You started it." Then she delivered a powerful punch to the witch's abdomen, sending her flying out of the teaching building area. Janice Thorne lightly blew on her fist and instantly returned to her consultation desk, smiling at Mama Xingyao and Xingrui. "Now, that's a relief. Come, little girl. Let me introduce you to the benefits of enrolling in our Terra Witch Academy. I guarantee it will make your heart flutter. So hurry up and take action." Chapter 39, the first in history, May the Stars Bless Your Destiny, Dear Little Witch. The Star Witch Academy welcomes you at any time. Humanity's journey to explore the stars continues, with unknown starry skies still waiting for our exploration. We welcome every friend who is willing to join us and shares our ideals. May exploration pave a smooth path for you, dear little witch. The Tiberia Academy is always ready to welcome you. After visiting the Terra Witch Academy, Xingrui and Mama Xingyao also consulted the Star Witch Academy and Tiberia Academy. Both universities have no academic requirements for admission. As long as the little witch wishes to come, they will warmly welcome her. The witches sent by both schools were senior students currently studying at their respective schools. During the consultation, they detailed the courses available at each school, benefits, learning atmosphere, and the current situation of the student body, among many other things. They also shared their evaluations and opinions on life and the learning environment at the school. It was very sincere. Upon learning that Xingrui was a star witch, both showed great excitement and insisted on inviting her to join their school, almost as if they wouldn't take no for an answer. After finishing the consultations with the schools they wanted to inquire about, they returned to the dormitory. Once back, Xingrui couldn't help but ask immediately, "Mom's sister Ailey, is there a conflict between the Terra Academy and the Empire Academy?" "Conflict?" The fairy Ailey chuckled. Mama Xingyao smiled and corrected her. "It's not a conflict, my dear Rure. The Empire Witch Academy and the Terra Witch Academy are sworn enemies." Sworn enemies? Why would two academies in the capital star become sworn enemies? Is it because both are competing for student enrollment? Why? Because the founders of the two academies were deadly enemies, the kind that won't stop until one is dead. The fairy Ailey continued to explain. Over time, as both academies grew, the original hatred between the two founders gradually evolved into animosity and hostility between most witches in both schools. Whenever students from the two academies meet in any place, a verbal battle is sure to break out first. After the verbal battle, It will escalate into a physical fight until one side is completely defeated and unable to continue. That is how it is. Mama Xingyao added. In various competitions held domestically, students from both academies are also sworn enemies, competing fiercely for championship titles or eliminating each other before the finals, which is quite common. In terms of enrollment, they're also at odds. The Empire Academy has very high academic requirements for admission, but if students agree not to attend the Terra Academy, they are willing to lower their high standards. The Terra Academy attracts excellent little witches with extremely high enrollment benefits. They specifically enhance benefits and treatment for those little witches who wish to join the Empire Academy. They want the little witches who can join the Empire Academy, and they also want those who cannot join. Their motto is I want them all. Mama Xingyao also pointed out the benefits promised to her by the Janus sisters. New students can stay in a luxurious villa for 4 people. Based on performance, they can enjoy at least 1 million in scholarships each year. They can purchase magical materials at half price. Numerous renowned teachers are available online, allowing them to choose whatever they want to learn. Because the Janus sisters shared so much information, Mama Xingyao couldn't remember everything. Only the details that were particularly useful for her daughter. These benefits are all true. As Mama Xingyao had a friend who entered the Terra Academy under the same conditions as her daughter. Everything that was promised back then was fulfilled. If she no longer wishes to attend the Terra Academy, then she can consider the Star Academy and Tiberia Academy. These 2 alternative schools are also very welcoming to Star Witches, especially with Xingrui having contracted 2 stars in one day. If this got out, it would surely prompt the presidents of both schools to personally come and compete to enroll her, offering her benefits. As for why she might not want to go to the Terra Academy, it is naturally due to the animosity between the Terra Academy and the Empire Academy. After entering the Terra Academy, even if Xingrui has no interest in the animosity between the 2 schools, she doesn't want to get involved. No matter how low-key she is, she will inevitably encounter witches from the Empire Academy who confront her. At that point, whether a dispute arises is no longer solely up to her. Mama's words made Xingrui fall into deep thought. Indeed, if she doesn't want to get caught up in the disputes between the 2 academies, then the Terra Academy may not be the best choice for her. The Star Academy and Tiberia Academy are indeed more suitable for her. However, Mom, do the witches from the Empire Academy never curse? Mama Xingyao was taken aback, clearly not expecting her daughter to ask such a question suddenly, but she still answered affirmatively. Yes, the witches from the Empire Academy do not curse, due to the Empire Academy's uniqueness and the presence of the royal family. Most witches in the Empire Academy are either wealthy or noble and well-mannered. Additionally, royal family members enter the Empire Academy every few years, making it essential to leave a good impression on future royal witches who may become emperors. Therefore, what Xingrui mentioned about the witches from the Empire Academy not cursing is indeed true. This is also the reason why the disputes between the 2 academies inevitably escalate into physical confrontations. If they can't win verbally, they can only resort to fighting. Then if I don't curse, they have no reason to fight, right? Wouldn't that avoid disputes? That reasoning is indeed valid. But while the witches from the Empire Academy may not curse, they certainly won't be lacking in sarcasm. Mama Xingyao looked at her daughter with concern. It's okay. I have a great mindset. Xingrui didn't think she would be thrown off by a bit of sarcasm. She believes that for the senior witches from the Empire Academy, if they can avoid disputes, they should definitely do so. If it weren't for the inability to win verbally, who would want to fight? So, if she doesn't curse, the senior witches from the Empire Academy naturally won't fight or keep following her with sarcasm. As for mutual taunting and trash-talking on the competition field, that's common and she doesn't mind. Therefore, from this perspective, the Terra Academy is still her best choice. The disputes between the 2 academies are not a problem for her at all. Even if a fight does break out, she, with a heroic seal, is not all afraid. I made up my mind. Are you sure, my dear Rirue? Yes, I'm sure, Mom. Xingrui opened the projection screen of her smart brain and accessed the college application page. She entered the names of the 3 schools on the application page: Terra Witch Academy, Star Witch Academy, and Tiberia Academy. Without hesitation, she clicked confirm and submitted her application. In fact, she had considered applying to the Empire Witch Academy as well. However, thinking about her poor physical fitness and low chances of being accepted, along with not wanting to be separated from Haishi and Nono. In the end, Xingrui decided to exclude the Empire Witch Academy from her options. After submitting her application, Xingrui let out a sigh of relief, feeling completely relaxed. She hugged the fairy Ailey beside her tightly and rubbed her little face. Then she hugged her mother and rubbed Mama's face as well. Mom of Xingyao looked at her daughter, who was already the same height as her, and hugged her back, playfully rubbing her cheek. Do you have any plans for tonight? No, Xingrui replied, sleeping. The results will be revealed a week later. Mom of Xingyao smiled gently and tapped her daughter's head. It's not even noon yet. Why sleep? Catching up on sleep. Xingrui was too lazy to care about that. She just wanted to sleep. Nothing could stop her from sleeping. A week later. That afternoon, Teacher Li Dia visited the dormitory where Xingrui's family lived. Upon entering, she saw 3 little witches gathered on the sofa, along with 3 mothers having an afternoon tea party. What a coincidence, everyone. Good afternoon. Li Dia smiled as she walked into the dormitory and got straight to the point. Since all 3 students are together, let's hand them out together. Here, classmate Haishi, this is your admission notice. Li Dia took out 3 admission notices and handed them to Haishi. 3 copies. Haishi was overjoyed, bouncing on the sofa like a spring with her tail as she approached Teacher Li Dia to receive the 3 admission notices. Next is classmate Niyunbai's. You also have 3 admission notices. That's really great. Niyunbai got up to take the admission notice from Teacher Li Dia, wearing a faint smile. Finally, it's classmate Xingrui's turn. Teacher Li Dia deliberately paused, and in response to Xingrui's expectant gaze, she took out the admission notice and congratulated her. Congratulations, classmate Xingrui. You are the first little witch in our college's history to receive 5 admission notices at once. Including Xingrui, the 3 little witches and mom of Xingyao were all dumbfounded. Haishi's mother, Ruishandala, directly spat out the tea she was drinking, while Carolina, sitting opposite, used magic to block the tea sprayed by Ruishandala and was equally shocked. What? 5 copies? But we can only apply to 3 universities. How did 5 admission notices come out? Chapter 40. Admitted against the odds because of the collapse? After handing out the admission letters, Teacher Li Dia floated away after grabbing a sauce-covered tentacle from the table filled with various pastries and snacks. The 3 mothers immediately gathered around Xingrui. 5 admission letters? How did this happen? The noble and elegant mermaid witch, Rui Chandra, had completely lost her composure at this moment. She had overlooked her daughter receiving 3 admission letters and was more curious about how Xingrui obtained her 5. Carolina was equally curious, muttering, 5 admission letters? I remember a little witch in history who was exceptionally talented and received 4. This 5 must be a first in history, right? Xingyao, do you have any clues? Xingyao's mother felt her scalp tingle under the intense gaze of Rui, Chandra, and Carolina. I don't know. Really don't know. It's normal for Rui to get 3 admission letters, but I truly have no idea where the extra 2 came from. When we inquired, we only consulted 4 schools. Xingyao read them one by one. Imperial Witch Academy, Terra Witch Academy, Star Witch Academy, and Tiberia Academy. Even if they sent extra, it should only be 4. Where did this 5th one come from? As the mothers discussed, the 3 little witches remained silent. Xingyao urged her daughter to quickly open the letters to see what the extra 2 were about. Xingrui, equally puzzled, opened the first admission letter. It was from Tiberia Academy, a letter corresponding to one of Xingrui's applications, which was normal. Xingrui glanced at the contents, but Xingyao urged, "Look at that later, let us see the others first." Okay. Xingrui continued to open the second letter, which was from Star Witch Academy. It was also a normal application letter. The third letter was from Terra Witch Academy. As soon as this letter was revealed, Haishi excitedly hugged Xingrui from behind. Wow, this is great. Rui can go to the same school as us. We want to be separated. My law and ethics homework will be settled. But in the next moment, Haishi's joy faded. Her mother, Rui Chandra, was glaring at her with a dangerous predator's gaze. Everyone present had no doubt that if there weren't outsiders around, Rui Chandra would have already grabbed her daughter and tossed her around the room like a ball. Haishi was so frightened that she hid behind Xingrui, trembling. But she still peeked out, urging Xingrui to continue opening the next admission letter. The first three letters were all from school Xing Rui applied to, so the fourth letter was what the witches were most concerned about. Xing Rui quickly opened the letter, but once she saw the title, everyone was stunned. Instead, it was Hai Shi who exclaimed in shock, "What? Imperial? Imperial? Witch Academy? No, Binma. Is this real?" Nu Yuanbei seized the opportunity to pinch Hai Shi's face and began pulling it back and forth. Hai Shi, like a fool, let Nu Yuanbei tug at her face until Nu Yuanbei was satisfied. Then, Hai Shi, with a slightly swollen face, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Ha ha! It's real! It's real! Rui, you actually got into the Imperial Witch Academy. This is amazing." But Nu Yuanbei knocked Hai Shi on the head and muttered, "You idiot! Why am I an idiot?" The pained Hai Shi protested, upset that Nu called her an idiot. Nu Yuanbei rolled her eyes, ignoring Hai Shi's question. She turned to Xing Rui, her gaze filled with worry and fear, especially as Xing Rui stared intently at the admission letter. She was scared that her sister Xing Rui would go to the Imperial Witch Academy and leave her and Hai Shi behind at Terra Witch Academy. "Sister Xing Rui, will you leave me?" Nu Yuanbei gently tugged at the hem of Xing Rui's clothes, lowering her gaze to the admission letter. For some reason, a surge of violent emotion suddenly welled up inside her. She wanted to tear that admission letter apart. If she tore it up, then Xing Rui wouldn't go to the Imperial Witch Academy, right? But soon, Nu Yuanbei suppressed this terrifying emotion. "No, I can't do that. Where to go to school is Xing Rui's own choice, and I can't interfere at least. I can't do that." The three witch mothers exchanged glances, and Xing Yao wore an expression of great concern. "The Imperial Witch Academy? Why would they send an admission letter? Clearly, your grades and physical assessments don't meet their high standards. Why would they suddenly send an admission letter?" Moreover, the thought that another school had also sent an admission letter out of the blue made Xing Yao's headache worsen. What is going on? Wait. At that moment, Hai Shi, slow to realize, suddenly exclaimed, "The Imperial Witch Academy. Doesn't that mean?" Hai Shi's expression suddenly panicked. She jumped up from behind Xing Rui, wrapping her arms around Xing Rui's neck. Rui? No, you can't go to the Imperial Witch Academy. You can't leave me and Nu behind." Xing Rui was suddenly attacked by Hai Shi, but managed to steady herself, smiling helplessly. "Don't worry. I want to go." "Really?" As soon as Hai Shi asked, her mother, Rui Chandra, grabbed her by the neck and turned to throw her against the wall opposite the sofa. With a thud, Hai Shi slid down the wall like a mud eel. Rui Chandra said sternly, "Child, you need to think carefully. This is the Imperial Witch Academy. Although everyone says that Terra Witch Academy has similar teaching resources and treats students better, in some aspects, Terra Witch Academy can't compare to the Imperial Witch Academy. You can interact with royal members, collaborate on research projects with the Imperial Research Institute, and have trial opportunities within the Imperial Army. These are things Terra Witch Academy doesn't offer." Carolina and Xing Yao, who had never heard of these before, were astonished. Carolina directly asked where Rui Chandra heard this from. "I graduated from the Imperial Witch Academy. I know this very clearly." After explaining, Rui Chandra continued to urge, "Child, you must consider this carefully. Being accepted under conditions where your physical and performance assessments do not meet the requirements, and without you applying, indicates that some characteristic about you caught the attention of the school as higher-ups, and it's a highly sought-after trait. Once enrolled, your treatment may differ greatly from that of other new little witches, so you must think this through. This is related to your future. Bad mother. Rui is with us." "Shut up, you silly girl." Rui Chandra's tone was fierce as she glared at her daughter. "If you say another word, I'll use your Uncle Trident to skewer you like a kebab." Hai Shi was terrified by her mother's murderous aura. She moved her lips, but didn't dare to speak, only looking at Xing Rui with hope, wishing she would make the same choice she desired. Xing Rui gave Hai Shi a reassuring look. She handed the acceptance letter to her mother, knowing her mother was very curious about what was written on it. As soon as Xing Yao's mother received the letter, she began to read it carefully, looking, unable to help but read it aloud. "Because your unique understanding of collapse has been recognized by our school's evaluators, therefore, you are admitted with special consideration." "Collapse? The novel you and A. Eiley wrote." "Caroline, what?" "The novel Collapse was written by Rui. Just as Xing Yao's mother finished being shocked, Caroline was once again stunned by what Xing Yao's mother said. "What are you all surprised about? What is Collapse?" Rui Chandra clearly had not read the web novel Collapse, looking confused at the shock of the two mothers. She was in the same situation, as she had also not read Collapse, or rather, she had hardly read any novels online at all. Caroline hurriedly explained, "Collapse is currently a very popular web serial novel, so popular that even this entrance exam took questions from Collapse." Xing Yao's mother responded, "Yes. The 17th and 18th questions on this exam paper are both related to Collapse." Rui Chandra frowned. Rui Chandra felt a bit frustrated, remembering that she was admitted to the Imperial Witch Academy because of her race, which lowered the grade requirements. But Xing Rui was actually admitted with special consideration just for writing a novel. It's infuriating comparing people. What about the 5th acceptance letter? What was the reason for the 5th acceptance letter, and which school was it from? Under the gaze of the five, Xing Rui opened the last acceptance letter. This final acceptance letter had the name of a school that Xing Rui had never heard of before, Reincarnated Witch Academy. Chapter 41. Do we have to be friends? Why can't we? Don't go to the Reincarnated Witch Academy. Absolutely not. Carolina said to Xing Rui with great seriousness. Those witches in that school are lunatics. They firmly believe that after human death, one enters a place similar to hell, where the human soul will be cleansed of all memories and traces, and then reincarnated, returning to the world as a brand new life. Xing Rui's expression changed slightly. The fairy Ailey also turned her gaze toward Xing Rui. After the two women exchanged looks, they silently shifted their gazes apart. Carolina continued to explain to the witches present the madness of the so-called Reincarnated Witch Academy. To prove this point, they would use human souls for experiments. To obtain souls for experimentation, they secretly create special accidents that cause ordinary people to die, allowing them to harvest human souls. They even attempted to target witches for soul harvesting and took practical actions. Carolina paused and continued. The Reincarnated Witch Academy was ordered to undergo a major purge by the Emperor 80 years ago due to its contempt for human and witch lives. However, at that time, only the radical members within the school were purged, so although nearly 70 of the witches were held accountable, the remaining witches continued to maintain the normal operation of the academy until now. Carolina's expression carried a hint of fear. Although the Reincarnated Witch Academy has not repeated its past actions, treating human and witch souls as experimental materials, I still insist that I do not recommend you go to this school. Absolutely not. After Carolina, the mother of Noyenbai, finished explaining, Xing Rui and Xing Yao's mother simultaneously understood the reason for the appearance of this admission letter. Xing Rui had signed a contract with the Golden Star and Alicia. Among them, the Golden Star enhanced her daughter's soul power. Perhaps because of this, even though Xing Rui had no prior contact with the Reincarnated Witch Academy, she still received their admission letter. As for how the Reincarnated Witch Academy knew, they admitted it themselves. In the admission letter, they directly stated that they discovered Xing Rui's exceptionally strong soul-related data in the physical examination results. They believed that Xing Rui was the proof they had been pursuing and researching for a century. Proof of the existence of the soul reincarnation rebirth system. I will not go to this school. Xing Rui also directly stated that she would not attend this school. She believed that upon entering the Reincarnated Witch Academy, she would likely become a research subject for the witches there, or even be treated as experimental material. Therefore, after expressing her stance, Xing Rui threw the admission letter aside. Then she smiled and said, "I want to go to Terra Academy." "Are you sure?" Rui Chandra frowned. Xing Rui's expression was extremely firm, and she looked at Rui Chandra, reiterating her thoughts. "In my opinion, being with friends is more important. The Imperial Academy is good, but if it forces me to be away from my friends, or even to be adversarial due to the long-standing enmity between the two schools, I am unwilling and cannot do that." Rui Chandra still did not believe it. "Really?" "Yes, really. I don't believe it." Xing Rui then took a very simple action. She burned the admission letter from the Imperial Witch Academy into ashes with a ball of fire. The golden flames burning in her hand represented her determination. You ask how she dared to burn the admission letter with the Emperor's golden flames? Once it is in her hands, the power belongs to her. She does not believe the Emperor would bother with such trivial matters. However, just as this thought arose, a golden palm suddenly appeared in Xingrue's view, poised to give her a big slap. Xingrue showed no fear and stared at the energy slap coming her way. But the imagined pain did not appear on her face. Instead, a heavy force landed on her head, and after a gentle rub of her head, it disappeared. Xingrue touched her head, so the emperor just patted her head instead of slapping her. Got it. She is the emperor's most beloved daughter. Great. Rue. Haishi. Witnessing Xingrue decisively burn the admission letter from the Imperial Academy, excitedly rushed over again, tightly hugging Xingrue's waist and nuzzling her head against Xingrue's belly. Noenbai also revealed a relaxed smile, feeling very happy. But because Haishi was currently focused on Xingrue's belly, she couldn't go up and embrace her. She could only watch, and finally, unable to stand it any longer, tried to pull Haishi away from Xingrue, but her strength was too small to move her. She could only angrily slap Haishi's warm fishtail. Ruishandra looked at Xingrue. Her feelings were complicated. Back then, she also faced a similar choice. However, she chose the Imperial Witch Academy over her friends. Now looking back, she indeed felt some regret about choosing the Imperial Witch Academy. At that time, she believed she had outstanding characteristics that could be prioritized by the school. But the result, she was just an ordinary poor student. Although she just mentioned that the Imperial Witch Academy could interact with royal family members, participate in research collaborations with the Imperial Research Institute and the school, and have opportunities to enter the military for trials. The reality was that these precious opportunities often had only a handful of spots, and all the witches in the school were fighting desperately for them. At that time, she could not compete with those prodigies in terms of theory, strength, or wealth. In the end, she graduated from the Imperial Witch Academy in mediocrity. Meanwhile, the names and faces of her former friends had long faded in her memory, and she returned alone to Selna to inherit her family estate. Therefore, after the initial complex emotions, Ruishandra couldn't help but envy her silly daughter for having such a friend who values friendship. Ruishandra pondered how to educate her silly daughter when she returned, to make her cherish this friend properly. But then she thought, with Xingrue's good character, incredible talent, being a star witch, and looking beautiful and cute, why must they be friends? Can't they be more than friends? But upon seeing her silly daughter nuzzling against someone else's belly, Ruishandra couldn't help but feel angry. What are you doing nuzzling her belly? Are you trying to reincarnate into her belly? Nuzzle her chest. Nuzzle her face, too. You silly girl. Do you even know how to, I'm going crazy. This silly girl is utterly hopeless. In any case, after Xingrue confirmed that she wanted to report to Terra Witch Academy, the atmosphere of afternoon tea returned to a delightful state. The three little witches discussed what they wanted to do once they arrived at the capital star and settled into the school. They talked about the subjects they wanted to choose, the magic they wanted to learn, and the things they wanted to do. They chatted about everything, and with the lively and innocent mermaid, which Haishi present, the topics among the three changed rapidly and frequently. The three mothers also smiled as they watched the scene before them. Except for Ruishandra, she only smiled on the surface, feeling more despair over her silly daughter's lack of ambition, especially seeing Nuanbai snuggling closely next to Xingrue while Haishi sat casually on the side, even keeping a bit of distance while wagging her tail and chatting boastfully. Ruishandra was even more furious, huffing and puffing. No, I can't breathe anymore. My daughter is worse than my daughter. It's infuriating. Chapter 42, the third star revealed by the Emperor. The pleasant time of afternoon tea soon came to an end. After Carolina and Rissandra brought their daughters back to the dormitory, Xingrue stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking at the familiar scenery in the distance. It was time to leave. The three mothers had agreed on one thing during this afternoon tea. Since their daughters had chosen to enter the Terra Witch Academy, they should set a time to depart together. Thus, the time was set for the day after tomorrow morning. The six of them would take the space elevator to the starport established in orbit around Ikoan Star. From there, they would board an interstellar spaceship heading to the capital Witch Star, which would take a week to reach the capital Witch Star located in the heart of the Empire's territory. Tomorrow was reserved for the three mothers to handle family matters. Compared to the family matters of the other two mothers, their family's affairs were clearly more troublesome. A year ago, under the Emperor's mandatory conscription order, the retired mother, Ruikui, was re-enlisted. She joined a special task force established by the Ikuan Empire's Military Affairs Department to search for the whereabouts of the Dark Elves on the planet. Initially, the mother reported her safety every 3 days and was able to video call them weekly to communicate her situation. However, after 3 months, the interval for safety reports changed from 3 days to a week. Weekly video calls became bi-weekly, and during each video call, the fatigue on Ruiqiui's face was visibly apparent. Xingyao's mother tried to use her family's influence to have Ruiqiui withdraw early, but Ruiqiui rejected the idea, stating that their team had indeed made some discoveries recently, which is why she was so exhausted. However, after 6 months, the safety reports changed to once a month, and there were no more video calls. Aside from sending messages once a month to confirm her safety, the mother did not reply to any messages and had no video calls. It was as if she were a pre-programmed response machine, replying at scheduled intervals. About a month ago, Xingyao's mother could no longer hold back and went to the Military Affairs Department of Ikuan Star, revealing her identity as a member of the Xing family and seeking news about Ruiqiui. The result was that she learned Ruiqiui's search team had encountered unknown dangers and that all members were missing. The good news was that a special life-sensing contract had been established between the mother and Ruiqiui. The mother could sense that Ruiqiui was still healthy and vigorous and confirmed that she was still on Ikuan Star. However, since her daughter needed to take care of herself for school, she suppressed her urge to search for Ruiqiui. Now, Mom. Xing Rui suddenly turned around and asked Xingyao, who was sitting on the sofa, busy looking at the projection screen of the smart brain. After you take me to the capital star, you will come back to find my mother, right? Yes. Xingyao did not evade her daughter's question. Once we arrive at the capital star, I can safely leave you with your grandmother so she can take care of you, and I will return here to find Ruiqiui. I want to see what she has been up to for the past 6 months. Xingyao's tone was calm, but as her daughter, Xing Rui could hear the anger and resentment, as well as the deep concern contained within. I can help, Xing Rui suggested. By activating Sister Ailey's powers, I possess strength equivalent to my mother's. Maybe we could. No, there isn't enough time. Xingyao shook her head, rejecting her daughter's proposal. Ruiqiui has already entered a state of concealment. It will be extremely difficult to find her. The most important thing is that we don't know what Ruiqiui has discovered and why she has entered this state of concealment. Our reckless appearance will surely disrupt her plans. Xingyao turned off the projection screen in front of her and looked seriously at her daughter. Rui, sweetheart, your safety is more important in comparison. Don't forget, your mother is also a cruel level 3 witch and a retired veteran from the battlefield. She has to treat her enemies with extreme caution. How much more so from me and you? I must ensure your safety first. Sending you to the capital star to let your grandmother protect you is the best plan. But what about you, Mom? Xing Rui countered. You're only a cruel level 2 witch. Are you sure you can defeat that enemy together with my mother? Xingyao stood up and walked to her daughter, gently holding her little head and smiling. Do you really think your mom only has cruel level 2 power? Rui, sweetheart, rank doesn't represent everything. A witch who has lived for nearly 100 years. If she cannot exert strength beyond her rank, then she is truly regressing. All right, this matter is settled. No protests, no objections. Xingyao did not give Xing Rui any chance to argue. Xing Rui felt wronged. She wanted to say that her mother could exert strength beyond her rank. So could she. She didn't believe that once she entered the origin log of her state and pulled the enemy into the star sea of the past, the opponent would be able to defeat her. Moreover, if all else failed, she could directly summon the Emperor's golden flames, declaring her opponent a heretic and burning them to death. But just as Xing Rui was preparing to stubbornly stand her ground, the fairy Ailey suddenly reminded her of an overlooked issue. The activation of the imprint and the transformation that follows have a certain preparation time. It is important to know that without activating the imprint's power and completing the transformation, she would be quite vulnerable. Reality is not like novels, comics, movies, or animations. Enemies and villain bosses would not watch her complete her transformation with great interest before battling her for 300 rounds, ultimately being defeated by her. There's a high probability that before Xing Rui could activate the imprint's power, she would be controlled and defeated by the enemy, not even given a chance to activate the imprint. In fact, being killed directly was also highly likely. Thus, the fairy Ailey suggested that it would be better to obediently listen to her mother and leave this matter to the adults to handle. Xingrui could only agree. Xingyao also cast a grateful glance at the fairy Ailey, as her daughter had not shown her imprint's power many times before. If her daughter chose to stubbornly resist, she truly wouldn't know how to persuade her. Next, Xingyao used delicious food to comfort her daughter's disappointed heart and promised to take her shopping tomorrow to buy her a few more beautiful clothes and skirts. And so, the time came a deep night on that day. Xingrui, for the first time, found herself unable to sleep. A month ago, in order to adapt to the dormitory environment she would enter in university, Xingrui began to sleep alone. Initially, she found it somewhat uncomfortable to be away from her mother's warm and soft embrace, but she quickly adjusted. However, tonight's insomnia was unrelated to her mother's embrace. She couldn't help but think about her mother. As soon as she lay down on the bed and closed her eyes, she couldn't control the various what-if scenarios that flooded her mind. What if something happened to her mother? What if both her mother and mom encountered trouble in the future? What if she could save her mother tomorrow by going with her mom to find her? Various hypotheticals and what-ifs made Xingrui feel anxious, and she truly couldn't fall asleep. So she got out of bed, went to the window of her bedroom, looked up, and gazed at the bright moon. With her head down, her mind was in disarray, feeling unhappy. If only she could be stronger. If her physical fitness and strength were higher, then perhaps the outcome of her talk with her mother yesterday would have changed. Xingrui felt very disheartened. With the Emperor's contract, she possessed the golden soul flame capable of judging and burning heretics, aberrations, and chaos. After making a contract with Sister Ailey, she gained all the powers bestowed by Sister Ailey. But despite having such immense power, why does she still feel a sense of helplessness? As if she can't do anything? Guilt and an inability to change the current situation. A voice suddenly sounded behind Xingrui. She quickly turned around and saw another version of herself. A version with black hair and golden eyes. Her gaze was calm and indifferent as she sat on the edge of the bed, watching herself. Instead of feeling guilty, it would be better to plan how to become stronger. She continued, "Strength is the truth of this world." "Who are you?" Xingrui asked warily, quickly activating her engraved powers. "Who am I? Don't you already know?" The black-haired Xingrui stood up from the bed, golden light blooming behind her like the sun. "You are the Emperor?" Feeling the familiar power that resembled golden flames, Xingrui understood the identity of the black-haired version before her. "You did well," the Emperor said calmly. "I will grant you the power for the next stage, and what you need to do is simple. Master this power, and then go eliminate the enemies of humanity. The empire you live in seems peaceful and harmonious, but in reality, dark currents are surging. Countless aberrations and chaos are constantly lurking around your homeland. Use this power to eliminate those aberrations and chaos, to protect the country you live in and the people you love." As the Emperor spoke these words, a fleeting sadness flashed in her eyes. "I hope that when I see you next time, you won't be filled with guilt." "Wait," Xingrui called out to the Emperor and immediately asked her question. "Are you really the Emperor? The one I think you are? Why are you in this world? And why did you make a contract with me? Was all of this planned by you?" In response to Xingrui's questions, the Emperor replied, "First, I am who you think I am. The Emperor, the King of Darkness, the Cursed One, the Corpse, the Defender of the Golden Toilet, all of that is me. Second, I appeared in this world long before your arrival. I made a contract with you simply because you are the one I have chosen. Third, I do not know." After answering her questions, the Emperor transformed into a ray of golden light and merged into Xingrui's chest. The Emperor's voice echoed in Xingrui's mind one last time. "The third star is already manifested." Xingrui turned to look out the window, gazing at the shining stars in the night sky. Watching, her eyes slightly squinted, her vision gradually blurred. A figure, a somewhat familiar figure, was gently outlined by the brilliant stars in her blurred vision. Xingrui suddenly widened her eyes. "Is this for real? Is this the third star I am about to contract with? Is this the third star I can contract with? Emperor, are you joking with me?" Chapter 43. Space Elevator. The next day, Xingyao's mother took Xingrui to the largest shopping mall on Akuxing for a big shopping spree. Snacks, toys, clothes, little dresses, everything one could possibly want was available. However, Due to the impact of insomnia from last night, Xingrui didn't have a strong desire to shop. She still thought seriously about the things she needed to buy in advance for her entry into the capital star. In the end, after much thought, Xingrui realized that the only item she needed to purchase in advance seemed to be clothes. She certainly couldn't buy souvenirs that Akuxing is famous for. A mushroom-headed doll that wears overalls and loves to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. God knows why the specialty of this planet is a doll instead of food or special minerals. Therefore, the plan for the day became quite simple. Today, in order to buy more pretty and cute little dresses for Xingrui, Alicia dressed up nicely, changing into a suitable pink and white dress with white stockings, topped with a white round hat. Together, the mother and daughter set off on a day of frantically purchasing beautiful clothes and little dresses for Xingrui. In just one day, Xingrui's wardrobe saw an increase of nearly 40 dresses of various styles and colors. There were countless dresses, long skirts, half skirts, and short skirts. Moreover, to better match these dresses, corresponding accessories such as hats, stockings, and shoes were not overlooked. All the clothing purchased covered all 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Overall, by the end of the day, Xingrui's wardrobe had expanded by over 100 pieces of clothing. This was the first time Xingrui truly felt how extravagant it could be for witches to buy beautiful clothes and dresses when they were fully powered. Upon returning home, she neatly folded all the new clothes and took out her existing ones. All were placed into a magical wardrobe that she had also purchased that day. Under normal circumstances, its capacity was 5 times that of an ordinary wardrobe and could be expanded at any time with magic. Additionally, the wardrobe came with a smart system designed specifically for it, allowing the witch to easily retrieve the clothing she desired. After this tidying up, Xingrui realized that her personal clothing had surpassed 200 pieces. Thinking about how this number might exceed 300, 400, or even higher in the future, she couldn't help but feel a bit wistful. With so many clothes, could she really wear each piece at least once? Some of those clothes might end up sitting in the wardrobe for a lifetime. At night, Xingrui stood by the window again, gazing at the starry sky. Reflecting on her day, it had been fulfilling, but it was also her last day on this planet. Memories of her past life had become fuzzy, yet she still remembered that she had never left the city she lived in before. Now, she was actually going to leave one planet for another. The feeling was both exciting and strange. Rui, darling? Xingyao's mother stood at the door, gently reminding her to go to bed early, saying, "You need to get up early tomorrow. Don't sleep in." "Got it, Mom." Xingrui quickly burrowed into her blanket, and Xingyao's mother walked to her bedside, bending down to give her a gentle kiss on the forehead. "Good night, Rui. Good night, Mom. A good night's sleep." The next day, a fully energized Xingrui woke up on time. After confirming that everything was packed, the 3 families, 6 witches, successfully met at the designated time. Teacher Lydia also appeared at the school gate to bid farewell to her 3 favorite little witch students, presenting them with 3 large bags of candy as a parting gift. Under the teacher's watchful eyes, the 3 little witches boarded a taxi heading for the space elevator. The taxi made a beautiful drift and accelerated into the sky towards the space elevator. An hour later, this clearly modified fast taxi delivered the 6 of them to the space elevator on the other side of the planet. Which treasures received 120 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. After getting out of the taxi, Xingrui gazed into the distance at the towering space elevator that reached into the clouds, seemingly endless. It reminded her of a movie called The Wandering Earth. A thick silver metal pillar appeared to be piercing straight into deep space. Just then, a square cabin began to ascend. There were no visible cables, no flames, and no roaring sounds or countdowns. It was as if a normal elevator was starting its rapid ascent. In the blink of an eye, the cabin disappeared from her sight within the metal pillar. This made Xingrui curious about what this space elevator was made of: technology or magic. She also noticed that around the outer part of the metal pillar, there were many bright lights, red and blue, which were very conspicuous even during the day. This reminded her of saying, what is the simplest way to make weapons and equipment look high-tech? Lights. However, she knew very well that the lights on the space elevator were not just for show. "Let us go." Xingyao's mother patted her daughter's back, signaling her not to stand there in a daze. Therefore, Xingrui held on to Nono and followed the three parents towards the vast commercial center and station area at the base of the space elevator. Haishi was a super curious baby, running around everywhere, checking this and that. To prevent her silly daughter from getting lost, Ruishandra didn't hesitate to tie a water element rope around her daughter's waist, directly leading her to avoid the possibility of her running too far and getting lost. This place was so large that if she ran too far, finding her again would be a bit of a hassle. The next steps were much simpler, checking tickets and lining up to enter the cabin of the space elevator. Experiencing the space elevator for the first time, the three little witches decisively chose window seats. Initially, Xingrui was a bit nervous waiting for the cabin to ascend. Listening to the countdown, she even prepared herself to faint the moment they took off. However, once the cabin began to rise, Xingrui didn't feel any discomfort in her body, so she turned her gaze out the window. She watched as the city below shrank rapidly, and her field of vision began to expand dramatically. Once the cabin ascended to a certain height, the dark backdrop of space outside began to occupy more of her view. At that moment, below her was the surface of Akuxing, while above was a dark void with no visible starlight. Strangely, Xingrui recalled something the emperor had said recently. In the profound darkness without a hint of starlight, countless alien and chaotic beings lurk, watching humanity. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of fear of that darkness. She didn't want to step into that deep darkness, nor could she imagine what kind of person she would become if she sank into it. An inexplicable unease. So she withdrew her gaze, no longer looking outside. It didn't take long for the cabin to ascend into the orbital spaceport. In just 10 minutes, it safely arrived at the docking port below the spaceport. They had successfully reached the spaceport. At this moment, there were still 2 hours before they would board the spaceship to the capital star. Consequently, they headed directly to the waiting lounge of the spaceport to wait for the boarding process to start an hour later. Xingrui felt a bit disappointed. It was her first time boarding a space station established in orbit around a planet. The interior structure of this space station was completely different from what she had imagined. As they walked through, they were surrounded by various commercial shops and facilities, with a continuous flow of people. The spacious areas and corridors made her feel as if she had arrived not at a starport space station, but at a super airport built on the ground. And next, she had plenty of time to explore this starport. The tickets they bought were for the first-class cabin of the spaceship. The three mothers were not short on money and directly purchased the best living quarters. The spaceship would dock at the starport for a day and would not depart until tomorrow. Therefore, after boarding and settling in, they could leisurely wander around and explore the starport. Chapter 44. Mermaids are not fish after smoothly completing the ticket check and boarding procedures. X and Gru carefully observed the environment of the first-class cabin on the spaceship. She was curious about everything inside the first-class cabin. The first-class cabin was much smaller than X and Gru had imagined. It was about 50 square meters in size. The entire room had a color scheme dominated by silver-gray metal, with a double bed that could adjust the firmness of the mattress. Opposite the bed was a wide sofa and a rectangular low table. This was one room. On the side of the room, there was a wardrobe that was integrated with the wall in the corridor. The room opposite the wardrobe was the bathroom, which only had shower head and no bathtub. The accommodation environment was even inferior to that of the Little Sorceress Academy's dormitory. After looking around the 50 square meter first-class cabin, X and Gru lay on the bed feeling a bit disappointed. There is such a big difference from what I imagined about the first-class cabin. This is already considered a pretty good first-class cabin. Xing's mother smiled as she hung a few pieces of clothing she usually wore in the wardrobe. She took out some toiletries and placed them on the bathroom vanity. Then, she used magic to check the entire room and came to the bedside. With magic, she made the entire bed float. X and Gru, who was still lying on the bed, looked confused and leaned over to see a strange humanoid figure spread out on the floor. Yikes! What is that? X and Gru felt her scalp tingle. What is this thing? Why is there something like this under the bed? Well-informed Xing's mother directly burned the strange humanoid figure to ashes with flames and used various magic spells to disinfect and clean under the bed and the room. X and Gru immediately got up from the bed, constantly using cleaning spell and disinfection spell on herself, not forgetting to cast down the bed as well. Mom, what was that? It looks so strange. A toy, huh? Xing's mother smiled and said, "Do you want to know more about it, Ruaryu?" "No." Ngru decisively pretended she hadn't heard anything just now and shook her head vigorously. Just then, New YNB, I sent a message in their small group, saying that she and H9 were ready. Mom, H9 and I, along with Nono, went to play in the space station. Okay, be careful and remember to use path marking spell to remember the way back. Got it. Ngru happily walked out of the cabin and met Nono and H9 at the door. H9 immediately gave her a bear hug, and her fishtail instantly became long and slender like a sea snake, wrapping around Ngru's waist. Then she excitedly showed off to Ngru, "Ruaryu. Look, I can now turn my tail into a sea snake. In the future, I can wrap my tail around you guys. By the way, there's this too. It's something I just learned." H9 got off Ngru and released her tail from around Ngru's waist. Then she curled her tail into several loops like a spring and started bouncing in place. H9's bizarre behavior attracted the friendly gazes and smiles of other witches in the corridor. "Stop jumping, silly fish." Nono couldn't stand the looks from the other witches in the corridor. She took out a silver-gray metal stick and hit H9 on the head. Ashnuf, who felt the pain, instantly turned her tail back into the original fishtail, which plopped onto the corridor floor. "Ouch. No, you're so mean. No way. If you don't treat me to cake today, I'll be mad. I'll secretly spray water on your bed, so that your sister Caroline thinks you wet the bed." Ngru was speechless, and New YNBI replied expressionlessly, "If you dare to do that, I'll borrow Uncle Triton from Sister Root SHNDL and skewer you like a grilled fish." This was one of the few times New YNB I managed to say such a long sentence in one breath. "Wow, that's cheating. How can you do this?" "Boo-hoo." H9 immediately cowered. She wasn't afraid of Nono borrowing Uncle Triton to skewer her. She was more afraid that Nono would tell her mother what she had done while borrowing Uncle Triton. "All right, let us go to the commercial area of the starport." Ngru spoke up to end the two's conversation. "What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Cake." As soon as H9 heard that Ngru was treating them to food, she instantly perked up. She created a small stream of water beneath her to lift her body, keeping pace with Ngru and Nono. "What about Nono?" New YNB, I thought for a moment. Didn't answer, but first grabbed Ngru's hand, letting Ngru lead her, then replied, "Grilled fish. Wow, how evil. No, you actually want to eat my kind." Upon hearing grilled fish, H9 immediately jumped up. Nono turned her head and rolled her eyes, saying, "Mermaids are not fish." "Oh, they want to eat too." Ngru just nodded. "Okay, cake, grilled fish, then let us go. We're heading to the commercial area of the starport, where there are many food options." After confirming the target, the three little witches set off immediately. 1 hour later, in a CAF in the starport's commercial area, H9 was enjoying the exquisite small cake she had been dreaming of. Nono was also eating the grilled fish she wanted. Ngru ordered a plate of delicate chocolate tiramisu and a cup of refreshing lemon peach fruit tea. This commercial area is so small. While continuously stuffing small cakes in her mouth, she muttered. In just 1 hour, they had walked through the entire commercial area of the starport. This was also the reason for H9's complaints. She thought the commercial area of the starport would be very large, because walking through the starport gave her a very big feeling. But the actual result left her very disappointed. The area of the commercial zone was even much smaller than that of the shopping plaza on the ground. Of course it's small after all. This is a starport, not a space station. Ngru explained to H9 that the starport they were in was a dual-use starport for military and civilian purposes. The commercial area, waiting hall, ticket check area, etc., occupied only a small part. Other areas were military zones, and ordinary people and witches were prohibited from entering. During wartime, this starport, connected to the planet's surface, was an important logistic supply point for the fleet. Many planets within the Empire adopted this kind of dual-use starport configuration. However, some more developed tourist planets, commercial planets, or special planets would establish 2 separate starports for military and civilian use. Hey, now that you mention it, I suddenly really want to see a large space station. X and Gru's explanation piqued H9's interest in large space stations. Sure, on our way to the capital star, we will pass by a large space station. Although we will only stay for 4 hours, we'll have time to take a look around. Great. H9 raised her arms and cheered happily. After the cheer, H9 put forward a very bold idea. Hey, are you interested in the military area of the starport? Should we sneak into the military area to take a look? That's not good. X and Gru shook her head, not recommending doing that. But what X and Gru didn't expect was that Nono immediately agreed. I agree. Huh. All right. 2-1. Listen to me and Nono. Let us go. After we finish eating, we'll sneak in and take a look. X and Gru want to stop the two girls. But she couldn't. H9, the mermaid witch, had physical qualities and strength far beyond X and Gru, who had only received B and C ratings as a star witch. Without using her imprint powers, she couldn't match H9 in strength. So Xing Rui could only keep up to prevent the two from doing anything foolish. And she didn't forget to send a message to her mom, in case something went wrong, asking her to come and rescue them. Chapter 45, Unexpected Reunion, I said. That's enough. It's time to go back. Xing Rui looked at Nuanua and Haishi, who were still trying to explore further, and urged them repeatedly. It's still early. Don't rush. Rui, how long have we been exploring? Xing Rui sighed. We've already been in here for 3 hours. Isn't that long enough? Plus, Xing Rui turned her head to glance at a camera hidden in the dark corner of the hallway. The camera deliberately turned to focus on the three of them. Xing Rui could only awkwardly smile at the camera, then turned her head to find that the two girls had run far away again, so she hurried to catch up. Xing Rui also felt it was strange. Clearly, once they entered the restricted military area, the cameras had already spotted them. And for the next 3 hours, every camera Xing Rui looked at would deliberately turn to meet her gaze. It was as if the monitoring personnel behind the scenes were telling Xing Rui, I'm watching you. But in reality, no one had come out to stop them from going deeper during those 3 hours. Moreover, they hadn't encountered anyone at all. This left Xing Rui feeling confused, and she activated the empty dream imprint, entering a preheating state, ready to escape at any moment. Strange. Why is there no one here? 3 hours and not a single person. Not to mention Xing Rui. Even Haishi, who is usually slow to react, realized something was off. Not a single person. Isn't this a military area? What kind of military area has no one in it? Nuanua. Rui, do you have any clues? I don't know. Nuanua's answer was still so concise. Good luck. Good luck? Hey, I guess so. Haishi suddenly became proud. Then how about we keep going inside? We've only seen corridors so far. We can't go back without seeing something truly interesting, right? Xing Rui facepalmed. That's enough. We should go back. That's right. You should go back, but it's south, not to the place you want to return to. A strange female voice suddenly interjected. Wow, a ghost. Haishi screamed on the spot, leaping up, her fish tail morphing into a snake tail, wrapping around Xing Rui's waist and hugging her head. Haishi, get down. Haishi's sudden embrace blocked Xing Rui's view. The unexpected voice also startled Nua Yuntai, who immediately hid behind Xing Rui. When Xing Rui finally managed to pry Haishi off her, she saw a strange red-haired woman extending her hand towards her, smiling as if she wanted to pat her head. But suddenly, a familiar figure intervened, standing in front of her and swatting away the hand that was reaching out. Enough. Rui-kun, they're just 3 kids. Is it really necessary to be so serious? Xing Rui looked up sharply, and upon seeing the beautiful profile etched in her memory, she couldn't help but softly call out, Mother? Mother? Haishi tilted her head in confusion. The familiar woman raised her hand and gently patted Xing Rui's small head, turning to her with a familiar calm smile. It's been a long time, Rui. Mother, how come you? All right, we can talk about what you want to say later. I'll take you out first. Rui-kun is right. This is not a place for you to be. I'm quite curious about how you managed to get in. With so many cameras and patrolling personnel, didn't anyone notice you? Rui-kun chuckled softly, stroking her daughter's right cheek, the texture still smooth and delicate, unable to resist touching it a little more. It's been a long time since I've touched it. It still feels so good. Then she glanced at Haishi and Nua Yuntai, who was hiding behind Xing Rui, and teased them. You're quite capable to have made it this far. Haishi retracted her head. For some reason, even though Rue's mother was speaking very calmly, it gave her the feeling of facing her own furious mother. Ruequi turned around. All right, Rue-ku, go to your thing. I'll find you after I take them out. Rue-ku showed a somewhat strange smile, giving Xing-Rue the impression that it was a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. It's actually your daughter. You should have said so earlier. But people say that every reunion is a fate. Wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't show some hospitality? Come, little girls, I have some nice snacks here for you. Consider it an apology for scaring you earlier. Rue-ku took out 3 exquisite little snacks and handed them to the 3 girls. Haishi took a glance, sniffed the aroma, then quickly tossed it in her mouth. She even flashed a bright smile at Rue-ku. It's delicious. Thank you, sister. Xingray didn't have time to stop her and could only watch in disbelief as this fool ate the food offered by the strange witch. No need to thank me. I'm just glad you like it. I love cute little witches like you. Can I have your contact information? Sure, my smart brain account is... Haishi. Xingray suddenly interrupted. Haishi, we really should go. Saying this, she opened a projection screen, displaying a message sent by her mother, Xing Yao, showing the news that Ruishandra had gone mad and was capturing people, which scared Haishi out of her wits. It's over. We're doomed. This time we're really doomed. Let us go. Ruiqui patted her daughter's back, and Xing-Rue grabbed Noa's hand. Haishi, who had lost her spirit and didn't even want to move, was dragged away by Xing-Rue by the thinnest part of her tail. They had twisted and turned for 3 hours in the military area, but Ruiqui only took half an hour to lead them out. Just before they were about to leave the military area, Ruiqui suddenly stopped. I'll take you to here. You'll have to find your way back from here. Mother. Xing-Rue hesitated, and Ruiqui merely patted her head. You've grown up. I'm sorry I couldn't find the time to see you this past year and witness your growth in person. Xing-Rue held her mother Ruiqui's hand with a sense of grievance, gently squeezing her palm. When will you come home? Both, Mom, and I really miss you. At that moment, Niantai noticed that Haishi seemed to have come back to her senses and was about to shout something. So, she suddenly pulled out a metal rod and struck Haishi on the forehead, knocking her down. It's okay. The fool won't mind this. She didn't use much strength, just a light tap. It was just to prevent Haishi from speaking and disturbing this hard-won reunion atmosphere. Soon, the task will be over. Ruiqui hugged Xing-Rue. Hurry back. Don't let your mom and the others worry. Mother, remember to message Mom. She is very worried. Not long ago, she cried alone in her room. Ruiqui paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, smiling as she responded, Okay, I'll definitely send a message. Then you take care of Mom's capybara when you go to Capital Star. Okay? Xing-Rue wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. It had been too long since she last saw her mother, and she was a bit unable to control her emotions. All right, go. Once I finish work, I'll go to Capital Star to find you. Xing-Rue reluctantly left with Nua and Noa Yuntai, and, after taking a few steps, she couldn't help but turn back to look at her mother, who was smiling and watching her from behind. It wasn't until her daughter and her friends' figures disappeared from view that Ruiqui reluctantly turned around. You really love your daughter a lot. Suddenly, Ruiqui smiled and said, How do you know she's going to Capital Star? Isn't it normal for little witches to go to other planets for school after graduation? So how do you know it's Capital Star? My daughter is very outstanding. Other schools aren't worthy of her except for the universities in Capital Star. Wow, you really are confident, Ruiqui exclaimed. All right, then let's quickly get this sorted out. Once it's done, you can go to Capital Star and reunite with your family. Ruiqui glanced at Ruiqui and snorted. Chapter 46. The Parasitic Crisis of Starport. After parting ways with her mother, Ruiqui, Xing-Rue hurried through the commercial district. As she approached the boarding passage, she suddenly quickened her pace and said to Haishi, pick up Nono. Huh? Why? Get back as fast as you can, hurry. Xing-Rue's sudden serious tone left Haishi puzzled, but she still followed Xing-Rue's instructions and picked up Nono. Then, she rushed back to their VIP cabin as quickly as possible. Xing-Rue watched as Haishi raced ahead, leaving her behind, and after a moment of silence, she could only lower her head and run to catch up. Damn it, just wait for her. Once she enters university, she must find a way to improve her physical fitness. When Xingrui returned to the VIP cabin where she and her mother were staying, the three witch mothers, along with Haishi and Noyanbai, were already waiting for her inside. As soon as Haishi saw Xingrui arrive, she exclaimed, "Hey, Rui, why are you behind me? You idiot!" Even Xingrui's gentle nature couldn't help but shout. Once Xingrui stepped into the room, Mama Xingyao immediately approached and asked, Rui, what were you doing in the military area? And why did you rush back?" Mama Xingyao was confused. Meanwhile, beside her, Ruichandra had begun to emanate a terrifying low pressure, but Haishi seemed unaware, still looking foolishly at Xingrui. "First, let's find a way to get the food out of Haishi's stomach." "Haishi, Ruichandra, what did she eat?" Ruichandra's tone was very low. Xingrui sighed. It was snacks given by a stranger, and they contained parasitic seeds. Haishi's expression instantly froze. She shivered as she glanced at her mother behind her, then looked at Xingrui, trying to refute. "Hui, I only ate delicious little cakes. How could it be?" "Haishi, stop messing around." Xingrui sighed. "If you don't want to become a vegetable, quickly let someone help you remove the parasite." Ruichandra didn't rush to act, but asked Xingrui if she knew what kind of parasite it was. Xingrui shook her head. "I don't know. But it is indeed a type of parasitic seed, a plant type." "Plant type?" Mama Ruichandra's expression was somewhat puzzled, but she immediately pulled out a sea blue trident and promptly stabbed her daughter in place. "Ah, mother, what are you doing?" "Shut up, you foolish girl. Obey me and do as I say. I'm not joking with you. Do you understand?" Ruichandra's last sentence was almost a shout, and Haishi trembled, whispering, I understand." While Ruichandra dealt with the parasite inside her daughter, Mama Xingyao also had Noyanbai help retrieve the little cake from the witch named Reich. Xingrui activated part of the power of the annihilation imprint, burning the piece of cake in her hand with flames. All that remained at her fingertips was a deep green seed, resembling a pea. This seed, could it be from the Garfield people? Mama Xingyao took the seed and examined it for a moment before her magic instantly obliterated the pea in her palm. Rui, you just mentioned Mother, does that mean?" "Yes, Mama. I encountered Mother. She is also in Starport, and she has a message to tell you." Xingrui stood firm in front of her mother and said, "Capybara? Capybara?" Mama Xingyao instantly recalled the meaning associated with this term. She patted her head, touched her right cheek, and stroked her hair. Finally, the information was in her palm. Mama Xingyao immediately followed suit, first patting her daughter's head, then touching her right cheek, and finally stroking her hair. At last, Xingrui raised her palms, gathering a mass of unstable magic in her left palm. Mama Xingyao adjusted this unstable magic according to a specific wave, and in no time, a segment of magically inscribed text appeared before her. "Garfield people, the mother body is Reich, spores have spread, waiting for the right moment to strike." Capybara. This was a special term unique to their family of three. Mother Ruikui had taught her a special method of information transmission used within the military, leaving subtle magical traces on people or objects through seemingly mundane actions. The term capybara was their family's agreed-upon signal. Hearing it meant that Mother had transmitted information to them through this special method. She only needed to have her mother replicate all the actions she had performed since the first direct contact with her until she left, leaving the same magical traces to activate all the magical traces left by her mother. Then, by deciphering the aggregated magical traces through a specific wave, she could obtain the information contained within. As for the information about the parasitic entity in the cake that Haishi had eaten, it was a reminder from Alicia. "This is troublesome." Mama Xingyao's expression turned serious as she read the message, "Spores have spread." "Mom, what kind of race are the Garfield people?" "Xenomorphs." Caroline answered first. "A type of plant-like xenomorph with a soul, adept at parasitizing and taking control of their host body. Moreover, when they parasitize and occupy the host, they can also acquire the host's memories. Once the Garfield people completely parasitize and control the host, there will be no flaws. They have the host's memories and can harness the host's own powers. The spores have spread, meaning the parasitic mother body has released special spores. The released spores will absorb the host's life force and magic and cannot be detected by conventional methods, causing no harm to the host in a short amount of time. Most importantly, if the mother body issues a command, the parasitic spores will rapidly absorb the host's life force and magic, then feedback to the parasitic mother body. If we alert them, the parasitic mother body will likely immediately command the spores to absorb the life of everyone in Starport. Caroline sighed, but her words were filled with more confusion. Why are the Garfield people appearing in the Core Star region? Haven't they been exterminated? Caroline recalled that the Garfield people had been exterminated hundreds of years ago. Why has a parasitic mother body suddenly re-emerged at this time? They haven't been completely wiped out. At this moment, Chandra, who had finished dealing with the parasitic seeds in her daughter's body, wrapped hundreds of tiny, densely packed parasitic seeds in a mass of water element magic. Meanwhile, Haishi had completely become a limp fish, lying motionless on the bed. How many? Xing exclaimed, as she had initially thought there was only one or a few in Haishi's body, but now so many had emerged. The reproductive speed of parasitic seeds is extremely fast, and they can disguise themselves, keeping the host body in a seemingly healthy false state at all times. That girl will be fine. She just needs to rest for a while to recover. Back then, the Garfield plant people were rampant throughout the galaxy. Who knows what corners still have remnants? Now, what is going on with that parasitic mother body? Chandra looked at Mama Xingyao. Reich, does anyone here know her information? I know. Mama Xingyao paused, cruel, which LV3, a retired veteran forcibly conscripted by the Emperor, just like Ruikui. Chui is very likely already under her control, serving as a tool for her to conceal herself. It's not easy to convey this information. We need to come up with a solution without alarming anyone. I can handle it, and I can even create opportunities for my mother. Xing suddenly spoke up, taking the cake containing the parasitic seeds that Nua Yunbei had intentionally left unprocessed. She suddenly smiled and said, Mom, if I remember correctly, all the parasitic seeds of the Garfield people are connected to the host, right? Xingyao looked at her smiling daughter with curiosity and confirmed, that's right. Each parasitic seed has a soul-level connection with its host. Under certain circumstances, the host can perceive the condition of the seeds. I believe this was taught in the history class at the Young Demon Girl Academy. Xing Rui's smile grew even brighter. Hee, that's great. Golden flames climbed up Xing Yao's body, her eyes shining with a brilliant gold. Her wine-red hair gradually became golden in the flames. The surging fire did not make the other 4 people in the room feel hot. Instead, they felt warmth and sanctity. Chandra looked at the flames, recalled something, and her pupils constricted, her tone filled with shock. The Imperial Power? Chapter 47, 3 verses 1. How can annihilation lose? Tell me how to lose? Oh, what a pity. I even said, why not let your daughter join us and become one of us? A touching scene of mother and daughter reuniting, isn't it? Ruikui's sisters? In the corridor of the military area, Reich was toying with the short dagger in her hand, her full, luscious red lips lightly brushing against the silver-white side of the dagger. Why aren't you speaking? I haven't seen you so silent before. Reich stopped, looking at Ruikui with interest. Ruikui was already parasitized by her own seed. Every move she made was under her own control. The reason she hadn't completely turned Ruikui into a host for the Garfields, one of her spare bodies, was that she needed a normal witch to cover for her. She had to admit that the witches were indeed deeply affected by the battle that spread across the universe 100 years ago. Today, the technology for detecting Garfield parasitic seeds had actually become widely available. So she needed a lackey to cover for her. Otherwise, how could she easily enter this starport? Reich stepped forward, using her fingertips to lift Ruikui's chin, her expression disdainful. Speak. Ruikui only stared at Reich with her cold eyes, the killing intent within unmistakable. Quite stubborn. That's fine. Once we reach the capital star, you will become useless. By then, your body, memories, and soul will belong to me. I will continue to play the role of your mother well, helping you achieve the reunion you desire the most. But just then, Reich suddenly froze, staring blankly at her hands. How? The next moment, a burst of golden flames suddenly erupted out of nowhere, engulfing both her and Ruikui. What is happening? What is this fire? Ah, damn it. This fire. Panicking, Reich tried to pat out the golden flames on her body, but it was useless. She switched to magic, but the magic had no effect either. It hurts so much. Damn it. Where did this fire come from? The golden flames burned her body and scorched her soul. Reich rolled on the ground, the burning of the golden flames causing her immense pain, her body writhing like a maggot. In contrast, Ruikui, on the other side, could clearly feel the warmth of the golden flames. The seed that had been parasitizing her body was being burned to ashes by the golden flames, and the magic power and vitality that had been continuously drained to maintain her false state of health disappeared. Weakness instantly engulfed her body, and she struggled to support herself against the wall. However, after the seed inside her was burned away, the golden flames began to continuously restore the vitality and magic power she had lost. Soon, a revitalized Ruikui decisively drew out 2 chainsaw swords, starting to roar and scream. She swung her dual swords towards the parasitic mother body lying on the ground, wailing. But what she heard was not the sound of chainsaws cutting through flesh, but the harsh, shrill sound of metal grinding against each other. She did not see the damned mother body have its head cut off. Instead, it suddenly lifted its head and looked at her with a mocking smile. A pair of crimson twin swords blocked and jammed her roaring chainsaw swords. The twin swords suddenly rebounded Ruikui's chainsaw swords, and Reich infused her twin sword with scorching flames, launching a fierce attack on Ruikui. While crazily suppressing Ruikui, she boasted, "Do you think I was burned to death by that fire? No, no, no. That fire only burned away all my spores and seeds that it split off. What a good trick to use the soul link between me and the seeds to attack both me and all my children at the same time. Ha ha ha. But it's useless. Useless. All I need to do is cut off the link. If the children die, they die. I can just replant. But you all have angered me, so I've changed my mind. I want to kill you all." The raging flames quickly engulfed the narrow corridor. Ruikui immediately retreated. She couldn't fight in such a small space. Reich, who was occupied by the parasite, was best at fire magic, and fighting in a narrow terrain was disadvantageous for her. Ruikui quickly retreated and sent an emergency evacuation order to the main control center of the starport through her brain. As long as the emergency evacuation started, all non-combat personnel in the starport could evacuate through the space elevator within 5 minutes. 2 minutes after the order was issued, a red alert sounded throughout the starport. Scarlet lights, warnings, and evacuation announcements echoed repeatedly in the starport. Just moments ago, almost all personnel in the starport had endured a wave of golden flames, and the staff of the starport, who were slow to react, finally began to direct the evacuation. At the same time, as the instigator, Xing Rui had activated the annihilation seal and was rushing to her mother's battlefield with her mother Xing Yao and Rushandala, preparing to completely annihilate the parasitic mother body that occupied Reich's witch body. "Ruikui, can you hear me? Ruikui?" "I can hear." This time, Mother Ruikui's brain communication finally connected. The reunion after a year did not cloud Xing Yao's mind. She immediately instructed Ruikui to head towards the evacuated area of the starport. She also told her that the starport had activated the time reversal system and hidden the system in another phase. All personnel in the starport had completed evacuation and had been transported to the surface via the space elevator. "Now go all out. I like this news." Ruikui smiled and accelerated straight towards the evacuated area of the starport. And at the moment she arrived, surging flames and countless fire meteors surged towards her. Ruikui suddenly raised her hand, making a pinch gesture towards the Reich who was following closely behind. The next second, an extremely powerful invisible force suddenly appeared around Reich, squeezing her body. Those fire meteors fell to the ground under the immense pressure of the invisible force, not even touching Ruikui's clothes. At that moment, Reich was like a bug trapped inside a sealed sphere, being continuously squeezed and deformed by the relentless force that kept shrinking. "Gravity? Your magical property is actually gravity? It doesn't matter. It's just a magical property. Do you think you could trap me like this?" Reich's expression became increasingly ferocious, and her overwhelming magic power spread outward from her. In a magical confrontation, one either uses magic that restrains the opponent's attribute or uses a pure, high-concentration, large amount of magic power to form a domain for counteraction. The domain formed by pure, high-concentration magic power broke through the gravity magic Ruikui had released from within. The scorching high-temperature magic domain began to expand rapidly, and everything within the domain that Reich had drawn and spontaneously ignited and burned, with metals melting into liquid in an instant. This high-temperature domain continued to spread. However, Ruikui had no intention of retreating. She also released an immense amount of magic power, expanding her gravity domain to wrestle with Reich's domain. But Ruikui concentrated all the expansion of her domain directly in front of her to obstruct Reich's domain expansion. Reich, however, expanded in all directions. In just a few minutes, 1/3 of the starport area was melted and destroyed under Reich's rapidly expanding domain. At this moment, reinforcements finally arrived. Ruikui, mother. During the confrontation of the domains formed by their magic powers, Xing Yao and Xing Rui finally arrived on the battlefield. As for Rui Chandela, she wanted to come but couldn't make it. She has already become a salted fish, just like her daughter. She is just a pitiful level 1 cruel witch, who once served for 40 years in the Empire's famous airborne troops, the Hell Paratroopers. However, the terrifying domain confrontation before her has far exceeded her capabilities. Moreover, there is a level 3 fire attribute that can restrain her to some extent, so she can only be a salted fish and cannot do anything. Finally, she has arrived. Ruikui still has the strength to speak, but looking at her daughter, she frowned. Why are you here? This is not a battlefield for you. Xingrui smiled, mother. Don't underestimate me now. Ruikui frowned and looked at Xingyao, who then looked at her daughter. Then hurry and show your mother your strength. It's very simple to break this kind of magical domain confrontation. Just work together with your mother to crush the opponent. Xingrui tilted her head. Then aren't you going to make a move, mother? I'm just giving Rui a chance to show off. Otherwise, how long do you plan to hide this from your mother? Do you need to trick your mother again? No. Ruikui helplessly said. Is this really the time for such talk? Rui, stop messing around. Yao Yao, hurry up and put in some effort. This mother body can't hold on for too long. A Garfield person who has only occupied a witch's body for half a year thinks they can control the power of the domain. Do you really think that just because you have Reich's memories and body, you are Reich herself? This kind of uncontrolled, completely letting the domain expand, autonomously magical output method is extremely foolish. The current mother body is already at its limit. Xingyao looked at her daughter, her eyes signaling her to hurry, and quickly added a large number of enhancement spells to her daughter. Bus maxed out, Xingrui did not hesitate. She chose to maintain the activation state of the Annihilation imprint and decided to engage in a fire-for-fire confrontation. Let's see whose flames are stronger. With the Annihilation imprint activated, Xingrui donned the iconic mask of Qianjia. Then she continued to unleash the power of Annihilation and directly entered a state of artificial collapse. Ruikui was shocked as she watched her daughter suddenly transform into a terrifying and fierce figure resembling a humanoid elemental fire demon, especially the power contained within her body. How is this possible? Ruikui had just finished speaking when Xingrui charged directly into Reich's domain, instantly arriving at the center of the domain, right in front of Reich. Reich stared in disbelief at the third party who had suddenly entered her domain without any obstruction. Xingrui remained silent and struck Reich's heart with a palm. Flame. How? The conical pillar of flame, capable of incinerating all things in the world, erupted from Xingrui's palm, instantly engulfing most of Reich's body. The relentless pillar of flame also directly shattered Reich's magical domain. Furthermore, it surged towards the starport body behind Reich, which was unaffected by her domain. The flame pillar directly pierced through and annihilated all the buildings in the starport that were affected. The conical explosion, still vigorous, surged towards the ships docked at the starport, which were headed for the capital star. When the flame pillar vanished, 2/3 of the remaining starport body was penetrated, leaving a massive hole. The connection between the docked ships and the starport was obliterated by the flame pillar, causing most of the ship's hull to be melted away. With the collapse of the magical domain, Ruikui immediately seized the opportunity, extending the domain to envelop Reich. The gravity domain, upon capturing Reich, exerted powerful gravitational force, firmly pinning her down and preventing any movement. Reich roared, her mental power resonating in the minds of the others. You can't kill me. My soul is immortal. I am eternal. As she roared, the majority of Reich's body that had just been consumed by the flame howl instantly regenerated. It was as if the other half of her body, destroyed by the flame howl, suddenly split off from her incomplete left half. But just as Reich was about to unleash her magical power to form a domain and resist, Xingrui had already prepared her next move. She raised her right hand and swung it down towards Reich, and the flames that had been gathering in the air erupted instantly. Flame, dome. The red pillar of fire descending from above completely annihilated and engulfed Reich's body. Once the red pillar of flame disappeared, Xingrui couldn't help but feel emotional. The two moves of Wenren Yi in the yin-yang stance are really cool. Then, after the red pillar of flame dissipated, Xingrui grabbed the charred seed left behind in the pillar of flame. This was the parasitic body of the Garfield plant person. A parasitic plant with a soul, after parasitizing a host, would condense a seed within its body to store and protect its soul. If the host dies, the seed can protect the soul from parasitizing other organisms, or it can hide underground, disguising itself as an ordinary plant, and seek opportunities to parasitize again. However, there will be no next time. Golden flames blazed fiercely. A strange, inhuman wail echoed in the minds of the others. As the charred seed was burned to ashes by the golden flames, the wailing scream that had echoed in their minds completely vanished. My soul is immortal. Am eternal? I burn your soul. Chapter 48. The focus of mother and mom seems strange. Above is the complete task flow record of this incident. It has been confirmed that the parasitic mother body is dead. In this incident, the witch Rika has been confirmed to have sacrificed herself, while the witches Talusha and Shueitsue have been successfully rescued. The damage caused by the battle in the starport has been repaired through the time reversal system, and there were no civilian casualties during the entire incident. All task details have been submitted in report form. After finishing the report on the entire incident, Ruikui let out a sigh of relief. Finally over. Ruikui. At the other end of the report, the witch listening to Ruikui's report suddenly responded. I have received your submitted detailed report. Although there are still some missing details in the entire incident, His Majesty has decided not to pursue your concealment of certain details in the report. Ruikui tensed her body, her expression solemn and extremely nervous. Your Majesty, why would His Majesty suddenly pay attention to her report on this incident? Just thinking about how it was originally only a situation report after the Garfield incident. Yet it attracted the personal attention of the Witch Emperor. Ruikui's back began to break out in a fine cold sweat. However, His Majesty requests that you go to the capital star within a week to personally report to her the details you concealed. Ruikui, I have a question. Please speak. Why does His Majesty care about this matter? A faint discussion could be heard on the other end of the communication, and 2 minutes later, the voice returned to calm. What His Majesty thinks, we do not know. You can personally ask her the reason after you meet with her. Understood. Ruikui received it. Application to end this report. Application approved. Communication ended. With the communication cut off, Ruikui completely relaxed and then collapsed onto the bed behind her, letting out a long breath. Finally over. But just thinking about how it was originally just a routine process report, it unexpectedly attracted the attention of the Witch Emperor, even requiring her to personally meet His Majesty in the capital. It's over, really over. After lying on the bed for a while, Ruikui got up and left the special cabin room, returning to the special cabin room where Xingyao, Mom, and her daughter were. I'm back. Ruikui walked into the room and looked at her daughter sitting by the bed, waiting obediently for her. After signaling Mom, Xingyao, not to speak yet, Ruikui solemnly asked, although I have a lot to say to you, daughter, first explain where your powerful strength comes from. Also, where did that golden flame, which has the same magical characteristic of royalty as the imperial family members, come from? Xingrui did not show any signs of panic. Rather, she seemed to have been prepared to explain all along. The first thing Xingrui did was to summon Alishia to appear in the room. You, Milisagon Ruikui. Mr. Alishia smiled at Ruikui. I'm a star who signed a contract with Xingrui. You can call me Alishia, or just Ali. I am Xingrui's best friend. Nice to meet you. Ruikui looked at Alishia, who suddenly appeared with suspicion, and then glanced at Xingyao. Xingyao slightly nodded, and Ruikui pondered, best friend. So, The power she displayed during the previous battle comes from you? That's right, because she has given her everything to Xingrui. Xingrui is also super amazing in just 1 year. She has completely mastered all the power I gave her. I believe that if you were by her side at that time, you would definitely praise her without hesitation. Facing her mother's inquiry, Xingrui felt there was nothing to hide from her mother. She then proceeded to showcase each power characteristic possessed by the heroic seals to her mother. When demonstrating the power of the true self seal, Xingrui brought her mother and mom Xingyao into the past star sea. However, her mother Ruiqi's first reaction made Xingrui a bit shy. She noticed that her mother and mom's gazes were constantly sizing her up. Mother, why are you looking at me? Xingrui's face turned increasingly red. Could they not look at her and instead admire the beautiful past star sea? So beautiful, why not look at that? Awesome. Mom Xingyao suddenly clapped her hands in praise. So my daughter's figure is actually this good? I used to think she had a great figure, but I didn't expect she could easily pull off such clothes. Saying this, she nudged Ruiqi's waist with her elbow. Chui, look, Rurui baby is already brave enough to wear something so sexy. You shouldn't be so conservative. The ship's departure has been delayed by 2 days. Let's go to the shopping plaza on the surface today and buy you a few more outfits. I want to see you wear them. Now, Ruiqi's face turned red instead. She shifted her gaze away from her daughter and said, blushing, no way. Don't be shy. Chui, how old are you now? Rurui baby can accept it, and she looks so natural in it, like a whale gliding through the starry sky. So beautiful and sexy. You are still so conservative. Just let loose a bit. You can't think that. Impossible. I will never wear lingerie in my life. Xingrui looked at Alicia, who was covering her mouth and giggling aside, and the latter flew to Xingrui's ear and whispered. Xingrui's mother seems to have a similar personality to Hua. Xingrui nodded and began to whisper with Alicia. I've grown up this big, but I've never seen my mother wear revealing clothes. Strappy dresses, super short skirts, V-neck tops, never seen them. My mother is very conservative. Her dresses are always very tightly wrapped. Her shorts are all 3/4 length, and her skirts are always long or knee length. Never even a super short skirt. I remember once when Mom took my mother to a wedding banquet. She made her wear a gown that showed half her chest and had slits on both sides. It was like killing her. Xingrui chuckled and complained, I really don't understand why my mother is so conservative. But it is indeed as Alicia said. My mother's taste in clothing is just as tacky as Hua's when she was young. Who says someone has a tacky style? The next moment, Xingrui was pinched by her mother Ruiqi by the ear. Ouch. It hurts. Mother, it hurts. Wrong. I was wrong. I won't dare to say my mother has a tacky style anymore. Woo-woo. Xingrui, being pinched by the ear, looked like a little cat caught by the nape of its neck, constantly pleading for mercy, saying she wouldn't dare again. However, Ruiqi only gently pulled her daughter's ear and then let go. Will you still comment on your mother's taste in clothing? No, I won't dare. All right, back to the point. You brought us to this special space. It shouldn't be just to show off your new clothes, right? Xingrui nodded. Yes, to show you everything about me. I trust you and Mom, so I will show my full strength without reservation. It is also to reassure you both about my safety in the coming days. To let you know that your daughter is strong, very strong. Xingrui summoned the staff of the origin lawgiver. So, Mother, how about we have a battle? After all, a hands-on battle will let you understand my strength the best, right? Ruiqi was taken aback, and a radiant smile suddenly bloomed on her face. Are you sure? Rui baby. Sure. All right. Rui Chui took out her chainsaw double swords, and the surging magic power flowed within her body. Don't say I'm bullying you if you lose. Okay, today, let me show you the power of a mother. In the face of her mother's confidence, Xingrui just smiled slightly. Who will win or lose is really hard to say. Chapter 49, Warm Healing. Bottom falling. The incident at the Love Kuan starport has come to a complete end. After a day's summary and analysis, the incident was published on the Imperial Network. However, the overall event did not cause much of stir. After all, throughout the battle, the starport suffered minimal damage. Thanks to the operation of the time reversal system, almost half of the starport that was destroyed during the battle was instantly restored to its original state, including the docked ships. The parasitic mother body has been eliminated, and under the guidance of Mother Ruikui, the other two witches, Shui, Shui, and Tulusa, who were captured as spare bodies but not yet refined, were successfully rescued. After thorough examinations, they were discharged from the hospital and returned to normal life. Xingrui's flames have completely burned away all seeds and parasitic spores related to the mother body, and after the mother body's death, there are naturally no further troubles. The next day, the starport resumed operations. On the third day, ships heading to Capital Star set off for their destination, the Imperial Capital, Witch Star. After handling subsequent matters, Ruikui also embarked on the journey to Capital Star with her wife and daughter. Today, let me show you the power of a mother. Don't underestimate me. Just because I've retired, mothers are very powerful. Give it your all. You done yet? Can't you even shut your mouth while eating? Eat the cake. Annoyed, Ruikui grabbed a piece of cake from the table and roughly stuffed it into Xingyao's mouth. Seriously, can't even eat without her talking. It was just a tie with her daughter, right? Hasn't she already acknowledged her daughter as strength? Why does she keep chasing her and mocking her with her own words? Enough already. With her mouth stuffed with cake, Xingyao still wore an unstoppable smile. Ruikui looked at her daughter and felt a headache coming on. It has been 3 days since their duel in the Sea of Past Stars. Today is also the second day since the ships set sail for Capital Star. However, within these few days, whenever there was an opportunity, Yao Yao suddenly began to use her own words to mock and tease herself. What words? They were the ones she said during the battle against her daughter in the Sea of Past Stars. At that time, she was unaware of her daughter's true strength. But judging from the power displayed when defeating the mother body, she estimated her daughter's level to be around cruelty LV2. So she thought she should tell her daughter that there are always stronger people out there, and not to be arrogant just because she defeated a cruelty LV3 witch. Moreover, it wasn't even her solo kill. It was done with the assistance of herself and Yao Yao. So she said some mocking words before the battle. For example, she wanted her daughter to know that she wasn't bullying her. Let her see her own strength. Even though she has retired, her power has not diminished. And so on. Then it backfired. Although she wasn't defeated by her daughter, she was forced into a tie, unable to overpower her daughter. Yet her daughter also didn't go all out to completely defeat her. Reflecting on that day's duel, she increasingly felt that her daughter didn't really want to beat her to death. Rather, it was more like she was showing off, like flaunting a new toy in front of a parent. Moreover, thinking of her daughter's show-off moves and attack methods, Ruikui couldn't help but murmur. Those attack methods were too shameless. There were whales, rays, and falling stars everywhere. She was just a poor witch who had mastered some gravity magic. Did she really need to use such exaggerated and ridiculous attacks? Not to mention herself. Any witch facing such attacks would be completely bewildered. Stars falling from the sky, just to hit you. Which witch could withstand that? Ruikui couldn't help but cast her gaze toward her daughter in the distance. So, what is the background of that star called Alishia? She asked Xingyao. Although she was a star witch, after spending a long time with Yao Yao, she naturally knew a lot about star witches. In her memory, it seemed that there had never been a star like Alishia that was so outrageous. It directly elevated a normal little witch, who was just 1 year old, to the power level of cruelty LV3. This couldn't help but make her curious about the origins of the star Alishia. Upon hearing Ruikui's question, Xingyao suddenly had a very interesting idea. She quickly swallowed the pastry in her mouth, then projected a screen from her smart brain, sending Ruikui a link. Alishia has written an autobiography. It's the link I sent you. A novel called Collapse. The previous civilization volume, which is Alishia's own past, has been completed. It is said that the next volume will be the current civilization volume, along with a volume on the past paradise. Ruikui tilted her head slightly, clicked on a link, and was somewhat shocked to see the novel's popularity breaking over 1 billion. So much heat. It has surpassed 1 billion. Of course. Xingyao squinted her eyes and smiled. After all, it's partly a warm, healing novel. It clearly tells Alishia's past. Believe me, you will come to love her. Warm healing? Ruikui recalled a subtle experience from the past and asked, are you sure it's healing and not depressing? Warm? ISNT at all knives? Xingyao remained very calm at this moment. Knives? Have you interacted with Alishia? Do you think she is someone who would write a knife plot? Trust me, warm, healing. I admit that the novel does have some knives, but isn't it common to use some tragedies to set off the sweet plot that follows? Xingyao was very serious. Trust me, I guarantee that once you read it, you will absolutely not regret it. Ruiqi was skeptical, but Xingyao kept assuring her, and Ruiqi still looked a bit doubtful. Little did she know that sitting across from her, Xingyao was internally laughing with the classic kikiki of a ship girl. She could hardly wait to see the expression that Sui would show later. No, I can't. Hold it in. It's not the time yet. Wait, be patient. I absolutely cannot break character now. Otherwise, Sui will definitely not continue reading. Oh, right, about that golden star related to Rui's contract. Xingyao just happened to think of a topic that could temporarily divert attention and avoid losing her composure. Ruiqi was successfully drawn in by Xingyao's topic, temporarily shifting her gaze toward her. That golden star. Ruiqi recalled the golden flames. Although her daughter explained that the star called Emperor did not represent the witch emperor they imagined, the brief explanation still left Ruiqi somewhat confused about the origins of that golden star. Rui actually wrote a novel related to that golden star. Another novel? Ruiqi raised an eyebrow. Rui really enjoys writing novels. The content of the novel tells the events that happened in the Emperor's world. Oh, the Emperor is the name of that golden star. It has many titles, such as the Lord of Humanity, the Cursed One, the Dark King, and so on. Although the novel does not detail the Emperor's specific experiences, through Rui's novel, you can get a glimpse of how much of a mess that world is. A mess? Ruiqi murmured. The descriptive words you use today are quite strange. It's not strange. This is the evaluation given after reading related novels. And I believe you'll give the same evaluation after reading it. Anyway, just take a look. Moreover, Rui told me yesterday that she can already contract the third star. Tomorrow, while staying at the Cardiff space station, I will help her contract the third star. Ruiqi couldn't help but click her tongue. This speed is too fast. I remember it took you over a decade to contract 3 stars back in the day, right? By then, when Rur starts attending Terra Academy, won't she be beating up those talented witches inside? Just thinking about it feels so good. Ruiqi recalled her own regrets from back then. Perhaps her daughter could fulfill the regrets she couldn't complete. She'll give that black cat from Terra Academy a good beating. Chapter 50, I want to be the smartest mermaid witch. While Ruiqi and Xingyao were having their afternoon tea, Xingrui and her 2 friends were also enjoying their own 3-person afternoon tea. It had been 3 days since Haishi was parasitized. After 3 days of recovery, Haishi, who had almost been drained of her magic and a large amount of vitality by the parasitic seed, had completely returned to her lively self. Now, Haishi was quickly sweeping through the various snacks and desserts on the table. After finishing, she immediately placed another order for the next batch. Since money was not an issue, she ordered and ate whatever she wanted. With Xingrui's mother, Ruiqi, joining the original group of 6, Xingrui naturally became curious about Nuonyuo's and Haishi's other witch mothers. Right now, they were discussing this topic. After Xingrui briefly introduced her mother's experiences and personality, she curiously inquired about Haishi's other mother. My mom is so good to me. When it comes to her other witch mother, Haishi had very high praise. She loved her mom, and it wasn't that she didn't like her other mother. It was just that her mom was very gentle and spoiled her a lot. So, in comparison, she liked her mom more. This was quite normal in most witch families. After forming, the 2 mothers usually have one gentle and one strict. Xingrui's family was the same. Her mom, Xingyao, was gentle and spoiled her in various ways. Her mother, Ruiqi, was mostly strict and serious, but also had a gentle side. So, Haishi's other witch mother's personality was expected. Next, Haishi began to describe just how gentle her mother was. However, the words used to describe her mom's gentleness were somewhat subtle. My mom is so good to me. She wouldn't roast me over a fire like my other mother would with Uncle Trident. My mom wouldn't like to roll me into a ball and play tennis with Uncle Trident. My mom wouldn't stop me from eating this or that. Whatever I wanted to eat, she would get it for me right away. My mom wouldn't suddenly take me to 10,000 meters in the air and then throw me down, claiming it was to train my adaptability to orbital parachuting, so that I could join the Empire's orbital parachuting force and serve my country with honor. The more Haishi talked, the more pity Xingrui's expression showed. Nuonyuo on the side also looked at her with a sympathetic gaze. Haishi, It's really not easy for you to be alive till now. Actually, it's quite easy. After all, I could be resurrected if I die. And when I was little, if anyone didn't get tormented to death by their mothers while playing with friends, they would be laughed at. Xingrui no Nyuo. What do you mean you could be resurrected after dying? Xingrui felt it was strange. Can normal humans and witches really have such abilities? You just die and then come back to life. Haishi's tail lifted beside her, patting the chair, saying, every time I was tormented to death by my mother, I would wake up and find myself lying in a temple. And when I wake up, I feel great. Then Haishi began to list her ways of dying. Dying from being roasted dry by my mother. Falling to my death after being thrown from 10,000 meters up. Being poisoned after sneaking a snack from my mom as collection. Getting bitten to death by a snack after sneaking it from my mother as collection. Dying when my mother used Uncle Trident as a racket and didn't pay attention to the angle, piercing my head. Sneaking into my mom's collection of dresses that she had never worn before. Getting a tear and being ripped apart by my furious mother. The more Haishi spoke, the more Xingrui and Nuonyuo struggled to maintain their composure. In the end, they both reached out and covered Haishi's mouth over the table, saying in unison, okay, you don't have to say anymore. Finally, Xingrui asked Haishi a question. After experiencing so much in your childhood, do you like your mother? Of course. I like my mother the most. Haishi's tail suddenly began to happily splash around. My mother taught me so many things. Haishi started to recount the skills her mother taught her. One after another, she continued for 10 minutes without finishing, but Xingrui and Nuonyuo tacitly did not interrupt Haishi as recounting. After about 20 minutes, Haishi finally finished, and Xingrui completely understood. First, she confirmed one thing. Mermaid witches, as well as the mermaid race, are extremely carefree and have a remarkably beautiful mental state. Many actions that seem inexplicable, incredible, or incomprehensible to normal people are commonplace for them. As for Haishi's two mothers, she refrained from commenting. After listening to Haishi's descriptions of her two mothers, Xingrui curiously inquired about Nuonyuo's other witch mother. Ms. Carolina is a gentle and mild lady, just like Xingyao's mother. What about the other witch mother that Nuonyuo has never mentioned? I don't know. But Nuonyuo shook her head, indicating that she did not know. Haishi immediately asked, hey, does Nuonyuo only have one mom? But if Nuonyuo only has one mom, how did she become a witch? Don't witches need two mothers? I don't know. Nuonyuo continued to shake her head, indicating that she did not know. However, Nuonyuo noticed that Xingrui's expression seemed a bit off. She grabbed Xingrui's sleeve. Xingrui's sister. Did you think of something? I indeed thought a possibility. Go ahead, Xingrui's sister. I'm fine. Nuonyuo suddenly smiled. I can accept it. Xingrui's sister. Trust me. Then let me ask you a question. Over the years, has your mom, Ms. Carolina, ever mentioned your other mother? For example, telling you that she couldn't come home for a while due to certain reasons? Nuonyuo continued to shake her head. Next, Xingrui asked many possibilities, but Nuonyuo's answers were consistent. No, Nuonyuo had never seen her other mother at home since she was little, nor had she ever seen any of her other mother's belongings or clothes. There were never any photos of anyone other than herself and her mom, Carolina, at home. Throughout her 18 years of growing up, Nuonyuo had never discovered any traces of her other mother at home. That's right, Nuonyuo is 18 years old, 1 year older than Xingrui, but she still likes to call Xingrui's sister. This is naturally because after becoming a witch, her figure became smaller, leading to a regression in her psychological age. Based on the information provided by Nuonyuo, Xingrui deduced two possibilities. First, Nuonyuo actually comes from a single-parent family. According to the Empire's laws, some witches who are unwilling to marry can adopt a child if they wish to raise and nurture their next generation of witches. However, when the child they raise transforms into a witch, they need to pay additional fees for genetic adjustments to the genetic material used for the transformation. This is to ensure that the child transformed into a witch does not have congenital defects due to a single bloodline. Yes, using a single bloodline for transformation can lead to congenital defects in a newborn little witch, similar to the issues arising from inbreeding. Therefore, the Empire uses genetic adjustment technology to avoid such situations. And the costs for genetic adjustments are very high. If a witch does not have some savings, it would not be enough to cover the expenses. The second possibility is that Nuobi's other witch mother has either sacrificed herself or left the newly formed family for some special reason. Regardless of the reason, Nuobi's mother, Carolina, does not want to mention her departed partner and tries to erase all traces of the other mother to forget. Each witch has a different approach when faced with the departure of a partner. Some choose to completely forget, while others choose to remember and treasure it as their most precious memory. Therefore, if Nuo wants to learn about her other mother, the best way is to ask her mother, Carolina, or she could patiently wait. Perhaps one day Carolina will take the initiative to tell Nuo about her other mother. As for why she doesn't say anything now, perhaps it's because she fears that her daughter, who has regressed in her mental age after becoming a witch, may not be able to accept it. I understand. Thank you, Sister Xingrui. Nuobi thanked Xingrui, who gently stroked Nuobi's little head. Doesn't that hurt? No. Nuobi shook her head, leaning against Xingrui, smiling and saying, having my mom and Sister Xingrui is enough. Hey, what about me? Why am I not included? Haishi was unusually sensitive in this regard. As soon as she heard that Nuo hadn't included her, she immediately reached out her hands to Nuobi, asking for a hug. But Nuo glanced at her and coldly said, I don't want a silly person as family. Ooh, Nuo's words are so hurtful. Haishi felt sad for only 5 seconds before immediately straightening up and declaring her determination. I made up my mind to become Nuo's family. I must become the smartest mermaid witch at Terra Academy. Xingrui's mind inexplicably conjured up a meme. I am the most magical cat. JPG. This meme oddly synchronized with Haishi's current pose. Chapter 51. You saw Clipper. He ignored you and wanted to treat you like a wall hammer. Dear passengers, the Cadia space station has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please take your luggage and children with you. Welcome back to Frost Aerospace Company. Amid the ship's announcements, this vessel traveling from Ikuan Star to Capital Star has reached its midpoint station. The ship will dock at Cadia Space Station for 4 hours. During this time, the ship will quickly replenish the supplies needed for the second half of the journey. A maintenance check will be conducted on the ship's jump engine. At the same time, navigation information for the second half of the journey will be updated to avoid encountering some strange things. Originally, Starry had planned to wander around this large space station with Nono and Haishi, but because she had to prepare to sign a contract with the third star, she decided not to go. And since Starry wasn't going, Nono didn't want to go either. With both Nono and Starry not going, Haishi didn't want to go either. So, a group of 7 began to watch Starry prepare to contract with her third star in one room. The Star Sorceress's star magic is considered a family secret and should not be easily shared. However, Star Yao, the Star Sorceress, didn't care. If star magic could be easily stolen by others, it would have been common long ago. Are you ready? Rue, darling. Ready. This time, Star Yao couldn't hold her daughter and teach her how to draw the magic formation hand in hand, which made Star Yao feel a bit regretful. So let's get started. Come on, I will guide you in drawing, and let's try to keep it within 1 hour this time. Aim to complete the contract in 4 hours. Star Yao used her magic to guide Star Rue's index finger, sketching the lines of the magic formation in front of her. Star Rue focused intently, following her mother's magical guidance, her slender index finger tracing the lines of the formation. Everyone else around them watched quietly, holding their breath. The entire room was silent, with only the sound of their breaths and Star Yao's occasional guiding voice. But at that moment, Haishi felt a bit sleepy. The complex lines of the magic formation made her drowsiness grow stronger. She felt as if she were in a math class. Those formation lines were like numbers and symbols trying to leave some wrinkles on her smooth brain. But without exception, they were all bounced away by her elastic mind. Finally, Haishi couldn't hold on any longer and decisively climbed on a nearby large bed, ready to take a nap. She would ask Star Rue what the contract was about once she woke up. Nuo Yunbei, seeing Haishi climb onto the bed and start snoring, breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Haishi, the lively one, would mess things up at a critical moment and cause Star Rue's formation to fail. Now that she was asleep, it was better to avoid any mishaps. About 20 minutes later, Star Rue finished drawing the magic formation. Star Yao clapped happily in celebration. Great! Rue, darling. It was successful on the first try. Now, Let's move on to the next step and aim for a one-time success again. Next, they would draw the star language transformed from Star Rue's own mental and spiritual characteristics into the center of the formation. This time, Star Rue also succeeded on the first try. Excited, Star Yao hugged her daughter and rubbed her face in joy. Then she activated the formation, allowing the information recorded within to transform into special waves that spread out into the universe. All right, now let's wait a bit. I wonder if we can catch a powerful and unique star within a few hours. Honestly, it's a bit of a luck game. Shall we wait until we return to Capital Star to proceed with the next step? Since this matter relies heavily on luck, Star Yao didn't make an immediate decision, but chose to wait a little longer to see how things would unfold. Just then, as soon as she finished speaking, Star Rue suddenly said, "Mom, no need to wait. I've already found my third star." Star Yao was stunned, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on Star Rue. Star Yao quickly walked to her daughter. "Really?" "Yes, I've already established contact with him. We can start the contract now." "Are you sure?" "It hasn't been long since we started." Star Yao advised, "There are many powerful stars in the universe. Although few are as unique and powerful as the two you contracted before, the waves have only just spread a short distance, and not many stars have received them yet. Let's wait a bit longer." However, Star Ray shook her head, affirming, "No need, Mom. I'm sure it's him." "Mom, trust me, I'm very certain." Seeing her daughter so insistent, Star Yao hesitated for a moment and looked at the silent Rue Chui beside her. Rue Chui shook her head. Star Yao then stepped forward, took her daughter's hand, and said, "Let me confirm it. Relax. Just maintain a state of mental relaxation." "Okay, Mom." Star Rue suddenly remembered something and reminded, "The scene might be a bit scary. Be careful." "Scary?" Star Yao smiled. "Don't worry. Mom has seen more frightening scenes than you've had, Candy. Nothing can scare Mom." "All right, relax your mind. Let me see." Star Yao connected her spirit with her daughter's. Then she shared what her daughter was sensing and seeing through the formation at that moment. However, she found herself in a strange place. First, she could see dazzling stars surrounding her. She stood above a swirling dark-colored nebula formed by a ring of hazy dark star clouds. Looking down, she could clearly see the dark star cloud material swirling beneath her feet. This was her first time seeing this. But this isn't scary. What's scary about it? Star Yao found it strange, so she looked ahead. In the distance, a golden beam pierced deep into the stars above amidst a swirling blue light band. Countless large and small meteor fragments slowly rotated around the golden beam and blue light band. This isn't scary at all. So what exactly did Rue see? In reality, Star Yao, who saw nothing, couldn't help but ask, Rue, what did you see?" "Mom didn't see anything. Nor did I see the scary star you mentioned." "Mom can't see?" Star Rue was puzzled. "How can you not see?" "I can't see." Then wait a moment. I'll try to contact him again." Star Yao patiently waited, and after a few seconds, the scene she was witnessing suddenly changed. Everything she had just seen vanished in an instant. But what unfolded before her eyes next made Star Yao widen her eyes in shock. She saw God. She didn't know what this magnificent being composed entirely of amber was. But at the moment she saw the other party, the word God automatically surfaced in her mind. The figure before her surpassed anything Star Yao had ever seen, even exceeding the largest planets in her memory, the stars of the Capital Witch star system. Her body trembled, and the moment she saw the other party, the thought of kneeling down in worship arose, and her body tried to put it into practice. But the sorceress would never kneel to anything. Even the sorceress emperor, if they did not wish to, would not kneel to anyone. Star Yao's will supported her body, resisting her instincts. She tried hard to open her eyes wide, attempting to carefully observe the amber god that transcended common sense. His body was made of golden amber, with two arms connected to his torso by luminous, hot, glowing orbs acting as joints. And on his abdomen, there was an even hotter, constantly burning sun. However, before Xingyao's mother could observe more details, suddenly, the amber god moved his arm. A giant, double-headed hammer, made with stars at its core, was raised by him. And in that moment, Xingyao's mother's vision shifted instantly. It felt as if she was standing right in front of the amber god. She watched in disbelief as the head of the being suddenly flashed with light, and the giant hammer swung directly towards her. Xing Yao's mother was so frightened that her soul seemed to leave her body. She immediately severed her mental connection with her daughter. She then staggered backward, ultimately falling into Ruiqiui's embrace. She looked at her daughter in terror, her mind echoing with the last scene of the amber god flashing and swinging the hammer at her. Xing Rui sighed helplessly and asked, "Mom, are you okay?" I. Xing Yao could barely speak. That blow had shattered her courage and will in the face of the being. Her body felt weak and limp, still trembling violently. Meanwhile, Ms. Carolina immediately used calming magic to soothe Xing Yao's mother's frayed nerves, trying to ease her fear. However, the moment the magic touched her, the last scene Xing Yao's mother saw replayed right before her eyes. On the spot, Carolina rolled her eyes back and collapsed to the ground. "Hey, what's going on? What is wrong with you all?" Rui Chandra panicked. "No, it was just a contract with a star. What is happening with you two?" She instinctively mimicked Carolina's actions, casting calming and soothing magic on both Xing Yao's mother and Ms. Carolina. She even added a waking spell to help awaken Carolina from her faint. In the next second, she directly replicated what Carolina had just witnessed. With a roll of her eyes, she fell face first onto the ground. Ruiqui silently watched the scene before her, her expression strange as she glanced at her innocent-looking daughter. "What exactly did you contract?" Xing Rui tilted her head slightly, pondering for a few seconds, then shrugged her shoulders. "It's hard to explain. To put it simply, a star god. To elaborate, Mom just got hit by a clipper like a wall, although it didn't knock her down. Ruiqui, what mess." Finally, after an hour, Xing Yao gradually recovered from her previous fright. Looking at Carolina, Ruichandra, and Haishi, who lay unconscious on the bed, Ruiqui gently patted her back to help her breathe more easily while looking at her daughter with an anxious tone. "Hurry, contract. Quickly contract. Don't wait. Hurry up and contract. If you don't contract soon, he'll run away, and that would be a huge loss." But seeing her mother guide her hand to draw the contract magic circle, shaking uncontrollably, Xing Rui covered her face and sighed. "Mom, don't worry, really don't worry. Just take a moment to calm down." While Xing Yao's mother was regaining her composure, Xing Rui was deep in thought. This was a bit outrageous. The third star truly was the guardian star god Clipper. She had been shocked when she saw the phantom outlined by the stars earlier. So what was the logic behind this? Did her current state have any chance of catching Clipper's attention and stepping onto the guardian path? Moreover, if the contract succeeded and she truly contracted the Amber King, what blessings and powers would she receive? Would it be the complete set of guardian blessings from the simulated universe? Most importantly, if this third star contracted the Amber King, what about the fourth, fifth, or even later stars? They would have to be of a significant caliber to match her, right? Warhammer 40K, Honkai Impact 3rd, Star Rail. What would come next? Genshin Impact? Zero Zone? No, these two seem incomparable to the first three. It couldn't be that the stars she contracted got weaker as they went on, right? Or could it be the uniqueness of power? The contract with the Emperor strengthened her soul, while the flames were a special attack on the soul. The contract with Ilicia enhanced her mental strength, and the engraving gave her unparalleled 13 transformation skills. So what would contracting with Clipper strengthen? Her body? It should be her body. If the Amber King is so powerful at building walls, to effectively build walls, she must have an exceptional body. Thus, strengthening her body should be very reasonable, right? That makes perfect sense. So could the fourth star allow her to contract with the Fear God, transforming her into the Fear God chosen, making her body indestructible and invincible? Oh, Xing Rui just playfully considered this when the Emperor's punishment followed. It wasn't a psychic duel, but rather a psychic smack, rubbing her painfully thumped head. Xing Rui immediately backed down. "I was wrong, but I would dare to do it again in the future." Chapter 52. Xing Rui, I can't do anything. I can't even lift a hammer. Half an hour later, under the continuous comfort of her mother Ruiqiui's hands, Xing Yao's emotions gradually calmed down, and her body stopped shaking violently like before. After regaining her composure, the first thing Xing Yao did was to start the contract. Xing Rui could feel that when Xing Yao was guiding her to outline the magic circle, the speed of guidance was noticeably faster than before. It seemed to carry a strong sense of urgency. However, This somewhat rapid pace caused Xingrui to struggle to keep up. As a result, the first attempt at drawing the circle quickly failed. Calm down, Yao Yao, calm down. Mother Ruikui reassured her from the side. Don't rush, there's still time. Take it slow. The star is right there. It won't run away. If it doesn't work today, we can wait until we reach Capital Star to contract as well. No, we must contract right now. What if it changes its mind if we take too long? Xingyao immediately opposed this and began to take deep breaths to calm her turbulent emotions, making an effort to settle herself down. A few minutes later, Xingyao adjusted her emotions again. Let's go. This time it will definitely work. Xingyao continued to guide Xingrui in drawing the contract magic circle. This time, she guided Xingrui at a steady and average pace, matching her previous speed. In some more difficult and complex areas, she would slightly slow down to allow her daughter to keep up. The drawing of the magic circle gradually improved. Under her mother's serious, effortful guidance, this time, Xingrui successfully completed the drawing of the magic circle in one go. At the moment the contract magic circle was completed, Xingrui let out a sigh of relief. Xingyao also sighed in relief. The subsequent process was the same as the previous two contracts. With her mother's help, Xingrui drew the final star language that represented her own spirit and soul characteristics in the center of the magic circle. The object of the contract, the Amber King Cripper, responded very quickly. The guardian amber symbol was imprinted from the magic circle. At that moment, the originally deep blue color of the magic circle was transformed into a brilliant gold under Cripper's power. Then, the magic circle activated, and the contract was established. The moment the contract was established, Xingrui's little face tensed up, because she remembered her previous experiences of fainting during the last two contracts. But fortunately, this time, she did not faint due to the surge of Cripper's power after the contract was established. This time, 5 seconds after the contract was established, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar starry sky. And beside her, the enormous and magnificent Amber King, the guardian star god Cripper, was standing before her. He was swinging the giant hammer in his hand, striking the void in front of him, hammering away at something. A wall? Xingrui could only think of the wall that Cripper forged to protect all life in the galaxy. The thing that she couldn't see, was it the wall that Cripper was hammering? Perhaps it was some conceptual wall that she, not being a star god or an emissary, couldn't see. Standing in this unfamiliar starry sky, Xingrui pondered. What should she do next? Should she just stand here and watch the Amber King build the wall bit by bit? The Amber King, just like the game's setting, seemed uninterested in anything other than the wall he was building. She stood there for over 10 minutes without seeing him show any acknowledgement towards her, his contractor. This made Xingrui feel strange. Since the Amber King was indifferent to everything except building the wall, why did he respond to her and agree to the contract? Xingrui couldn't figure it out, couldn't understand. So, can I go back now? Xingrui sighed. So what am I still doing here? Can someone let me go back? She was afraid that if she stayed too long, her mother and the others would worry. However, no one responded to her. Just as Xingrui was about to try some extreme methods, the situation finally changed a bit. A hammer identical to the one held by Cripper appeared in front of her. Xingrui blinked and looked towards the distant, unresponsive Cripper. Is this for me? No one answered. Well, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your silent agreement. Xingrui reached out to grab the double-headed hammer floating in front of her. However, as soon as she grasped the handle with one hand, the next second, the hammer instantly tilted and fell to the ground of the void. Xingrui remained with her right hand extended, trying to grasp the hammer. However, her clenched right hand had flipped 180 degrees. She looked at the hammer with the head down and the handle up, puzzled. Is this hammer a bit too heavy? Slowly, Xingrui squatted down, re-grasped the hammer with her right hand, and then tried hard to lift it. However, no matter how hard she tried, the hammer didn't budge. After several attempts, Xingrui frowned. I still don't believe I can't lift you today. Xingrui gripped the hammer handle with both hands, adjusted her posture, and got ready to exert all her strength. I don't believe it. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Lift. Ugh. Xingrui's little face tightened, exerting all her strength. The hammer remained motionless. Ugh. Oh, I don't believe it. The hammer still didn't move. Ugh. Ah. Lift for me. Oomph. Oomph, ah. The hammer remained motionless. After 10 minutes, Xingrui lay exhausted on the flat surface of the void, her body spread out in a star shape. Her eyes were vacant. She stared blankly at the Amber King's hammering actions in the distance. One strike, another strike, one more strike. Clearly, they were in the universe, where sound couldn't travel. Yet she could hear Cripper's every strike against the wall clearly. 1 amber era, 2 amber eras, 3 amber eras. Great. I've been here for just a few minutes, and dozens of amber eras have passed. Out of boredom, Xingrui began to self-deprecate to entertain herself. 1 amber era is counted each time the Amber King strikes the hammer. But the current frequency of strikes is clearly different from what the Interstellar Peace Company counts. So I can understand it, as only when you strike particularly hard does it result in a strike that the company can observe. Why strike hard? Is it to occasionally make a strike to assert presence? Or is it that something has caught your attention and you strike as a reminder? Or perhaps it's just a simple case of hand cramp and you use too much strength? After saying that, Xingrui muttered again, no. How could the Amber King possibly have a hand cramp? After murmuring, Xingrui propped herself up with her delicate arms. Then she lifted her right foot and stepped on the hammer's handle, pushing it hard. As a result, she ended up pushing her own body back a few centimeters. Frustrated, Xingrui could only pout, feeling wronged as she hugged her legs, glancing at the hammer, then at Cripper who was building the wall. So what am I now? A faithful traveler or an emissary? If I'm an emissary, how come I can't even lift a hammer? Is my physical quality really that poor? C's evaluation of physical fitness. Even a hammer on the ground cannot be shaken. Are you a hammer in the stone? After muttering to herself for a while, so how do I get out of here? Is there anyone who can help me? Alicia is no longer by my side, and most importantly, Xingrui suddenly realized that all the power she possessed could not be used. The heroic imprint, the golden flame of the Emperor, the only power she could wield was magic. In Xingrui's memory, there was a type of magic that could enhance the physical body in the simulated battles of the illusory arena. Her mother had also told her about it, called the magic pattern enhancement technique. It condenses magic power into specific patterns and engraves them on one's skin. Once activated, the patterns would enhance the physical body and different patterns would enhance different aspects. When not activated, the patterns would not show and the witch's skin would appear normal. When activated, the patterns would become visible on the skin. If she understood the magic pattern enhancement technique, she could try it now. Maybe she could lift the hammer in front of her. But she had only seen it, never understood this magic. Most importantly, she didn't really want to do this. It felt strange, like tattooing silver patterns on herself. Xingrui reorganized her thoughts, looking at the hammer and then at the Amber King clipper. What are the conditions for her to leave here? Lifting the hammer. Is it like the protagonist of Xingtia pulling out the flame lance at a critical moment? The protagonist's flame lance is hot to the touch, and pulling out tests his will and endurance. Is her hammer just heavy? Lifting the hammer tests her physical fitness? At this moment, Xingrui suddenly noticed something she had overlooked. Hadn't she completed the contract? After completing the contract, she should have received blessings and power through the contract. But after the contract was completed, she found herself here. Xingrui seemed to understand something. She stood up again in front of the hammer. She was actually already able to lift this hammer. What she needed to do was to control the power granted to her through the contract. The power of the heroic imprint was something Alicia had guided and honed in her over the course of a year before she could fully master it. The Emperor's power was grasped through the methods left by the Emperor in her memory and fully mastered through the same training methods left behind. But the power of preservation was different. She had not lived in the Xingti universe, nor had she embarked on the path of preservation. She had obtained Clipper's power through an unconventional method. Naturally, she could not compare herself to a pathwalker. Just as Aha said, Clipper is a fool. Through the contract, Clipper granted her blessings and power. But precisely because he is a fool, he would not leave her methods and techniques for use and training like the Emperor, nor would he be like Alicia, who was always by her side, guiding and honing her to master that power little by little. He would only give, not teach. So if she wanted to leave here, if she wanted to lift that hammer, if she wanted to master the blessings and power he granted her, she could only rely on herself. Then let us go. Xingrui, who had thought it through, was ready to challenge again. She would no longer simply use brute force as she did before. She wanted to see how many times she would have to try to lift this hammer. Chapter 53, Everything He Carries Time, holds no meaning in this unchanging space. Xing Rui has lost count of how many attempts she has made. 100? 1,000? Or even tens of thousands. All she knows is that with each attempt, she gets closer to success. In the beginning, she could only lift the heavy amber hammer with her physical strength. But with her continuous attempts and efforts, she began to sense the dormant power within her body. Next, she tried to mobilize and awaken this dormant power within herself. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't harness this power. Thus, she realized that mere mobilization wouldn't allow her to use this power. What she needed was willpower, a will strong enough to completely dominate and awaken the dormant power in her body. What kind of will? The will to protect, the will of preservation. Next, Xing Rui continuously strengthened her will to protect something. But perhaps because she had experienced too little, she had never gone through what the protagonists in the game had faced. Whether in her past life or this life, she grew up in a peaceful and stable environment. Perhaps she hadn't even thought about what she wanted to protect. Even if she thought of something she wanted to protect, such willpower was far too insignificant on the path of preservation. Realizing this, Xing Rui silently stared at the amber hammer before her. She couldn't think of a better way. Did she really have to be trapped here for a lifetime? She had come to understand. It was not her physical body that had come here, but her spirit. The real her should be sleeping. Just like when she sleeps at night, her spirit enters the starry sea of the past to train with Elysia. She didn't even know how long the real her had been asleep. Elysia, Mom, Mother, and Nono and Haishi would be so worried about her. Xing Rui suddenly grabbed the hammer's handle and shouted, "Move! Get up! What do you want me to do? The power of preservation? Can't I give it up? Let me out! Can I cancel our contract?" At this moment, Xing Rui broke down, trapped in this solitary realm of her own mind. The only companion she had was the rhythmic sound of the Amber King's hammer striking. Her mental state began to destabilize. However, her desperate shouts would not change the current situation. Clipper continued to strike the wall that ordinary people and fate walkers could not see. The amber hammer remained firmly standing on the ground. Xing Rui was still unable to shake it by any means. She regretted it, truly regretted it. Who would have thought that after contracting with the Amber King, she would be dragged to such a place? If she had known there would be such an ordeal, she would never have contracted with the Amber King. She would rather find an ordinary star than seek him out. Xing Rui returned to her initial situation. She had tried all methods and all efforts. Her willpower could not dominate the power of preservation in her body. All she could do was sit here in prison. Either she would sit here until she went mad, or she would die. Relying on the Amber King to give up on her and throw her out? She might as well hope that the Emperor would rush in and save her. But the Emperor certainly wouldn't do that. To him, this was also a trial, a test of himself. Regardless of the outcome, he would not intervene in any form. Xing Rui sat dejectedly on the ground, biting her lips tightly. "Elysia, I miss you." Xing Rui especially wanted Elysia right now. If Elysia were here, she would definitely think of a way. Instead of being like herself, unable to do anything. "Hi, which lovely girl is thinking of me?" Xing Rui almost immediately jumped up from the ground, looking around and shouting, "Elysia? Ailey, is it you? Oh dear, it's me, calm down." Elysia's charming voice illuminated Xing Rui's nearly desperate heart like a beam of light. She reached out towards this only ray of hope in her despair. "Ailey, help me." All right, of course I'll help you, just calm down, okay?" Xing Rui, why didn't he expect you to be trapped in such a place? How intriguing. Wow, is that the third star you contracted with? So big, so magnificent. Can you introduce him to me? Through Xing Rui's eyes, Elysia also saw the preservation star god Clipper, who was focused on building the wall. Xing Rui shared all the information she knew about Clipper and her current situation, the predicament she faced with Elysia, regarding the way to get out of here. Elysia smiled and replied, "There is. Why does Xing Rui need to try to dominate and control it with her own will?" At that moment, a heroic seal that Xing Rui had been unable to sense before began to shine in her spiritual sea. Salvation. Elysia explained. The power Clipper gave you is too strong. According to your description, Xing Rue, it should be a power that surpasses fate walkers, even exceeding that of emissaries. Naturally, a single will from Xing Rue cannot dominate and control that power. So at this moment, Xing Rue, you need extra assistance. The heroic seal of salvation in Xing Rue's spiritual sea shone even brighter. Elysia's voice finally echoed. Xing Rue, you must remember my will, and the will of the heroes is always with you. Under any circumstances, nothing can separate us. You can do it. I'll be waiting for you in reality. Elysia left, and Xing Rue took a deep breath. She turned inward to examine the shining heroic seal in her spiritual sea. Xing Rue's expression grew incredibly determined as she stood before the amber hammer once more. She reached out her hand and firmly grasped the hammer's handle. The heroic seal of salvation was fully activated, and the power and the will contained within the seal descended upon her at this moment. The power of preservation. I wonder if this willpower that carries everything can dominate you. Xing Rue tightly gripped the hammer's handle. Her eyes transformed into clear ice blue, and her wine-red hair instantly turned snow white. The hammer began to tremble slightly. Xing Rue could clearly feel the dormant power within her body beginning to stir. And in order to better stimulate the will within the heroic seal and align her current mental state with the will of the salvation seal, Xing Rue faced the Amber King and spoke clearly, word by word. It is not about choices. It is not about survival. At this moment, the ideals of the multitude converge into a single grand aspiration. Kulme, everything I carry, the myriad beasts of the heavens, bestowed upon this body. The demons of karma plunge into the abyss. The salvation draws the sword. This is the inscription of salvation. In the next moment, the dormant power within Xing Rue erupted completely. Scarlet flames surrounded her body. The amber hammer was raised high by Xing Rue. The swirling flames surged into the light point at the center of the heavy hammer, dyeing it a deep crimson. The flames. The power within Xing Rue's body reforged this amber hammer, reforged into a weapon that Xing Rue was all too familiar with. Heavenly fire, sacred judgment, cataclysm. At the moment of the cataclysmic rebirth, the heavy hammer held high by the Amber King paused for an instant. Immediately after, as the hammer came crashing down, all beings in the galaxy heard the resounding sound of the Amber King's mighty blow. A new era had begun. On the path of preservation, a dazzling new star shone brilliantly at that moment, holding the cataclysmic great sword reforged from the Amber Hammer. Xing Rue gazed at the unchanging figure of the Amber King in the distance. She sheathed the cataclysmic great sword. The salvation seal, after harnessing his power and will, was transformed and elevated to a new stage by the power of preservation. If the power of the previous true self seal was the strongest, now this salvation seal, upgraded and transformed by the power of preservation, was the most formidable force in her grasp. Her personal will still could not control the immense power directly shared from the Amber King. However, as long as she activated the salvation seal, she could harness this powerful force through its will. Similarly, the cataclysmic great sword could only be wielded when the seal was activated. If not activated, she couldn't even lift it. Xing Rue focused on the salvation seal in her inner consciousness. Behind the original emblem of the holy judgment great sword, there was now a faint preservation emblem. It was time to leave. She could hardly wait to return to reality. After sleeping for so long, her mother and parent must be worried sick about her. Chapter 54. Not a god, nor will become one. There are no gods in this world during the time Xing Rue was in a deep sleep. Mama Xing Yao and Rue Chui gradually became restless and anxious from an initially stable mindset. This anxiety reached its peak when they arrived at the capital star. According to the original plan, the 4 witch mothers and 3 little witches would first go to a residential area near the Terra Academy. This was a free accommodation provided by the Terra Academy specifically for the parents of enrolling witches. The 2 mothers, Ruishandra and Caroline, decided to temporarily share an apartment. While Mama Xing Yao and Rue Chui stay together, they planned to take their 3 little witches around to enjoy the capital star before officially enrolling in the Terra Academy. Because witches have vastly different perceptions of time, after receiving the admission notice from the Terra Academy, they could report for enrollment at any designated time within the next 30 years. Therefore, the foremothers thought that they could wait until the children had enough fun before going to enroll, and they were not in a hurry at all. However, the situation with Xing Rui left Xing Yao and Rui Chui in a state of distress, especially since Alicia was unable to help in a short time. Mama Xing Yao's anxiety and restlessness reached a peak. As a result, after the ship arrived at the capital Star, Mama Xing Yao anxiously took her daughter straight to the Xing family to find her mother. Rui Chui stayed behind to handle some procedures, and after confirming that Chandra, Caroline, and their daughters were settled, she quickly returned to the Xing family after leaving her contact information and address. As Mama Xing Yao's mother, Xing Rui's grandmother, and Rui Chui's mother-in-law, the current head of the Xing family, Xing Zixuan, was very happy when she learned that her daughter would be coming to the capital Star with Rui Chui and her granddaughter to enroll in the Terra Academy. Xing Yao was her most favored daughter, the one she personally carried for 12 months. Xing Zixuan was very doting and caring towards her. If there were any of her other 38 daughters who dared to show her a disdainful face, she would certainly make them understand the authority of a mother who raised them. But in front of Xing Yao, she was always gentle and indulgent. She was even thinking about what kind of gift to give her granddaughter upon meeting her. She was pondering how to face the daughter-in-law who had run away with her daughter back then. She was considering what to do during this time, since her daughter had returned after such a long interval. However, all these plans were shattered the moment her daughter burst into the house, holding her granddaughter and crying. "What do you mean my granddaughter has been in a deep sleep since contracting the third star?" Her daughter's anxious and somewhat confused explanation left her bewildered. After a lot of calming through words, gestures, and magic, she finally managed to soothe her daughter and clearly understand the situation. Upon learning the reason, Xing Zixuan immediately activated her powerful network of connections, inviting 2 witches skilled in mental magic, hoping they could awaken Xing Rui. But the results were extremely unsettling. The 2 witches, during their initial attempts, fainted just like Mama Xing Yao, Chandra, and Caroline had before. And after waking up, regardless of what was said, they were too scared to continue helping and fled the Xing family at an incredible speed. After Xing Zixuan invited 3 more witches and received the same result, she could only, after a long headache, send a request to the royal family, hoping they could dispatch a witch skilled in mental magic to help. Sister Zixuan's request for help? "Yes, Your Highness." At this moment, the princess of the capital witches, named Lobo, looked at the information presented by her personal maid. It seemed she had heard similar rumors yesterday. This witch princess, dressed in a simple white dress, with golden hair and blue eyes, and a curvy figure, recalled the rumors she had heard the day before. It was said that one of Sister Zixuan's granddaughters had encountered an accident while contracting with the stars and had fallen into a long sleep. She had sought out 5 witches skilled in mental magic through her connections, but none could awaken her granddaughter. Beside her, her personal maid, a witch with pink long hair and black eyes, softly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." And all 5 witches fainted during their first attempts due to extreme mental panic. Upon waking, they all refused to try again and quickly left. According to one of the witches, they encountered a god. A god? Lobo paused slightly, tilting her head in confusion. "Zanair, is there really a god in this world?" "Yes, your mother is a god, the god of all witches." Lobo frowned slightly. "Zanair, you know that mother doesn't like to be called that. She is not a god, nor will she become one. But in the eyes of most witches, Her Majesty's status is indeed equivalent to that of a god." Lobo's expression became slightly displeased. "Enough. Don't say any more." "Understood. Let's continue talking about that god. Is there more information about that god?" Zanair shook her head slightly. "No, Your Highness, that which said she could not describe the image of that god in words. She also refused to record any mental images." A faint smile appeared on Lobo's lips. "A god? How interesting. I wonder how Mother will respond to this news. Oh, by the way, what is Sister Zixuan's granddaughter's name?" "Xing Rui, the biological daughter of Lady Zixuan and the daughter of Lady Xing Yao. Her total magical power was measured at 10,569, 75 at the time of graduation from the academy, but her physical and stamina evaluations were B and C respectively. She's been admitted to the Imperial Academy and should be a classmate of yours. Lobo nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask, has there been a response from Mother? Not yet. Lobo chuckled softly. How interesting, eh, God? A god appearing in such a godless world. Keep an eye on it, but do not disturb her normal life. Understood. An hour later, Lobo received the latest report. Her mother did not send a witch skilled in mental magic to assist Sister Zishuan's request for help. Instead, she sent a message. However, the content of this message was not something Lobo could know. Half an hour later, at the Xing family residence. Is this the reply from Her Majesty? Yes. Head of the Xing family Zishuan. This is the reply from Her Majesty. Xing Zishuan looked at the royal maid responsible for delivering the message with a strange expression, pondered for a long time, and nodded. I understand. Please thank Her Majesty for her assistance. I will convey your thanks. The royal witch maid left. Xing Zishuan returned to her room, and Mama Xing Yao and Rui Chui immediately approached her. Mama Xing Yao anxiously asked, Mother, what did Her Majesty say? Is Her Majesty not intending to help? Calm down, Xing Zishuan reminded. Her Majesty sent a message saying that she will awaken tomorrow. Just that? Just that. Xing Yao looked confused, and Xing Zishuan suddenly slapped her daughter's plump bottom. Enough. Go take care of my granddaughter. If you don't believe me, do you still not believe Her Majesty? Your Majesty is almost equivalent to a divine being. She can say this because she might have caught a glimpse of the future. Mom, you hit my butt again. You can't keep hitting my butt. Xing Yao's mother's face turned slightly red. One of the not-so-good traits of a mother is that she often slaps her own butt. She slaps it when she's angry, when she's amused, and even when she's happy. It's as if her butt is some kind of wooden fish, and a few slaps can give her one merit. What's wrong with slapping you? You're my daughter. Can't I slap you? The flesh on your butt is still something that fell off me. Xing Zishuan gave her daughters but another hard slap. Go take care of my granddaughter. She'll wake up tomorrow. I need to prepare well. Xing Yao left feeling wronged. Xing Zishuan then waved at Rui Chui, saying, Come. Little Rui, this should be our third meeting, right? Rui Chui nodded, Yes, Mother. Noticing a hint of nervousness in Rui Chui's eyes, Xing Zishuan waved her hand. Don't be so nervous. I've long since accepted your relationship with Yao Yao. I'm not so old-fashioned. Let's chat. I've been busy with little Rui's matters these past few days, and we haven't had time for a good talk. Xing Zishuan smiled and took Rui Chui's hand. Tell me your story. Rui Chui was puzzled. Mother, haven't you ever investigated my background and past? Xing Zishuan lightly tapped Rui Chui's head with her finger. I want to hear you tell in your own words. Steam buns? Don't you want to? No. Rui Chui laughed helplessly and gratefully. I'll tell you. I'm very willing to share with you, Mother. Chapter 55 Grandmother's Physical Examination. As the Witch Emperor said. On the following morning, Xing Rui woke up. Just as her consciousness regained clarity after a period of torment, she felt as if she had slept for an exceptionally long time. Her mind was a bit foggy, and her thoughts were sluggish. Upon opening her eyes, she stared blankly at a beautiful girl with bright red hair and blue eyes, who was sitting beside the bed engrossed in her smart brain device, looking utterly bored. Xing Rui felt that this girl looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall who she was at that moment. So familiar, but who? Why can't I remember? You're awake. The girl was filled with joy upon seeing her awake. As she stood up, Xing Rui suddenly asked in a low voice, Who are you? Who am I? The girl pointed to herself in response, momentarily stunned, before suddenly adopting a serious expression, approaching the bedside earnestly. She said to Xing Rui, Do you remember who you are? But you don't remember who I am? It seems the situation is not good. You are our hope. We all rely on your awakening. You are our savior. Xing Rui was taken aback by these words. What hope? What savior? Where am I? Didn't Ailey say I had only slept for a few days? Impossible. Ailey wouldn't lie to me. What's going on? Xing Rui wanted to get out of bed, but the girl beside her still wore that serious expression. You have been asleep for 514 years. Shighui. The Witch Empire has been destroyed, and you are our savior. The witch, the universe depends on you. Xing Rui's expression froze for a few seconds, suddenly adopting a strange, shouting expression. The next moment, the girl's expression changed dramatically. What? You actually know this ancient meme? Xing Rui's expression instantly returned to normal. Looking helpless, Grandma, this isn't funny. Not funny at all. Oh no, I've been found out. The girl, who was Xing Rui's grandmother, Xing Zixian, instantly softened her expression. How do you feel after waking up? Is there any discomfort in your body or mind? No, I'm fine. I was just a bit confused right after waking up. Grandma. Oh, my dear granddaughter. Come let Grandma hug you. Xing Zixian immediately rushed over and gave Xing Rui a big bear hug, then pressed her face against Xing Rui's cheek, rubbing it vigorously. Xing Rui was at a loss for words. They really are mother and daughter. The way they hugged and the force with which they rubbed her face were exactly the same as her mother. Both her grandmother and mother loved to hug her and rub their faces against hers. What magic does her face have that they like to rub so much? Unable to understand and unable to resist, Xing Rui could only let her grandmother rub her face to express her affection. Finally, after satisfying herself, Grandma let go of Xing Rui and said, "All right, Rui, darling. Next, Grandma needs to check your body. It might be a bit uncomfortable, so bear with it." As soon as she finished speaking, Xing Rui swiftly burrowed under the covers, rolling left and right to wrap herself up like a shrimp roll. She looked vigilant and ready to enter savior mode at any moment. Don't come over. Even if you're my grandmother, you can't come over. Where's Mom? Where's my mother? I want to see Mom and Mother. Xing Rui's reaction left Xing Zixian dumbfounded. But as a mother who had raised 39 daughters, she quickly understood Xing Rui's thoughts. Rui, darling, you've misunderstood. When I said I need to check your body, I meant using magic to conduct a complete examination of your body. During this process, some magic that doesn't belong to you may enter, which could cause your magic to instinctively react. So it might be a slight physical discomfort that you need to endure. It's not what you think that which checking your body would touch every inch of your skin. That wouldn't be called a physical examination. That would be lewd, and she'd get arrested by the Empire's Law Enforcement Bureau, starting with a 100-year prison sentence. Xing Rui was still somewhat skeptical. She was extremely wary of anyone wanting to touch her body, except for Ailey, her mother, and her other mother. Moreover, her grandmother had used the delicate term physical examination, which made her think of Jiegu. Really? Really? Grandma Xing Zixian smiled gently and said, I guarantee, as your clan leader, if you feel I do anything inappropriate, you can directly report to your mother. Your mother dares to confront me directly and even stand up to me. Even so, Xing Rui did not lower her guard, but only extended a hand out of the blanket. Is this okay? Grandma Xing Zixian smiled and nodded. Yes, that's fine. Next, just bear with it a bit. Grandma Xing Zixian gently grasped Xing Rui's arm, and a warm magic entered her body from the point of contact. Xing Rui could clearly feel this warm current flowing within her body. After her grandmother's magic seeped into her own, her body began to exhibit a slight rejection reaction. But it wasn't strong. Xing Rui could suppress it herself. However, soon, the magic that her grandmother had infused into her body traveled down her extended right arm and headed straight for her chest. Before long, Xing Rui's face began to flush. Grandma, does it have to go there? It feels so strange. It has to. Grandma gently patted Xing Rui's little head peeking out from under the covers. So bear with it. Listen to Grandma, and you won't mind as much. This examination needs to check every part of your body, including the areas you find a bit inappropriate and strange. You should know that you just became a witch a year ago, and your body's age is only about 17 years. At 17, your development is quite significant even for witches. If it continues to grow, I would suspect whether there are any abnormalities or tumors. The earlier such situations are discovered, the better. You wouldn't want to be burdened with a pair of soccer ball-sized breasts in the future, right? Xing Rui immediately thought of the photos circulating in various groups in her previous life, showing those girls with absurdly large breasts. No, she definitely didn't want to become like that. Then, I'll trouble you, Grandma. Good girl, don't worry, it will be over soon. Grandma's magic swiftly made its rounds and then left that area, and Xing Rui let out a long breath, her face slightly flushed. That feeling was so strange. It was even stranger than the sensation she felt a year ago when she curiously explored her body while taking a bath. But next, As Grandma's magic began to flow down her body, Xing Rui instinctively clenched her legs together. It was going. To that place. Grandma Xing Zixian observed her granddaughter's expression closely. It seems your body is a bit sensitive. The reaction is quite significant. Hang in there. I'll finish soon. After 5 minutes, as Grandma's magic completely left her body, Xing Rui immediately relaxed. It was over. It was over. And her body felt very healthy. Grandma gently patted Xing Rui's little head, and she comfortably squinted her eyes. After enjoying Grandma's head patting for a while, Xing Rui finally remembered to ask, Grandma, where are Mom and Mother? They'll be here soon. Grandma Xing Zixuan sat on the chair by the bed with her legs crossed. Xing Rui didn't want to lie on the bed anymore, so she sat up. Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Xing Rui shook her head. She had already slept for a long time, and if she slept more, Mom and Mother would worry when they came in. What a good child. Then let's chat casually. Let's start with the 3 stars you contracted. How are they? Chapter 56. The Minotaur must die, however. Xing Rui remained vigilant towards her grandmother, whom she had only recently met and just seen. Regarding her grandmother wanting to talk about the 3 stars she had contracted, she still kept her guard up. She simply gave a brief overview of the general abilities of the 3 contracted stars and answered vaguely about the abilities. It was almost equivalent to, oh, so the stars you contracted gave you the ability of Triple X. So what exactly is this Triple X ability? She had spoken, but it was as good as saying nothing. How could Grandma Xing Zixuan not be aware of her granddaughter's little thoughts? Of course, she didn't point it out. She noticed her granddaughter's high level of vigilance and even found it somewhat strange. Her granddaughter dared to let her magic enter her body, but was very cautious about discussing her stars in detail. Truly strange. But Grandma Xing Zixuan also considered a possibility. Could it be that she wasn't afraid of the magic entering her body? Her granddaughter is very confident in her own strength. Saying this, Xing Zixuan couldn't help but flick her fingers on Xing Rui's forehead, meeting the latter's puzzled gaze. She explained, You child, you aren't afraid of me probing your body with my magic, but you want to casually share about your contracted stars. You don't say this, you don't say that, just brush me off. I don't know if you're confident in your own strength or if you simply didn't react earlier. Don't you trust your grandma? Hearing her grandma say this, Xing Rui awkwardly scratched the back of her head, still thinking about how to explain when suddenly the door was pushed open. Mama Xing Yao quickly walked into the room, and upon seeing Xing Rui awake and sitting on the bed, she rushed over and hugged her tightly. This time, there was no face rubbing, just a firm embrace. Great, it's good to see you safe. It's good, as long as you're awake. Xing Rui gently returned the hug, responding, Mom, I'm fine. I'm doing well, you can rest assured. Mama Xing Yao didn't say anything else, just held her daughter tightly. She was very scared, extremely scared. Although it seemed that her daughter was the one who ultimately decided to contract, Mama Xing Yao knew very well that if she hadn't been so eager for her daughter to complete the contract quickly and bind that powerful being, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Really, she felt so foolish. That kind of power was not something that could simply be summarized as stars. How could a contract with a god allow a witch to share their powers so easily? It was all her fault. If she hadn't acted according to the inertia of the star contract, if only she had thought a little outside the box. Perhaps the situation would be completely different now. Even now that she saw her daughter safe and sound, she was still afraid. Rui, my dear. Mama Xing Yao slowly raised her head, wondering what the contract with that god was all about. Ailey said your mental consciousness was sealed in some space. What did you experience? What price did you pay to complete the contract? It better not be an irretrievable price, otherwise. At this moment, Grandma Xing Zixuan immediately raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes. What? Wait, what did my daughter just say? A god? What god? Rui contracted with a god. Wasn't it supposed to be stars? The star magic contract involves stars. How could it involve a god? Moreover, are there really other gods in this world besides the Witch Empress? Did my granddaughter's contract magic end up involving the Witch Empress? Grandma Xing Zixuan instinctively wanted to ask. But after thinking it over, she chose not to and continued to observe the conversation between mother and daughter. Xing Rui, seeing her mother's almost tearful expression, hurriedly reassured her, No, Mom, don't worry. I didn't pay any price. Mom, don't panic. I'll tell you everything I experienced. Don't cry, Mom. Don't cry. I'm really fine. I didn't pay any irretrievable price. Really didn't T. Xingrui kept comforting her mother and emphasized that she hadn't paid any form of price for the contract. As for the torment she endured during those days, Xingrui felt it wasn't so important anymore. In the end, with Ailey's guidance, she had at least succeeded and hadn't truly been trapped in that space, sitting in front of the King of Amber and directly dissipating. Therefore, overall, Xingrui felt she hadn't paid any so-called price. At most, it was just a trial. In any case, with Xingrui's reassurance and repeated emphasis, Mama Xingyao finally calmed down. But before Xingrui could say anything more, Mama Xingyao, who was leaning on her, had fallen into a deep sleep, breathing evenly. At this moment, Xingrui noticed the heavy dark circles under her mother's eyes and the exhaustion on her face. Xingrui felt heartbroken. In this moment, she made a firm decision. Before she possessed a sufficiently strong will, she would absolutely refrain from contracting the fourth star. If the contract with the King of Amber was already like this, she couldn't imagine what would happen if she contracted the fourth star in her current state. Grandma Xing Zishuan timely said from the side, "Let your mother get some good rest. She has been very worried during this time, unable to eat or sleep well. Just keeping watch by your side. Sai, your mother said yesterday that she wanted to adjust her state to welcome your awakening today, not wanting you to see her in such a disheveled state. Yet last night, she suddenly woke up and ended up staying up all night." Grandma Xing Zishuan stopped there. Xingrui gently laid Mama Xingyao down on the bed and covered her belly with a blanket. Mama Xingyao held onto Xingrui's arm tightly, and even in her sleep, she continued to grip it. Xingrui gently tried to pull her arm away, but gave up when she couldn't. She sat on the edge of the bed, keeping her mother company. Grandma Xing Zishuan got up and came to Xingrui's side, casting a spell on Mama Xingyao. The dark circles and exhaustion on Mama Xingyao's face visibly disappeared in an instant, and the hand that was tightly gripping Xingrui's arm gradually relaxed and let go. Lying down on the bed, "Are you hungry?" Grandma Xing Zishuan asked with concern. Xingrui nodded. She was indeed a bit hungry and didn't know how her stomach had held up during these few days of deep sleep. "Let your mother rest well. Change your clothes, tidy yourself up, and let us go eat with Grandma. Your mother is caught up with your 3 aunts, and one be able to come over for a while. Let us have a meal, fix your image, check in on your mother, and then come back to watch over her. How about that?" Xingrui nodded, having no objections to Grandma's subsequent arrangements. Xingrui left the bed, washed up efficiently, and used magic to clean and care for her hair. Then she changed into a home outfit, a white shirt paired with a warm yellow long-sleeved outer garment and a mid-length skirt on the bottom, a pair of short white socks, and relatively pure white platform shoes. Once she was all set, Xingrui noticed Grandma staring at her with some confusion. She tucked her long hair behind her ear and asked in puzzlement, "Grandma, is there something wrong with my outfit?" "No, it really suits your temperament." Grandma Xing Zishuan thought of something, and her expression instantly transformed from confusion to a bright smile. "It's not easy at all, after becoming a little witch. Your mental age hasn't regressed. Not bad, not bad. Once you enter the Terra Academy, your gentle big sister aura will definitely make you a favorite among the new little witches." Xingrui shook her head. "Grandma, I don't plan to date in the short term. You may not want to date, but other witches might not think the same way." Xing Zishuan pointed her finger at her granddaughter's nose. "There are many gentle witches, but someone like you, who just graduated from the Little Witch Academy and has such a gentle aura, will attract some witches with ulterior motives. Once they notice you, they will approach you as classmates, friends, or seniors to cultivate feelings first. When you reach an appropriate age, they will use that affection to take advantage of you." Xingrui's expression was strange. "Cultivate? How clever. Witches with a gentle aura like yours are the favorites of those who enjoy training other witches at Terra Academy. It's impossible for you to keep a low profile and blend in like a passerby after you enroll. I suggest you disguise yourself as a mischievous child. Although some witches might approach you with the intention of turning a naughty child into a good one, they are ultimately in the minority." Xingrui pondered for a few seconds and then came up with something. With a bright and happy smile, she said, "Don't worry, Grandma. I will protect myself." So confident? Grandma Xing Xian was somewhat surprised. Having confidence is good, but I can assure you that the situation at Terra Academy is not as simple as you think. It's okay. Are you really that confident? Grandma Xing Xian looked at her granddaughter suspiciously. Although confidence is a good thing. Suddenly, she noticed that her granddaughter was wearing a ring on her left ring finger. The silver ring was set with a small, delicate, blooming amethyst flower. Grandma Xing Xian's expression instantly changed from a calm smile to one of shock. "Grandma, are you okay?" Xing Rui asked, puzzled by her grandmother's sudden change in expression. Coming back to her senses, Grandma Xing Xian looked again, and the dazzling, beautiful amethyst flower ring was still swaying in her eyes. Unable to contain her curiosity and shock, Grandma Xing Xian asked her granddaughter about the ring. "That ring? Huh? Are you talking about this one?" Xing Rui raised her left hand and playfully showed the ring to her grandmother, saying, "Hee, this is my countermeasure. As long as I wear this ring, those who are self-aware won't bother me, right?" Nonsense. As a result, Grandma Xing Xian immediately gave Xing Rui a light knock on the head. "Huh? Is this not right?" Xing Rui was confused. "Wearing a ring on my ring finger means I'm engaged or married. So shouldn't that stop people from bothering me? Why doesn't Grandma think so? First, let me ask you, is this ring just a sudden idea for a countermeasure, or are you really engaged to another witch?" "It's just a sudden idea for a countermeasure." Although the ring was given to her when she confessed to Alicia, they had never worn it, mainly out of fear of their mother's reaction. She just thought that this way, she could directly tell other witches that she was engaged or married, eliminating outside interference. Plus, it could be worn openly, making it easier to explain to her family and bringing more happiness. Why is Grandma so angry? This is really nonsense. Grandma Xing Xian sighed. "If you really wear it like that, once the Black Cat at Terra Academy discovers it, the next day you'll be put on the Bull Warrior's target list." "Black Cat? Bull Warrior bounty list?" Xing Rui looked completely bewildered. Grandma Xing Xian lightly tapped Xing Rui's little head again and took the ring off. "Can I move it to my middle finger?" "No, taking off the ring, no matter which finger you wear it on, will only make you more dangerous." Reluctantly, Xing Rui put the ring away and quietly asked, "Is it related to that Bull Warrior bounty?" Let's go eat first, and I'll explain it to you on the way." Following her grandmother out, passing through the small courtyard and walking along the corridor, Grandma Xing Xian explained to Xing Rui why she couldn't wear the ring. There's a group of born witches at Terra Academy whose biggest hobby is interacting with witches who are dating, engaged, or married. They aim to conquer those witches listed on the bounty, making them fall in love with themselves and then abandoning their original partners. This is what people online commonly refer to as bull, taking someone else's girlfriend or wife away. After achieving their goal, they break up with the conquered, which after a while, enjoying the thrill of successfully stealing someone else's girlfriend and performing a betrayal scene in front of the other party. Some extremely excessive individuals even record videos of themselves with their targets and send them to the victims, or design scenarios to lead the victims to burst in while they're having fun, continuing to enjoy themselves while watching the victims break down and the joy on the faces of the stolen witches. Xing Rui was so shocked that she couldn't speak, especially when Grandma Xing Xian emphasized that nearly 60 of the death incidents involving witches at Terra Academy were due to betrayal by their lovers or girlfriends. In extreme anger, some directly killed their partners. This is too lawless, right? Xing Rui couldn't understand. Doesn't the school do anything about these harmful individuals? Of course they do. How could they not? Grandma Xing Zisuan shrujid. When the principal found out about this, he was furious and directly hunted down the person behind this bounty, annihilating them. All the scumbags involved in the bounty then were also caught one by the principal, tortured, and then their bodies and souls were destroyed without leaving a trace. But in recent years, some young individuals have been secretly replicating this kind of thing. So you must be careful. Instead of relying on the academy to protect your rights and safety, it's better for you to protect yourself. Grandma Xing Xian gently patted Xing Rui's little head. Xing Rui felt a chill run down her spine, but soon she set a goal for herself. If those scumbags dared to appear in front of her, she would beat them up one by one. Chapter 57. Do you want to eat my pancreas? Originally, Xing Rui was full of expectations and desires for her future university life. However, after her grandmother's series of remarks, her anticipation for university diminished significantly. Fortunately, the lavish meal prepared by her grandmother quickly dispelled Xing Rui's inner displeasure. During the meal, her grandmother also shared various matters about the Terra Academy. She mentioned that out of the 39 daughters she had raised over the years, 33 had entered the Terra Academy, while 6 had gone to other colleges. It wasn't that her grandmother didn't want her daughters to attend the Imperial Academy, but the standards of the Imperial Academy were indeed too high. None of the 39 daughters, including her mother Xingyao, received an acceptance letter from the Imperial Academy. Therefore, her grandmother expressed regret that Xing Rui chose Terra Academy instead of the Imperial Academy. However, Xing Rui emphasized that if the price of entering the Imperial Academy meant not being able to be in the same college as her friends, or even possibly being forced to fight due to the generations-long feud between the two colleges, she would rather go to Terra Academy than to the Imperial Academy. Though her grandmother felt a bit melancholic, since her granddaughter had made her decision, she refrained from saying more. Xing Rui didn't eat much, and after quickly finishing the exquisite and sumptuous meal, her grandmother took her to find her mother, Rui Chui. When they saw her mother, she had temporarily escaped the entanglement of her 3 aunts. Xing Rui immediately rushed into her mother's arms, rubbing her face against her chest. Rui Chui gently stroked her daughter's little head, saying, "You finally woke up. You slept for so long. Your mother was so worried about you." Xing Rui replied, I know. Mom is resting. I just finished eating, and I'm going to accompany Mom now." Rui Chui had a different idea, saying, "I can keep Yao Yao company. Why don't you go interact with your 3 sisters?" She directed Xing Rui to look toward the small courtyard at the side of the corridor. In the fragrant courtyard, 3 little witches, each seemingly shorter than one, 5 meters, were gathered together. Their attention was all focused on the brain projection screen in front of them, seemingly engaged in something. Xing Rui shook her head. "No need, I want to stay with Mom. If she wakes up and doesn't see me, she'll be scared." Rui Chui smiled happily. "Okay, then let us go together." "Mother, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll take Rui back." Xing Zixin shook her head. No, you go ahead. "Goodbye, Grandma." Xing Rui said farewell to her grandmother, and Xing Zixin smiled gently, waving goodbye to her granddaughter as she watched the mother and daughter leave. The moment Xing Rui returned to her room, Alicia appeared immediately. She hugged Xing Rui tightly, rubbing her face and exclaiming, "Yay, finally out. Come on, let me replenish some of Xing Rui's energy, Ali." Xing Rui was delighted to see Alicia finally come out and hug her back. While letting Alicia rub her face, she complained, "Why did you only come out now? I thought something happened to you." What did you want to happen to me?" Alicia immediately countered. Xing Rui quickly explained, "No, I was worried about you. Afraid something might happen." Xing Rui began to explain seriously, "Ali, you must have put in a lot of effort to get in, right? I tried many times in that space and couldn't sense the heroic seal. But when you came in, you also helped me activate the Savior seal. I was really scared you consumed too much power or paid some irreversible price and had to sleep for a long time." Xing Rui whispered in Alicia's ear, "I'm really scared. I'm afraid it will take a long time for me to see you again, or even never see you again. But you've seen me now, haven't you?" Alicia gently grasped Xing Rui's wrist and placed her hand on her cheek. "See, this warmth, this softness, the touch of this smooth, delicate girl's cheek. I sent it very real. You're not dreaming now." Alicia's expression was gentle, her violet eyes full of affection as they locked onto Xing Rui's crimson eyes. After a moment of staring, she slowly closed her eyes. Xing Rui caressed Alicia's cheek, feeling the warmth and softness. "So, Ali, are you really okay?" "Really okay," Alicia softly replied with her eyes closed. "I'm really fine, Xing Rui. Just as we initially agreed. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Forever ahem." Rui Chui's light cough interrupted the 2 girls. Xing Rui and Alicia immediately turned to look at Rui Chui. "Mother?" "You too." Rui Chui's expression was somewhat helpless. "Be mindful of the occasion when you're showing affection. Although I don't mind. Aren't you afraid of someone suddenly walking in?" "Aha!" Xing Rui quickly released Alicia from their embrace, and Rui Chui brought over a plate of snacks for her daughter and Alicia to enjoy. Xing Rui continued the previous topic, asking why Alicia hadn't appeared after she woke up and only came out after Grandma left. Indeed, after we entered the family's residence, you didn't show up again. We thought you were trying to wake Rui up. Now, it seems there might be another reason. Rui Chui recalled that after Rui fell asleep, Alicia often appeared to inform them about Rui's condition. However, after entering the Star family's residence, Alicia stopped appearing. Alicia picked up a blueberry-filled cotton candy and stuffed it in her mouth, nodding as she chewed, because when I got close to the Star family residence, I felt a sense of crisis. After lurking for some time, I confirmed the source of that crisis. Xing Rui exclaimed, "Is it Grandma?" Alicia snapped her fingers. "Great. You guessed it right. Here, essay reward, come on. Open your mouth." Alicia stuffed a piece of cotton candy into Xing Rui's mouth. Xing Rui chewed while puzzled. "Grandma." But I didn't feel anything unusual from her. Because Xing Rui isn't a star. If you were also a star, you would have sensed it too. Xing Rui directed her inquisitive gaze at her mother, thinking perhaps only her mother could clarify things for them. "So that is how it is," Rui Chui pondered. "Then I do know the possible reason. Rui, your grandmother, the head of the Star family, Xing Zixian. Do you know what her exclusive witch title is?" "I don't know." Xing Rui replied straightforwardly. "How could I know?" "Star Eater." Rui Chui said word by word, "The Star Eater Witch." Xing Rui felt a twinge of worry at this answer. "Does it mean devouring stars?" "Yes," Rui Chui affirmed. With her own will and mental power, after contracting a total of 20 stars, she devoured all the stars she had contracted. All the power of the devoured stars was claimed by her, and with this feat, she broke through the brutal level 3, which continued to rise, reaching the level 3 Nightmare Witch. This move also made her the youngest Nightmare level witch in the history of the Empire, second only to the Witch Empress, and the fastest to reach Nightmare LV3, aside from the Witch Empress. Rui looked at Alicia and said, "The sense of crisis you feel should stem from your mother's actions of devouring stars. But you can rest assured, her devouring is done through a contract, and stars that do not have a contract with her cannot be devoured by her." However, at that moment, Alicia suddenly leaned close to Xing Rui with a playful smile, whispering in her ear, "Xing Rui, do you want to eat someone? If you do, I can let you have a taste." Xing Rui. Chapter 58. Will this unforgettable friendship deteriorate? Decisively rejecting the proposal from Alicia, who was like a Tang Sing throwing herself into a trap. Xing Rui noticed Alicia's disappointed expression as she opened her smart brain device that she hadn't used for several days. As soon as she opened it, a flood of message notifications popped up. Upon checking, almost all of them were messages from Haishi and Nono. The only exception was a message from her homeroom teacher, Ms. Li Dia. First, she looked at the messages from Haishi. It was no surprise that the first sentence of Haishi's message was filled with her distinctive personal style. February 16th, 22:34. Adorable Haishi, wow. Rui, don't die. I just took a nap and you're dying. You can't die. You have to stay alive. All my political history assignments depend on you. What am I going to do if you die and I have to go to school later? Xing Rui rubbed her forehead, feeling speechless. Alicia leaned over curiously to take a look at Xing Rui's smart brain projection screen, which was not hidden from Alicia. Likewise, Xing Rui could see Alicia's projection screen. Alicia couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed a very characteristic message from Haishi. Xing Rui continued to read on. After the initial wailing, Haishi's replies turned into diary-like entries. February 17, 14:33. Adorable Haishi. Hui. Did you wake up today? I missed the days when you were around. Today, Mom, Nono, and Aunt Caroline went to the nearby shopping plaza, but as soon as I thought of you still not waking up, I didn't feel like shopping anymore. I wonder how you're doing over at the Xing family? February 19th, 9:17. Adorable Haishi. Rui, it's almost been a week. You should be awake by now. I really miss you. I missed the days when you were here. Nono doesn't play with me much anymore. She said she wants to study the subjects for enrollment and told me not to lounge around all day, but to hurry up and study magic with Mom. February 20th, 8:22. Adorable Haishi. Rue Ray, today is the 7th day since you haven tea woken up. I miss you. I miss your snow-skin mooncakes, your milfai, and your Westlake vinegar fish. I miss you. February 21, 6:49. Adorable Haishi. Oui. It's the 8th day now. If you don't wake up soon, I'm going to eat all the sauce-stuffed jellyfish by myself. I want tea leave you any. Bad Rue, big bad egg. Reading the messages, Xing Rue couldn't tea help but smile. She glanced at the messages from Nono. Compared to Haishi's, Nono's messages were fewer and didn't tea express much emotion. February 16th, 9:12. Nua Yun Bei Taila. Sister Xing Rue, have you woken up? Are you feeling better? February 17th, 9:10. Nua Yun Bei Taila. Sister Xing Rue, how are you? February 18th, 9:07. Nua Yun Bei Taila. Sister Xing Rue, today I went to Taila Academy with Mom to learn about the enrollment information. The key point is the entrance test. I heard there will be combat-related content. If it's you, Sister Xing Rue, it should be no problem. February 19th, 9:01. Nua Yun Bei Taila. Sister Xing Rue, I carefully learned about the entrance test for Taila Academy yesterday, as well as the elective subjects we can choose after enrollment. There's a lot of information, and I plan to organize a simple summary to send to you later. Nua Yun Bei Taila. By the way, Haishi and I have already discussed it. Whenever you wake up, we will enroll together. We're not in a hurry. Our magic moms can teach us. February 20th, 9 o'clock. Nua Yun Bei Taila. Sister Xing Rue. I'm still organizing the elective subjects for Taila Academy today, but I've figured out the entrance test. The school will sort students into classes based on their magical attributes and combat talents. If I want to be in the same class as you, Sister Xing Rue, I need to work hard. Nua Yun Bei Taila. Haishi doesn't need to worry. I asked Sister Rue Chandra, and she said not to worry about Haishi's combat issues. Nua Yun Bei Taila. Retracted a message. February 21st. Devinik que tu eres de Shintbenki, Nua Yun Bei Taila. Fila. Taila Academy, elective subjects en Nua Yun Bei Taila. Ide organize. Sister Xing Rue can download and see it once you wake up. Nua Yun Bei Taila. Retracted a message. 9:12. Nua Yun Bei Taila. Today, I went to school with Mom, Haishi, and Sister Rue Chandra to check out the school's accommodation environment and teaching facilities. Nua Yun Bei Taila. I hope Sister Xing Rue can wake up soon. Today is February 22nd, and Nono's last message was sent 4 hours ago. Looking at the messages from her two friends, the smile on Xing Rue's face couldn't be suppressed any longer. At that moment, Alicia leaned in and whispered, Xing Rue, you must not let down the expectations and persistence of these two lovely girls. Xing Rue turned her head and smiled slightly. How could she let them down? She was already thinking about what kind of gift to prepare for her two friends. Nono's good plan. Didn't she want to become a mechanical knight? Then, a gift related to mechanical knights would be the best, such as a night mech. She remembered that some retired, old-fashioned night mechs often accidentally ended up in the civilian market from the military. As long as she had the money, buying one should be possible. Why send retired and old-fashioned ones? Because she had no channel for the regular models in active service or the latest models. Where would she get the channels and ability to get a formal model of a night mech that was currently in service? Moreover, even if she had the channels, who would dare to do that? Xing Rue didn't even notice that she subconsciously overlooked her identity as a member of the Xing family and her grandmother. As for Haishi, she really didn't know what to give a mermaid witch. Her understanding of mermaid witches was still too limited. It would be better to search online for a while. Before searching online for what mermaid witches like, Xing Rue first sent a message to Haishi and Nono, telling them that she had woken up and that they didn't need to worry anymore. However, while editing the message, Xing Rue suddenly remembered something and looked at her mother, Rue Chui, who was leisurely browsing the news on her smart brain in the room. Mom, how long will it take to get a Haishi and Nono's place? Is it far? Very far. Rue Chui shook her head. You have to cross an entire planet. Xing Rue was shocked. So it's that far from the family to Taila Academy. The traffic situation on the capital star is complicated, and using flying magic is also likely to get checked by the enforcement team for a flying license within the planet. Your mom and I's flying license on capital star has expired a long time ago, and we haven't renewed it yet. Space magic isn't useful either. Many places on Capital Star have special anti-space magic devices. I've forgotten most of the specific places where there are anti-space magic devices since your mom and I left Capital Star for so long. But I'm sure there are definitely some near Tai La Academy, and there are quite a few of them. Rui Chui patted her daughter's little head. So, set a time with your friends. When the enrollment time comes, we'll take you there and make sure you all meet to enroll together. Once you successfully enroll, you'll be living in the school dormitory. Xing Rui nodded and gave up the idea of going to meet Hai Shi and Nuan early. After sending out her edited messages of safety and greetings, as well as discussing the enrollment time with Hai Shi and Nuan, Xing Rui also edited a greeting message for her two sisters, Rui Chandra and Ka Luo Lina. After doing all this, she waited for a while, but there was no reply, which indicated that Hai Shi and Nuan were still busy. So, Xing Rui began searching online for what mermaid witches like. The search results surprised her. Little dresses? Mermaid witches like all kinds of beautiful little dresses with blue as the base color, among which dresses made primarily from deep-sea gauze are the most favored by mermaid witches. The encyclopedia also mentioned that the most precious dresses for mermaid witches are those woven from starseed gauze. Xing Rui then clicked on the entry for starseed gauze. What is this starseed gauze? Upon reading the explanation, Xing Rui's eyes widened. She didn't see how this fabric was made, but she saw that a square meter of starseed gauze starts at 300 million. What kind of fabric sells for such a high price? Are they crazy? Chapter 59 from today on, I'll support Yuhei. At this rate, I can't even afford a single gift. What am I going to do? Xing Rui was very distressed. After deciding to meet her two friends at the academy and give them a gift, she began to work towards her initial goal. However, the actual results left her quite troubled. First was Nono's night mech. She did find a channel to purchase a retired night mech, but when she inquired about the price, Xing Rui was stunned. A mech that was retired last year, after deleting all internal data, the operating system, and weaponry, only retaining the mech's body, was priced at 2 billion. Moreover, even after waiting an hour to ask again, it had already been sold. She wasn't sure if it was a sales tactic or if it was genuinely in high demand. But one thing she understood was that she couldn't afford it. Let alone a mech, she might not even be able to afford a single leg. Originally, Xing Rui thought that if she couldn't buy the mech for Nono, she could at least afford a little dress for Hai Shi, right? She took a look, Sai. That's right. While she couldn't afford the star sea curtain herself, she could still afford a dress made from ordinary deep-sea fabric. The cheaper ones were in the hundreds, while the more expensive ones were in the thousands or tens of thousands. If she was going to give a gift, she naturally wanted to choose a reputable and high-quality one. So she started searching for suitable shops online at around the 10,000 price range. This search took her most of the day, and the results were completely unexpected. All the shops that had dresses in that price range had mixed reviews regarding the quality of the items. Moreover, all the user IDs leaving negative reviews were from famous mermaid witches residing on several ocean planets in the Empire. This meant that all the bad reviews came from mermaids or mermaid witches. How could she dare to buy from them? She could only gradually raise her budget to find shops with more positive reviews. As a result, her budget climbed to 100,000 before she finally saw a decline in negative reviews. At that moment, Xing Rui understood another thing. The price threshold for dresses made from deep-sea fabric was 100,000. Below 100,000 and above 10,000, ordinary people and non-mermaid witches would give good reviews. But mermaid witches all gave negative reviews, citing quality issues. Above 100,000, the quality of the dresses began to stabilize positively, and mermaid witches would start giving good reviews. After checking the prices of her initial two targets, Xing Rui glanced at her small wallet, which had only about 100,000 left in pocket money. She fell into silence. After handing over the serialization of the Collapse series novels to Alicia, she transferred all her royalties to Alicia every month. It wasn't her writing, so she couldn't shamelessly keep that considerable amount of royalties for herself. This led to her pocket money since last year coming entirely from her mother. Even if she scrimped and saved, not spending money carelessly, her savings over the years amounted to only 100,000. Of course, she believed that if she really needed money and asked her mom, They would definitely give it to her without hesitation. But Xing Rui didn't want to prepare her gifts this way. Sigh, not being able to buy anything, what should she do? Alicia suddenly appeared, gently pressing her index fingers against the corners of Xing Rui's mouth, lifting them up and squinting her eyes with a smile, saying, "Cheer up. Always frowning will make you ugly." Xing Rui should smile more. It looks better that way. Xing Rui smiled a little. Okay, I won't frown anymore. But if I can't afford the night mech and the deep-sea fabric dress, what should I buy if I want to lower the standards? Since the current situation was insufficient mineral reserves, she could only lower her standards further to find a suitable gift. She liked sweet pastries, so she could look for a well-known dessert shop in the capital Star to customize the best cake for her. She also remembered that Nono had mentioned wanting an intelligent mechanical chip produced by the Imperial Research Institute to upgrade her intelligence brain and turn it into her intelligent mechanical assistant. After confirming her second target, Xing Rui immediately began searching the most famous dessert shops in the capital Star. There are many. Alicia, noticing that Xing Rui was looking at dessert shops, enthusiastically introduced several to her. Xing Rui quickly locked onto her target, a dessert shop located conveniently near the Xing family residence. The fruit dessert set sold in this shop was very popular. Priced at $28,888 for a set, it included a total of 189 flavors, each prepared differently, with 3 of each flavor in a large package. Xing Rui thought this was great. There was also a set priced at $37,666, which was also a fruit dessert combination, increasing the number of flavors to 277, still 3 of each. The most expensive was a set priced at $59,999, with the number of flavors skyrocketing to 499, and 5 of each flavor. Xing Rui wasn't sure about the cost performance, but one was Alicia's recommendation, and the other had a 99 positive review rate in the comments. The 1 negative reviews she glanced at were mostly due to some fruit flavors. Great, it was just about the fruit flavors, not the texture or quality of the preparation, and it only accounted for 1 of the total, so she should be able to buy it with confidence. After saving the relevant shop, Xing Rui began looking at the prices of intelligent chips from the Imperial Research Institute. When Nono first mentioned her idea, she and Nono browsed the prices of chips from the Imperial Research Institute together. The intelligent chips sold by the Imperial Research Institute were divided into civilian and professional types, with civilian chips mainly being cheap. The cheapest intelligent chip only cost a few hundred. Professional intelligent chips focused on high performance. Even the cheapest professional-grade intelligent chip cost over 100 million and was often out of stock. However, even the cheapest civilian intelligent chip, which cost only a few hundred, would triple the price due to shipping from the capital Star to the Icon Star. Moreover, the cheapest intelligent chip could only make the intelligence brain sing, dance, or rap for you, and couldn't even play basketball with you. After realizing the shipping cost issue, she and Nono had given up on that idea. And now, they were in the capital Star, so the shipping costs shouldn't be that outrageous, right? Xing Rui casually clicked on a 648 intelligent chip, with a shipping cost of 1 of the price, which was $648. Then she clicked on a 300,000 intelligent chip, with a shipping cost of 5, which was $15,000. Sure enough, it was much cheaper than what they had seen on Icon Star. The method of calculating shipping costs was different. On Icon Star, it would multiply several times, while here in the capital Star, it was a percentage of the price. Thus, Xing Rui locked onto a professional intelligent chip priced at $38,848, which mentioned in its description that once loaded into the intelligence brain, it could serve as a user's basic intelligent mechanical assistant. The reviews section of this intelligent chip also had many witches commenting that it was a very good entry-level chip. As for the shipping cost, it was set at 2, which was acceptable. Xing Rui saved the chip. The Imperial Research Institute was truly impressive. She thought that among the high-performance professional chips, the better ones would start from over 100,000, but now it seemed that the entry-level chip prices weren't as expensive as she initially thought. The target for the gift has been temporarily decided. Xing Rui is now preparing to expand her range and look at more similar products to try and find the best one. At this moment, Alicia, who had been watching Xing Rui with a smile, suddenly sensed something and quickly disappeared. A few seconds later, Grandma Xing Zixuan walked into the room. Upon seeing her grandmother, Xing Rui revealed a sweet smile and said, "Hello, Grandma. Good, good, good." I suddenly remembered something. "What are you doing?" "Choosing a gift for a friend." "A gift?" Grandma Xing Zishuan smiled and said, "You want to give gifts to your two little friends." After speaking, Grandma lightly waved her right hand, and a bank card appeared in her hand, which she stuffed into Xing Rui's hand. "Spend it freely, buy the best one. The password is 114514. Xing Rui suddenly felt that the bank card in her hand emitted a certain foul smell. "Grandma, how much money is in here?" Xing Rui asked, feeling embarrassed. Grandma waved her hand. "I don't know. I didn't pay much attention. Last time I checked, it seemed to be 200 million. Xing Rui immediately trembled and let the bank card drop onto the table. 200 million. Grandma Xing Zishuan looked at Xing Rui, who was in shock, and asked in confusion, "This amount of money isn't much." "Don't worry, spend it freely. Our family is wealthy." At this moment, Xing Rui's mother, Rui Chui, suddenly remembered something, slapped her forehead, and said with a wry smile, "Oh no, Yao Yao probably forgot about this." The mother's words immediately attracted the attention of both. She asked with a bitter smile, "Rui, how much pocket money did your mom give you each month when you were in school?" 10,000. During her time at the Young Witch Academy, her monthly pocket money was 10,000. 10,000. Grandma Xing Zishuan shouted, looking at Rui Chui, who decided that. "Yao Yao?" Rui Chui sighed and rubbed her forehead. Sure enough, Yao Yao forgot about this. The 10,000 monthly allowance was set before Rui became a witch. Yao Yao probably forgot about it. And I also forgot to remind her. Grandma Xing Zishuan gritted her teeth in anger. 10,000. I wish I could pull Yao Yao up from her bed and give her a good spanking. 10,000. You only give your precious daughter 10,000. She muttered, "TSK. I'll deal with her when she wakes up." Then she looked at Xing Rui and said, "Rui, sweetheart, you take that card and spend it. From today onwards, this card belongs to you. By the way, what gifts were you planning to give your friends? Let Grandma help you with some suggestions." Xing Rui fell silent. Grandma Xing Zishuan tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Rui, haven't you thought of it yet? Why don't you tell Grandma what your two friends like? I can help you prepare." Xing Rui realized something at this moment. What gift she wanted to give was no longer something she could decide. Given Grandma's personality, she would definitely look down on the gift she had just chosen and would surely sweep it all away and start over. So, Xing Rui expressed the gifts she wanted to give and laid out everything she had in mind. However, Grandma's reaction wasn't as dismissive as Xing Rui had imagined. "Oh, the dessert set from the Golden Maze dessert shop? Good choice, Rui. They really do have delicious desserts, and I like them too. The smart chip from the Imperial Research Institute. Is it for children who like smart machines? An entry-level chip, not bad. It's indeed not suitable to buy a higher performance chip at the beginning. An entry-level professional chip is quite good. However, as a gift, it's still a bit lacking." Grandma Xing Zishuan quickly followed her granddaughter's line of thought, made a few small modifications to the gifts she prepared, and explained to Xing Rui. There are many nuances in the entry-level chip from the Imperial Research Institute. The one you're interested in is indeed an entry-level smart chip, but its stability and lifespan are too poor, only highlighting cost-performance ratio. I've changed it to this one, which is 250,000. It's also an entry-level smart chip, but its stability, computing speed, and lifespan are dozens of times better than the previous one. Most importantly, this is a chip that can be upgraded and iterated. You can upgrade it yourself without buying a new chip. Oh. Not understanding the nuances, Xing Rui did not refute anything, just listened and nodded continuously. "Your other friend, I remember, is a mermaid witch, right?" "Yes. You're giving her desserts, which means she likes to eat. If she likes to eat, she must come from the planet Cerna. Only the mermaid witches from this planet are big foodies. Give her this." Grandma Xing Zishuan presented a piece of information about the gift she chose for Xing Rui, a blue, translucent gelatinous substance, the name of which was a species that Xing Rui was very familiar with. Dragon marrow from the gem dragon. Eating the dragon marrow from the gem dragon would make the scales on the tails of the mermaid witches from Cerna shine like gems and allow them to change the color of their tail scales to some extent. However, this item is quite sought after. Not only mermaid witches, but many witches also like to buy it to cook and eat. Wake up early tomorrow and you should be able to catch it. Finally, regarding the desserts from Golden Maze, Grandma Xing Zishuan paused. You don't need to buy any fruit sets. Tomorrow, just go to the shop and tell them you want every dessert in the shop. Buy 5 of each. Make 3 sets. You can keep one for yourself and give 1 set to each of your 2 friends. Xing Rui just numbly nodded. In the end, Grandma Xing Zishuan handed Xing Rui a quantum storage device. This storage device can be directly loaded onto the smart brain, increasing its computing speed and storage space. Inside this quantum storage device, there are the entrance test contents and examination guidelines for Terra Academy that I prepared based on my own summary over the years. It includes flexible methods to allocate yourself to better or worse classes, as well as detailed introductions and study content for each subject after enrollment. In short, all the important information from enrollment to graduation at Terra Academy is in here. After Grandma Xing Zishuan left, Xing Rui looked at her drastically changed gifts, the quantum storage device in her hand, and the bank card on the table. Xing Rui looked at her mother, Rui Chui, who nodded, accept it. It's Grandma's heartfelt intention. After you enroll, your monthly pocket money will be adjusted to 1 million. But Mom, I already have this card. That's the one your grandma gave you. Pocket money is from me and your mom. They can't be mixed together. All right. If you need to buy magic materials at the academy, I and your mom will give you extra money. It's settled. Shi Gui. So, from today onwards, is she a rich woman? 1 million a month. She probably wouldn't even spend half of it at school. The next second, Alicia appeared again, hugging Xing Rui and teasing her with a smile. Hello, little rich girl, as Alicia teased. Xing Rui smiled and asked, do you want anything? Xing Rui shook the bank card in her hand. Tomorrow we're going shopping, big time. From today on, I'll support you. Chapter 60. The Golden Maze Dessert Shop. That afternoon, Xing Rui received replies from her 2 little friends. Nuo Yunbei's response was very simple, just a straightforward and powerful good. As for Haishi, looking at the continuous messages sent for 5 minutes, Xing Rui could only smile helplessly and responded to soothe Haishi's little mood swings. The next morning, after sleeping almost the entire day, Xing Yao's mother finally woke up. Upon waking and seeing her daughter waiting by the bed, she simply hugged her tightly for a long time before letting go. Although her mother's emotional regulation ability was strong, it was also quite volatile. When she learned that she and Alicia were going shopping after lunch, Xing Yao's mother initially planned to take her own mother along, so all 4 of them would set out together. However, her mother Ruiqi's schedule changed. Previously, because her daughter had not awakened, she hadn't gone to meet the Witch Empress at the royal residence. Now that her daughter was awake and everything was fine, she naturally had to attend to her business today. Thus, the originally planned group of 4 was reduced to 3. After lunch, when Xing Yao's mother prepared for the 3 of them to go out, Grandma Xing Zishuan suddenly found them and very seriously stated that the Empress not only wanted to see Ruiqi, but also Xing Yao's mother. So the afternoon outing was reduced from 3 to 2. Finally, Xing Rui and Alicia set off happily. With 2 mothers present, the 2 still felt a bit constrained. To prepare for today's outing, both Xing Rui and Alicia wore matching dresses in different colors. Xing Rui's dress was white with blue decorations, while Alicia's was white with pink decorations and a sheer veil. Both wore knee-high white stockings, and, at Alicia's extra request, Xing Rui had a blue leg ring on the top of her left stocking, while Alicia had a pink leg ring on her right stocking. Lastly, their matching pure white short boots also differed in color patterns, and they wore white circular hats on their heads. As for the harsh sunlight, it was simple. Just use magic. Xing Rui's sun protection spell was more than enough to maintain the operation for both of them. Moreover, with the generally high attractiveness of witches, the only thing that made Alicia stand out was her pink hair. Just before they were set to leave, Alicia curiously asked Xing Rui what she thought about her changing her hair color to a light purple. Xing Rui's first reaction was that it would look like erosion. She smiled and replied that if Alicia changed her color to light purple, she would change her hair to gold and her eyes to emerald green. Alicia expressed confusion, but Xing Rui mysteriously did not explain the reason. Thus, the 2 girls, fully prepared, left their family residence and set off toward the Golden Maze Dessert Shop. However, just after leaving the family residence and not going far, a witch suddenly approached them, pointing at Alicia and asking if she wanted to buy her pink hair. One pink hair for 50. Yes, that's right, 50 for one strand. Alicia immediately declined without hesitation. However, the witch persisted, using various persuasive tactics, even raising the price to 100. Finally, an impatient Xingrui took action. She slightly activated the power of the Savior Seal, transforming her crimson eyes into the cold, indifferent blue eyes of the ancient ancestor Kevin. She directed her aura toward the witch. The entangled witch's expression changed dramatically, and without saying another word, she quickly turned and fled the scene. After driving away the annoying individual, Xingrui subdued the power of the Savior Seal and continued with Alicia toward their first destination, the Golden Maze Dessert Shop. This dessert shop was opened by a fairy race affiliated with the Empire. The fairies loved sweets and were best known for making various desserts. Before joining the Empire, the fairy race was treated as slaves by many alien races to make desserts for them. Some aliens, due to the fairies' long exposure to dessert making, often emitted a strong sweet scent, leading them to eat the fairies as desserts. After joining the Empire, and with the ingredients provided by the Witch Empress, they created a total of 555 desserts to thank the Witch Empress who saved them. Of course, Xingrui thought the number 555 was questionable and might have been exaggerated or fabricated by the witches or fairies. Anyway, after joining the Empire, the fairies quickly became one of the witches' favorite races simply because they made delicious desserts. The Golden Maze Dessert Shop was one of the more famous chain dessert shops among the fairy race. The fairies in this chain shop excelled at making fruit-based desserts. Almost all the fruit ingredients produced on various planets could be turned into delicious desserts by them, regardless of how bizarre or odd-looking the ingredients were. Therefore, they received high praise from witches, humans, and other races from across the Empire. Coincidentally, when Xingrui and Alicia arrived at the shop today, it just so happened that an event was taking place. The Golden Maze Dessert Shop Chef Competition. Alicia exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the banner, clapping her hands. We are so lucky, Xingrui, to catch the dessert shop's competition. Come on, let's go check it out. Alicia pulled Xingrui quickly to the entrance of the dessert shop, where a fairy about 20 centimeters tall, with pink hair, was quickly flapping her transparent wings to hover in the air. With the help of a loudspeaker, she projected her childlike and adorable voice. Come take a look. Today is the competition day for our shop's chef competition. Free tastings of the desserts carefully crafted by the chefs, and you can score them. All participants will receive a 30% discount coupon for the Golden Maze Dessert Shop chain. The little fairy with pink twin tails shouted energetically. She seemed completely unaware that the loudspeaker had a recording and replay function, as she repeatedly shouted the same thing. Upon entering the shop, they were greeted by decorations gleaming with a golden light. The walls were gold, the floor was gold, and all the decorations in the hall were also gold. The cabinet storing today as freshly made desserts was also gold. It truly was the Golden Maze. Xingrui's lips twitched slightly. No wonder it was called the Golden Maze Dessert Shop. There was really nothing in the shop but gold. Hello. Welcome, dear guests. A gray-haired fairy appeared beside them. Alicia squinted her eyes and smiled at the fairy server. Hello, cute little fairy. Oh my. The gray-haired little fairy immediately blushed and stammered. Thank you for the compliment. Being praised by a guest is so flattering. Alicia pressed on. So, could you please take us to the tasting point for this chef competition? Of course. Leave it to me. The little fairy patted her chest, comparable to a 45-year-old's, and led the two to the hall for the chef competition. As they walked, she introduced them. There are a total of 4 fairies participating in this competition, and each fairy specializes in different desserts. However, when they reached the entrance of the hall and saw the situation inside, Xingrui's expression changed. There are so many people here. The large hall is filled with people to the point that it feels a bit cramped, and everyone's eyes are eagerly fixed on the window where the chef's signature dessert is about to be served. Just then, a fairy brings out a chef's special dessert. But as soon as it leaves the display window, a group of people suddenly rushes forward to grab it before it can even be placed on the table. Once the dessert is snatched away, the fairy who just served it sits on the ground, the plate overturned, looking completely disheveled. The gray-haired fairy feels a bit embarrassed about this scene. Xingrui looks at Ailishia and thinks, forget it. Ailishia gives an awkward smile, raises her hand, and gently pats the head of the dejected gray-haired fairy, saying it's okay. Could you introduce us to the desserts here? We want to buy some to take home, and we also have a huge order to place. Can we ask you for help, cute little fairy? The gray-haired fairy immediately perks up, saying no problem. Leave it to me, but what do you mean by a big order? Xingrui blinks and softly asks, how many types of desserts does your shop offer in total? 1,277 types. The gray-haired fairy answers without hesitation. 1,277 types of desserts, 5 of each type, counted as one group. For such a group, I want 7 groups. Can you do that? The gray-haired fairy is shocked, even forgetting to flap her thin wings behind her, momentarily hovering in the air before falling straight down. Ailishia quickly reaches out to catch the cute little fairy, who stares blankly at Xingrui. It takes a while for her to come to her senses, and she stammers, asking, guest, when do you want them? Within a week. Xingrui makes a gesture for 7 and emphasizes, and I hope to use your shop's specially made time containers for the order, a total of 7. I can pay extra. Is that okay? The gray-haired fairy starts counting on her fingers. 1,277 types multiplied by 5. 5 sevens are 35. Carry the 3. 5 sevens are 35 plus 33 is 18. Carry the 3. 2 fives, 2 fives, 2 fives, 50, 50 plus 8, boo-hoo, I can't calculate anymore. The dizzy little fairy, lost in her calculations, quickly flaps her wings and flies towards the inside of the shop. While flying, she shouts, Sister Aya, come out quickly. There's a big order, a super huge one, a super order that could feed 10,000 fairies, an order that could feed 100 witches for a year, an ultimate order that would prevent Xiao Bai from adding sugar to Xiao Jin's goat milk, an order that would stop Teacher Xia from feeding Xiao Bai bullets. Xingrui. Did she just hear something oddly familiar? Chapter 61. Ice crystals in the paradise. Let the readers get involved in short. The Gold Amaze dessert shop went quite smoothly. After the gray little fairy introduced their shop's golden fairy, who is the owner of the dessert shop, Xingrui successfully placed her large order. She paid the deposit and confirmed the time. As a gift for this large order, today, Ailishia and Xingrui enjoyed a 40% discount on all desserts in the shop. So, they packed 3 portions of all the desserts displayed in the shop's display case and left the dessert shop amidst the shocked and envious gazes of the fairies and other customers. After leaving the dessert shop, the next destination for the two was the largest shopping plaza nearby. What do girls do when they go shopping? Buy clothes, pants, pretty little dresses, taste various delicacies, drink milk tea, and eat desserts. Ailishia and Xingrui were no exception. After a day full of fun, food, and shopping, until late at night, the two girls were each carrying a bag of barbecue as they walked slowly towards their family residence. In a late night of the capital star, the streets were still bustling with crowds, almost no different from the daytime. Walking on the street, although it was still noisy and crowded, after a day of eating, drinking, and having fun, the mood of the two girls gradually calmed down. Now, while Xingrui and Ailishia were enjoying their last late-night barbecue, they were discussing their future plans. The pre-civilization volume of the Collapse novel has been completed. So, does Ailey know what happens in the current civilization volume? That is, has the generation of May and her friends thought about how to continue writing? The content of the pre-civilization volume has ended. I wonder what Ailey's thoughts are on writing the current civilization volume. Then it needs Xingrui to write it. Ailishia gently shook the grilled gemstone dragon skewers in her hand. Her eyes focused on the regular orange tiles on the street beneath her feet. She jumped back and forth between the tiles, her movements playful and cute, yet elegant. Xingrui, beside her, extended her right hand and intertwined her fingers with Ailishia's left hand to help Ailey maintain her balance, while her other hand held the bag containing their skewers. Ailishia's response surprised Xingrui a bit. Me? Yes. I only know about May and the experiences and stories she told me. But I believe the current civilization cannot be just their stories. There must be many other stories belonging to others. So, the current civilization volume will be entrusted to Xingrui to write. Xingrui smiled helplessly, but still agreed. Sure. The current civilization volume indeed has many interesting and memorable stories, and I will write them down one by one. However, since I will write the current civilization volume, does Ailey have any other plans next? Ailey Shia jumped up, landing steadily on the last orange square on the street with her feet together. She squinted and smiled at Xing Rue. Of course, I want to play games. I want to recreate the past paradise in this world through games. Xing Rue couldn't help but tease. So you want to recreate the shattered paradise in front of everyone? Ailey Shia tilted her head. The shattered paradise? Ailey Shia pondered. Shook her head, I don't quite understand what Xing Rue is trying to express. Xing Rue smiled slightly and proposed her suggestion. In the past paradise, in order to fight against the eroding ruler, didn't everyone sacrifice one after another? Ailey Shia nodded gently. Xing Rue made her devilish suggestion. To create an interface in the game that lists the crystal silhouettes of the 12 heroes. Every time a hero sacrifices after their story ends, it would switch to this interface, and then let the players personally operate to shatter the crystal silhouette representing that hero. Ailey Shia's expression froze slightly, and she immediately pouted, looking indignant, and lightly punched Xing Rue's chest with her small fist. That's bad. This would be too cruel for those players. Ailey Shia couldn't bear to think about it. Witnessing the sacrifices of the heroes was one thing, but now they were even required to shatter the crystal silhouettes representing them. If the players were very sentimental girls, this scene would have to be repeated 12 times in front of them. If it were Ailey Shia, she would never design something like this. She hoped that future players could thoroughly enjoy the beauty of the past paradise rather than being fed knives. One can not only see the beautiful side. Xing Rue smiled and said, If Ailey can't do it, then let me do it. How about that? Ailey Shia thought seriously for a few seconds, smiled, and nodded in agreement. Sure, Xing Rue is right. Everything in the past paradise is not just beautiful. Then it's decided. I will be responsible for creating the beautiful content, and Xing Rue will take care of the sad parts, leaving a profound impression on the players. That's how we agreed after deciding on the division of labor for the future game production of the past paradise. Ailey Shia shifted the topic to Xing Rue's studies. Have you thought about which subjects you want to choose in the future? Ailey Shia's left hand intertwined with Xing Rue's right hand again, gently swinging. Their tightly held hands swaying back and forth like a swing. I haven't thought about it yet. Xing Rue honestly replied, unable to help but complain. There are just too many elective subjects. In one university, there are thousands of elective subjects, and I don't even know if I can finish looking at them all this week. The materials on elective subjects given by my grandmother are very detailed, including pros and cons, pitfalls, difficulty level, reliable which mentors, and senior students. There are also notes on which people need to maintain social distance due to personality factors, etc. Xing Rue felt that her grandmother was not just giving her reference materials for elective subjects, but rather a detailed personnel investigation for each subject, describing everything from elective mentors to the experiences, strengths, and personalities of the senior students. Therefore, Xing Rue still hasn't decided on her future elective subjects. What about the entrance exam? Ailey Shia continued to ask. The entrance exam is very stable. I'm not afraid of written tests or practical tests. No, and I've already discussed it. We will do our best to get into whatever class we can, as long as we can stay in the same dormitory. However, according to the regulations of Terra Academy, there must be at least 4 people in the dormitory of the villa where we live, and there will be another student moving in then. Oh dear, I'll get to meet a new cute girl again. Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited and looking forward to it. Xing Rue, what kind of witch do you hope your future roommate will be like? Ailey Shia smiled and guessed cute, beautiful and sexy, cool, or lively and quirky, or gentle and quiet like you. Come on, Xing Rue. Take a guess. Xing Rue thought hard for a moment and finally shook her head. I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of roommate I hope to have in the future. However, as long as she's not a troublemaker, I can accept it. What Xing Rue fears most is troublemakers. Yesterday, didn't grandma and mother ask her to interact with the 3 daughters of her aunts who were the same age as her? She was very glad that she did not interact with them, because this morning, the 3 troublemakers smashed the figure cabinet in grandma's bedroom before she and Ailey Shia left. The 3 troublemakers were even suspended at the door of grandma's room, automatically getting there, but spanked with magic. The red bottom is comparable to those three little kittens in Tom and Jerry. Hee hee. It seems that something came to her mind, and Alicia couldn't help but laugh out loud. But just as Alicia wanted to share a fun story, she just thought of with Xing Rui. Xing Rui's smart brain suddenly rang with a series of message alerts. Reluctantly, Xing Rui let go of Alicia's right hand, which was interlocked with hers, and opened the projection screen of her smart brain. The message was from Xing Yao's mom, and the content was quite simple. Best mom, Rui darling, hurry home, there's something important. Xing Rui felt a bit disappointed. It seemed our night stroll plan was going to be interrupted. Let's go, it's time to head home. Alicia, however, was not disappointed at all. It's okay, there's still many days ahead. We could take our time. Chapter 62, Imperial Authority Inside the House. The Emperor's flame outside as Xing Rui and AI Licia hurried back to the family residence. They entered the door to find Xing Yao's mother and their mother Rui Chui waiting at the entrance, along with their grandmother Xing Zixian. When Xing Zixian saw AI Licia, her expression froze. You are. This morning, when preparing to depart, AI Li had been avoiding grandmother Xing Zixian, so she was temporarily unaware of AI Licia's presence. As they just entered, Xing Rui was anxious, and AI Licia had time to hide before being pulled in by Xing Rui. With no other choice, AI Licia could only endure the pressure and sense of danger that grandmother Xing Zixian brought and greeted her. Hello, Sister Zixian. I'm AI Licia. The star contracted with Xing Rui. I'm her best friend. Nice to meet you, grandmother. Xing Zixian's expression was strange. Contracted star? She instinctively looked towards Xing Yao's mother and Rui Chui, noticing that both had normal expressions and showed no signs of surprise. She realized the issue. Am I the only one who doesn't know? Xing Yao's mother looked at her mother strangely and retorted, Mother, you didn't know? You're the nightmare level 3 witch. Even if AI Li hides her presence, you should be able to detect her, right? Rui Chui added, Indeed, Mother, we always thought you knew. The reason we didn't mention it is that AI Li hadn't figured out how to meet you yet. Given the pressure you put on her, as the star-eating witch, it's a bit much. Xing Zixian carefully examined the brightly dressed, sunny pink-haired girl before her. Wait, ay undicesimo ya? She scrutinized AI Licia's features, pink hair, violet eyes. Ay undicesimo ya? Grandmother Xing Zixian suddenly exclaimed. You're the AI Licia from the Collapse novel? She covered her cheeks, which suddenly flushed a strange shade of red. But having raised 39 daughters, even with her youthful mindset and personality, her emotional control was quite good. Realizing her loss of composure, she coughed lightly and quickly regained her composure, though her gaze towards AI Licia still held surprise and excitement. Let us get down to business. Come inside. Stop standing outside. Once inside, after the 5 of them were seated, Grandmother Xing Zixian's first request was for Xing Rui to demonstrate the power of her first star contract, the power resembling the royal characteristic of imperial authority. Xing Rui had discussed this with her grandmother, and when it was mentioned yesterday, she had casually brushed it off. But now that her grandmother knew, it meant that her mother and Xing Yao's mother had already informed her. Therefore, without any hesitation, Xing Rui ignited the golden flame, lifting it in her palm to display it before her. Grandmother Xing Zixian directly placed her hand into the golden flame, and after a few seconds, she withdrew her hand, seemingly relieved. It's not imperial authority, just a similar manifestation. Moreover, if my perception is correct, this flame is much more powerful than the royal imperial authority. Xing Yao's mother and Rui Chui exchanged glances. Grandmother Xing Zixian then urged Xing Rui to elaborate on the effects and power of the golden flame. The effects were still the same. A sole attack on all non-human anomalies, heretics, and chaotic beings, with a defined power resting in Xing Rui's hands. As long as she made a definition, even if the person standing before her was a fellow witch, they would still be burned. As for the power, Xing Rui directly used an incident from a few days ago at the Starport space station on AI Coinstar as an example, using a seed as a medium. Through the connection between the Garfield maternal organism and the seed, she directly burned away all seeds and parasitic spores, significantly weakening the soul of the Garfield maternal organism. If it weren't for the maternal organism's quick reaction in severing the connection with all seeds and spores, Xing Rui was confident she could have burned the maternal organism's soul to death and left behind a complete corpse for the witch Rui Ku. This flame is way more impressive than imperial authority. Grandmother Xing Zixian praised while looking at Rui Chui and Xing Yao's mother. By the way, the genetic test results are out. She is indeed your biological daughter, with no relation to the royal family. Xing Rui was filled with questions. Genetic test? She looked at her mother and Xing Yao's mother, her eyes full of confusion. Finally, Xing Yao's mother sighed and took out a golden diamond-shaped crystal, handing it to Xing Rui. Sorry, your mother, and I didn't mean to doubt you. It's just that His Majesty's attitude made us uneasy, so we conducted a genetic test. Her mother's apology only confused Xing Rui further. Mother, what happened when you and Mom met the Witch Emperor? Met? Rui Chui sighed, feeling regretful and disappointed. We didn't even get to see His Majesty. We only saw His Majesty's figure in videos before, and I was hoping to finally have a chance to see His Majesty up close. But your mother and I didn't get to meet. We were only given 2 items by the head of His Majesty's royal guards to pass on to you. One of those items was what Xing Rui held in her hand. Xing Rui pressed her thumb and index finger against the tip of the golden diamond-shaped crystal. What is this? Grandmother Xing Zixian said softly. This is the Witch Emperor's token. Seeing this crystal is like seeing the Witch Emperor in person. Xing Rui's small hand trembled, and the golden diamond-shaped crystal slipped from her grasp. She hurriedly caught it with both hands, gripping it tightly, her face pale as she exclaimed, What is this? For me? Grandmother Xing Zixian nodded. This is also why your mother doubted whether you might be His Majesty's direct descendant. You see, none of His Majesty's daughters have ever possessed this token. Xing Rui's mind was in turmoil, and she began to doubt whether she was truly her mother and Rui Chui's biological daughter. Otherwise, why would the Witch Emperor give me something like this? None of her daughters have had it. Why give it to me? Thankfully, Ai Lishia's embrace gradually calmed her racing heart. Ai Lishia gently pinched Xing Rui's cheeks a few times, using slight pain to help her regain her composure. All right, don't worry, Xing Rui. I believe your mother, Mom, and Grandma will explain everything to you. Just listen, there's no need to think too much, Xing Hui nodded, staring at the golden crystal in her hand. Seeing this crystal is like seeing the Witch Emperor in person, but this crystal looks ordinary, just a diamond-shaped golden crystal. And since the Witch Emperor hasn't given it to her daughters, even if I really took it out, others wouldn't recognize it. Xing Rui speculated that the so-called seeing the crystal is like seeing the Witch Emperor in person function was likely only applicable to the Witch Emperor's royal guards and her close aides. With this thought, Xing Rui felt relieved. The purpose of this crystal token, rather than seeing the crystal as seeing the person, was more like an identification proof. It served to let those close to the Witch Emperor know she was someone important to her. You can rest assured about your blood relation. Grandmother Xing Zixian emphasized again, you are indeed Chui and Yao Yao's daughter. This is beyond doubt. Xing Rui nodded and curiously asked Grandma, Can you tell me about the royal magic characteristic royal authority? I remember that Haishi's mother, Sister Ruishandra, also mistook this golden flame for royal authority before. Ruishandra? Grandma Xing Zixian seemed to ponder. I think I remember that name. Huh. This statement undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of the other 4 people present. Grandma Xing Zixian had heard of the name Ruishandra. If I'm not mistaken, Ruishandra was one of the most outstanding members of the Empire's airborne troops, the Hell Paratroopers. She was also the only one who dared to directly drop from planetary orbit without using any protective equipment for orbital descent, a real tough character. Her deeds are still well known, and every new recruit entering the Hell Paratroopers must learn about her, as instructors use her as a negative example as a warning. Xing Zixian couldn't help but chuckle. I remember Lily complains about Ruishandra every time she visits, saying she regrets not kicking Ruishandra out of the Hell Paratroopers earlier, tarnishing their reputation. She also said that every year, new recruits hear about this negative example and think it's cool, believing their physical strength can match that of the Cerna's monstrous mermaid witch, wanting to make a physical descent from orbit. Xing Rui's expression was quite subtle. So, is Sister Ruishandra's reputation good or bad? To descend from orbit without any protective equipment sounds really impressive. Ahem, I digress. Grandma Xing Zixuan cleared her throat and redirected the topic back to royal authority. Every member of the royal family actually possesses two types of magical characteristics. One is the magical characteristic awakened after they become witches, and the other is the royal authority characteristic that every royal member must possess after awakening. The manifestation of royal authority is the golden flame, but it is completely different from your golden flame. Your golden flame targets the enemies of humanity, aberrations, heretics, and chaos, which correspond precisely to all the enemies we have encountered in our empire's history. In contrast, royal authority targets traitors, rebels, and spies. Under royal authority, all spies and treacherous ministers cannot hide. There are no lies, no deception. Under the illumination of the golden flame, no one can speak falsehoods that contradict their true feelings. Grandma Xing Zixuan didn't continue, allowing Xing Rui a moment to digest this information. Xing Rui began to understand. The Emperor of Warhammer 40K grants his golden flame to target humanity's enemies. Therefore, the royal authority specifically targets all traitors and spies within humanity. One focuses on external enemies, while the other focuses on internal ones. What about the other thing? Xing Rui suddenly asked. Didn't Mom and Mother bring back two things? What is the other one? A coordinate, Grandma Xing Zixuan replied, projecting the galaxy with her smart brain. A flickering point of light marked the position of the coordinate at the edge of the galaxy. Coordinate? Is there anything special about it? Naturally, there is. Something interesting happened at this coordinate 3 years ago. Another projection screen unfolded, displaying the scene of the interesting event that Grandma mentioned from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the Imperial border outpost at this coordinate suddenly observed a large-scale space-time distortion phenomenon without any warning. At that time, a scientific research team at the Imperial border outpost, along with a patrol team, went to the coordinate for scientific investigation. They discovered a severely damaged, never-before-recorded large warship at the coordinate. The model and style of this warship had never appeared in the Empire's historical records, neither in the Empire itself nor among the enemies it had encountered. Moreover, they found extremely brutal signs of battle inside the warship, along with numerous mutilated human corpses and fragments of armor. No survivors were found, and all equipment inside the warship was severely damaged, with no possibility of data recovery. When Xing Rui saw the full view of the warship wreckage, her mouth twitched violently. She struggled to suppress her urge to curse, forcing herself to appear calm as she looked at the full view of the warship, which clearly resembled a warship style from the Warhammer 40K human empire. A battleship, a cruiser, or a combat lighter. In any case, after this incident was reported to the Emperor established an overseas scientific research station at that location. According to the message from the commander of the Imperial Guard, the Witch Empress hopes that one day you will go to the research station at this coordinate with a token. As for when that day will be, we don't know. Perhaps it will be up to you to decide. Xing Rui fell back into a state of confusion. What does this mean? After she matures in strength, she would have to go to Warhammer 40K to help the Emperor? No way. She doesn't want to go to the Warhammer 40K universe. She would rather exterminate all humanity's enemies in this galaxy than go to Warhammer 40K. Moreover, the Imperial warships from Warhammer 40K have come to their world, and the Emperor himself has arrived. How far could those 4 small vendors be? So now, is there still time for her to find a big truck and crash it to reincarnate into another world? Are those 2 goddesses who were eager to have her reincarnate as a hero in their world still around? Help! Chapter 63. Just an ordinary bystander with a curious interest in being a witch, however, regarding whether to really cross over and be reborn again. Xing Rui is certain that if such an opportunity were truly presented to her, she would refuse without hesitation. She cannot abandon her current family, friends, and the bond she has formed with Alicia. If it were just to escape everything related to the Warhammer 40K world, she feels it would not be worth it. Although her memories of her family life and her past life are vague, she still has some impression of it. It was not a very happy or perfect family for her. This also drives her to cherish her current family even more. Since the Emperor has chosen her and contracted with her, and Alicia has trusted her and given her everything, Xing Rui does not want to let down their expectations and recognition. This also reminds Xing Rui of a joke from her past life. Everyone claims to be loyal. Everyone shouts loyalty. But if you were really sent to the Warhammer 40k world to show your loyalty, you just cry like a little brat who got their toes stepped on. If one day in the future, the enemies of humanity from the Warhammer 40k world invade her world, her choice would definitely be to deliver a sword of combined preservation and salvation to all the enemies of humanity at the first opportunity. Chaos? Demons? They will first taste the power of my Amber King with a single sword. After that evening's conversation, Xing Rui did not go out again for the next period of time. She focused her main energy on studying the materials her grandmother had given her. Through video communication with the AI, the three girls discussed the future elective courses together. During this time, Xing Rui also thought of a way to give Alicia a student identity to facilitate her activities within the academy. Alicia agreed, and Grandma Xing Zixuan prepared a qualification for Alicia as a companion student. Since Alicia is not a witch and has no record in the Empire's household registration archives, even if she registered now, she could not immediately enroll in Terra Academy. Therefore, preparing a companion student qualification for Alicia would allow her to move freely within Terra Academy and enjoy various facilities. On the fifth day, the fairies from the Golden Maze dessert shop arrived to deliver the order that Xing Rui had placed, along with the entry-level smart chip she had ordered. After paying the final amount and giving the fairies a generous tip, the Golden Fairy, as the shop owner, handed Xing Rui a special membership card. As long as she uses this membership card in all dessert shops operated by the fairies, she can enjoy a 30% discount, not limited to the Golden Maze dessert shop. Xing Rui happily accepted it and then distributed the planned desserts, one set for her mother and one for her grandmother. When Mama Xing Yao received the desserts gifted by her daughter, she excitedly hugged her, rubbed her face against hers, and kissed her cheek repeatedly, saying that her daughter had grown up and was now caring for her mother, which made her very touched. Mother Rui Chui, on the other hand, showed a troubled expression and, while expressing her gratitude, sighed and said that if she wanted to maintain her figure, it might take some effort. Even someone as disciplined and self-controlled as Mother Rui Chui found it hard to resist the fairies' desserts, so she could only rely on more exercise to alleviate the burden brought by the sweets. Coincidentally, this also reminded Mama Xing Yao to urge her daughter to stick to exercising after entering school and absolutely not to become a fat orange cat. Just after giving her advice, Xing Yao saw Alicia happily tasting the desserts, one after another, having eaten several. She then posed a question to Alicia. Alicia's true form is a star, right? So what is Alicia's current real weight? Alicia's response was very simple. Little fists pounding your chest. Grandma Xing Zixuan was also happy to receive the gift from Xing Rui, embracing her, rubbing her face, and kissing her cheek. No wonder they are family. The way they express excitement and affection is exactly the same between Mama and Grandma. Happy Grandma then pulled Xing Rui into a chat, and as for the content of the conversation, it was all about Mama Xing Yao's black history. In a daze, Xing Rui seemed to see the shadow of a certain chatty master in Grandma Xing Zixuan. You all really love to talk about the black history of raising children. However, while Xing Rui was focused on reading and analyzing the elective course materials provided by her grandmother, something very interesting happened. That day, in the small courtyard, while enjoying the sunlight and the breeze, reading materials, and eating desserts, an unexpected guest suddenly intruded, bringing her at least a whole day's joy. You're Xing Rui, right? The favorite granddaughter of Grandma? Xing Rui looked at the girl who suddenly appeared beside her, standing about 1.5 meters tall. She had smooth, flowing long hair, a white off-shoulder camisole, an exquisite collarbone, and a slightly rounded chest that was a bit more prominent than that of padded 45. She wore blue denim shorts that revealed her white legs, along with white socks and black and white sports shoes. The girl stood before her, looking proud, and asked Xing Rui, "Do you want to eat some dessert?" Xing Rui, resting her chin on one hand on the table, looked at the girl with interest and smiled. "Hello. Would you like to have some dessert?" The girl ignored Xing Rui's gentle smile, snorted, and pointed at Xing Rui, shouting, "Humph. Don't think you can bribe me. Even if you treat me to dessert, I won't give you Grandma's favorite granddaughter position." Xing Hui. Xing Rui shook her head, maintained her smile, and emphasized, "It's from the Golden Maze dessert shop." "What Golden Maze? I've never heard of it." The girl looked disdainful, waved her hand, and said, "All right, don't try to bribe me. I won't fall for your tricks." Xing Rui was not anxious or angry, just smiled at the girl and said, "You want to be Grandma's favorite granddaughter? Of course. Oomph. You'd be shocked if I told you." The girl proudly declared, "My total magic power has broken through 10,000, reaching an ultra-high value of 11,000. I got full marks in all 4 subjects in my graduation exam. For the entrance exam, I even received 2 S-rank evaluations. Do you dare to say yours? If you can beat me, I will. I will give you Grandma's favorite granddaughter position." Xing Rui was surprised. "Wow, that's impressive. I really can compete with you. I only got full marks in math for my graduation exam, and my entrance exam evaluations were only B and C. You're really amazing. Great job." Xing Rui gently clapped her hands, and the girl raised her chin, unable to hide her happiness, appearing very proud. "Oomph. Of course. Don't think that pretending to be comatose to gain Grandma's attention and affection will work. Let me tell you, that's all a crooked path, unprofessional, and self-degrading. You can't compete with me. When I enter Terra Academy this year, I will get into the best class and earn the title of the strongest freshman this year. At that time, I'll protect you, this weakling. With your entrance exam scores, you'll probably be eaten clean by those bad guys as soon as you enter school." Seemingly confirming that Xing Rui had no qualifications to compete for the title of Grandma's favorite granddaughter, her tone became even more arrogant. "Just follow me. If anyone causes you trouble, just report my name, and I'll protect you. No one can bully you. At that time, I'll be the one to clear the way in front. And you 3 just need to shout 666 behind me." Xing Rui was unconvinced, thinking that this family sister was really overconfident, the kind that was too confident. "So, what's your name?" "Xing Ba. Is that okay?" "Not is that okay. It's Xing Ba. Xing Ba, the star of stars, the tyrant of tyrants." It seemed that she had hit a sore spot, and Xing Ba immediately exploded with anger, shouting to correct her. And she emphasized, "Remember this. From now on, I am the overlord of the Terra Academy. Call me Lord Xing Ba." All right, Lord Xing Ba." Xing Rui smiled helplessly. "Xing Ba, is that name serious? How did a cute girl with a bit of baby fat come up with such a strange name? This must be a title she gave herself, right? So, Lord Xing Ba, do you want to eat dessert? It's peach-flavored. I don't want to. I'm on a diet." Xing Rui was puzzled. With such a slim waist and no excess fat, she is on a diet? Her sister is really interesting. Is she trying to lose weight when she isn't even fat? In any case, remember this. From today onward, I, Lord Xing Ba, will protect you. Once we enroll, make sure to mention our names." The girl who called herself Xing Ba turned and ran towards the courtyard wall, leaping over the 2-meter-high wall with a light jump. Xing Rui was stunned, thinking to herself, "Is this the power of a physique rated SS? Damn it, she wants that too." After encountering this cute yet proud and confident family sister, Xing Rui's life returned to normal. After arriving at the agreed time with her friends, Xing Rui, along with her mother and Mother Xing Chui, headed to the Terra Academy, having applied for a temporary magic license a week in advance. Mama Xing Yao directly used space teleportation magic to transport the 3 of them, along with Alicia in her fairy form, to the nearest city to the Terra Academy. There was a large area near the Terra Academy with devices that interfered with space magic, so they couldn't teleport directly and had to first arrive at the nearest city. Then they would use the teleportation array established within the city to enter the area where the Terra Academy was located. In the newly established freshman enrollment department of the Terra Academy, Xing Rui finally reunited with her 2 little friends. When Haishi saw Xing Rui from afar, she reacted the quickest, sliding down the water slide directly to Xing Rui, leaping to hug her. She controlled her strength well, not knocking Xing Rui to the ground. She immediately transformed her tail into the long tail of a sea snake, wrapping it around Xing Rui's waist and offering her own facial cleanser. "Woo, Rui, I missed you so much." Haishi hugged Xing Rui and whimpered, but she wasn't crying. Xing Rui struggled to maintain her balance while hugging Haishi, patting her smooth back and murmuring, "I missed you too, Haishi, but can you get down now? There's so many people watching." Clearly, the little witches who chose to enroll today were were not few at all. And Haishi's smooth sprint and hug naturally attracted the attention of some curious little witches and their mothers. Can I? If I let go of Rue, will she disappear? No, absolutely not. Come on down. Eventually, Haishi let go, and Nuoyun Bei stood in front of Xing Rue. Xing Rue bent down to hug Nuono for a few seconds before parting. Nuono smiled and said, "Welcome back, Sister Xing Rue. I'm Imbat Nono." After the joy of reunion, the three girls chatted about their recent lives, experiences, and fun times. Mama Xing Yao and Mother Xing Chui explained the recent situation of Xing Yao to the two mothers, Ruishandra and Caroline, the two which mothers nodded in understanding. When discussing their future plans, Ruishandra and Caroline decided to live in the capital city for a while. Ruishandra was fine. Her partner's business in Selnii supported her and her daughter's daily expenses in the capital city comfortably. However, Caroline felt a bit helpless due to special circumstances. Her savings had run out a year ago. During her year at the Young Witch Academy, she had been making money by giving online classes to other witches and ghostwriting magic papers. The cost of living in the capital city was higher than an AI co-star, so she needed to find a job to maintain her and her daughter's future expenses. Mama Xing Yao and Mother Xing Chui didn't directly mention the cost of living for Caroline in the capital city. They took care of it all themselves. Instead, through the relationship of the Xing family, they introduced Caroline to a part-time math tutor position at the Young Witch Academy in the capital city. The math tutor position was relatively easy, only requiring her to teach classes, but it did have higher educational requirements and teacher personality expectations. Caroline was very happy to accept and said she would apply once Nua successfully enrolled. After a brief chat, it was time for the three girls to participate in the freshman entrance exam at the Terra Academy. The first exam was a written test. As soon as Xing Rue received the test paper, she glanced at it. It included subjects like math, history, moral education, and law. The number of questions wasn't too many, but at the very end of the test paper, there was a question that surprised Xing Rue. What kind of witch do you want to become? This question was akin to when teachers in elementary school asked everyone what they wanted to be when they grew up, what kind of person they wanted to become. The answers were usually things like scientist, pilot, athlete, and so on. If it were the little witches, those who were more mature like herself might answer seriously. But the little witches with regressed mentalities would probably give all kinds of strange answers. And what about Xing Rue herself? What kind of witch did she want to become in the future? She had the answer in her heart. In the future, she wanted to become a witch who could protect her loved ones and things, who would never cry out, "I can't do anything." But Xing Rue hesitated. Should she really write such an answer? An extra question that wouldn't add or subtract points. However, considering that it might affect her class placement, Xing Rue decided to write a fun answer. I want to become an ordinary passing witch out of interest. This answer is perfect. Chapter 64. Holy Light? Swordsmanship? So outdated, it's all about spinning around now. Woo! The exam questions are so difficult. I can't answer a single question in the three subjects besides history. The written exam has no time limit, and both Xing Rue and Nono finished and submitted their papers right away, while Haishi couldn't answer the questions of mathematics, moral education, and law. So she just gave up and submitted her paper to end her torment. After the exam, Haishi felt like she was doomed, and her mental state appeared somewhat downcast. What kind of witch does Haishi want to become? Xing Rue curiously asked, and Haishi immediately perked up, answering without hesitation. I want to be a witch who eats through the entire universe. What about Nono? Noinbai, who was asked, looked slightly stunned and softly said, "It's a secret, I can't tell." What's there to keep secret? Come on, Nono, just tell us. Noinbai glanced at Haishi and decisively said, I want to be a witch who can eat mermaids raw. Wow, that's evil. So evil. Haishi reacted strongly and immediately hid behind Xing holding on to Xing Rue's slender waist, scared. Rue, Nono wants to eat me. You have to punish this evil witch Nono. All right, stop messing around. The practical test is about to begin. Just then, Xing Rue received a message from her mother. The four of them were in the practical test venue for new students, and her mother asked her to bring Nono and Haishi over to observe the practical tests of other new little witches. After informing Haishi and Nono, Haishi immediately became interested, instantly forgetting about Nono wanting to eat her. Eagerly walking at the front, guided by the signs and staff along the way, they successfully arrived at the practical test venue. As they passed the end of the corridor and stepped out, Xing Rui suddenly felt a subtle change in the spatial level. The fairy Ailey also spoke up beside her. It's a pocket space. Finally, seeing a bit of different scientific technology in this world, Xing Rui also noticed that this space was somewhat absurdly large. At this moment, a girl made entirely of illusory light and shadow appeared before them. With silver hair and blue eyes, cat ears on her head, a silver cattail, and dressed in a dress, the graceful cat girl introduced herself in a gentle voice. Hello, classmates Xing Rui, Haishi, and Noinbai Terra. My name is Yue, and I am one of the artificial intelligences serving Terra Academy. I will now transport you to your mother Ruikui and the other three. Please remain standing to avoid any accidents during the transport. Yue, Xing Rui murmured, thank you for your trouble. It's my duty. Yue smiled. May I ask if the three of you experience spatial transport dizziness? No. Xing Rui shook her head. Noinbai followed suit, and Haishi shook her head as well. After confirming that all three had no issues, Yue asked them to close their eyes. Although the process of spatial transport is brief, the visual changes during transport may have a temporary effect on the vision of the transported. Closing their eyes and briefly waiting for a few seconds, they opened their eyes at Yue's prompt. The scene before them had changed. They were standing in a spectator area resembling a sports stadium. Not far away, they could see Xingyao Mama waving at them. After Xing Rui pulled Haishi and Nono over, Caroline asked, how did you find a written exam? Very easy. This was Noinbai's answer. It was okay, not too difficult. This was Xing Rui's answer. I couldn't do anything except history. I submitted a blank paper. Ruishindrat suddenly gasped for air, clutching her chest and breathing heavily, staring at her daughter. Yet feeling helpless, she realized that her daughter had inherited her smooth brain's aversion to mathematics quite well. As for moral education and law, this girl simply found them too tedious to remember. Otherwise, how could she explain that her math score was just barely passing at 60, and her moral education and law scores were only in the 70s, yet she got a perfect score in history? Xinjiao Mamapo Ishandat Smot. Fair back to help her calm down, then called the three little witches over to watch the test. After sitting down just in time, a little witch's practical test was coming to an end. Since she couldn't see clearly, Xing Rui cast an eagle-eye technique on herself, Nono, and Haishi to get a better view of the distant battle. In the center of the field, a petite, lowly shaped little witch with golden hair and purple eyes looked like she was about to cry. She kept shouting something, and fireballs of uniform size flew towards her enemy, a bug-like creature that looked like a jumping insect. But the bug didn't need to dodge. The fireballs released by the panicked little witch had no aim whatsoever, and not a single fireball hit the bug. Finally, as the bug pounced on the little witch, the practical test came to an end. The moment the bug knocked down the little witch, it instantly transformed into countless tiny particles and scattered. The frightened little witch immediately scrambled up from the ground and ran crying towards the entrance, throwing herself into the arms of a tall, mature-looking blonde witch with blue eyes. Have you thought about what weapon you want to choose? The fairy Ailey asked beside Xing Rui, and Xing Rui's answer came without hesitation. Of course, it's a bow and arrow, hee. I can't just abandon the bow and arrow I've learned from you. In the practical test combat assessment phase, little witches can choose one weapon and one magic to use in the test. The weapons are specially made by the Academy. All melee weapons are very light, yet they don't affect the combat power of heavier weapons like hammers, great swords, door panel swords, and large shields. Ranged weapons are also divided into cold and hot weapons. For example, with a bow and arrow, you don't need to draw the bow to shoot. You just need to hold the bowstring and pull back, and arrows will automatically generate. All you have to do is aim and release. As for hot weapons, they have no recoil, built-in aiming assistance, unlimited ammunition without needing to change magazines, and their weight has been specially treated just like melee weapons. Continuous fire doesn't cause overheating of the barrel either. Therefore, in the practical assessment phase, hot weapons are considered the absolute wheelchair. Pulling the trigger, shooting freely, passing easily. Magic? In this case, isn't a gun 1,000 times easier to use than magic? Of course, not every little witch will choose hot weapons. According to statistics summarized by Grandma Xingzixuan, The weapons and magic chosen by little witches during the assessment are often related to their living environment. Many little witches tend to ignore both cold and hot weapons and simply choose one magic to start the assessment, even when the instructors remind them. They still stubbornly stick to their own opinions. This means that only a few little witches can successfully pass the practical assessment. You can't expect a girl who has experienced a psychological age regression and has always lived in a peaceful and happy environment without war to defeat the constantly attacking fierce bug monsters. Can you? Therefore, the practical assessment at Terra Academy often receives complaints from witch parents who believe that such stimulating and unreasonable assessment content should not be included in the entrance exam for little witches. But Terra Academy still insists on retaining this practical assessment project. However, the next little witch to take the stage immediately captured Xingrue's attention. With golden hair, golden eyes, a slender figure front and back. Well, the back is obscured by her skirt. She has a high appearance and exudes a cool temperament. She is wearing a pure white dress, over-the-knee white stockings, and a pair of short boots. What Starry cares about the most is the pair of pure white wings behind her. She gently shakes her wings, and soon, pure white feathers fall from them, scattering on the ground. However, she simply waves her hand, and the fallen feathers are collected into her personal space. It seems that it's the feather molting season for the angel witches. Hey, an angel witch? This is the first time I've seen one. Haishi's eyes widen as she carefully examines the cool and aloof angel witch. Although she's called a little witch, Starry estimates her height to be over 7 meters, making her quite the standard big sister. It is said that angel witches generally range from 1.8 to 1.9 meters tall, which makes them one of the taller types among witches. An angel. The fairy Ailey looks at the distant angel witch and suddenly says, "If those feathers on her back could be used to make bedding, it must be very comfortable, right? And what do you think, Starry?" Starry feels a bit helpless and replies, "Ailey, even if you pluck all the feathers from her wings twice, you might not gather enough down for a set of bedding. Let us give up on this dangerous idea." Moreover, the wings of angel witches can only be touched by their chosen partners and mothers. For them, touches from non-partners, lovers, or family members, unless accidental, are considered inappropriate. Starry adds that for most angel witches, it doesn't matter if the touch was intentional or not. Once you touch them, it's considered inappropriate. If you touch me inappropriately, then we'll meet in the duel arena. Why the duel arena? Angel witches are among the most combative types of witches in the Empire. This golden-haired, golden-eyed angel, which shows a sharp silver knight's sword as her weapon, but Starry couldn't tell what magic she selected. Once this angel, which entered the arena, the practical assessment officially began. After just defeating the previous little witch's crying bug monster, it charged at her. But this angel which swiftly cut the bug in half with a single swipe of her sword. Then, 2 bugs regenerated. The angel which effortlessly slayed one with another swift strike and dodged the coordinated attack of another before turning to stab through the body of yet another bug. Starry feels that this angel, which gives her a sense of lethargy. Is she bored by the weakness of these enemies? Angel witches are so strong. Haishi watches the angel, which skillfully deal with all the enemies attacking her, and shows a hint of envy. Beside her, Ruishandra snorts, "It's just like that. Once you've trained your body well, I'll teach you orbital drop techniques, and you can annihilate those angel witches 100 times over." Starry, her mother Xingyao, and her mother Ruikui all share an awkward smile. Orbital drop? Teaching Haishi to drop straight from orbit to the surface using just her body? Well, let us skip that. During their brief conversation, the number of monsters in the practical assessment arena continues to increase. After 2, there are 4, then 8, then 16. Each time the number doubles. Even though each monster is easily cut down by the angel witch with a single sword strike, as the numbers grow, clearing them quickly becomes more challenging. Gradually, the angel witch begins to feel the pressure. Haishi asks in confusion, "Strange, doesn't she have wings? Why isn't she flying? If she flies, those monsters won't be able to hit her, right?" She can't do that. Mother Ruikui explains, angel witches expend stamina when flying with their wings. Flying combat consumes a lot of energy for a little witch. Moreover, the first thing angel witches learn is not how to fly, but how to maintain their balance while having 2 extra pairs of large wings during various movements. Think about it. walking, running, turning, jumping, swinging arms. Any action is affected by the large, thick-feathered wings on their backs. The large surface area of the wings increases air resistance and slows them down. This situation can have devastating effects in battle. Ruishandra nods in agreement. That's right. In our memories, all angel witches use their wings like extra mechanical arms during combat. Besides flying, the sharpness of the wing feathers, after being enchanted and tempered with magic, can easily cut through battleship armor. I remember that the favorite battle method of angel witches is to spread their wings to the limit, then turn into a giant top, spinning into the enemy's formation. What is a giant top? Shouldn't the battle method of angel witches involve superb martial skills combined with holy light magic? Does every time I meet a witch, I have to shatter all my previous imaginations of that type of witch? So, do angel witches not rely on holy light magic for combat? Starry quietly asks, and Ruishandra chuckles. Holy light magic? Angel witches have long stopped using that outdated religious magic. Now they prefer to use berserk magic and swordsmanship. When berserk magic is activated, they charge into the enemy ranks and start killing indiscriminately, which is much more exhilarating than that holy light magic, right? Swordsmanship allows one person to control hundreds or thousands of swords, making the killing efficiency much faster than swinging a single sword. Oh, and about the giant top. When an adult angel witch fully spreads her wings, they can reach 8 to 10 meters. When she spins, she creates a circle with a diameter of 8 to 10 meters, and that spinning speed of killing enemies is also faster than using a sword to slash. One of the most memorable scenes from my early days as a soldier was when a group of angel witches lined up and then started spinning forward. It looked like a harvesting machine during wheat harvesting. The defensive structures of the enemy's fortress were as fragile as paper. Their wings could slice through them with ease. Ruishandra glances at the angel witch, who is showing signs of fatigue under the swarm of bugs, shaking her head. This child is still too inexperienced. It's all the fault of those foolish angel witches from the orbital drop unit. My impression of angel witches in battle is now that they land and go berserk, reinforcing their wings, and then start spinning. If this little witch starts spinning, she'll surely get dizzy. She is still too inexperienced. Starry sighs, and Ailey sighs along with her. After this conversation, the holy and noble image of angel witches, filled with holy light, has completely shattered in the minds of the two girls. Who knows how many times such situations will repeat in the upcoming school life at Terra Academy. Chapter 65. Steps create wind instead of local wind in the practical training ground. The angelic little witch, realizing her struggles, finally began to use the magic she had chosen. Rather than shouting the name of the spell for dramatic effect, she chose to recite it silently in her heart. The little witch's speed suddenly increased. This enhancement in speed greatly improved her efficiency in defeating enemies. Steps create wind. It was the class magic steps create wind. Class magic means that this spell provides different degrees of enhancement based on the level of the user. For example, for a beginner witch, steps create wind offers a 10 boost. For an intermediate witch, the boost rises to 30. For an advanced witch, it increases to 50. At the highest level for a cruel witch, the boost jumps directly to 100, doubling the effect. As for the nightmare witch, it's unclear. The materials didn't specify. In the materials about Grandma Xingzi Xuan, it was mentioned that before the practical tests, the magic you choose will be directly given to you. Although the provided magic is all beginner level, all of them have the characteristic of no casting time. This means that whether you say, shout, or silently recite the name of the spell, it will take effect immediately. This is a specially tailored beginner magic for little witches. Among the many beginner spells, 3 have the highest value. The most recommended is Steps Create Wind, although the speed boost at the beginner level is only 10. Frequent use of this spell can help little witches adapt well to the sudden increase in speed. This is beneficial for learning higher level steps, create wind spells in the future. Enhancing adaptability under increased speed. This is also the magic most recommended by Grandma, because Steps Create Wind is something every witch must learn with a wide range of applicability. Many witches can even use this magic to bring faster and more thrilling pleasure to their partners when sharing a bed. Furthermore, because the beginner magic Steps Create Wind is highly applicable, every witch knows this spell. This leads to a multitude of different versions of steps create wind existing online and in school libraries, mixing truth and falsehood, including versions that directly impersonate the standard version to scam money. Grandma vividly gave an example. Her 15th daughter, who is Xing Rui's 15th aunt, did not choose steps create wind during the practical assessment, but opted for another spell, planning to learn steps create wind herself after enrolling. The magic that every witch can learn has a 100 popularity rate, meaning it can be found and learned in both online and school library records. And she fell victim to it. In the school library, she found a version of Steps Create Wind that had the most downloads, the highest ratings, and received 5-star reviews from several well-known witch instructors. After returning, she showcased it to Grandma. Then, in front of Grandma, she began to frantically and exaggeratedly thrust her hips at an incredible speed. Grandma thought her daughter was coming onto her and knocked her down, giving her a good scolding. You never know if what you learned is Steps Create Wind or XX creates wind. Grandma also wrote a note stating that if you don't choose the beginner magic Steps Create Wind and need to learn it later, just text her. She would provide all the relevant materials for the standard beginner, intermediate, and advanced Steps Create Wind. However, even so, another aunt fell victim later. She learned not the thrusting version, but one that enhances running speed after release, complete with an anime character's leg-spinning running effect. Even after realizing her Steps Create Wind was different from her classmates, she firmly believed hers was the authentic version and that her classmates were using pirated versions. Your grandma. I beg you, just don't go to school to learn Steps Create Wind. I'll do anything for you. This was written in bold, black, in large font at the very end of the materials regarding Steps Create Wind. Now, as the angelic little which used Steps Create Wind, although it did enhance her efficiency in defeating enemies to some extent, the actual situation did not improve much. Just as Xing Rui thought this angelic little which couldn't hold on much longer, she suddenly spread her wings, with golden light enveloping her feathers, seemingly a spell that enhanced her wings. Upon seeing this, Ruichandra suddenly became excited. Oh, is she going to start spinning? I bet she won't last 3 minutes before getting dizzy. Her mother, Ruikui, calmly stated her prediction, I bet 1 minute. But the result far exceeded the expectations of the two witch mothers. The moment the angelic little witch prepared to start spinning, she suddenly tripped over her left foot with her right, and with the inertia from her body preparing to start spinning, she immediately spun and fell to the ground, even throwing her knight's sword away. In the next second, a swarm of insects surged up and overwhelmed her. The assessment ended. After the swarm dispersed, the angelic little witch remained on the ground for a long time, without getting up. The silence from the witches in the audience was deafening. After a while, she finally slowly got up from the ground, her previously aloof and beautiful face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She didn't even pick up her weapon and buried her head, running out of the practical assessment area. At the entrance stood another adult angelic witch with golden hair and golden eyes, exuding a mature charm. The rushing angelic little witch dashed into her mother's embrace. The angel witch mother had a radiant smile on her face, clearly delighted by her daughter's recent embarrassing display. She gently tapped her little head and lovingly comforted her. Ruikui and Ruichandra exchanged glances, with Ruichandra shrugging her shoulders in disbelief. She didn't faint. She tripped herself. This is truly unexpected. The next little witch to appear was still an angelic little witch. However, compared to the previous one, this second little witch with golden hair and green eyes passed by the first angelic little witch, who was still seeking comfort in her mother's arms, saying something and making a face at her, showing a mocking expression. The angel witch mother delivered a swift chop to the head of the mischievous second daughter. Only then did the second angelic little witch enter the assessment area. Xing Rui was not surprised that a witch mother had 2 daughters. She knew about it. 2 witches can indeed simultaneously receive 2 children for care from the Imperial Official Agency, provided that they pay extra. However, the weapon chosen by this golden-haired, green-eyed angelic little witch greatly surprised Xing Rui. She did not choose a cold weapon, but instead opted for a laser Gatling gun. Since all firearms were pre-treated to have no recoil, be lightweight, and not overheat, Grandma referred to them as wheelchair weapons. These are weapons that can be used casually in practical assessments. Upon entering the arena, she immediately ran to a corner. As the assessment began, she pulled the trigger, and the laser Gatling gun, about her size, roared to life. With no recoil or weight pressure, even a little witch like Xing Rui, who had poor physical strength, could easily handle it and spray shots at will. There was no need to watch the ensuing scene. Crouched in the corner, with infinite bullets, no need to reload, no recoil weight effects, and no overheating, the laser Gatling gun began to wreak havoc. After recklessly slaughtering bugs for 5 minutes, the second angelic little witch seemed to find it quite boring. She simply threw her weapon to the ground and lay down. When the bugs rushed over, the assessment automatically ended. The whole process was rather easy and carefree, even a bit willful. When she came out, she showed a provocative posture and gesture towards her sister or younger sister nestled in their mother's arms, looking very arrogant. It seems that this year, an anomaly has emerged among the angelic witches. Rui Chandra pondered, an angelic witch using firearms. At this moment, the artificial intelligence, Ingwe, who had just teleported a few people, appeared. She slightly bowed to everyone, saying classmate Haishi, classmate Noyunbei Tara, and classmate Xingrui. There are still 20 students before your assessment. Please prepare for your turn. Chapter 66. You have a very special scent on you. The assessment of the 20 little witches was something Xing Rui initially thought would take some time. However, the next 20 little witches who took the stage did not perform as impressively as the 2 angel witches before them. None of them managed to last more than 3 minutes before being knocked off the stage. The first to take the stage was Nua. Xing Rui, who had been closely observing the assessment area, raised her fist to cheer for Nua as she was about to take the stage. Go for it, Nua. Nua Yunbei calmly nodded and then selected a hot weapon. For magic, she chose the beginner magic Wine Step, based on the information shared by Xing Rui. Nua Yunbei's actions were similar to those of the angel, which who used hot weapons. She chose a laser Gatling gun, crouched in a corner at the start, and began firing as soon as she pulled the trigger. However, compared to that angel, which who ended her assessment automatically after about 5 minutes, Nua Yunbei held out until she was overwhelmed by the sheer number of insects, finally being knocked down by the waves of bugs. Nua Yunbei lasted for 16 minutes and 28 seconds. Just as Nua Yunbei walked out of the assessment area and was about to return to Xing Rui's side, a blonde, green-eyed angel which suddenly rushed forward and blocked her path, looking at her with curiosity and hope. Do you also like hot weapons? What kind of hot weapon do you like? A Gatling-type machine gun? Or a missile launcher? Or maybe an electromagnetic cannon, plasma, or antimatter weapon? Nua Yunbei was startled by the sudden appearance of the angel witch. She glanced at her in panic, quickly lowered her head, turned around, and ran away. Hiding behind Xing Rui, Nua Yunbei couldn't help but feel afraid of the unfamiliar which approaching her. As a result, the angel which followed her and looked at Xing Rui with a puzzled expression. Are you her mother? Xing Rui was taken aback and shook her head. No, I'm her friend. Friend? The angel witch tilted her head. Are you really not mother and daughter? No. Xing Rui was speechless. Why do you think I'm her mother? Do we look like mother and daughter? The angel witch wrinkled her little nose, leaned closer to Xing Rui, and thoughtfully said, strange. You have a very unique scent. Scent? Xing Rui leaned back slightly, her expression showing some fear. Are you an angel or a canine? Why are you sniffing around like that? She was even afraid that this angel which would suddenly sneak behind her and lick her cheek, then say something like the scent of a liar. What scent? A kind of sacred scent. The angel which stared intently at Xing Rui, but at that moment, a long spear suddenly thrust in, causing the angel which to lean back sharply to avoid the spear that was aimed directly at her head. She then angrily glared at Hai Shi, who was holding the spear, and shouted, Are you crazy? Do you want to kill me? Huh? Hai Shi innocently tilted her head, glanced at the spear in her hand, and then sheepishly showed a clear-eyed, silly smile, scratching the back of her head. Sorry, I slipped. But witches can be revived even if they die, so you dodged it, right? The angel which was instantly furious. Revived? Which witch can come back to life after dying? Do you think you are the witch empress? Huh, but I can. Hai Shi said in confusion. Can't you? It was then that the angel witch noticed that Hai Shi was a mermaid witch. She pointed at her and exclaimed, Wait, you're a mermaid witch? Death. Revival. Are you from Selma? Yeah. The angel witch's earlier imposing demeanor instantly deflated. She glared at Hai Shi and muttered under her breath, "Damn, how did I end up meeting a crazy Selna?" In the next moment, Hai Shi gave a little shake of her hand, and the spear suddenly swept across. The angel witch bent down to avoid the spear that passed over her head, but she lost her balance and fell flat on her backside. "What do you mean? Was that on purpose?" "Oops. Sorry, I really slipped." Hai Shi hurriedly leaned forward, grabbed the angel witch's arm, and tried to pull her up. However, with a sudden force, the angel witch let out a loud owl, because Hai Shi had accidentally dislocated her arm. Saw thee. I didn't mean to, really. I'll help you. I can fix it. My mom taught me how to treat dislocations." But the angel witch only screamed in terror, quickly pushing off the ground with her feet to get away from Hai Shi, shouting, "No, stay away from me. Don't come near me." She quickly flipped over, using her other hand to support herself, and stood up, awkwardly running towards her mother, the angel witch, who was smiling and watching the scene without any intention of intervening. Hai Shi scratched her head and looked at Xing Rui, who was helplessly smiling, and Nuo Yunbei, who gave her a thumbs up. She's so strange. I was clearly helping her, but how did she end up hurting herself?" After saying that, she casually twirled the spear a few times in one hand and excitedly said, Rui, Nuo, watch me perform next." "Go for it." Xing Rui cheered, and Nuo also quietly shouted encouragement for Hai Shi. With her friends cheering her on, Hai Shi exclaimed and slid into the assessment area through the waterway. On the other side, the angel witch mother, who had just completed treatment for her daughter, smiled and asked her second daughter, "Are you very interested in that red-haired little witch?" Standing nearby, the angel witch sister, Janrong, who had ended her assessment by tripping over her own feet, coldly mocked, "Lame." Jan Na shot her sister a fierce glare. "Better than some idiot who trips over her own feet." She then quietly said to her mother, "Mom, I sensed a very unique sacred aura from her." "Sacred aura?" The angel witch mother was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at Xing Rui, and after a brief observation, she indeed felt the sacred aura her daughter mentioned coming from Xing Rui. It was a kind of aura that was very attractive to her, making her feel a desire to get closer and enjoy its comforting presence. The angel witch mother was quite stunned. She knew very well that as witches transform from the angel lineage, they still retain the desire for light and sacred existence from their angelic bloodline. Now, for all angel witches, the most sacred existence, equivalent to light, was undoubtedly the witch empress, treated like a goddess by all angel witches. She was no exception. But now, a little witch had a sacred aura that made her feel a desire to approach it. Could it be? The angel witch mother considered a possibility. A royal member? This sacred aura must undoubtedly be from the direct bloodline of the witch empress. But the witches of the witch empress's bloodline were either blonde or black-haired. Why would there be a red-haired royal member? Could she be the illegitimate child of the witch empress? No. The angel witch mother gently shook her head. Where would an illegitimate child come from? The witch empress still doesn't have partner. All the royal princesses were adopted and transformed into witches as they grew up. So, there couldn't possibly be an illegitimate child. Therefore, the source of this sacred aura was very intriguing, and besides, the girl's red hair and red eyes reminded her of a certain witch. Elemental explosion maniac, Star Witch Xing Yao. She cast her gaze around the spectator seats, and, as expected, saw the figure of elemental explosion maniac, Star Witch Xing Yao, just as she remembered. Alongside her was the witch with silver hair and crimson eyes. She is actually married? Angel Witch Mama was shocked internally. This explosive maniac actually found someone to marry, and her daughter is already this big? This is truly unexpected. She had a feeling that the source of that holy aura was likely the blessing and power brought by the stars her daughter had contracted. So, she patted her daughter Jenna's head and asked, "Do you like that red-haired little witch?" I like her." Jenna thought for a few seconds, nodded with a definite answer, and added, "Her aura reminds me of you, Mom. She must be a gentle little witch like you." I think she is perfect for me." Angel Witch Mama then looked at her other daughter, Janrong, and asked, "What about you, Janrong?" Janrong gazed at Xing Rui for a long time, then nodded, I like her a bit. She is very pretty, with eyes and hair in my favorite red color." Oh, the usually quiet sister actually likes someone. How rare. You. What do you mean you? Are you trying to steal my wife? Do you think you can compete with me, the quiet one? Just stand aside obediently. Jean Rome, who wasn't he good at arguing, turned red with anger. She believed that if their mother weren't present, the two girls would have already started fighting. Faced with her daughter's rivalry, Angel Witch Mama just chuckled, seemingly enjoying the scene. Thus, in the face of her assertive and sharp-tongued younger sister, the older sister quickly conceded and stopped arguing. The victorious younger sister snorted disdainfully. The wooden sister still wants to compete with me. Dream on. Once I win over that red-haired little witch, I'll hug her right in front of this wooden sister, kissing and showing off. Just imagining her frustrated expression makes me so happy. Chapter 67, If Only Her Eyes Looked as Beautiful as Mine or Elicious. Xing Rui did not realize that she had already been targeted by the two little angel witches as a conquest. Her entire focus was on Haishi's battle. All along, neither Xing Rui nor Nono knew how capable Haishi was in combat. They only knew that Haishi had very high physical strength, extremely high, and that Haishi's childhood experiences were quite outrageous, extremely outrageous. Xing Rui and Nono shared a common understanding about Haishi's fighting. Using her tail to whip someone must hurt a lot. But now, Haishi's fighting style completely overturned their expectations. The weapon Haishi chose was a 2-meter long metal spear with excellent toughness, bending almost 180 without breaking. In terms of magic, she also chose Step into the Wind. At the beginning of the battle, Haishi, like Jean Rong, casually jabbed the spear and killed a bug. But as the number of bugs gradually increased, the situation developed completely differently from Jean Rong's. The spear in Haishi's hands moved skillfully, twisting and turning. She whipped, prodded, poked, and slashed, executing various spear techniques with incredible familiarity, her movements light and agile. With the assistance of her innate magic, Haishi was often able to launch attacks from strange angles. Soon, the bugs continued to multiply, but Haishi, surrounded by them, showed no signs of panic. She cast the basic magic, Step into the Wind, on herself. With her speed suddenly increased, she attached a stream of water to her spear and performed a spinning attack reminiscent of a certain cat's sword master. In an instant, she cleared away a large number of bugs around her. At this point, Haishi was already excited. Although these bugs were not as strong as the overlords of the Serna Deep Sea, their sheer numbers and fragility made them easy to defeat, one hit at a time. Haishi's spear techniques became less meticulous, turning into a sweeping attack style aimed at maximizing her attack range. Coupled with her ability to control the water flow, each horizontal sweep could eliminate a large number of bugs. Against these mindless, instinct-driven bugs that lacked intelligence and cooperation, there was indeed no need for excessive technique. Moreover, Haishi's incredible physical strength and endurance began to show their advantages. Haishi had been fighting for over 20 minutes, already feeling bored, and shouted towards the outside of the arena. Can we have something challenging, please? Just these bugs, piling up in numbers, is so boring. Hearing her shout, Ruisandra puffed out her chest proudly, thinking, that's more like it. This is the strength my daughter should have. Upon hearing Haishi's words, the witch instructor in charge of this practical assessment twitched her mouth. So you want a challenge, huh? Fine, I'll oblige. Ingwe, I'm here. After pondering for a moment, the witch instructor said, summon one thick gift crab. With this level of strength, these little bugs are indeed not challenging at all. Understood. In the next second, all the bugs around Haishi turned into tiny particles and dissipated, then reassembled in the distance. Soon, a massive 4-legged giant bug, covered in a thick white shell, appeared in the distance. After the giant bug was simulated, it first pounded the ground with its heavily armored feet, roaring, and then charged directly at Haishi. The giant bug, also known as the thick gift crab, rushed forward like a heavy tank, trying to crush and kill all enemies in its path. Haishi's lips curled into an excited smile as she charged directly at the giant bug without hesitation. Just when everyone thought Haishi would display some amazing maneuver, she crashed head-on into the thick armor on the giant bug's head. Just when everyone thought Haishi would embarrass herself, she suddenly performed a clean flip and rode on the back of the giant bug. Riding on the back of the giant bug, Haishi gripped the uneven shell tightly with both hands. Her tail transformed into the long, flexible tail of a sea serpent. She rolled up her spear and, using the length and flexibility of the sea serpent's tail, drove the spear directly into the soft, unarmored abdomen of the giant bug. The giant bug let out a howl and began to jump in place. Haishi pulled out the spear and stabbed it in again, repeating this several times until the giant bug fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Easy pickings. Haishi rolled up her spear and returned it to her hands. Looking at the witch instructor standing outside the arena with sparkling eyes, full of anticipation, asking, "Can we have a tentacle monster?" The witch instructor's mouth twitched, and a vein popped on her forehead. "Enough. This is not your Cerna deep sea hunting ground." After saying that, she directly pulled Haishi out and quickly said, "Xingrue, it's your turn." Haishi, who was very happy to join Xingrue and Noyu, boasted to Noyu, "How was that? Am I impressive? That bug was really weak. It wouldn't survive even 10 minutes in the Cerna deep sea." Noyu rolled her eyes, saying, "You're a genius for thinking those bugs could survive in the deep sea." "But it really was weak," Haishi insisted. Noyu nodded in agreement. "It really is weak." After that, she showed Haishi the information on the bug, which was called the assault bug, also known as the thick gift crab. Upon seeing the information on the assault bug, Haishi was immediately disappointed. "Oh, is that it? A bug that isn't even considered a small monster in war? There's really nothing to be proud of." "Well, Haishi is still very impressive," Xingrue comforted her. "Even if this bug is weak, it's not something a newly graduated little witch can handle. Haishi being able to kill it so easily already surpasses 99 of little witches. That's really great." Hee hee. Haishi grinned foolishly at Xingrue's praise. Noyu then cheered for her sister Xingrue, who was preparing to go into battle. "Sister Xingrue, go for it." Yes. Rue, you can do it. I just hunted a big bug, so you can definitely do it too." Xingrue turned back and waved her hand with a smile, saying, "Then let's look forward to it. I won't let you down." Before entering the arena, Xingrue decisively chose a bow and arrow at the weapon and magic selection stand provided by the school. The witch instructor was somewhat surprised to see Xingrue choose a bow and arrow. This is rare. A weapon with a 0 usage rate in the last 50 years can actually be used. For magic, Xingrue chose Step into the Wind and immediately chanted it in her heart to empower herself as soon as she entered the arena. Then, she slightly activated the imprint of True Self, enhancing her endurance and speed a little bit. She has almost no exposure to body enhancement magic right now, and to increase her combat endurance, she can only temporarily rely on the engraved imprint. Then, she uses her own magic to color the arrows. When the witch mentor saw the magic arrows condensed on the starry bow turn pink, she frowned slightly. "Pink? I remember it was gray, right? Why has it changed to pink?" The magic arrows are not formed by the little witch's own magic, but are instead absorbed and condensed from the magic in the environment by the bow itself. Therefore, the color has always been the default gray. Now that it has turned pink, the witch mentor found it a bit strange. Could there be a problem with the weapon? She initially thought Starry was using her own magic to enhance the magic arrows, but upon closer inspection, her expression immediately changed to one of surprise. First, she confirmed that Starry had merely dyed the arrows with magic, without doing anything else. But at the same time, she could clearly sense a transparent, semicircular magic dome forming in the practical combat space, inverted against the ground. "Interesting," the witch mentor muttered softly. She flipped through Starry's data, finding no useful information, just age, gender, physical data, and total magic capacity scores. None of these were helpful. So she put the data down and pulled up a projection screen to send a message to someone noted as Old Bitch Dang. "Charlotte, Old Bitch Dang, send me this student's internal information. Make it quick. Old Bitch Dang. Old Bitch Dang. What do you want to do? Charlotte, just curious. Is that a problem? Old Bitch Dang. This student's internal information is just one line. She's the daughter of the star witch Xing Yao." Charlotte. The witch mentor looked in surprise at Starry, who had already begun fighting. The daughter of the star witch Xing Yao, that elemental fusion maniac who almost blew the school to smithereens back in the day. She is actually married and has a daughter. Which brave soul managed to marry her? The witch mentor began to scrutinize Starry in the practical assessment closely. That face, those eyebrows, those lips and nose, and that hair, she really looks like her, a biological daughter. During the ensuing battle, The witch Minter noticed that the magic arrows she shot would be absorbed by the dome when they touched the ground and then shot out in another direction. To put it simply, it's a reflection. Moreover, the number of arrows shot out after being absorbed and reflected by the magic dome would increase. Shoot one arrow, and after being absorbed by the dome or ground, it would reflect 3 magic arrows. This magic manipulation technique is quite good. Little witch? A little witch who has only been in school for a year might not even have such magic manipulation skills. Such meticulous magic manipulation techniques are indeed characteristic of that explosion maniac. No wonder they are mother and daughter. This elemental manipulation skill is truly inherited. At that moment, her smart brain emitted a detailed, prompt sound, and she looked down, instantly fuming. Old bitch dang, look at Starry Witch. She even has a daughter now, and back then, you all said she was the hardest to find a wife, and you were the happiest one at the scene. Old bitch dang, and now, you're still single. Old bitch dang. So listen, I've recently found 5 decent candidates for you, all of the same age. Make time to contact them and meet up tomorrow. I'll send you the contact information. The witch Minter, furious, immediately deleted the friend marked as old bitch dang. Out of sight, out of mind. However, looking at the red-haired figure in the practical assessment, continuously shooting arrows with graceful and flamboyant movements while dodging attacks, combined with the densely reflected pink beams within the dome. It was quite a beautiful and spectacular fighting style, still pretty good as a way to showcase personal characteristics. However, she still preferred Starry Witch's colorful fireballs more. A single colorful fireball could blow up a radius of several dozen kilometers. The Witchminter soon found Starry Witch sitting in the audience. Red hair, blue eyes. Her appearance unchanged. She seemed a bit chubbier, her chest still large, and her every smile still as cute and lively as ever. And upon seeing the tall girl with silver hair and red eyes beside her, especially noticing their affectionate posture, the witch Minter confirmed that this must be her partner. Inexplicably feeling a bit displeased. Just looking at them was annoying. TSK. Out of sight, out of mind. After shifting her gaze, she looked back at Starry. Red hair, red eyes, inheriting Xing Yao's hair color, and the eye color from another mother. TSK. That red eye looks really unpleasant. It would have been so much better if it were the same black eyes as hers. Or violet like Alicia would also be nice. Chapter 68. You recreated a hammer-like ruler. Achu, are you okay, Ellie? In the midst of battle, Xingrui suddenly heard Alicia sneeze and, while expressing concern, did not hesitate or pause in her fighting stance. It's nothing, just felt like a lovely girl was talking about me. Oh no, did Ellie notice? Sigh. I can't hide anything from Ellie. Xingrui smiled in response, while Alicia urged her to focus on the battle. After a brief exchange, Xingrui returned her attention to the fight before her. Magic arrows shot out from her bow, piercing through the bugs before embedding into the ground or the barrier of the magical dome, then reflecting more arrows. Thanks to the reflection of the arrows and their powerful penetrating ability, even with 256 waves of bugs attacking her, she still seemed to handle it with ease. As the wave of 512 bugs was about to commence, Xingrui, like Haishi, made a request to her witch Minter. Teacher, could you summon a challenging opponent? Xingrui asked with a smile, and the witch Minter gladly agreed, sure. Would you like the bug from just now? Or something fresh? Then please bring something fresh, teacher. The witch Minter beamed, all right. Just don't cry from getting hit. She summoned Ingwe, the entry-level orator. Xingrui? Ingwe understood. The bugs all vanished. Before Xingrui appeared a girl with silver hair and blue eyes, dressed in a silver-gray long dress. The witch Minter introduced with interest. Have you read the novel Collapse? This Loreler is a simulated training target constructed by the school's witches based on the descriptions of the Loreler's abilities in the novel and some imagination. Considering you're just a little witch, I gave you the simplest entry version. Now good luck. As her words fell, the Loreler standing opposite Xingrui launched its attack. In an instant, the Loreler unreasonably disassembled the weapon in Xingrui's hand and quickly constructed numerous machine guns to begin a saturation fire attack on her. Startled, Xingrui quickly conjured a magical barrier in front of herself. But soon she sensed through the feedback from the barrier that the destructive power of these machine guns was quite weak. They looked impressive and intimidating, but their actual power might just be enough to slightly scrape her skin. No wonder it's called the entry version. This is really weak. Next, Xing Rui quickly charged forward with the magical barrier, while the lore ruler stood there like a fool, only continuing to construct machine guns for shooting. As a result, Xing Rui managed to close the distance rapidly, using the barrier to endure all the attacks, grabbing the lore ruler's arm and executing a shoulder throw, slamming it hard onto the ground. The next moment, all constructed machine guns disappeared. Xing Rui looked at her witch mentor with a subtle expression, her eyes clearly conveying a message. Is this it? Whose lore ruler is just a squishy target that stands there outputting damage? What kind of restoration of the lore ruler is this? The lore ruler that slaughtered the pre-civilization army in the novel has been turned into this pathetic form by you witches? Even if it's the entry version, it shouldn't be this bad. The look Xing Rui shot made the witch mentor feel displeased. She muttered quietly, "What the heck is this? A lore ruler? What a hammer of a lore ruler. Recreated a ghost of a lore ruler. Forget it. I'll settle the score with them after work today." The witch mentor immediately lost her mood and signaled Xing Rui to hurry out. As Xing Rui passed by her, she asked, "Are you interested in being my student?" Xing Rui tilted her head. "Student?" The witch mentor began to introduce herself seriously. "My name is Charlotte. I am a witch mentor at Terra Academy. The subjects I mainly handle are the compulsory subject of witchcraft and the elective subjects of elemental fusion magic and music magic. If you choose my subjects, I can teach you elemental fusion magic and music magic." Charlotte smiled slightly. "Your posture and looks are perfect for music magic. Want to give it a try? I guarantee that after learning music magic, you will definitely become the music goddess adored by the whole school." Charlotte? Xing Rui recalled that in her previous novel, there was a loyal reader with a username Charlotte. That Charlotte had even wanted to send her a device to help her write, but she had politely declined, fearing her address would be leaked. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. With such a large population in the Empire, having someone with the same name isn't strange. However, about the elective subjects. Sorry, Teacher Charlotte. I have already decided on my elective subjects. Already have? Charlotte was surprised. What elective subjects are you planning to choose? Can you tell me? Xing Rui smiled. Witch cooking society, elemental magic, and Elise's spiritual law. Charlotte was shocked. What kind of bizarre elective subjects are these? Elemental magic is normal. But what use is the witch cooking society? A subject that only knows how to eat? And Elise's spiritual law. That subject is even more ridiculous. In the past 50 years, the number of witches who successfully graduated from that subject can be counted on one hand. Listen to me, don't take such bizarre subjects. Isn't it better to learn elemental fusion and music magic? If you learn music magic, you could enter the music industry in the future and become a well-known musician. Isn't that better than those two elective subjects? Charlotte was a bit anxious, but Xing Rui just smiled and shook her head, politely declining. Sorry, Teacher Charlotte. I choose the subjects that suit me best. I don't plan to delve too deeply into elemental magic. And as for music magic, I'm sorry, but I'm not good at melodies. Thank you for wanting to choose me, but I'm really sorry, Teacher Wei. Xing Rui paused. It's not quite appropriate. Xing Rui left, and Charlotte felt very disappointed. Watching Xing Rui's departing figure, she shook her head and quickly adjusted her mood, calling for the next little witch to conduct the practical assessment. On the way to join her mother and the others, Haishi cheerfully praised Xing Rui. Rui is really amazing. After the practical assessment, even the academy mentor actively wanted Rui to be her student. That's really impressive. Xing Rui smiled. It's not that exaggerated. The last opponent was very weak. The attacks only looked scary, but in reality, they might not even hurt Haishi. Don't believe me? Really? Those bullets and shells were very weak, weaker than the bugs before. And the main body was just a turret that stood there like a wooden post. Not even as strong as the giant bug Haishi defeated before. It was really weak, so weak that even Alicia expressed disappointment. That was definitely not a Laurelor. Sister Xing Rui. So amazing. So beautiful. As soon as Xing Rui finished speaking, Nanubi immediately followed up with praise, saying she really thought Xing Rui's fighting style was incredibly beautiful and elegant. It was like dancing on a battlefield. Thank you, Nono. Xing Rui patted Nanubi's little head, then took her hand. Let us go. The practical assessment is over. And now we should enroll. Let us go check out the dormitory, where we will be living for a long time. Yay. Charge, charge, charge. Academy dormitory. Finally, I can live with Rue and Nua. No more running up and down the floors to copy homework. Xing Rue was speechless, wondering why they were still thinking about homework. They were in college now. How could the witch mentor possibly assign homework like in the Little Witch Academy? Haishi would never escape from homework in this lifetime. Xing Rue teased with a hint of melancholy, and Nua Yunbei nodded in agreement. After reuniting with their mothers, Mama Xing Yao couldn't help but praise her daughter, saying that the recent battle was very splendid and beautiful. Mama Rue Chui also gave a rare and good evaluation. Surprisingly, Rue Shonda lightly patted her daughter's little head and praised, "Well done." But the next second, Haishi turned around and questioned, "Who are you?" "Give my mother back. You're not my mother." So, Rue Shonda ended up demonstrating some martial arts, and Haishi quieted down. Carolina, on the other hand, curiously asked her daughter why she hadn't used the magic she taught her. Nua straightforwardly replied that it was not as useful as a Gatling gun. Carolina felt sad and helpless about her daughter's increasing inclination towards mechanical technology. Could it be that since her daughter had encountered a lot of magic in her daily life, she was instead more curious about mechanical technology? Next came the tedious details of the information upgrade after the practical assessment, the issuance of student IDs, and dormitory assignments. The dormitory arrangements at Terra Academy were very flexible. Since the school had plenty of dormitories, students could live however they wanted. The three girls' wish to live in the same dormitory was easily fulfilled, and after confirming that they didn't mind having another roommate assigned later, the school staff also mentioned that they would inform the three of them when the new student moved in. A new dormitory, a new roommate, a new school, and a brand new life is about to begin. Chapter 69. Art is Patrick Star Explosion. The dormitory is undoubtedly the most anticipated part of Xing Rue's school life over the next few decades. As one of the best witch universities in the empire, the dormitory area of Terra Academy is also quite unique. The entire dormitory area is built in an independent pocket space. There's no way around it. Land prices in Capital Star are too high. Even if the school has money, it cannot purchase a large amount of land at once to serve as student dormitories, as the Land Management Bureau wouldn't allow it. So after several teleportation transitions, when they entered the dormitory area of Terra Academy, they first teleported to the top of a tower. Stepping out of the teleportation hall and arriving at the edge of the tower, they could clearly overlook the vast dormitory area below. Large villas occupying hundreds of square meters, along with sizable front and back gardens, neatly arranged below the tower. The comfortable and orderly layout was pleasing to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. In the distance, they could also see towering buildings, which were apartment dormitories. It was said that there were also treehouse dormitories in the forest, as well as ocean dormitories built underwater and sky dormitories in the air. Feeling quite ordinary, Xing Rue glanced around and felt that it seemed no different from the villa area on Ikoan Star, just that the combined area of the villas and gardens here was somewhat larger. Compared to her home on Ikoan Star, this place was slightly bigger. Here, the focus isn't on how big or luxurious the houses are, but on how comfortable they are to live in. Xingyao's mother explained, regardless of whether it's the villas or the distant apartment buildings, the room structures and sizes can be freely modified. All rooms can expand up to 5 times their original size, providing enough space for you to create your comfortable little home for the next decade. Haishi was puzzled, With such big villas, would anyone choose to live in an apartment? Each which has different preferences. Some like big villas while others prefer the environment of apartment buildings. The same applies to dormitory buildings in other areas. In the future, when you leave the villa and apartment areas, you might even see some dormitory houses built by witches in the wild of this space. Xingyao's mother continued explaining that the school's requirements for student accommodation are not high. If you like the dormitory provided by the school, you can choose whichever you like, and the room size and structure can be freely expanded or modified. If you don't like the dormitory provided by the school, you can find a place to design and build your own, as long as it doesn't disturb the normal lives of other students nearby. What? Haishi, do you want to design your own house? Haishi immediately shook her head vigorously, expressing her refusal. No, the villa is great. I like big villas. I want to make a super large water park in my room. What about Nono? What does Nono want to do? Not telling the idiot. Haishi glared at Nono, and Xing Rue comforted her. It's okay, Haishi, when Nono is done designing, we can go in together to visit. What about Ruiri? What does Ruiri want to do? Xingrui blinked and smiled. It's a secret. I'll tell you when it's done. All right, I'll look forward to it. Next, the mothers took them back to the hall, preparing to take the elevator down. When asked why they didn't fly down using magic, Xingyao's mother explained that there are flying height restrictions in the dormitory area. The height at the top of the tower has already exceeded the flying height limit. If you fly out from here, you would be directly arrested by QI. Chi. Xingrui questioned. Who is that? It's the artificial intelligence specifically responsible for managing dormitories and canteens at the school. If it's related to the canteen or dormitory, you can't go wrong by asking her. At the same time, QI is also responsible for the canteen's delivery service, so be sure not to anger QI, or she will charge you extra delivery fees. Extra delivery fees? Is there anything special about these extra delivery fees that needs to be emphasized? What are extra delivery fees? It's just extra delivery fees. Xingyao's mother recalled, once I angered QI, and for the next week, I had to pay 3 to 5 times the price for any canteen food delivered to the dormitory. But don't worry too much. QI's personality is quite nice. As long as you don't cause too much trouble in the dormitory, she won't get angry. Xingrui was curious, Mom. What did you do to make QI angry? Xingyao's mother showed a hesitant expression, seeming reluctant to speak. In nothing. Just a little thing. Beside her, Mother Ruiqi chuckled and directly burst the bubble of Xingyao's mother's lie. Your mother blew up half of the dormitory area. Xingrui? Mom, you call that a little thing? Ruishandra's focus was somewhat different. You blew up half of the school's dormitory area, and you still graduated smoothly? Is Terra Academy really so tolerant of students causing trouble? Ruishandra was certain that if this happened in an Imperial Academy, not only would they not let you graduate, but they would also make you pay for damages and directly kick you out of the academy. Terra Academy actually let Xingyao, who caused such a big incident, graduate smoothly? Ruishandra could hardly believe it. Xingyao's mother sighed. Well, never mind. Let me explain in detail. Actually, at that time, I was researching the magical technique of 7-element fusion. It was my first attempt at 7-element fusion, and due to overconfidence, the delicate balance between the elements went wrong. In the end, the chaotic and violent elemental sphere, along with the elemental reaction, blew up half of the dormitory area. Fortunately, QI discovered it in time and teleported all the students in the dormitory area out, so there were no casualties. Thinking back to that incident, Xingyao couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Her mother had to pay a lot of money to the school, and afterwards, she never practiced elemental fusion techniques in the dormitory area again. As for the subsequent punishments, in addition to the super high extra delivery fees from QI and some miscellaneous public announcements of punishment from school, the school also immediately required her to graduate when she was able to, not allowing her to continue staying in the academy in any form. Mother Ruiqi kindly added that after this incident, Xingyao's 3 roommates moved out, and for the next decade, all the villas within a few kilometers around the villa dormitory where Xingyao lived were empty. No one dared to live there. Xingrui, Haishi, and Nono couldn't help but laugh. Caroline took a long time before she managed to say one word. Impressive. Xingyao's mother used her own experience to warn the 3 little witches that whether it's researching magic or technology, they should absolutely avoid conducting experiments in the dormitory, especially with high-risk types of special magic like elemental fusion. Otherwise, the consequences could be like hers, or even worse. After taking the elevator to the bottom of the tower, the 4 witch mothers, along with their respective daughters, used flying magic to fly low towards the dormitory where the 3 little witches would live together in the future. As they flew slowly, Xingrui curiously looked around at the villas. Suddenly, she was attracted by a loud shouting sound. As witches transformed from humans, the bloodline that enjoys gossip has been very stably inherited. Xingyao's mother even deliberately slowed down, just to watch the drama unfold. As for the black-haired, elegant witch who was the center of attention, she wore a fitted qipao that accentuated her graceful figure. This witch stood at the door of the moving villa dormitory, knocking while shouting, Xia Yiping, open the door. Xia Yiping, Xia Yiping. Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home. You have the ability to steal women. Why don't you have the ability to open the door? Open the door. You like to put a green hat on me. Huh? You can steal women and put a green hat on me, but you can't open the door, right? Hurry up and come out. If I catch you today, I'm going to chop off both your and her heads and feed them to the pigs. Xing Rui watched the sexy witch in the qipao standing at the door, knocking and shouting in anger. For some reason, she felt that this scene looked a bit familiar. Chapter 70. I really like it here. Everyone here is talented after just knocking on the door to confront his girlfriend, who had cheated on him. Xing Rui continued on his way after enjoying the drama. Soon, he came across another interesting scene. A group of witches had gathered in a courtyard in front of a villa area, split into two sides, one with 5 members and the other with 3. They were arguing about something, and Xing Rui leaned in to listen, as he loved to eavesdrop. What's wrong with taking leave? Didn't the club rules say so? If there's something, I could take a leave of absence. One witch, looking somewhat helpless, asked another, who was exuding an intimidating aura. The powerful witch immediately retorted, the club has rules too. Club members are not allowed to talk back to the club leader. I'm not talking back. I'm trying to reason with you. Lu Xin, I'm your club leader. If I say what you're saying isn't reasoning, then it isn't. If I say you're talking back, then you're talking back. Lu Xin, I'm telling you, today you must loudly say I'm sorry, club leader, in front of all the club members. If I can't hear it, you'll have to say it again. If I still can't hear it, you'll keep saying it until I do. Xing Rui shrank his head. Wow, is this club leader's aura really that strong? What kind of club is this? Such an overbearing demand of its members? Indeed, this unreasonable demand made the witch, who seemed to be trying to reason, furious. She could no longer suppress her anger and said word by word, I don't need to say it in front of all the club members. I can say it right here in front of you. It's just 6 words. In the next moment, her anger erupted completely, and she shouted at the club leader, F off, Liang Fifan. You didn't hear me? If I can't hear it, you'll keep saying it until I do. F off, Liang Fifan. Xing Rui was taken aback. He didn't expect this at all. Immediately after, the witch who was cursing through the club badge, she was holding onto the ground and stomped on it a few times. Get lost. Get out of my dorm. I've never felt happy in your band club. You make me sick. Get lost. Wow. Still going, still going. After finishing another piece of drama, he continued on, and not far ahead, Xing Rui heard another voice broadcast through magic. Looking over, he saw 4 witches of varying appearances standing in front of a stall in the courtyard of a dormitory in the villa area. One of the witches was shouting loudly using an amplification spell. The largest leather club at Tyra Academy. The Nanjiang Leather Club has gone bankrupt. The club leader, that bastard Nanjiang, has run off after racking up debts of 3.5 billion, taking her little sister-in-law with her. We have no choice but to use this enchanted leather armor as wages. Enchanted leather armor originally priced at 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, all for $200. All for $200. Nanjiang, you are not human. Taking the money and running without paying wages. Give us back our hard-earned money. Xing Rui was surprised. It turns out one could even set up stalls to sell things in the villa area, but when items worth millions suddenly drop to a few hundred, anyone could tell there was something wrong. Is this some new marketing tactic? Or is it for real? If it's a new marketing strategy, then this witch named Nanjiang is truly socially dead. Xing Yao's mom glanced at the broadcast. Oh, they're still around. Mom, do you know this leather club? Xing Rui asked, surprised to find it was a club that had existed since his mother was in school. I don't know them, but I've heard of them. Their favorite thing to do is enchant commonly used leather armor with spells that sound impressive and have exaggerated effects, but are actually useless. They specialize in tricking new students who are clueless and inexperienced into buying enchanted gear. Xing Yao's mom smiled slightly. Later, when we get to the dorm and log in your accommodation information, you can report them for selling counterfeit products through QI. Then the school's enforcement team will come, and you'll get to enjoy a thrilling chase. Xing Yao's mom pointed to one of the witches shouting through the broadcast magic. That witch is named Huang He. All her skills and talents are focused on speed magic in the wind system. Every time the enforcement team catches her, she can make them dizzy. Reporting her and watching her mess with the enforcement team was my favorite thing to do back in the day. Wow. Shi Hui exclaimed, Mon, you're not a good person either. Who would report others just to see them evade the school's enforcement team. Continuing on, there was a stretch without any interesting scenes. Just as Xing Rui thought he wouldn't see any witches with interesting souls or enjoy some delicious drama. Suddenly, 3 witches arguing and pulling at each other's arms in front of Villa caught his attention. 2 witches were pulling on the arms of the middle witch, looking anxious, while the middle witch appeared helpless, gazing up at the sky. Oh, did she get caught cheating on 2 boats? Xing Rui signaled Xing Yao's mom to slow down and quietly eavesdrop. It's mine. It's mine. It should be mine. It's not yours. Our club needs fertilizer. This time mine fertilizer is reserved for our crystal club. No, we can't give it to you. The fertilizer from our cherry blossom club is too poor. And we're relying on this time mine fertilizer. Time mine fertilizer. Time mine fertilizer. Mine, it's mine. No, it's mine. It's mine. Xing Rui had a strange expression. What on earth? Fertilizer? Time mine fertilizer? Is it the time mine he was thinking of? Seeing the 2 arguing witches about to fight, the helpless middle witch quickly separated them and took out a sparkling green crystal cluster. Xing Rui's eyes widened. Is it really you? The time mine is being used as fertilizer? Is it for real? Before leaving, Xing Rui heard this senior witch proudly say, "Come on, since you all want it, let's talk about what benefits this time mine fertilizer has. With time mine fertilizer, the yield is 1,800 per mu, right?" Xing Rui didn't know why, but as he flew over, he felt like he was dreaming. Was he really not dreaming? Was he still lying in the house of the Xing family? Was he still asleep? Still in a slumber? Xing Rui pinched his smooth face hard. It hurts. Looks like it's not a dream. Stop. It hurts. I pinched too hard. At the same time, Alicia, who had been traveling with him, chuckled and reached out to rub Xing Rui's cheek, easing her pain. And the time mine fertilizer seemed to be just the beginning. Soon, Xing Rui frequently witnessed the various bizarre operations and behaviors of the witches. One witch, holding genuine leather sandals, tried to prove the quality of the sandals she was selling. She smashed the genuine leather sandals onto a brown shovel while shouting rhythmically, "This beauty wants to buy 2 pairs. Duong. Wishing you wealth all the way. Duong. May your money be hard and crisp. Duong. Drinking waha. Duong. Hitting with the mo hua. Duong. Every girl around is 17 or 18. Duong. Each one looks like a witch empress. Duong. From now on, I will laugh every day." Xing Rui's mind is filled with the sound of that witch tapping a genuine leather sandal against a shovel, creating a duong-duong sound. Later, she also saw a senior witch standing in the courtyard, holding a red fire extinguisher. Is it really a fire extinguisher? She actually saw a classic red fire extinguisher from Earth in the interstellar era. When Xing Rui heard the senior witch blowing out pleasant music through the nozzle that should be for spraying, she fell into silence. Is this a fire extinguisher or a human extinguisher? After that, Xing Rui saw another senior witch, also in the front courtyard of the villa area, dancing passionately and energetically. She shook her shoulders, raised her right fist with a thumbs up, and waved it to the right side of her body. Then she patted her legs, crossed her hands over her chest, opened them down, and then raised her arms, crossing them over her head. Finally, she brought her arms together, letting her hands drop, with the index fingers pointing down to the sides of her legs. Just then, something amazing happened. Below where the senior witch's index fingers pointed, a white smoke appeared, and suddenly 2 miniature versions of herself appeared beneath her index fingers. Immediately, the 2 miniature versions repeated the dance they just did, and when the index fingers dropped again, 4 even smaller versions of herself appeared with a pung sound. Xing Rui was stunned. What is this? Russian nesting dolls? Then she saw the senior witch suddenly shout, "I did it! The ultimate nesting doll magic is complete." Ha ha! It really is nesting dolls. But why did you make the nesting doll magic like this? Finally, when Xing Rui arrived at the entrance of the school dormitory where she would live for the next decade, she couldn't help but grin foolishly. She loved this school so much. Everyone in this school is so talented. Chapter 71. My happy nest with Alicia. What are you giggling about? Rui, are you okay? After landing at the entrance of the villa dormitory, Mama Xing noticed her daughter was grinning widely. She reached out to pinch her daughter's cheeks, asking while squeezing. The touch was just as good as when she was born. And no, it's nothing. Under her mother's reminder, Xing Yao quickly suppressed her silly smile. Then Mama Xing Yao helped her daughter massage her face to relieve the stiffness caused by her grin. All right, let us go in. Arriving in front of villa number 8848. Carolina looked around and asked, "How do we open this door?" They didn't give us a key or an access card. "Of course, we need to find QI." Mama Xingyao replied with a smile. "QI, are you there?" "I'm Xingyao." Suddenly, a projection screen popped up in the middle of the door. On the screen appeared a little demon with red hair, red eyes, and red horns, with dark red demon wings, wearing a black, red, and white Lolita dress. Seeing Mama Xingyao, the little demon girl exclaimed, "Xingyao, didn't you graduate? I brought my daughter to check into the dormitory. The dormitory number is 8848. And there are two other little witch classmates with her, Haishi and Nuonyuan Pei Tera." "Your daughter? You got married?" "Yes. You actually got married? Which brave man married you?" Mama Xingyao's smile froze, and Ruikui beside her chuckled. Mama Xingyao immediately punched the door, leaving a fist mark on the smooth black door. Then gently said, "It's been a long time since we last met, QI. How about I go to your control room now, and we catch up?" The little demon girl on the projection screen panicked and shook her head vigorously. "Don't come over. I warn you, don't come over. If you dare approach my control room, I will. I will call for help." Mama Xingyao knocked on the door. "Hurry up and process the check-in procedures." The little demon girl, feeling wronged, quickly processed the check-in for Xingrui, Haishi, and Nuonyuan Pei. After registering their information, she uploaded the electronic keys for entering the dormitory into each of their smart brains. From now on, they could directly open the gate to the dormitory courtyard using their smart brains. The lawn in the courtyard looked ordinary, just like the manicured grass in a park. Opening the villa's main door with the electronic key, they entered a large living room on the first floor. Xingrui surveyed the warm-toned decor of the living room. It felt similar to her own home. The furniture and appliances were all present, inexplicably giving Xingrui a sense of returning to her home on Ikungsing, bringing a strong sense of liveliness. At this moment, QIS projection appeared from the ceiling in the living room. The last student in this villa left half a month ago, and the dormitory has undergone thorough cleaning and disinfection. The departing student left behind some easy-to-care-for, non-dangerous ornamental plants. I have already cleaned and replaced the tableware used in the kitchen. All furniture and appliances have also been replaced. The first floor consists of 2 bedrooms, 2 public restrooms, and a public bathroom, along with a kitchen. The second floor has the same configuration, 2 bedrooms, 2 public restrooms, and 1 public bathroom, plus a small outdoor platform. The third floor is a storage room. All bedrooms can be reconstructed to have independent bathrooms, depending on your preferences. You can freely choose your rooms and use the room control center to reconstruct the structure and size of your rooms. However, please note that after you finish reconstructing, it will be submitted to me for review to prevent you from reconstructing any dangerous structures or content. Now, you can start selecting your rooms. As soon as QI finished speaking, Haishi shouted, "I want a room on the first floor." Xingrui smiled and said, "I want a room on the second floor." Nuonyuan Pei was the last to express, "I also want a room on the second floor." "All right." Mama Xingyao gently clapped her hands, then said, "You can go and reconstruct your rooms now. QI, I will order some meals from the cafeteria. Could you please deliver them?" "Fine. I won't charge you extra delivery fees this time." QI reluctantly agreed. On the other side, Haishi unexpectedly pulled her mother along, saying she needed her mother's help with some ideas for her room since she couldn't remember some of them. Nuonyuan also brought her mother, hoping Mama Carolina could participate in her room design as well. Xingrui naturally brought along Mama Xingyao and her mother Ruikui to the room on the right side of the second floor. Upon entering the room and finding the room as control system, Xingrui first surveyed the existing furniture and layout. A double bed was positioned in the middle right of the room, and the right wall, which was also the side of the door, had a wardrobe occupying the entire wall. The left side had space for a table and chairs, along with a dressing table and a full-length mirror. Behind the table was a small, low table with 2 lazy sofas, 1 black and 1 white. The balcony was open and not small, if needed. They might hold an afternoon tea gathering here in the future to enjoy the sunshine and breeze. "What do you plan to change, Ria?" Mama Xingyao was still selecting the lunch dishes for QI to deliver, while Mother Ruikui curiously asked her daughter how she planned to modify her room. "I don't think there's much to change. To be honest, this dormitory space is already quite sufficient for her. and she doesn't intend to turn her room into an amusement park. Perhaps just adding an independent bathroom? Elysia, what do you think? Xingrui asked Elysia and submitted the room control system interface to see what she would design for their future shared room. Sure. Elysia happily took over the room control system interface. First, she changed the walls and ceiling of the room to a light pink color. The room's area doubled, and the bed size expanded a bit from a double bed to a triple bed. She merged the dressing table and the desk into a wider and more aesthetically pleasing tabletop, shifted the full-length mirror to integrate it into the wardrobe. She added a shoe cabinet specifically for shoes. Upon entering the room, they would pass through a corridor, and the side space of the corridor was transformed into an independent restroom, complete with a wash basin, bathtub, and everything necessary. The remaining space was converted by Elysia into an entertainment area. A projection screen wall for watching movies was also reserved, and the number of lazy sofas, cushions, and pillows increased, along with a few large lazy sofas for multiple people. A fluffy carpet was added to the wooden floor, and finally, Elysia arranged several cabinets for displaying figures and collectibles, where they could place some figures or souvenirs in the future. After the adjustments, the entire room felt more spacious, with many added details, and the room's tones became warm and soft. After completing the design, Elysia passed the room control system back to Xingrui, smiling and asking, "Do you like it?" "Yes." Xingrui nodded happily, saying she loved it. Elysia's taste and design style were indeed impressive, far superior to hers. "Oh, thank you for the compliment." Next, Xingrui began her next renovation plan. First, she concentrated all the remaining unused space on the upper floor of the current room, treating it as the second floor. Then, in the relatively spacious area of the entertainment space in the room, she added a staircase leading to the second floor. Xingyao and Elysia were the first to ascend the staircase to the second floor. Their mother, Rui Chui, also pulled Xingyao's mother, who was engrossed in ordering food, up to the second floor. Because they were a step behind, when Rui Chui reached the second floor, she saw the ceiling transformed into a sky full of stars. It looked somewhat familiar. Rui Chui felt a sense of familiarity, having seen this starry sky before. Soon, she remembered. This was the special space called the Sea of Stars from the past that her daughter had pulled them into when showcasing her full strength. "Xingrui, did you project the starry sky of the Sea of Stars from the past onto the ceiling?" "Yes." Xingrui nodded. "I designed a switchable one-way transparent ceiling here, which can switch between seeing the normal sky outside and the starry sky of the Sea of Stars from the past. And from the outside, the room inside cannot be seen. Since Elysia updated the starry scenery of the Sea of Stars from the past, the starry sky projected within it has been continuously updated. All the starry skies observed in real time by Elysia's main body stars are updated in the Sea of Stars from the past in real time. Xingrui's hobby is observing stars. She had just asked QI about the starry sky in the dormitory area, which directly replicated the starry sky observable from the location of Terra Academy on the Witch Star, with 100% accuracy. Observing stars here is basically the same as observing stars from the location of Terra Academy in the outside world. Very nice. Rui Chui looked at the starry sky above her, because her partner, Xingyao's mother, is a star witch. She gradually grew to like watching stars in the night sky during their time together. When they get home, she plans to work with Yao Yao to create a ceiling for stargazing as well. Next, Xingrui designed this space as a room specifically for stargazing, equipped with some professional observation equipment. At the same time, she transformed the remaining vacant areas into a second resting bedroom and entertainment space. Spending time with friends under the moonlight and starlight at night is also a nice choice. In the entertainment space on the second floor, Xingrui humorously replicated 3 sets of combat armor and weapon display cabinets from her illusory arena's preparation room. The first set is the combat armor of Doomslayer, along with a shotgun and BFG 3000. The second set is the power armor of the Golden Giant from Warhammer 40k, along with their spear and a chainsaw sword. The third set is the power armor of Master Chief from Halo, and for the weapon, Xingrui whimsically paired it with the C-16 cowboy sniper rifle used by Jim Raynor in StarCraft 2. With these 3 gatekeepers present, no matter what monsters dare to approach. Of course, These projections from the illusory arena's preparation room have no actual effects and are purely display items. It is completely impossible to put them on and start fighting. However, that applies to others. When it comes to her, it's hard to say hee. Rui Chui's eyes lit up at the sight of the 3 sets of armor and weapon display cabinets, which were quite out of place in style on the second floor. She liked the shotgun and BFG 3000 of Doomslayer, as well as the chainsaw sword. The spear was also good, but she didn't like using long-handled weapons. Upon learning that they were merely exhibition models with no actual use, Rui Chui felt a bit disappointed. Nevertheless, she remarked that the designs of these 3 weapons were very beautiful and expressed her intention to find a witch specialized in weapon design to make one for her to play with in the future. For this, she learned from her daughter the names and attack methods of these 3 weapons, as well as the ammunition and energy used, preparing for future replication. However, since Haishi and Nono's room reconstruction was not yet completed, Xingrui began transferring her and Alishia's frequently worn clothes into the wardrobe, along with various daily necessities and some personal belongings, one by one into the room. Thus, the first day of life for Xingrui and Alishia in the school dormitory officially began. Chapter 72. Why do witches like spicy food? Finally, after Haishi and Nono finished designing their rooms, the 7 of them gathered in the dormitory to have their second-to-last meal. Why is it the second-to-last meal? Because now that the 3 little witches' rooms are designed, after dinner, Xing Yao's mother will take them on a tour around Terra Academy, visiting several main areas, including the Witch Arena, the Terra Academy cafeteria, the compulsory subject teaching building, the club gathering area, and finally, the Terra Commercial Street. After the tour, they will have one last dinner together before leaving the school. Once they leave, the 3 little witches will begin their independent life within the academy. However, at this moment, Xingrui didn't have much energy to focus on the main areas her mother mentioned that they needed to know. Her attention was entirely on the huge bull's head in front of her, which was 2 meters tall. Mom, is this a bull's head? That's right. Xing Yao's mother used magic to simultaneously control 8 knives, quickly cutting large pieces of bull meat from the bull's head into everyone's bowls while introducing the origin of the bull's head. The bull's head came from a planet called Ruelia, where a type of giant bovine creature was born. Initially, the scientific expedition team had no expectations for the taste of the beef, but because the supply ship's arrival was delayed, they ran out of food. Coupled with the fact that these bulls were very aggressive and attacked anyone they saw, the expedition team ended up killing quite a few, and eventually, the chef and the team tried to cook with the meat. Surprisingly, they found it extremely delicious with excellent texture. Now, that planet specifically breeds this type of bovine creature, and the meat from various parts of the bull's head tastes the best. Xing Yao's mother continued to control the knives to slice the massive bull's head meat. I strongly recommend the meat from the scalp, as well as the tongue and jaw. Additionally, the bull's eyes are also a very good part. I've ordered 6 extra eyes, 1 for each of us. Xingrui took a bite of the meat in her bowl, and the texture was unexpectedly like chicken leg meat. In terms of flavor, it had the unique meat taste of beef, along with a rich spice flavor, and a kind of spiciness that was similar to but much hotter than the Debanjiang from her past life. Xingrui found it a bit overwhelming. She decisively grabbed a cup of milk and drank it, which slightly alleviated the spiciness on her tongue and in her mouth. So spicy, Xingrui began reacting to the heat. Her scalp started to itch slightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her face and body. And what about Alishia? She was already speechless, desperately pouring orange juice into her mouth. Her cute little face was completely flushed, and it seemed like she was about to burst into tears at any moment. It appeared that Alishia couldn't handle spicy food as well as she could. Hey, Alishia, stop drinking orange juice and drink this. Xing Yao's mother immediately handed Alishia a can of drink. After Alishia took it, she opened it and started drinking it down. As a faint sweet flavor flowed through her mouth and tongue, the spicy sensation from the chili used to prepare the bull meat instantly disappeared. Alishia let out a long sigh. Phew, this spiciness is terrifying. Well, it can't be helped. This is the only way to prepare the bull meat. Xing Yao's mother chuckled helplessly and placed another bottle of the drink in front of Alishia. Here, those who can't handle the spice should drink this. This is a special drink I ordered to counteract spiciness, It can neutralize the heat from any chili, and it's sweet and delicious. The bull meat has a very special fishy taste. Ordinary cooking wine, spices, and deep fishiness ingredients can't get rid of it. Only spicier chilies, combined with long marination, can remove that fishy taste. So the bull meat is quite spicy, but it is truly delicious. Xing Rui also drank a bottle, and sure enough, the sweet and cool taste instantly took away all the discomfort caused by the spiciness. She curiously looked at the name of the drink, Frost Beverage, produced by Frost Aviation Beverage Company. Frost Aviation. I hope drinking this won't suddenly make me launch into the sky while I'm walking. But to be fair, this drink's ability to neutralize spiciness was quite strong. After eating another piece of beef, Xing Rui could still feel that love-hate spiciness, but her body showed no reaction. She wasn't sweating, her face wasn't flushed, and her scalp wasn't itchy. What a marvelous beverage. After drinking it, did it actually give her a lasting buff? Alicia and Xing Rui, now completely worry-free, began to enjoy the bull meat happily. Besides the bull meat, Xing Yao's mother ordered several other dishes. Fried shrimp, which was like the fried shrimp from her past life, but since it was both fried and stir-fried, it was called fried shrimp here. However, this fried shrimp didn't have garlic, missing that rich garlic flavor, which made Xing Rui feel a bit unaccustomed. There was also stir-fried squid, but this squid was quite large, and Haishi immediately recognized it as a deep-sea specialty from their home planet, Selna. After tasting it, Xing Rui felt a bit helpless. There was no debanjiang. Eating stir-fried dishes without debanjiang felt like something was missing. Many aspects of the Witch Empire reflected the shadows of Earth civilization from her past life. However, Xing Rui couldn't find any historical records online about the Witch Empire's history before it left its home planet. Combining this with the beef she just tasted, which had a flavor reminiscent of debanjiang, but was extremely spicy, she could only speculate that perhaps the production techniques for debanjiang and authentic Pishinduban have been lost in the subsequent development of civilization. But the ancient soy sauce production methods have been passed down. How could debanjiang not have been preserved? Such a pity. Xing Rui suddenly became curious about the civilization development of the Witch Empire before it left its planet, wondering if there were relevant historical records in the Terra Academy library. There's also braised chicken leg, but why is it spicy braised? After biting into the chicken leg meat, her tongue and mouth were stimulated again, but fortunately, the effect of the frost beverage was still ongoing, so it was just a slight stimulation upon entry. Xing Rui was speechless. This braised chicken leg looked like it should be white braise, so why was it so spicy? Why put so many chilies in a white braise? Xing Rui suddenly realized that the cooking memories that had been a bit vague in her mind were gradually becoming clearer. Could eating food actually activate her previously vague cooking memories? So, she tried another dish called Fragrant Crispy Duck. Why is it spicy again? How much do witches love spicy food? Xing Rui glanced at her mother and sister, who were happily eating, while Sister Carolina had no visible expression change but continued to eat without stopping despite her slightly flushed face. Sister Ruachandra, like her mother, seemed unfazed. She had inherited her mother's spice tolerance, and now she was like a stoic eating machine, having consumed half of the giant bull's head. As for Nono, when Xing Rui saw the frost beverage in front of Nono, she let out a sigh of relief. Great! It turned out that she and Alicia weren't the only ones who couldn't handle spicy food. It made sense. If all witches liked spicy food and could eat it, then, as a witch herself, there was no reason she couldn't handle it. So, Xing Rui quietly said to Alicia, "Tomorrow I'll make you a non-spicy dish. From now on, let's order takeout based on the situation for the cafeteria meals." Okay. At this moment, Alicia no longer had her usual composure and happiness. Even with the cold frost drink, she faced the dishes on the table with a tense posture, even though she was eating happily. The main issue was the spiciness. The moment the food touched her tongue, the sudden stimulation from the spiciness made Alicia, who couldn't handle spicy food, tremble all over. At this moment, although Alicia found the food delicious, she couldn't help but long for the dishes made by Qianjia. At least Qianjia wouldn't put a lot of chili in the dishes to make it spicy for girls like them who couldn't handle the heat. Chapter 73. It must be that the arena cut corners, which is why it blew its mouth to the sky. After lunch, under the leadership of Xingyao's mother. The 7 of them, including the fairy AI Li, visited several main areas of the academy together. The first stop was the teaching building for compulsory subjects, which is the closest to the dormitory area. There wasn't much to see here. It was just for the 3 little witches to get their bearings. Although Mom said it was a teaching building, Xingrui did not see any buildings on site. In front of them was only a large square, with a statue of the witch empress in the middle. At the very front of the square stood a huge mirror, rippling with deep blue water waves, at least 100 meters high. Mom said this was the teaching building. If you pass through the mirror, you can directly reach the classroom for the course you have today. If you don't have a class today, or don't have permission to enter the designated classroom, you cannot pass through the mirror. Mom explained it was to prevent witches from stealing important teaching equipment from the classrooms. Historically, there were witches who, due to lack of money, rolled away classroom equipment and sold it at a fraction of the price to scrap dealers. Because of this incident, the principal publicly hung that foolish witch in the school square for a live broadcast, spanking her for half an hour. The reason was that she sold equipment without using her brain, so she deserved to be broke. Back to the point. This year's opening ceremony will take place in the square in front of the teaching building, and attendance is mandatory. After that, there are more options for attending classes. You can choose to take online classes in the dormitory or attend classes in person in the classroom. Sometimes, the witch instructors will notify students whether the class will be held normally, only online, or if everyone should come to the classroom. Both ways of attending classes have their pros and cons. Online classes are easy and comfortable and can be taken in the dormitory, cafeteria, or anywhere. However, once a class is over, it's done. In contrast, attending classes in person allows you to ask the witch instructors about any points you don't understand after the class ends. This means you have a brief opportunity to interact and chat with the witch instructors after the class. Most witch instructors are very willing to explain the knowledge points that the eager little witches find difficult to understand. Some witch instructors are also happy to become life mentors for the little witches, helping them with problems they encounter in life. If the relationship is good, it's very likely that the witch instructors will take care of you as if you were their own daughter. As for elective subjects, the classes are generally held in designated locations specified by the elective subject teachers. They might borrow the teaching building for compulsory subjects or have witch instructors directly designate various locations for teaching, such as the cafeteria, the arena, or their large villas. In the end, Xingyao's mother skillfully applied for a temporary visiting permission from the AI in charge of managing the mirror, named Mumu. This AI was very happy to see Xingyao's mother. Their relationship was quite good, and it granted the temporary permission very readily. It's unclear what kind of story has transpired between Xingyao's mother and this AI. After a brief visit to a classroom, the group proceeded to the next location, the Witch Arena. It can also be called the Witch Duel Arena. Unlike the Illusion Arena, the Witch Arena has only one mode, the ladder ranking mode. Similar to a game, you will only be matched with witches of similar strength, continuously winning and climbing ranks. In the ladder ranking mode, the top 10 witches in each rank can receive a large number of rewards from the school, settled monthly. These rewards include magical materials, enchanted equipment, special one-on-one teaching from witch instructors, and many other rewards that witches pursue. However, Xingyao's mother didn't know much about the arena's rewards. She wasn't interested in them and hadn't bothered to learn the details. It definitely wasn't because she was blacklisted by the arena. Why was she blacklisted by the arena? Probably because she had blown it up 8 times in a row. Maybe? Facing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Xingyao's mother crossed her arms and nodded, insisting it wasn't her fault. Isn't the arena meant for fighting? If its battle environment and facility standards aren't up to par, it's not my fault for being too strong. That's unreasonable, Xingyao's mother exclaimed angrily. It must be that the AI Rua, managing the arena, cut corners and pocketed the saved money. She was afraid that I would expose her fund misappropriation through battle. So she blacklisted me to keep me out. In response, the crowd didn't comment, just nodded along with Xingyao's mother's thoughts. Finally, Xingyao's mother added a point. The Witch Arena is involved in a particularly special event, the Imperial Super Competition held every 4 years, where aspiring individuals and teams from various planets of the Empire gather to battle. Terra Academy has formed 3 teams, all selected through ladder ranking battles, with no team stronger than the others. If Xingrui wants to participate in the Imperial Super Competition in the future, she must at least reach the master rank in the ladder to have a chance of being selected as a substitute. If she reaches the Grandmaster rank, she may be chosen as a formal team member. If she makes it into the top 10 of the Grandmaster rank, being a formal team member is guaranteed. Xingrui wasn't very interested, but Haishi was eager to try. She immediately decided to come to the arena to fight whenever she had time in the future. After getting a general understanding of the Witch Arena, they proceeded to the club gathering area. The club gathering area is similar to the square where the compulsory subject teaching building is located. A large mirror, rippling with blue waves, stands in the center of the gathering area. However, compared to the quiet, sparsely populated teaching building square, the gathering area was much livelier. Witches were constantly coming in and out through the teleportation array they had just entered. The bustling street gave Xingrui the feeling of being in a crowded tourist spot during a holiday. Xingyao's mother used magic to fly them up. The gathering area did not restrict the witches flying. Here, many witches were using flying magic or flying props. Xingyao's mother explained that the mirror in the center of the gathering area is a passage to the spaces of various witch clubs, using the same method as the mirror in the teaching building square. Surrounding the mirror are the plots rented by various witch clubs, where they set up shops to promote various specialties of their clubs to the witches in the school, earning funds to maintain club operations. The Taimine Kila that Xingrui heard about while eavesdropping earlier belongs to club specialties. This specialty is somewhat famous within the school. Its main ingredient is a mineral called Tiberia crystal, and Taimine Kila acts like fertilizer, mainly targeting crystals rather than crops or plants. They couldn't enter the club headquarters, so they just wandered around the gathering area. Xingrui felt that it was really like a wholesale market, with everything for sale, a real hodgepodge market. As they walked, Xingrui suddenly saw a restaurant called the Witch Restaurant. Compared to the lively, packed shops they had seen along the way, this witch restaurant was unusually bleak. At the entrance of the restaurant, a blue-eyed girl in a maid outfit with exposed armpits, over-the-knee white stockings, and black round-toed shoes looked very cute. However, this adorable girl was standing at the restaurant entrance with a frown. Given the empty state of the restaurant inside, was her frown due to not being able to attract customers? How did the witch restaurant become like this? Xingyao's mother naturally noticed the restaurant her daughter was staring at, and when she saw the restaurant's name, she exclaimed. Xingrui was curious. Was it a restaurant that her mother liked when she was in school? Yes, it's one of my favorite restaurants. I often come here to eat. The service from the maids is excellent, and they are all very good-looking, with sweet voices and adorable personalities. I really love it. Oh, you really love it? The voice of her mother, Rui Chui, suddenly came from behind. Xingyao's mother immediately turned around and playfully hugged Rui Chui's arm, saying, "No matter how much I love it, it can't compare to you. My favorite is the infinite kui kui, the number one in the world." Before leaving, Xingrui took one last look at the witch restaurant and that cute, beautiful blue-haired, golden-eyed maid. For some reason, Xingrui had a feeling. Perhaps they would meet again soon. Chapter 74. A girl's swimsuit must be paired with leg rings. The final destination they headed to was the commercial street within Terra Academy. It is said that initially, the school wanted to establish a large commercial square. However, after research, they found that most of the witch students and mentors preferred online shopping. In the end, only a slightly larger commercial street was built. The feature of the school's commercial street is its variety. Whatever you want to buy, you can find at least one corresponding shop on the street. However, the most abundant shops are still the fairy dessert shops and clothing stores. The afternoon passed quickly, and as night fell, the four witch mothers, Xingyao's mother, Mother Rui Chui, Carolina, and Rui Sandra, showcased their culinary skills. They prepared a delicate dinner for their daughters in a very short time, marking their last meal before their temporary separation. Xingrui felt that calling it the last meal was too strange, as it sounded like they were about to die. But it was clear that everyone else was not very concerned about her complaint and was focused on the food in front of them. After dinner, once the bowls and tableware were cleaned up, the four mothers bid farewell to their daughters. Xingyao's mother and Mother Rui Chui didn't say much. After hugging their daughters, they reminded them to study well at school. If they encounter any troubles or difficulties they can't solve, they can always send a message or make a call. Finally, after kissing Xing Rui on the forehead, the mothers said goodbye to Carolina and Ruisandra, who had also finished bidding farewell to their daughters. The mothers left. Shighui, Obi, and Haishi stood in the somewhat empty and very quiet living room. After a brief silence, Haishi suddenly shouted, "Let's go to the hot spring." Her sudden shout startled Xing Rui and Obi. Obi turned around and grabbed a metal tube to smack Haishi on the head. Haishi let out a strange cry. Then she shouted again, "Come on, everyone, let's go to the hot spring." She pushed Xing Rui and Obi, saying, "Hurry up, go change into swimsuits. Then come to my room. We'll all go to the hot spring together." After saying this, she didn't forget to invite Ailey Xia, who was sitting on the sofa and watching them with interest. "Sister Ailey, come along too. You have a swimsuit, right?" "Oh my." A cute girl's invitation can't be ignored all along. Ailey Xia had been intentionally avoiding interactions between Xing Rui and her two friends, occasionally appearing as the fairy Ailey, mostly watching as an observer. This time, Haishi actually invited her, and Ailey Xia was both surprised and delighted. How could she miss a chance to join the cute mermaid's hot spring invitation? "That's great. Hurry and change. I'll wait for you in my room." "Wait a minute." Xing Rui suddenly thought of a question. "Why do we need to change into swimsuits to go to the hot spring?" In her memory, going to the hot spring should be about wrapping towels around oneself and then soaking in the pool naked, right? Why wear swimsuits? Haishi blinked and said, "Oh, is that so? But when I went to the hot spring in Selna, everyone was wearing swimsuits." At this moment, Xing Rui suddenly realized the issue. Had the relationship between her, Obi, Haishi, and Ailey Xia become close enough to reveal everything in front of each other? It seemed that except for Haishi, the mermaid, who never wore proper clothes and only covered her key parts with a bra, they hadn't reached that point yet. This included herself and Ailey Xia. So, with Haishi looking puzzled, Obi avoiding eye contact, and Ailey Xia smiling and watching, Xing Rui shook her head and said, "It's nothing. Let's go change into swimsuits, and we'll gather in Haishi's room in a bit." Okay. Haishi then turned and dashed into her room. Xing Rui blinked and asked Obi, who was dodging her gaze, "Do you have a swimsuit?" I do, Sister Xing Rui." "Then let's gather in Haishi's room later." Haishi's sudden proposal for a hot spring plan temporarily diluted the farewell atmosphere as the three little witches prepared to embark on their independent campus life after bidding farewell to their mothers. Back in the room, Ailey Xia took out a two-piece swimsuit. The top was a white bra paired with black and white ruffles, and a black bow hanging down from the center of the bra. The bottom consisted of white ultra-short safety shorts, accompanied by a mini skirt with one layer white and another layer black. However, just as Ailey Xia was about to change into her swimsuit, she suddenly blushed and looked at Xing Rui, who had been staring at her. She didn't say anything, just fixed her gaze on Xing Rui. Xing Rui blinked and took out her swimsuit. She had two sets of swimsuits. The first set was a rather hot and sexy bikini. This set was bought for her by Xing Yao's mother, and Xing Rui remembered it clearly. When she took out this bikini, Ailey Xia showed an expression of curious anticipation. However, Xing Rui quickly stuffed the bikini back, saying, too revealing, "It's like wearing nothing at all. No way. I can't wear this." So she took out a two-piece swimsuit chosen by her mother, Rui Chui. The top was a Navy-style sailor collar shirt, with sleeves specially cut to expose the shoulders. Yet, a small section of short sleeves remained connected to the top, making it look like a little dress on her arms. The neckline had no extra fabric covering it, just enough to reveal a deep cleavage. In the center, there was a pink bow as decoration. The bottom was a pure white pleated skirt, with a pink hem at the edge, and each side of the waist had a decorative pink bow. This swimsuit was acceptable to Xing Rui. Thus, Xing Rui went into the bathroom to change into her swimsuit, leaving the room for Ailey Xia, although she really wanted to see Ailey Xia change into her swimsuit. Don't get the wrong idea. She just wanted to see her in a swimsuit at the first moment. It was definitely not because she was craving Ailey Xia's body. Absolutely not. In short, she quickly changed into her swimsuit in the bathroom and carefully looked at herself in the mirror. Due to her larger chest, the central bow and the ruffles on either side were pushed up high. However, There was an extra layer underneath the ruffles to prevent the bikini from exposing too much. But it was fine, very suitable for a girl like her who couldn't let go too much. The shorts underneath also had a safety pant-like lining, but they were shorter and would be completely covered by the pleated skirt. Xing Rui's gaze quickly fell to her waist, which looked perfect without any excess curves. She reached out and felt around her waist. There was not a bit of extra fat. To be honest, she had been neglecting her evening exercises lately, and she had also been eating more desserts than during her time at the Young Witch Academy. She was afraid of gaining weight and ruining her perfect waistline. But for now, it seemed fine. She needed to get back to exercising tomorrow. Or maybe she could squeeze out some space from the second floor to create a dedicated workout room. Just as Xing Rui was lost in thought, the bathroom door was knocked on, and Alishia's voice came from outside. Xing Rui, are you done? I've already changed. Hurry out so I can see you clearly. Alishia was also eager to see Xing Rui in her swimsuit. Okay, coming back to her senses. Xing Rui first temporarily placed her changed clothes in her storage space's wardrobe, then pushed the door open and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as she stepped out, Alishia immediately walked up to her, her body close to Xing Rui, and embraced her. With both hands gently resting on Xing Rui's waist from behind, I softly embraced her, our chests pressing against each other, and in an instant, Xing Rui's face turned red. At that moment, Alishia leaned down, her small hand gradually reaching under Xing Rui's short skirt. Touching her thigh, Xing Rui's expression tensed up instantly. Isn't this a bit? All right. Alishia suddenly stood up, squinting and smiling, saying, how can you have a swimsuit without leg rings? I prepared a beautiful pink leg ring for you, which perfectly matches your swimsuit. Hee, it's perfect now. Come on, take a look. Do you like it? Xing Rui. So it's just a leg ring? For some reason, Xing Rui suddenly felt very disappointed. It's just a leg ring. No, what am I expecting on my own? Chapter 75. You have been enchanted. Underwater breathing after changing in her swimsuit. Alicia simply tied her hair up with a white hair tie. Xing Rui followed suit and also tied her long hair up with a white hair tie. Although they were going to soak in a hot spring, who knew if it would turn into a water fight or swimming session? So it was better to keep their hair tied up. After getting ready and bringing their towels, the two girls headed out. Noenbai was quicker. She had already changed into her swimsuit and was waiting at the door for Xing Rui and Alicia. Nono is so fast. Xing Rui was a bit surprised, and Nono nodded, taking in the appearance of Xing Rui and Alicia at that moment. Xing Rui and Alicia were also admiring Noenbai's figure, perhaps due to her body and small bust. Nono's two-piece swimsuit looked more playful. The white ruffled strapless top and white pleated short skirt were very cute. When Noenbai first assessed the two, her eyes were drawn to their chests. So big, so perky. How enviable. Noenbai felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. So she gently tugged at Xing Rui's swimsuit sleeve. Sister Xing Rui. What's wrong, Nono? Does Sister Xing Rui know how to make one's chest bigger? I want to be like Sister Xing Rui and Sister Alicia. Xing Rui fell silent, and Alicia blinked, not responding immediately. It will grow, Nono. Xing Rui could only respond evasively. There was still a chance for Nono to develop further. Xing Rui had also learned about the growth of witches. Although witches have opportunities for secondary and tertiary development that encompass height, bust, and hip size, these developments are quite random. It was very possible that Nono would only grow taller, but her bust size would remain unchanged. Therefore, Xing Rui couldn't give a definite promise and could only soothe Nono's emotions. Really? Really, I promise. Sister Carolina has told Nono about this. Have you gone through secondary development? No. Nono's previously dim and hopeless eyes suddenly lit up, sparkling with hope again. Xing Rui patted her head to comfort her. Then there's still a chance. When Nono goes through secondary development, there will definitely be opportunities for change. That's right. Nono must hold on to hope. A cute girl's wishes will definitely come true. You must believe in yourself. Alicia encouraged as well, and Nono nodded vigorously. Yes, there will definitely be more opportunities. Then, the first to lead, she went down the stairs. Xing Rui and Alicia followed. Soon they arrived at Haishi's room, and after knocking, Haishi immediately opened the door, grinning at the three in their swimsuits. Come in. The three entered Haishi's room, and upon looking around, they exclaimed, "What a vast ocean! Except for the small bit of land at their feet, all they could see was water. Xingrui, squatted by the pool, dipped her hand in and found the water was warm. Not cold at all. Come on, get in. I'll take you to the hot spring. Haishi beckoned the three to hurry and get in the water. Alicia quickly set down her slippers and stepped into the pool. The warm water gradually rose with her steps until it reached her waist. It feels so comfortable and warm. Come on down. Xingrui. No, the water isn't cold at all. As Xingrui entered the water, she looked around and asked, Haishi, how do you sleep a room like this? Sleep. Haishi, who was half submerged and blowing bubbles, lifted her head and said, I just sleep like this. She then dunked her head back into the water, relaxing her body, letting her arms hang down, floating on her back like a dead fish. It looked very peaceful. The pool's water wasn't deep, only reaching Xingrui and Alicia's waists, but came up to Noyenbai's chest. Xingrui relaxed her body, submerging everything below her neck in the warm water, then slowly swam over to Haishi and poked her smooth, white back, which was floating like a corpse. Haishi? Haishi lifted her head, her hair gracefully flowing back, showing no signs of sticking together after being wet. Do mermaid witches' hair stay waterproof? What's up, Rui? Do all mermaid witches sleep like this? Well, why not? Haishi nodded as if it were obvious. Sister Xingrui, Sister Alicia, and Haishi. At this moment, Noyenbai's weak voice made the three turn to look at her, her face showing distress. I can't swim. Xingrui and Alicia froze in shock. Oh no. They had subconsciously assumed Nono could swim and hadn't thought about it all. Oh dear, this is simple. Haishi quickly swam up to Noyenbai, kissed her forehead, and said, all right, even if you can't swim, it's okay. You could try putting your head underwater. I've blessed you. You can breathe underwater now. Plus, we're all here, so it's fine if you can't swim. Xingrui, Alicia, Noyenbai. Really? Really? Just try it. I'm here, don't worry. Haishi smiled mischievously. As long as a mermaid, which is with you, you'll definitely not drown just because you can't swim. Noyenbai looked at Xingrui and Alicia, who both showed encouraging smiles. Noyenbai was skeptical. A mermaid's blessing? Wasn't it just a blessing for fools? But after a brief hesitation, Noyenbai chose to believe Haishi. She took a deep breath and submerged her head underwater. Instinctively holding her breath, the bubbling sounds of water echoed in her ears as she tightly closed her eyes. At that moment, Haishi's voice suddenly replaced the sounds of the water. Don't be nervous. No, breathe slowly, follow my rhythm. Just little by little, trust me. Or, you could try opening your eyes. Don't be scared, the water here won't hurt you. But Noyenbai still held her breath, her eyes tightly shut. She was too scared to open her eyes, fearing that the moment she did, the water would sting her eyes. She was afraid that if she let go of the breath she was holding, she would choke on the water. No matter how gently and slowly Haishi guided her, she couldn't take that step. Finally, Noyenbai suddenly raised her head, gasping for air. She panted, shaking her head, I can't. Noyenbai's little heart raced as she quickly stepped back until the water level dropped to her waist before stopping. She looked at Haishi, then at Xingrui and Alicia, and suddenly felt a bit dejected, letting her arms droop. I can't do it. Haishi looked thoughtful. This is a bit tricky. At that moment, Xingrui swam over to Haishi and asked, can you give me that blessing? Sure, I can give it to anyone. Saying that, Haishi kissed Xingrui's forehead, and Xingrui dove underwater with Haishi excitedly following her down. As soon as she submerged, Xingrui immediately felt the effects of Haishi's blessing. First, she opened her eyes underwater and felt no discomfort but breathing. Wait, not with her nose, but how was she breathing? At that moment, Haishi's voice echoed in Xingrui's ear. Take it slow, Rui. Calm down. Don't rush. Settle your mind. Clear your thoughts and follow my guidance to imagine. Xingrui quickly obeyed, emptying her mind, and then Haishi gradually guided her in her imagination. She imagined that her breathing organ was located in her neck, picturing the sensation of breathing from both sides of her neck. To Xingrui, it felt very abstract. Breathing with the neck? How could one breathe with the neck? She couldn't comprehend it, couldn't visualize it. But Haishi patiently guided her, describing what it felt like bit by bit. Finally, as Xingrui change herself bit by bit following Haishi's guidance. She suddenly realized she could breathe underwater. It was a wondrous sensation. Although her nose was still holding its breath, she could feel the sensation of breathing on land. She could also feel the rise and fall of her lungs and her chest. She instinctively touched both sides of her neck, finding nothing. No gills or additional organs had grown. How magical! Was this also magic? After mastering underwater breathing, Xingrui suddenly shot up from beneath the surface. As she broke through the water, she immediately returned to smooth, normal breathing. How amazing! While tucking her wet hair behind her ears, Xingrui marveled. I can really breathe underwater. Is this magic? Haishi smiled and emphasized, it's not magic, it's the blessing of the mermaid. To be precise, it's the blessing of the Selma mermaid. Only Selma mermaids can pass on this blessing of breathing underwater through their kiss. Haishi proudly placed her hands on her hips. This is a special talent of the Selma mermaids. Other mermaids from different planets can't do this at all. Xingrui's success piqued Alishia's interest, and she opened her arms, asking Haishi for the same. Ashi, I want it too. I want Haishi's blessing. Sure. Haishi immediately swam to Alishia's side and kissed her forehead. After that, Alishia dove into the water and, under Haishi's careful guidance, learned to breathe underwater as well. Wow, what a wonderful feeling! Alishia exclaimed as she resurfaced. The feeling of breathing underwater is really interesting. Noyenbai, watching Xingrui and Alishia, who had already learned to breathe underwater thanks to Haishi's blessing, opened her mouth to say something but remained silent. Her expression seemed a bit lonely. However, at that moment, Xingrui came to Noyenbai's side and comforted her. Come on, no. Let's go soak in the hot springs. Don't forget, we came here to soak in the hot springs today. If you want to learn to swim, we can teach you too. Let's go. We're going to the hot springs. Noyenbai grabbed Xingrui's hand and walked back into the pool, saying to Xingrui, Sister Xingrui, I want to learn to swim. Sure, Xingrui nodded. I'll teach you whenever there's a chance. I promise you'll learn. You don't want to be taught math one-on-one by the teacher, do you? Haishi expanded her room to the maximum size. The entire room, except for a very small piece of land near the entrance, was all water. Haishi divided the area based on different depths. The area near the door was a shallow water zone, while the furthest part from the door was a deep water zone. However, even in the deep water zone, the depth was only about 4 meters. In Haishi's view, although she could expand the room space to 5 times its original size, it was still too small. Therefore, to increase the pool's area, she had to sacrifice depth. Considering that she wanted to enjoy the hot spring with Xingrui, Nuo Yunbei, and Ai Lixia, the hot spring was set up near the shallow water zone. As they approached the hot spring, Xingrui could clearly feel the rise in water temperature around them. Soon, they arrived at a circular pool outlined by stones of various sizes and colors. The depth of the pool was quite shallow. Even when Nuo Yunbei sat on a large stone at the pool's edge, the water only reached her chest. After Xingrui and Ai Lixia sat down, the water level reached just above their waists. So, Haishi directly moved a few stones from underneath the pool to make it so that when Xingrui and Ai Lixia sat down, the water could reach their chests. So, comfortable Ai Lixia completely relaxed, leaning back against the stone. Nuo Yunbei gradually relaxed from her initial tension. Is this what soaking in a hot spring feels like? Why does she feel it's no different from taking a bath in a tub at home? Or is it? Nuo Yunbei glanced at Xingrui, who was also enjoying herself, and Ai Lixia, as well as Haishi, who was squinting her eyes nearby, blowing bubbles underwater for her own amusement. She suddenly understood the difference between soaking in a hot spring and taking a bath in a tub. Soaking in a hot spring is like a group bath in a tub. After everyone enjoyed the hot spring in silence for a while, Xingrui initiated their first topic of conversation. Haishi, is your room like this too? Don't you have any special furniture for mermaids? Haishi popped up to explain yes, but it's all at the bottom of the water. I usually sleep and rest at the bottom, although it's fine on land. I feel more comfortable in the water. After Xingrui asked, Ai Lixia also curiously posed a question. What about the water temperature? Doesn't Haishi have any requirements for it? The water temperature in the shallow zone seemed quite high. Yes, IDG. Haishi nodded her head, conjuring a water ball with her magical talent and sending it in front of AI, Li Xia, Xing Rui, and Nua Yunbei. Generally, the water temperature we live in is this temperature. You definitely won't be able to handle it. The three tried to touch it, and the instant they felt the chill, they quickly pulled their hands back into the warm water to relieve it. So cold. Nua Yunbei looked at Haishi in disbelief. If the water temperature you like is this cold, won't you faint with the current high temperature? Nope. Haishi shook her head. Many deep-sea areas in Selna are even warmer than the temperature of this pool water. Many deep-sea predators we often hunt live in those high-temperature deep-sea regions. If we couldn't stand the heat, we wouldn't be able to hunt at all. Oh, I see. Xing Rui suddenly understood why Haishi's physical strength was so impressive. To dive thousands of meters down to hunt deep-sea predators while alternating between cold and hot water areas, if she didn't have strong physical strength and qualities, that would really be unbelievable. Hey, by the way, Rui, I just remembered something. Just after Haishi finished answering, she immediately thought of something important. Aren't we starting classes tomorrow? Just thinking about starting classes tomorrow, especially math, moral education, and law, gave her a headache. It's not time for classes yet. Xing Rui explained. There are still 7 days until the opening ceremony. We are currently in the new student admission phase. After the opening ceremony, they would start their core classes. Xing Rui detailed the class schedule at Terra Academy. After the opening ceremony, the school would issue a schedule every week. Students needed to attend classes based on their own situations. The school didn't require students to attend all scheduled classes each week, but allowed them to arrange their time flexibly. Taking the core subject of which studies as an example, it required each student to attend at least 5 classes a week. They could choose any 5 classes to attend within that week. Once they completed 5 classes, they could choose whether to continue attending or not. There was no need to worry about course progress. After choosing a course, the school's AI responsible for scheduling would arrange students at the same progress level to attend classes together. However, for Haishi, the most dreaded subjects, math, moral education, and law, had a minimum requirement of attending 3 classes per week. Great. 3 classes that is easy to get through. She thought, math is just so painful. My mother said if I don't want to, I don't have to learn elemental magic, so I don't need to care about math at all. But the school has periodic exams, Xing Rui reminded her. After reaching a certain stage in learning, the school will organize assessments for students at the same progress level. If you pass, you move on to the next stage of learning. If you don't pass, you go back to relearn. If you keep failing assessments and have to go back and relearn, what if you're the only one left at the end? Haishi's excited expression instantly froze. She seemed to turn back into a lazy fish, floating on the water surface. Oh no, I really don't want to learn math. I'm not studying elemental magic. Why do I have to be forced to learn math? In reality, there was another despairing thing that Xing Rui didn't have the heart to say. The math exam in college, the full score is 120 points, and passing is 90 points. Moreover, the difficulty is not comparable to the math level learned in the Young Witch Academy. She could already see Haishi being repeatedly tormented by math in the future. Of course, she also foresaw the possibility of being repeatedly tormented by math herself. The 4 girls didn't soak in the hot spring for too long. About 20 minutes was enough. Even though the witches' physiques were different from ordinary people, the rising temperature became too much for the 3 of them, except for Haishi. So the 4 decided to end their soak there. Haishi let the pool water return to its normal temperature. Xing Rui, and Nua Yunbei went back to take a shower and change clothes. Then the 4 girls gathered in Nua Yunbei's room, toured her room, and then went to the second floor of Xing Rui and AI Li Xia's room to stargaze together. After returning to her room, AI Li Xia suggested that they shower together. However, Xing Rui felt a bit shy and declined the proposal, opting to go to the public bathroom on the second floor instead. After showering, Xing Rui and AI Li Xia changed into their nightgowns. Although AI Li Xia's was a spaghetti strap style, then the 2 came to the door of Nua Yunbei's room, knocked, and were let in by Nua Yunbei. Nua Yunbei's room had a simple structure. Upon entering, the initial layout style of the bedroom was immediately visible. There was a bed, a table, a wardrobe, a lazy sofa, and a small table, and Nua Yunbei had made no changes at all. Xing Rui was curious about what other modifications Nuo Yunbei had made. Nuo Yunbei then showcased her changes. It turned out that she had designed the remaining space to include a study, a mechanical room, and a separate bathroom combined with a shower. In the study, there are numerous bookshelves filled to the brim with physical books. Nuo Yunbei mentioned that her mother, Carolina, placed all the useful books for her in the study so she could reference them at any time. Moreover, these bookshelves come with their own management system for easy access. Xing Rui curiously glanced at the book catalog. Nuo Yunbei had marked which books belonged to her mother and which were her own. The vast majority of the magic books were her sister Carolina's, while the mechanical books were Nuo Yunbei's own. Then, they went to the mechanical room. The mechanical room was still empty for now. Nuo Yunbei planned to purchase some mechanical equipment to put in this room in the future. What she wanted most was to get a mech to modify, but she didn't know when that would happen. She also wasn't sure if the mech she managed to acquire could fit in this mechanical room. After Xing Rui and Xia finished their tour, Haishi arrived late. Under Nuo Yunbei's guidance, Haishi also took a tour of her own room. After looking around, Haishi surprisingly did not give a very straightforward evaluation as she had in the past. Instead, she smiled and said that Nuo Yunbei's room felt very warm. Warm? Nuo Yunbei was taken aback. Haishi nodded, saying yes. Warm. I can feel it. Although the layout of the bedroom hasn't changed, it feels very cozy. It's like after a long day of hunting, you come home and can immediately relax, comfortably eat, and sleep. Nuo Yunbei couldn't help but scrutinize her own bedroom. But she didn't feel the warmth Haishi mentioned. She thought Haishi was just unsure how to comment and was saying random things. However, Nuo Yunbei didn't say that. Instead, she gave Haishi a faint smile. Thank you for your evaluation, Haishi. Wow, Nuo actually said thank you to me. Haishi suddenly leaped forward and hugged Nuo Yunbei around the waist, exclaiming, that's great. This is the first time Nuo has said thank you to me since I met her. Our relationship has made a huge leap. A super huge leap. Nuo Yunbei felt a bit dazed. Had she really never said thank you to Haishi since they met? Looking at Haishi, who was hugging her waist, Nuo Yunbei suddenly felt guilty. In her memory, the things she had said to Haishi were either scolding her for being silly or mocking her. It seemed that she really had never said thank you to Haishi. Maybe she should be nicer to her in the future. Nuo Yunbei thought to herself. But she didn't notice that while Haishi was hugging her, her head had also nestled against Nuo Yunbei's chest. After a moment, it seemed like Haishi felt something was off, so she lifted her head and regretfully said, sigh. It's so small. Nuo Yunbei. Haishi's face showed a hint of disdain, completely lacking the feeling that Rui had. Nuo, how about I ask my mom to get some Cerna breast enhancement ingredients for you? You're just too flat and small. Nuo Yunbei's face turned bright red at lightning speed. She pulled out a metal tube and smashed it down toward Haishi's head. Godi. Si li Haishi. Wow. Help. Chapter 77. Eat what you supplement. So I want to eat. Simply looking at the stars is actually a very boring thing, although the stars are dazzling. If one is not curious or interested in stargazing, just a few minutes can make a person feel sleepy. It is obvious that Noyenbai and Haishi are not particularly interested in looking at the stars. After touring the rooms of Xing Rui and Xia, the four of them went to the second floor to watch the stars together. After the initial excitement and thrill of seeing the starry sky, Haishi couldn't last 15 minutes and was the first to lie down on the floor and fall asleep. After half an hour of persistence, Noyenbai also began to nod off. Xing Rui didn't insist on keeping the two of them awake, and Xia carried Haishi back to her room, while Xing Rui picked up Noyen and took her back to rest. After Xing Rui returned to her room, she also felt a little sleepy, and as soon as she entered, she flopped onto the bed, casually kicked off her slippers, turned over, and yawned. But just after Xing Rui finished yawning, a surge of magic power in her body reminded her of something. Xia, who sensed the change in magic power within Xing Rui through their contract, pounced onto the bed, propping herself up with one hand and gently poking Xing Rui's cheek with the other. The total amount of magic power has increased again. Xing Rui nodded and couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I don't know how long this will last. Xing Rui took out a portable wrist device to measure her total magic power from her storage space, and a few minutes later, She got an approximate value of her current total magic power. 17895. Why is it so high? Xingrui was startled. Although the total magic power measured by the portable device fluctuates, the fluctuation range does not exceed 50. On the day of the graduation exam, her precise total magic power was 10,569.75, calculating the time from Ikungsing to the capital star in 1 week. There must have been an increase in total magic power once, but she fell asleep midway and did not have regular tests. After arriving at the capital star, she had been in a coma for nearly a week, plus another increase in total magic power. After waking up, she stayed at the family residence for a week, totaling 3 increases in total magic power. During this time, she had forgotten to regularly measure her total magic power. Now, on the first day of entering school, there was another increase in total magic power. This means that her total magic power increased by about 7,300 points in 3 increments, an average of about 2,400 points for each. Alexia exclaimed when she saw this number. Wow, Xingrui, your single increase in total magic power has already surpassed the record of the Witch Empire. There is indeed such a record in the Witch Empire. It records the maximum single increase in total magic power during a physiological period and the average single value during the entire physiological period. The values for these 2 records are 1598, 14, and 287, 76, respectively. And now, Xingrui can definitely break both records. Moreover, there is a prize for breaking the 2 records, each worth 30 million. As long as she goes to a professional official institution for testing and confirms its validity, she can receive the prize. It should be due to the contract with Clipper. Xingrui had also kept records, and up until the day of the graduation exam, her average magic power growth value was 222, and her peak value was 1544. Both values were still not comparable to the world record. As for this sudden surge of 7,300 total magic power, the only reason Xingrui could think of is the contract with Clipper. Such a surprise, however, did not make Xingrui happy. The number is still not an integer, indicating that her physiological period has not yet ended. How long will this magic power growth last? Xingrui couldn't help but mutter, and Alexia asked her in return, do you think the continuous increase in total magic power is a bad thing? Not really, it's just that if the physiological period doesn't end, I can't shake off the title of Little Witch. In the Witch Society, as long as the conversion witch's physiological period has not ended, she is considered a Little Witch. Because in the eyes of witches, a witch whose physiological period has not ended represents that she is not fully matured or grown up.